Chapter 1. A beauty saves the day. The cold autumn wind, like an old rogue, began to grope Kazama. He stood by the bustling street, the notice of self-reliance for adult citizens, in his hand crumpled up. 18 years old marks the beginning of youth on Earth. But in this world where martial arts reign supreme, it signifies the end of government assistance. On the street, rune-powered vehicles glided silently by, and well-dressed martial artists chatted and laughed, their auras radiating outwards, making Kazama feel a little short of breath. In the distance, the towering martial arts tower gleams, a playground for elites and scions of noble families. He was from a completely different world than someone like him, who at the age of 16 relied on the basic body tempering technique, distributed by the government for 2 years, but still couldn't even reach the threshold of a second-tier martial artist. Should I do community cleaning? Or set up a street stall? Kazama's lips curled into a bitter smile. He has been in this world for 18 years, growing up in an orphanage and struggling to survive on government aid. Being an orphan in both of her lives is quite a fate. Now that I'm an adult, I can no longer receive government assistance. He needs to plan for his future. Whether it's working as a cleaner in the martial arts community or setting up a stall on the street and outwitting the urban management officers, the future looks bleak. Other people who transmigrate live with beauties on their laps and wield power over the world. But I have to worry about what to eat for my next meal. What kind of hellish start is this? The script is wrong. The resentment and confusion in his heart kept churning, and he subconsciously walked with his head down. The next second, it crashed solidly into a wall of flesh. Kazama thought to himself, "Oh no, you brat. Can't you watch where you're going? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" A thunderous roar resounded overhead. Kazama looked up and saw a burly man with a face full of scars and a ferocious claw scar on his chest staring at him with a fierce gaze. A stench and a sense of oppression hit you. This was a beast hunter who fought against demonic beasts and had killed at least one of them. The 2 bars on his shoulder badge meant that he was already a second-tier martial artist. His strength is far beyond what someone at the first-tier apprentice level like him could compare to. Kazama bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Is a simple sorry all it takes?" The burly man grabbed his collar with his large, fan-like hand, almost lifting him up, spittle flying everywhere. "I just slaughtered a blood-tusked wild boar and was feeling great. And you fucking come looking for trouble?" The collar was so tight it was suffocating, and passers-by quickly gave way, no one daring to interfere. Kazama looked at the other person's fierce eyes and knew that the other person was probably not someone who was easy to talk to. His right hand quietly slipped into his coat pocket and grasped a rough but sharp dagger. His eyes suddenly turned cold. "Since you won't let me have an easy time, then I'll make you lose a piece of flesh too." The orc hunter noticed the fleeting ruthlessness in his eyes, was taken aback at first, then laughed angrily. "Oh ho, you little bastard! You dare to glare at me?" Another fist was already raised, and a strong wind rushed towards him. At that very moment, "Call out!" A deep sound pierced the street. A luxury sedan, entirely black with its body shimmering with eerie blue runes, came to a steady stop beside the 2 of them. The car door opened silently, and 4 guards dressed in black with cold expressions filed out and immediately took their places around the car. Their breath was icy cold, and their gazes swept over the man. His raised fist froze in mid-air, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is a family assassin who has truly seen blood and whose cultivation level far surpasses his. In an instant, the street fell silent. Curious onlookers kept their distance, ready to watch the drama unfold. Immediately afterwards, the rear door was respectfully opened by a guard. A long, slender leg, clad in black high heels and black stockings, gracefully extends out and lightly touches the ground. Then a figure slowly leaned out. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. She was a young woman, around 16 years old. She wore a well-tailored black star-patterned cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her skin was as white as snow, her face was exquisitely beautiful and aloof, her eyebrows were arched like willow leaves, and her lips were pink and tender. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She simply stood there, and it seemed as if she had drawn all the attention around her. It's an innate sense of nobility that clashes with the chaotic and noisy streets. Everyone was stunned, including the fierce beast hunter, who subconsciously let go of his grip. Kazama saw a good opportunity and prepared to break free from the man's grasp and run away. The woman's eyes swept over the burly man who was silent with fear, and finally landed on the slightly disheveled Kazama. Her gaze swept past his faded coat and lingered for a moment on his eyes, which burned with resentment and arrogance. Then, under everyone's gaze, she nodded slightly to Kazama. The next second, a heavenly voice clearly reached Kazama's ears. "You, come with me." Kazama paused for a moment upon hearing the woman's words. He could clearly sense that the murderous aura emanating from the black-clad guards was far stronger than that of the beast hunters. Rebellion? Faced with such a disparity in strength, any superfluous thoughts seem ridiculous. He nodded without saying a word and walked towards the black car. As he passed the burly man, he turned his head and gave him a calm look. It seems she wanted to imprint his appearance in her mind. The hunter felt a chill run down his spine when he was given that look. He instinctively took a half-step back, then realized his lapse in composure and cursed angrily, "Damn it, that brat got lucky." Before he could finish speaking, one of the black-clad guards glanced at him, and he immediately fell silent, squeezing into the crowd without looking back and quickly disappearing. A buzz of discussion arose from the surrounding area. Was that the Sioux family's Dark Star rune chariot just now? Absolutely. I've seen that emblem once before, at the entrance of a black market auction. The Sioux family? Which Sioux family? Which other could it be? The Tiannan Sioux clan, one of the 3 great guardian families of Jiangnan province, possessing 3 blessed lands and countless grandmasters among its disciples. Could that woman be the legendary recluse? Shoo, quiet. Are you out of your mind? How dare we discuss such a person? Kazama caught these whispers in his ears, and a slight ripple stirred within him. The Sioux family of Jiangnan? Protect the family? It sounded like a colossal behemoth that he had to look up to. The car door closed silently behind us, shutting out the noise. The interior space is more spacious than expected, which is obviously due to the use of space technology. There was a faint fragrance in the air. I don't know if it's from incense or the woman's natural scent. Kazama sat on a soft chair, with the stunningly beautiful woman beside him. At such close range, one can better appreciate the breathtaking beauty and the deep sea-like atmosphere beneath that beauty. He mustered his courage and turned his head. "Miss, we don't seem to know each other. Why are you looking for me?" The woman, who had been looking out the window, turned her gaze back and her eyes fell on him. His gaze was calm and serene, yet it seemed to see right through people's hearts. "You don't know me," she said, her voice still cold. "But I know you. Chapter 2 going to take a shower? I'm not that kind of person." Kazama's heart skipped a beat. "You know me?" "I." "No need to ask any more questions." The woman raised her hand, making a gesture to stop. Those fingers were long and slender like jade, yet their tips were enveloped in a faint, icy blue aura. "You'll understand when you get there." Her tone was unquestionable, carrying the authority of someone who had long held a high position. Kazama wisely kept his mouth shut, but the events of the day left him unable to remain calm. The vehicle drove smoothly, and the scenery outside the window rushed past as we drove from the dilapidated city into an upscale area surrounded by greenery. Then there are the heavily guarded mountainous areas, where the spiritual energy is clearly abundant. Finally, we passed through an invisible barrier and drove into a magnificent estate that occupied half a mountain. The manor features pavilions and towers arranged in a harmonious and orderly manner, with flowing springs, exotic flowers and rare herbs emitting a faint glow, and many building surfaces shimmering with complex runic energy. Its precision and power far surpass any array formation that Kazama had ever seen at school. The car was parked in front of a detached 3-story building. The woman got off the bus, and Kazama silently followed. The interior decoration of the pavilion is not ostentatious, but it exudes a profound sense of refinement. The ground was paved with warm, lustrous jade, and the paintings hanging on the walls were not ordinary paintings, but array diagrams with subtle flowing light and shadow. The woman led Kazama straight up to the 3rd floor and pushed open a door carved with intricate star patterns. The room was spacious and bright, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a mountain view shrouded in mist. In the center of the room is a huge bed, and on the side is a separate bathroom. "Go wash up." The woman stood in the center of the room, her back to Kazama, and gave the order in a calm tone. Kazama was taken aback. This development, something's not quite right. Shouldn't the script be that a master sees his unparalleled talent and then takes him on as a disciple or gives him a chance? Or perhaps a rich heiress is captivated by his irresistibly handsome face and wants to start keeping him as a mistress. What kind of tactic is it to make someone take a shower as soon as they walk in? Given the setting of a lone man and woman, and the excessively spacious bed, Kazama's mind flashed with some unhealthy thoughts, and his face stiffened. Although Kazama was at the bottom of society, he still had backbone. How could this be? He began, trying to righteously declare that he was not that kind of person. However, just as he met the woman's gaze as she suddenly turned around, his words came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, a vortex seemed to be swirling in Su Lingwei's clear and cold eyes, and the deep light almost sucked his soul in. Kazama felt a buzzing sound in his brain. His consciousness wavered for a moment, and his body seemed to no longer be completely under his control. Go wash up. The woman's voice seemed to possess a strange magic, drilling directly into his mind. When he came to his senses, he found himself inexplicably standing in the bathroom, with warm water pouring down from the showerhead, wetting his hair and body. What's going on? Kazama shook his head, trying to dispel the eerie feeling. Kazama, puzzled, quickly began rinsing himself. Outside the bathroom, hearing the sound of water, Su Lingwei gently waved her hand, and the door closed silently. A faint blush crept onto her exquisite face. Even her fair earlobes turned pink. She walked to an antique wooden cabinet on one side of the room, opened a hidden drawer, and took out a jade bottle no bigger than a thumb. The jade bottle is warm and smooth, and slightly cool to the touch. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing the intense struggle within her. After a long while, she took a deep breath, a resolute glint in her eyes, and whispered, "My time is running out." Kazama quickly finished washing up. There were brand new bathrobes prepared in the bathroom, the fabric soft and comfortable, smelling of sunshine. He came out wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair still wet and dripping water. It's all washed. He looked at Su Lingwei, trying to sound calm, but his suspicions and vigilance were at their peak. Su Lingwei had regained her composure, but the blush on her cheeks had not completely faded. She held a glass of warm water in one hand, and in the palm of her other hand lay a crystal-clear blue pill. Take this. She handed the water glass and pills to Kazama. Kazama's pupils contracted slightly. What's this? I won't harm you. Su Lingwei's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable authority. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Kazama stared into her eyes, trying to discern something from them. Deep within those eyes, besides determination, there seemed to be a hint of shyness. Just as he hesitated, that strange aura in Su Lingwei's eyes burst forth once more. Kazama's vision blurred slightly, and his mind became somewhat hazy. By the time he came to his senses, he had already swallowed the blue pill. A cool liquid entered my throat, and I unconsciously gulped down a few mouthfuls of warm water as well. You! Kazama took a step back, both shocked and furious. But soon the drug took effect. At first, it felt cool, as if a clear spring was flowing through my limbs and body, washing away my fatigue. But then, an indescribable heat suddenly erupted from my lower abdomen and instantly swept through my entire body. Blood flow accelerated dramatically. The heart pounded like a drum, accompanied by an unbearable burning sensation and a primal urge. Ah! Kazama groaned, his body trembling uncontrollably, his skin turning bright red, his breathing becoming heavy as a bull, and the veins on his forehead throbbing. He felt his consciousness rapidly fading, while the raging fire deep within his body burned ever brighter. Su Lingwei looked at Kazama, whose eyes were bloodshot, and her blush deepened, but her gaze became even more resolute. Without further hesitation, she quickly formed several hand seals. Seal up! With a soft shout, the light threads disappeared into the surroundings of the room. In an instant, the entire room was completely enveloped by a semi-transparent shield, with countless fine runes running across it, completely isolating the inside from the outside, so that not even a trace of sound or energy fluctuations could be transmitted. After doing all this, Su Lingwei's breathing became slightly rapid. She walked up to Kazama and looked at the boy who had almost lost his mind. Her fingers gently unbuttoned her clothes. Her clothes slid down her shoulders to the ground, revealing a breathtakingly perfect body. Her skin was as smooth as ice and as lustrous as jade, gleaming with a warm, ivory-like sheen under the soft light of the room. Her body was trembling slightly, whether from the cold or from nervousness and shyness, it was hard to tell. Finally, she raised her eyes, bit her lip, and with a slightly trembling hand, gently pushed Kazama. Kazama was pushed so hard that he fell backward onto the bed. Su Lingwei closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, only a resolute look remained. She leaned forward, a few strands of hair brushing against Kazama's burning cheeks. Use this body as a catalyst to break the lock on my severed meridians. As the barely audible murmur fell, she no longer hesitated and slowly bent down toward the boy who was being consumed by the primordial flames. In the final moments before his consciousness completely faded into chaos, Kazama seemed to recall a voice. Ding! System activated. Chapter 3. The system arrives late but sure, a body of steel. When Kazama opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that familiar yellow moldy patch on his ceiling. After a few seconds of disorientation, he suddenly sat up, felt a wave of dizziness, and then fell heavily back onto the hard wooden bed. What's going on? He looked around and saw the small, low-rent single room, less than 10 square meters in size. Faded old posters were pasted on the wall, and a half-empty bottle of cheap nutritional supplements sat on the windowsill. Everything seemed normal. No, not everything is as usual. He was no longer wearing that faded coat, but a set of soft, dark gray pajamas. The fabric is smooth and cool to the touch, with a subtle sheen, clearly indicating that it is no ordinary product. Kazama propped himself up, leaning against the creaking headboard, trying to piece together his fragmented memories. Streets, beast hunters, black rune-covered carriages, and a stunningly beautiful woman in black Su Lingwei. She led me into that room, made me take a shower, and then, that blue pill, a memory surfaced in her mind, accompanied by fragments of recollection, snow-white skin, black hair brushing against her cheeks, and the determination and shyness that flashed in those clear, cool eyes. Finally, there was the woman's bent-over figure, and the clear sound in her mind before her consciousness completely succumbed. Ding! System activated. System. Kazama felt a surge of energy, but then a strange, indescribable feeling of soreness and emptiness washed over him. Especially below the waist, it's as if all the strength has been drained. His face stiffened, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. With trembling hands, he carefully pulled up his pants and looked down. After a moment of silence, a piercing wail echoed through the small house. My innocence! On his still tender little penis, there were faint traces of dried blood, and the surrounding skin was still unnaturally red and swollen. Combined with the feeling of weakness throughout my body, as if I had been trampled by 10 raging bulls, the truth is self-evident. Kazama collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the mold stains. Is the innocence gained from 2 lifetimes just gone like that? He was taken advantage of by a stunningly beautiful heiress he only met once? What is this? Was I forced into a sexual act? Or was I sexually exploited? Kazama muttered to himself, his feelings incredibly complicated. What made me happy was that my first time was with such a beautiful woman, and it seemed like it was her first time too. With that face and figure, it seemed like I was getting a huge advantage. But then came the deep regret, since we didn't even get to experience the process. Finally, there was bewilderment and confusion. Su Lingwei, what does the eldest daughter of the Su family of Tianan want from me? Kazama smiled bitterly. Are you after me because I'm poor? Because I'm weak? Because I can't reach the 2nd tier in 2.5 years? He recalled the woman's last whispered words. Use this body as a catalyst to break the lock that binds my meridians. A blocked pulse? It sounds like some kind of difficult or complicated problem related to cultivation. So, I became the catalyst for the medicine? Or perhaps a bronze furnace? Kazama shivered. In the world of martial arts, there are many unorthodox techniques. However, there's no point in worrying about this right now. After all, what's done is done, and even if it's taken, we're powerless to resist. He shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. More than losing his innocence, he cared about the ding sound in his mind. System. The golden finger that's standard for time travelers, 18 years late, has finally arrived. System. Kazama tried to call out in his mind, his heart beating faster than usual. No response. System daddy? System master? My dear little system? Just as Kazama thought it was a hallucination and his mood was sinking to rock bottom. Host's invitation detected. The Destiny marriage system is now officially activated. The cold, mechanical voice resonated deep within his mind. Kazama was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. But his legs gave way and he collapsed back down. Is it really a system? What functions does it have? Tell me quickly. This system is a predestined marriage system, designed to assist the host in forging a perfect marriage and achieving supreme enlightenment. Core rule. The host must establish a relationship with a woman who meets the criteria. Each successful binding with a user will grant you a small gift pack. Once your affinity with another user reaches 90 points, you will receive a heavenly gift. The gifts will be randomly generated based on the traits of your destined partner and your current status, and may include, but are not limited to, physical enhancement, cultivation technique inheritance, talent awakening, special skills, resources, and treasures. Host. Kazama, age 18. Realm level. First tier martial arts apprentice mid-stage. Exercise method. Basic body strengthening techniques beginner. Skills. None. Destined marriage bound. One person. Affection level. Not activated requires reactivation. Currently available rewards. None. A barrage of information flooded his mind, which Kazama quickly processed. Get a reward for getting married? The favorability rating needs to be over 90? This isn't going to make me a simp, a bootlicker, chasing after girls, is it? He immediately looked at the destined marriage section, and sure enough, there was a name following it. Su Lingwei. It was her. Kazama said, his feelings complicated. So, last night's events were a marriage? A binding relationship? The system is unresponsive and doesn't seem very intelligent. Kazama curled his lip, thinking, sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Simply binding someone doesn't give you any rewards, you also have to build up their favorability. Come to think of it, if it were just about establishing a relationship, wouldn't that be forcing people to become rapists? However, having a connection is a good start. This at least proves that this path is feasible. Moreover, this world of high martial arts does have its advantages, namely the admiration for the strong. It's an undeniable fact that capable people are always more likely to win a girl's heart. His mind suddenly shifted, and he remembered another crucial matter. System. Everyone else's system has a newbie gift pack. What about mine? Kazama asked in his mind. Don't tell me you don't have it, that doesn't make sense. If you really don't have it, then it means you've already lost at the starting line. The system remained silent for 2 seconds. Beep. Initial activation detected. Meeting the requirements for newbie benefits. Kazama's lips twitched. Good heavens, they really wanted to embezzle. Luckily, I was quick-witted. New player gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received the newbie gift pack. Man of Steel Superman Basic Edition. Should we merge immediately? Kazama stared blankly at the image of the golden gift box that appeared in his mind. Man of Steel. The basic version of Superman. This is practically a cheat code tailor-made for a weakling like him. In this world of advanced martial arts, what is most important in the early stages? Save your life. Only by living long can you have the chance to become stronger and the chance to get married. Oh no, I mean to form a good marriage. Merge. Immediately. Right now. Kazama said without hesitation. Initiating fusion. A warm yet incredibly powerful surge of heat erupted from the depths of his heart, instantly flowing to every part of his body. Ugh! Kazama couldn't help but let out a low growl, his body tensing uncontrollably. He could clearly feel that every muscle, every bone, and even every cell in his body was frantically consuming this magical energy. The whole process lasted about a minute. As the heat gradually subsided and Kazama regained control of his body, he felt that the whole world was different. First, the feeling of being completely drained and weak vanished, replaced by a powerful sense of strength. When you gently clench your fist, your knuckles make a crisp cracking sound, and the muscle lines in your arms seem to become much more defined. He looked down at his skin, which seemed to have an extra layer of luster, as if it were not flesh and blood underneath, but a high-strength alloy. He tried to make a hard cut with the kitchen knife, but it didn't hurt at all. Chapter 4. Body of Steel. It really got hard, Kazama murmured, unable to contain his excitement. He walked to the corner, where several scrap metal plates used to prop up table legs were stacked, made of some kind of cheap alloy. He took a breath, without using the meager spiritual power within his body, relying purely on his physical strength, and threw a punch. Bang! A muffled thud. A hole was punched through the metal plate instantly. His fist, however, was completely undamaged. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Kazama couldn't help but laugh out loud. All his frustration and anxiety vanished in that instant. Although he was still a first-level apprentice with this steel body, his survival ability had increased by more than 100 times. Even if his level remains that of an apprentice, just in terms of strength and defense alone, he can thrive in this perilous world of high martial arts. You should know that Superman's iron body requires a nuclear attack to be injured. In this world of advanced martial arts, only martial saints and monsters of the 8th rank or higher can withstand missiles. System awesome, Kazama sincerely praised. This is a beginner's bonus. Subsequent rewards will require the host to earn them through their own efforts. The system remained indifferent. Got it, marrying a wife to build up goodwill, right? Kazama rubbed his hands together, his eyes beginning to gleam. Previously, he was completely lost about the future. Now, a clear path to becoming stronger is right in front of you. Sulingwei, this mysterious and powerful young lady from the Su family, was his first target. Although the way it started was a bit strange, now that we're bound together, there are people on my list. 90 points of favorability? Think of a way we'll eventually get it up there. Wouldn't the reward be even more generous then? Moreover, with his steel body as a foundation, he finally had some capital to stand on in this world. Whether it's fighting monsters to collect materials or trying other ways to obtain resources, things become much easier. But the most urgent thing right now, Kazama rubbed his rumbling stomach, is to get some highly nutritious food to nourish our bodies. He looked at the expensive silk pajamas he was wearing, hesitated for a moment, and did not change them. This is probably the most valuable thing he owns right now, and the material is indeed very comfortable. He walked out of the house. The sky was still the same sky, but he was no longer that frail boy. A flame ignited in his eyes. In the world of high martial arts, beauties abound. Oh no, I mean the supreme path. I, Kazama, have arrived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city in that misty manner, Su Lingwei sat alone in the training room, having changed into a clean and neat outfit. A hint of fragility flashed across her exquisite face, and an unusual blush rose to her cheeks. A terrifying shockwave rippled around her. Unlike her usual aloofness, her aura was now much calmer, as if it had been harmonized. Kazama! The name was whispered between her lips. She felt a bit bloated in her stomach, and as if she remembered something, her face flushed even more. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to calm the turmoil in my heart. The cost was high, but the gains were equally significant. Kazama walked on the streets of Fukushima's eastern district. Sunlight shone on him, and he walked with ease. The surging power within him filled him with confidence. Although I didn't gain any speed, power, heat vision, flight, biofield, or the like, one shouldn't be too greedy. Who knows, maybe that time they'll unleash an even more amazing ability. Martial Artist Rank Registration Office. Kazama looked up and gazed at a gray building in the distance that was clearly much more imposing than the surrounding buildings. A huge emblem crossed swords and an abstract energy vortex suspends on the rooftop. That's the symbol of the Blue Star Federation Martial Arts Association. Even the lowest-ranking second-tier martial artist, once you become a registered martial artist, can receive a basic allowance of 500 credits per month, as well as benefits such as half-price public transportation and discounts on entry to certain public training grounds. For Kazama, who was currently short of money, this sum of money was also very important. He walked through the noisy streets, keeping his eyes closed as the Rune motorcycles occasionally sped by, preventing them from crashing and killing him. They soon arrived at the martial arts building. Kazama stepped onto the stairs. Just as he was about to enter the revolving glass door, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure turning out of the corridor on the hall. He was burly, with a face full of scars, and a hideous claw scar on his chest. It was the same Tier 2 beast hunter who grabbed him by the collar and almost punched him yesterday. At this moment, the burly man seemed to have just finished something, and his face showed a hint of impatience, but he was much more restrained than he had been yesterday. He carefully avoided several martial artists whose auras were clearly stronger than his, and walked towards the gate. Kazama paused slightly, his eyes instantly turning cold. What a small world. He had originally planned that once he had gained a foothold, he would find an opportunity to repay that big man. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. The burly man clearly didn't notice Kazama standing to the side. He muttered something under his breath, probably expressing his dissatisfaction with the procedures, and walked straight towards the door. The direction is towards that chaotic slum area on the eastern edge of the district. Kazama's lips curled into a cold smile as he silently turned and followed. They did not act immediately. This is the entrance to the Martial Arts Association. Although fighting is not prohibited, attracting too much attention is not a good thing. Moreover, he also wanted to see what this guy was up to. The burly man seemed to be in a bad mood, walking very fast, taking many detours and choosing less crowded alleys. Thanks to his enhanced body, Kazama hung at a safe distance behind him and went unnoticed. The further you go, the more dilapidated the environment becomes. Sewage flowed freely, garbage piled up, and various smells and noises emanated from the low-rise shacks. This is a notorious no-man's land in the eastern part of Rongqing, with sparse surveillance, extremely poor public security, and a gathering place for all kinds of shady transactions and the struggling poor. Finally, the burly man turned into an alley, at the end of which was piled with abandoned building materials and debris, with old buildings on both sides, their walls peeling and the place deserted. He stopped, took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, picked one out and took out a lighter. Right now, Kazama stopped hiding and stepped into the alleyway, blocking the only exit. Snap! The lighter ignited. The burly man squinted as he lit a cigarette by the firelight, when, in his eyes, the kid in front of him was nothing but a useless first-level apprentice. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Su family's caravan yesterday, he would have been half killed by him with a single punch. How dare they follow me here today? Looks like yesterday's lesson wasn't enough. The burly man approached step by step, his eyes fierce. Today, I'll teach you what it means to be someone you can never mess with. Don't worry. No one here will bother you. I'll play with you slowly. Kazama watched his performance quietly, without any fear on his face, and even with a hint of sarcastic smile. Chapter 5. First kill of the Orc Hunter. This smile enraged the burly man. The burly man's charge came to an abrupt halt. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. He tried to say something, but only blood and foam rose to his throat. The excruciating pain swept over me like a tidal wave, followed by a rapid loss of vitality. The fierce glint in his eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by boundless fear and bewilderment. How could this be? This kid. Clearly yesterday, Kazama stared expressionlessly at the face contorted in agony before him, a face contorted by the pain of impending death. The first time I ended a life with my own hands, I felt a strong churning in my stomach and a tightness in my throat. But he forced himself to watch the last light in the other person's eyes go out. He abruptly pulled his arm back. The burly man's massive body swayed. The last glimmer of light in his eyes vanished, and he crashed backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kazama stood still, his right arm hanging down, blood dripping continuously from his fingertips. A strong stench of blood filled the air. He looked down at his blood-stained arm, then at the corpse on the ground that was rapidly losing its temperature. I'm a little unaccustomed to it, but I'm not scared at all. Kazama thought he was cold-blooded. So this is what killing feels like. But he doesn't regret it. In this dog-eat-dog world, countless experiences around him have taught him that kindness and weakness will only hasten his demise. If he hadn't gained power today, if he were still the same person he was yesterday, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huff, huff. Kazama breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down. He walked to the corpse, suppressing his nausea, and carefully wiped the blood off his hands with the relatively clean clothes of the burly man. Then, he began a rapid search of the body. A worn-out wallet containing several $100 credit notes, totaling about $700 or $800. Kazama put the money away, but didn't touch the rest of the items. After all, what good stuff could a second-tier martial artist possibly have? After doing all this, he took one last look at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground. Kazama turned around, not looking back, and strode away into the distance. They blended into the flow of people on the street, their figures quickly disappearing. Not long after Kazama left, a middle-aged woman wearing a short skirt and heavy makeup swayed her hips as she turned in. She was known as Sister Hong on the street, and her business was prostitution. Occasionally, she would also act as a go-between for some shady small businesses. The burly man arranged to meet her here at this time today to discuss a business deal. Sister Hong was calculating how much she could earn while wearing a professional, fawning smile. However, when she walked into the alley and saw the scene before her, her face turned deathly pale. Ah! She swallowed a short scream by covering her mouth tightly. Her legs went weak, and she stared intently at the corpse on the ground, its chest ripped open and its eyes wide open in death. She recognized that fleshy face. It was the beast hunter who had invited her. Murder, murder. Dead. Dead. Sister Hong trembled all over, her heavy makeup instantly ruined by cold sweat. She scrambled backward, flustered and disoriented, even losing one of her high heels in the process. She dared not look any longer, much less report it to the inspectors in a place like this. If she got involved in a martial arts murder case, a nobody like her wouldn't even know how she died. Only one thought occupied her mind. Run. Get as far away from here as possible. Pretend you were never here. She struggled to her feet, picked up her fallen shoes without even putting them back on, and rushed out of the alley with one bare foot, disappearing into the streets and alleys without looking back. Martial Arts Building, first floor registration hall. The marble floor reflected the runic light. The martial artists, dressed in different clothes and exuding different auras, either waited in line or talked in hushed tones. When Kazama stepped into this place again, his state of mind was different. His gaze swept over the front desk, where several staff members were sitting, responsible for reception and guidance. One of the receptionists, who looked to be in her early 20s and had her hair in a ponytail, was organizing documents with her head down. Kazama walked over. "Hello? I would like to register and take the martial arts level test," Kazama said calmly. The young woman looked up at the sound, and when she saw Kaze's face, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. What a handsome young man! Although he was wearing pajamas, he had an upright posture and a handsome face. Especially those eyes, clear yet carrying a sense of confidence. Those who can come here must at least have some confidence in their own abilities. Her good looks combined with her potential talent instantly boosted her popularity. She immediately flashed a warm and sweet smile. "Hello! Welcome to the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. Is this your first time undergoing a rank certification?" "Yes." Kazama nodded. "Would you like to know your approximate skill level? We have testing rooms of different levels here, which can help us arrange a more accurate assessment for you," the young woman asked gently. Kazama thought for a moment and asked, "What level can the strength test here measure?" After all, his spiritual power level was extremely low, only at the first order apprentice level. He could only try to improve his strength. After all, the most direct manifestation of a martial artist's strength is power. As for the strength test, the young woman patiently explained, "Our Rongqing branch's testing crystal can withstand energy impacts up to the 4th tier martial spirit level. To go further, you'll need to apply for higher level testing equipment or go to a larger city branch." She paused, then added, "Of course, if you only need the basic 2nd tier martial artist certification, the process will be simpler." 4th tier. Kazama quickly calculated in his mind. Martial arts levels are roughly divided into apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god. Above that are the top-tier figures, who, according to the description, are capable of forming an army single-handedly and are omnipotent in slaughtering cities and destroying countries. At least that's what it says in the book. Each major level is further divided into 3 grades: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. In a city like Rongqing, which isn't considered top-tier, a 4th tier martial spirit is already considered a core force. With a monthly allowance of 4,000 credits, he could live quite comfortably and still have the resources to buy some basic cultivation resources. "It's enough," Kazama nodded. "I want to conduct tests." Chapter 6 Physical Strength, 4th Order Martial Spirit. The young lady's eyes brightened even more. Those who dare to directly request the martial spirit test are either ignorant fools or truly confident. Such a young martial spirit? Even if he's only just entered the 4th tier, he's definitely a genius. Okay, please follow me. The young lady stood up and personally led the way for Kazama, her attitude becoming even more attentive. She led Kazama through the hall and onto a side corridor, occasionally stealing glances at Kazama's sharply defined profile, her cheeks slightly flushed. At the end of the corridor was a spacious testing room with simple furnishings. The most eye-catching feature is a semi-transparent crystal wall in the center of the room, about 2 meters high, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick. The surface of the crystal wall is smooth, and there are faint, subtle energy streams moving inside. A middle-aged man wearing an association uniform, who looked somewhat lazy, was sitting on the table yawning. When he saw the young lady bring Kazama in, he straightened up slightly. "Examiner Wang, this gentleman is about to undergo a martial spirit level test," the young woman explained. The middle-aged man, referred to as Examiner Wang, sized up Kazama, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. So young? He has been in charge of testing for many years and has seen many geniuses, but it is rare to see someone who looks so young and inexperienced coming to test for the martial spirit level. They are all geniuses from top-tier families. But they won't come here to test. The house has everything. You all know the rules, right? Use your strongest attack method to strike the center of the test crystal. No one-time burst talismans or forbidden drugs are allowed. Violators will be severely punished. Examiner Wang said this routinely, pointing to the crystal wall. "Let's begin." Kazama walked up to the crystal wall and stopped. He didn't strike any fancy poses, he simply raised his hand and clenched his fist. A glint flashed in his eyes, his waist twisted, and his right fist, like a cannonball, tore through the air and slammed into the crystal wall with a whooshing sound. No spiritual power was used, it was purely the explosive power of the physical body. "Ha!" Examiner Wang raised an eyebrow. This way of exerting force, such pure physical strength. Is this kid following the path of ancient martial arts body cultivation? In the blink of an eye, boom! A much duller thud than usual during a test exploded in the room. A blindingly brilliant light suddenly erupted from the surface of the crystal wall, centered on the point where the fist landed. The numbers on the rune display screen next to the connected crystal wall started jumping wildly. 100, 299, 999, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The numbers are skyrocketing at a dizzying pace. Finally, the number settled on a figure that left both the examiner and the receptionist speechless. 4,999. That's the theoretical maximum display value of this 4th order test crystal. This means that the physical impact of this attack has reached the limit of a martial spirit. Even more alarming was that the crystal wall, which had withstood the heavy blow, was now emitting a faint crackling sound, and several spiderweb-like fine cracks spread out from the center of the fist imprint. Although it was quickly repaired by the crystal's self-repairing ability, the sight at that moment was enough to illustrate the terrifying power contained in that punch. Kazama withdrew his fist, watching the cracks on the crystal wall disappear rapidly, but he shook his head slightly in his heart. It was definitely the right thing to hold back. This crystal looks like it's nearing its limit. If I had used my full strength, it probably would have shattered. He still felt some regret. After all, this power is inherent to the body of steel, not Superman's true power. Otherwise, this thing would turn to dust. But it's not bad, at least it's enough to save my life. One should be content. At this moment, the testing room was completely silent. Examiner Wang's mouth dropped open, his jaw almost falling to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the numbers on the screen, then suddenly turning to Kazama as if looking at a monster. "This punch has the force of nearly 10 tons. The receptionist covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with shock and disbelief, and a growing sense of admiration. So young, so handsome, and with such terrifying strength. This is the perfect male god that only appears in dreams." "Ahem," Kazama coughed lightly, breaking the silence. "Examiner, does this mean I passed?" Examiner Wang snapped out of his daze, his face instantly beaming with an unprecedentedly enthusiastic smile. "Passed? Of course you passed. More than just passed. Mr. Fong, No, Your Excellency Feng. That punch of yours was definitely at the advanced martial spirit level. No, judging from the crystal's reaction, your true strength is probably even greater. Incredible. Truly a young hero. As he spoke, he strode up to Kazama, his attitude respectful. Please rest assured, sir. We will process the formalities for you immediately. Kazama casually asked. What about all those perks? All of Wu Ling's benefits, including a monthly allowance of 4,000 credits, access to level 3 resource purchases, eligibility to apply for free housing in designated areas of the city, etc., will be implemented for you as soon as possible. Kazama smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your help. Of course. Of course. Examiner Wang winked at the receptionist who was still in a daze. Xiaoya, what are you waiting for? Quickly take Fenga to the VIP room to rest and have the best tea and refreshments. I'll personally oversee the procedures. The receptionist, Xiaoya, seemed to snap out of a daze, her face flushing slightly, and she nodded quickly. All right, Lord Feng, please follow me. Her eyes were practically brimming with tears as she looked at Feng Jian, and her voice was even gentler than before. Kazama felt a little embarrassed looking at the girl's overly enthusiastic manner. This world that judges people by their looks and abilities. It's adorably realistic. However, this feeling is actually quite nice. Behind him, Examiner Wang couldn't wait to pick up his communicator and begin reporting the news to his superiors. An extremely young martial arts genius has been discovered. When Kazama returned to his low-rent apartment, it was already nearly dusk. Holding the warrior badge with 4 silver ripples in his hand, and a Federal Bank crystal card with 4,000 credit points deposited into it, he felt his steps become much lighter. At least I don't have to worry about my next meal anymore. He put away the badge and crystal card and looked around the small house where he had lived for so long. The walls were worn and the furniture was simple, but soon after finishing our meal, we returned to the cabin. He sat cross-legged on the hard bed, clearing his mind of all distractions, and began to practice the basic body-strengthening techniques that he knew by heart. This set of martial arts techniques, uniformly distributed by the government, is simple, balanced, and peaceful, serving as the starting point for almost all grassroots martial artists. However, due to its mediocrity, its cultivation speed is extremely slow and its potential is very low. Kazama relied on it for 2 years, but he still couldn't even get close to the threshold of a second-tier martial artist. While the iron body is incredibly strong physically, spiritual cultivation cannot be completely abandoned. Many advanced martial arts techniques, movement skills, and even formations require the support of spiritual energy. Even if progress is slow, you have to persevere. Walking on 2 legs is always better than hopping on one. He calmed his mind and tried to sense and guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air, following the path of the cultivation technique. However, the next moment, Kazama suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? The obscure feeling I used to experience during cultivation has disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented smoothness. Chapter 7. A girl who meets the standard appears. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have become much more approachable. Although it was still thin, the efficiency of absorption and refinement was more than 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. He could clearly feel a cool current flowing into his body through his pores as he breathed and circulated his energy. It is transformed into one's own strength. This rate of growth was something he never dared to dream of in the past 2 years. 1 hour. No, 40 minutes at most. I can break through to the second-tier martial artist. Kazama felt the spiritual energy within his body, and his heart pounded wildly. 2 years of arduous study yielded no progress, but suddenly there was a meteoric rise. This is so unusual. He forced himself to stop practicing and think calmly. The only change is what happened yesterday. Kazama frowned. I obtained the system and fused with the steel body, but this should only affect the physical body and doesn't seem to have much to do with cultivation aptitude. The remaining one is Su Lingwei, the blue pill she forced herself to swallow, and that experience she didn't even realize. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Now that I'm financially secure, I can't skimp on myself. Kazama straightened his hair in front of the blurry mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Having food in hand means you won't panic. As for why we need to go to school, it's because this is part of the marriage system. There's nowhere more suitable than school. classroom of Class 7, Grade 12, Rongqing Number 3 Middle School. The usually serious classroom was unusually noisy today, with students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing their upcoming graduation and college application choices. The words "Happy Graduation, May Your Future Be Bright" were written on the blackboard in colored chalk. When Kazama entered the classroom, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, Kazama, who used to be taciturn and poorly dressed, looked remarkably different today. It's not just about his clothes, but also his more handsome appearance and confident demeanor. "Kazama, over here." A clear and melodious female voice rang out. Kazama looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl waving vigorously at him from the window. The girl had her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. With fair skin, a small nose, and two shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiles, she exudes youthful vitality and sweetness. It was his deskmate, and the only girl he could call his best friend in the class, Jiang Xian. A smile appeared on Kazama's face as he walked towards that spot. Many boys in the classroom secretly glanced at Jiang Xian with admiration in their eyes. When they saw Kazama walk over, they felt more or less envious or jealous. Just as I sat down in the empty seat next to Jiang Xian, before I could even speak, the system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Detected a female match. View details? Kazama's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face froze slightly. He subconsciously glanced at the girl beside him who was smiling at him. Jiang Xian meets the system standards? Although Jiang Xian is indeed sweet and cute, with a cheerful personality, and has no shortage of suitors at school, Kazama had never really thought about it that way before. After all, I used to live hand to mouth, so I didn't have the time or inclination to think about these things. The two shared a more playful and supportive relationship as classmates. But now, he truly is my good deskmate and best friend, Kazama thought to himself. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xian's smiling face for a moment longer. It seems fate has brought us together, there's no escaping it. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Jiang Xian waved his hand in front of Kazama's eyes and asked curiously, "You've changed a lot since I last saw you. Did something good happen? And is that a new outfit you bought? You look pretty cool." She winked, her tone slightly teasing. "Yes, I've met a benefactor." Kazama smiled half-jokingly, then quickly composed himself and silently told the system in his mind. Check information. Name Jiang Xian. Age 18. Realm. Second-tier martial artist advanced. Talent. Water spirit body unawakened. Favorability. 65. Charm value. 89. Number of users charging. 0. Qualification. A+. Number of people charging? That's great, the system seems quite intelligent. A water elemental body? Aptitude? Kazama's gaze shifted slightly. It seems that the system's criteria for judgment are not only based on appearance and personality, but also include some special cultivation talents or physiques. An initial favorability rating of 65 is quite high, considering they are classmates and friends. It seems there's still some distance to go before reaching the 90-point reward threshold. Kazama? Why are you so distracted today? Jiang Xian leaned closer, a faint fragrance emanating from him. His brows furrowed slightly, his expression concerned. Did you not sleep well? Or is something wrong? She seemed to keenly sense Kazama's unusual behavior. Kazama looked at her pretty face, which was full of concern, and felt a warmth in his heart. But at the same time, a strange feeling arose. Perhaps starting today he needs to change his attitude towards this close friend. It's nothing. Kazama shook his head, revealing a bright smile. I was just thinking that after graduation, we might not see each other often anymore, and I felt a little sentimental. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly rallied and patted Kazama on the shoulder. What are you saying? Even if we go to different universities, we'll still be good friends. We can keep in touch. By the way, have you decided where to apply for your university? With your academic scores, you should have no problem getting into a regular liberal arts university, right? She clearly didn't know that Kazama was no longer the same person he used to be. Kazama smiled, but instead of answering directly, he asked in return, what about you? You have good talent, you should be able to get into a good martial arts university, right? Me. Jiang Xian smiled a little embarrassedly, My family wants me to apply for the auxiliary department of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, saying that my personality is suitable. But I think it's a bit risky. My actual combat performance is average. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy? That's one of the top 5 universities in Jiangnan province. Jiang Xian's family seems to be well off, but the fact that she was able to apply to that school shows that she does have potential. The two were chatting in hushed tones when the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with the application forms. The final important step before the graduation ceremony, filling out college applications, was officially beginning. Chapter 8: A Wolf's Ambition. Best friend. You can't escape. Kazama's gaze swept over the dazzling array of university names on the application form. System notification. Raising your favorability to 80 points will grant you a small gift box, and 90 points will grant you a large gift pack. The system's voice sounded again, pointing out the next step in the plan for Kazama. First, get the small goal in hand. On the podium, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lee, was explaining the characteristics, rankings, and admission scores of various martial arts universities in a passionate voice. On the light screen, her movements were natural, with a touch of girlish charm. He chuckled and winked, saying, "Is it possible that this is the real me?" He paused, looking into Jiang Xian's slightly flickering eyes, and asked softly, "Don't you like it?" If it were the Kazama of the past, burdened by the pressures of life and uncertain about the future, he wouldn't have thought so much. But now that he has the cheat code, he naturally won't be a nobody like before. His wolfish ambitions are obvious. Jiang Xian's cheeks turned even redder at a visible speed. She hurriedly looked away, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and muttered softly, Who cares whether you like it or not?" But the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. Ding! Jiang Xian's favorability +5. Current favorability 70. The system notification secretly pleased Kazama. It seems that appropriate teasing works quite well. The two were laughing and chatting quietly, creating a lively atmosphere, unaware that they had already been observed by those around them. Squad leader Zhao Xuani's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He comes from a well-known business family in Rongqing, with a wealthy background and considerable talent. With the help of accumulated resources, he successfully reached the level of a beginner third-tier martial artist before graduation, making him one of the most prominent figures in the school. His crush on Jiang Xian was already an open secret in the class. At this moment, he watched his goddess flirting so intimately with Kazama, the good-for-nothing he had always looked down on. Zhao Xuani felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. It looked like a bright green hat had appeared on his forehead. That damn pretty boy! Zhao Xuani clenched his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This ignorant and lowly commoner. How dare he? He had previously caused Kazama a lot of trouble because Jiang Xian had been quite protective of him. Unfortunately, Jiang Xian always turned him down, which only brought Kazama and Jiang Xian closer together. Kazama was happy to have such a good friend. This brought his loathing for Kazama to its peak. Looks like my warning to him before was too lenient. Zhao Xuani cursed under his breath. The tall, thin boy next to him was one of his loyal followers, nicknamed Monkey. Seeing this, the monkey quickly came over and whispered, "Brother Zhao, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Have you forgotten? At noon, admissions officers from various universities will come over to give presentations, and they will also conduct simple on-site potential tests and registration of interest." The monkey's eyes darted around, and it said obsequiously, "With your strength as a third-level martial artist, Brother Zhao, and your family connections, you'll definitely receive special attention and shine brightly. At that time, you will receive praise from your teachers in a grand manner and be sought after by prestigious schools, while that Kazama, what is he? He probably won't even have the courage to go up on stage for the test, and can only cower in the corner and watch. Then you can tease and mock him however you want, and you can also show off in front of goddess Jiang Xian, so that she can see clearly who is the one who is truly worthy of her. That poor kid isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuani's eyes lit up, and his frustration dissipated considerably. Yes, today is a perfect opportunity. In terms of strength, family background, and future prospects, how can he not surpass Kazama? That pretty boy just has a good-looking face. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, physical appearance is utterly worthless. Once he has made a name for himself in front of everyone, Jiang Xian will naturally understand who the real Prince Charming is. As for Kazama, then we'll find another opportunity to give him a good talking to and completely dispel his dream of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He could almost see Kazama humiliated amidst the ridicule of the crowd, and Jiang Xian casting admiring glances his way. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Kazama was having a lively conversation with Jiang Xian when he suddenly felt a malevolent gaze fixed on him. He turned his head without making a sound, and met Zhao Xuani's undisguised gaze. Kazama raised an eyebrow. He had known about Zhao Xuani's hostility towards him for a long time. Previously, lacking the strength, we could only try to avoid it. But now, a slight smile played on his lips as he met Zhao Xuani's gaze and shrugged. Then, without a care, he turned back and continued to chat and laugh quietly with Jiang Xian. She even went so far as to tidy up some stray hairs around Jiang Xian's ears. Jiang Xian blushed, spat at him, and muttered under her breath, "What are you doing?" This somewhat provocative gesture instantly turned Zhao Xuani's face from gloomy to dark, his chest heaving violently, and he almost went insane on the spot. "Damn it! You just wait!" Zhao Xuani roared inwardly. "Kazama, what are you looking at?" Jiang Xian turned around and glanced back, just in time to see Zhao Xuani's unpleasant expression. She frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, and whispered, "Ignore him. That's just how he is. Don't worry. I didn't take him seriously." Kazama smiled, his tone relaxed. "But have you decided which schools you want to focus on at the recruitment presentations at noon?" Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 9. Universities begin enrollment. When the topic turned to business, Jiang Xian's attention was diverted, and he began to hesitate again. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is the first choice, but the competition is too fierce. My practical assessment score is only average to above average, so it's a bit uncertain. I've heard that Tianbei Military Academy has very strict management and is biased towards combat and military command, which is not suitable for me. Sigh, it's so hard to choose. Aren't you considering the Federation's premier martial arts academy? Kazama asked with a smile. Jiang Xian rolled his eyes at Kazama upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Of course, the top university is great. It's the dream of all of us students. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Xian looked at Kazama's words, whether intentional or accidental, and said helplessly, "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Do you think it will work just by trying it?" Wang Tianba, the most famous genius in Rongqing who reached the third-level advanced martial arts master at the age of 18, is the one who meets the admission standards of the top academy. We're not even first in the school. Jiang Xian was a little discouraged. After all, getting into the school would bring benefits to both himself and his family. Don't worry, let's hear what the admissions officers have to say, and we can ask them more questions. Kazama comforted him, though he was already making plans in his mind. With his current abilities, getting into any university shouldn't be a problem for him. Perhaps. As for the person standing by, raging incompetence, Kazama didn't care at all. As long as no one is foolish enough to pounce on them and bite, Kazama won't waste time stepping on them. After all, winning over your best friend is far more important than teaching a self-important clown a lesson. The morning's classes and presentations have concluded. The crowd began to surge towards the school's auditorium. Surrounded by his followers, Zhao Xuani walked with his head held high, deliberately passing by Kazama and Jiang Xian, and even casting a provocative glance at them. Kazama acted as if he hadn't seen them, and simply smiled at Jiang Xian, saying, "Let's go take a look. Maybe there'll be a surprise." Looking at his calm smile, Jiang Xian felt inexplicably calmer. He nodded and followed him toward the auditorium. The auditorium was packed with people and filled with a deafening roar. The usually empty tiered seating was now filled with senior high school students, their faces a mixture of excitement and anticipation. All eyes were focused on the stage at the front of the auditorium. On the stage were not school leaders, but a dozen or so martial artists with composed demeanor and impeccable attire. They sat upright with composure, their eyes sharp as eagles, and the aura they exuded cast a faint but powerful pressure over the entire auditorium. They are admissions representatives from top martial arts academies, gathered here today not only to select talented individuals but also to showcase the strength and reputation of their respective academies to the outside world. In this world where strength reigns supreme, outstanding students are the seeds of future powerhouses and the foundation for universities to maintain their status and acquire more resources. Every year, the college admissions season is a fierce, albeit silent, battle. If we don't bring out some impressive figures to flex our muscles, how can we attract geniuses? Our Tianbei Military Academy upholds the iron-blooded tradition and emphasizes practical combat and the tempering of will. Those who enter our school will have the opportunity to participate in military missions in advance, accumulate combat merits, and be awarded ranks upon graduation. Fighting to protect the borders of humanity is the highest honor. A middle-aged military officer in a uniform with gleaming epaulets spoke in a booming voice, his words carrying the air of battle. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is located in the blessed land of Jiangnan, which is rich in spiritual energy. It emphasizes both humanities and martial arts, and has a complete auxiliary professional training system and one of the richest collections of martial arts techniques. We are committed to cultivating well-rounded martial arts elites, rather than simply fighting machines. A middle-aged scholar, dressed in a blue robe and exuding a refined air, began to speak in a gentle yet clear voice that reached everyone's ears. The Federation's premier martial arts academy, as the highest hall of martial arts education on Blue Star, gathers the world's top resources, mentors, and research capabilities. Our goal is to cultivate top-tier experts who can lead the times and explore the limits of martial arts. Only the most outstanding geniuses are qualified to step into the gates of our school. An elderly man with a stern face and a commanding presence spoke briefly, yet with an air of regal authority. Representatives took turns speaking, explaining their ideas and showcasing their strengths, which stirred the students' hearts and filled them with enthusiasm. However, in a corner at the back, Kazama couldn't help but yawn. Too wordy, he muttered to himself. Why not just say how much resource subsidy they'll receive after they go in, what level of cultivation techniques and skills will be available, how much training room time they'll be provided, and whether there will be any beautiful female instructors. Ahem. Wouldn't it be enough to have a famous teacher to guide you? They always have to spout a bunch of ideals, future plans, and honors. It's so boring. Hearing this, Jiang Ek, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, then gently pinched him. Keep your voice down. It's not good if someone hears you. They all do it this way. They always have to go through the motions to make it sound more respectable. She looked at Kazama's somewhat bored profile and felt a little curious. In the past, Kazama would always remain silent in such situations, filled with anxiety about the future. But today, he not only became cheerful and smiling, but also seemed to be in a much more relaxed state of mind. Did you really not sleep well last night? Jiang Xian asked, tilting his head. I slept very well and have plenty of energy. Kazama winked at her. I just felt that they talked too much nonsense and wasted the time I had to build a relationship with my deskmate. Jiang Xian blushed, glared at him reproachfully, but didn't argue back, a sweet feeling rising in her heart. The lengthy opening presentation finally came to an end, and the students entered the part they had been most looking forward to, the on-site preliminary test and registration of their intention to be admitted through special recruitment. This is equivalent to a special recruitment selection. If someone demonstrates exceptional talent or ability and is noticed on the spot by an admissions representative, they may be eligible for special admission. No need to participate in the subsequent tedious unified written test and dangerous secret realm trials. The enrollment quota is directly secured. The admission booths of various universities have already been set up, with different testing instruments placed in front of each booth, such as force measuring crystals, reaction speed capture devices, or elemental affinity sensing stones. Students began to surge towards the booths of their preferred universities. Let us go take a look. Kazama stood up. Jiang Xian nodded, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes, and headed towards the recruitment booth of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. This is her primary target. There were quite a few people at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy's booth, with a small queue forming. The test was conducted by a kind-looking female teacher and a female student. In front of them was a crystal test piece and a tablet for recording data. When it was Jiang Xian's turn, she nervously placed her hand on the crystal, trying her best to mobilize the spiritual power of a second-level martial artist within her body. The crystal emitted a soft, stable and pure blue light, but with moderate brightness. The female teacher looked at the data and finally smiled. Student, your spiritual energy attribute is on the gentle side, with good purity and a solid foundation. However, based on your current test performance, you do not yet meet our special recruitment standards. I suggest you prepare carefully for the upcoming Secret Realm trials. It's a comprehensive assessment there, and you might have a chance. This was said in a very tactful way, but the meaning was clear. Special admission was. She pouted, her eyes dimming slightly. It still won't work. I heard that there really are low-level demonic beasts in the Secret Realm trial, and the competition is fierce. I'm not good at actual combat. She clearly lacked confidence in herself. Seeing her dejected look, Kazama had a sudden thought. He stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Okay, don't be upset. Special admissions are 1 in 10,000, while the majority get in through the normal process. But Jiang Xian was still somewhat sullen. Let's go look around somewhere else, Kazama suddenly said, his tone light. Maybe there'll be something more suitable for you, or a pleasant surprise. Where else can we go? Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is the best option I can think of, Jiang Xian asked, puzzled. Kazama didn't answer. Instead, he took her small hand and led her to another part of the auditorium, an area with fewer people but the strongest aura. Hey, Kazama, where are you taking me? Jiang Xian asked, puzzled, as he was being pulled along. As Kazama stopped, Jiang Xian looked up at the sign for the admissions office ahead. His eyes widened, and he instinctively tried to pull his hand back. The Federation's premier martial arts academy? She exclaimed in a low voice, her voice filled with disbelief. Kazama, are you crazy? What are you doing here? This is the best academy on the entire planet. The requirements are terrifyingly high. Before she could finish speaking, Kazama had already pulled her along, leading her straight to the admissions office of the first academy. But most of them quickly failed before that black metal block, with the numbers on the display screen being pitifully low. Kazama and Jiang Xian's arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, those who come here are either true prodigies or people who are ignorant of their own limitations. Kazama, let's go quickly. Jiang Xian's face turned red, feeling like the gazes around her were pricking her like needles, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't understand why Kazama had brought her here to make a fool of herself. The delicate toes hidden inside the shoes are so prominent they're practically digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. The admissions representative merely glanced at them casually, his gaze lingering on Kazama's relatively calm face for half a second before returning to its usual placid expression. Clearly, they didn't take them seriously. Since we're already here, let's give it a try. Kazama released Jiang Xian's hand and smiled at her. Then he turned to the middle-aged representative and politely asked, Teacher, what are the testing rules here? The middle-aged woman with a cold expression spoke calmly. Use your strongest power to attack it. It will give a comprehensive score based on multiple dimensions such as the quality, intensity, explosiveness, and control of the spiritual energy contained in your attack. A score of 1,000 points will qualify you for the next round of interviews. A score of 2,000 points will qualify you for special recruitment. A score of 3,000 points will result in direct special recruitment. Her voice was flat and monotone. She finished speaking in a formulaic manner and then stopped. 1,000 points? A student watching nearby gasped. Zhao Xuani came over just now and used all his skills, but he only got 850 points. Yes, a third-tier martial artist only needs 850 points. This 1,000-point threshold is too high. Those 3,000 points are unbelievable. Are they meant for monsters? Quiet murmurs drifted over. Has anyone been specially admitted? A student asked curiously. After all, he believed that almost no student could meet such a requirement. There really is, a knowledgeable guy chimed in. Our Northwest Province's commander-in-chief was specially recruited into the top university back then. What? That's the same peerless warrior who single-handedly swept through the beast tide as if it were nothing, slaying the demon beast leader. It's not surprising that it's that big shot. His strength makes special admission perfectly reasonable. Yeah. Does that mean that anyone who gets specially admitted to the top university can become a big shot like that? Well, I'd say he has the talent. After all, quite a few geniuses die young. The students were discussing it animatedly. Zhao Xuani was standing at the admissions office of Jiangnan University, which was not far away. Hearing the commotion, especially seeing that Kazama had taken Jiang Xian to the First Academy's booth, he was first taken aback, then a mocking expression appeared on his face. They're really asking for trouble. Do they think that's a vegetable market? That just any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to go there and join the fun? Zhao Xuani walked over and mocked his followers. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Kazama and the others to hear. Jiang Xian's face turned even paler, and he tugged at Kazama's sleeve. Kazama seemed oblivious to the surrounding chatter and Zhao Xuani's sarcasm. He simply nodded to the middle-aged woman. Understood. Thank you, teacher. After politely inquiring about the test rules, Kazama did not immediately take action. He simply stood quietly in front of the dark, elemental testing black gold, as if observing or perhaps contemplating. This brief pause, however, gave the onlookers, who loved a good show, even more room to discuss. Oh, you're really going to try? That's quite courageous. A student from the next class crossed his arms, his tone more teasing than admiring. TCH, courage? That's just overestimating yourself. Even Zhao Xuani only got 850 points. He hasn't broken through to the martial artist level in 2 years. I'd be impressed if he could get double digits. Another person scoffed. Haha. Maybe he's just a comedian trying to liven things up? Want to bet? I bet he won't get more than 100 points. Some people even started to egg him on.
I bet 150.
I bet 50. Classmates had a variety of expressions. Some were gloating, some thought Kazama might have been traumatized, and a very small number were hoping for a miracle. Zhao Xuani, along with his henchmen, had already squeezed to the front, his face radiating undisguised sneer and excitement at the prospect of a good show. He raised his voice, making sure everyone around could hear him. Kazama, that's enough. Stop embarrassing yourself and wasting the admissions officer's precious time. Don't you know your own level? A genius who can't break through to the martial artist realm in 2 years. I think you ate mushrooms yesterday and haven't woken up yet. Have you? Are you hallucinating? That's right. Brother Zhao is right. Monkey immediately chimed in, his voice shrill. Hurry up and come down. Don't delay the test for the truly capable students. Is First Martial Arts University a place you can just show up at? I doubt it could even shake the testing stone. Ha ha ha. Several of his followers burst into laughter, which made some people around them smile as well, and their gazes toward Kazama became even more mocking. Hearing these harsh taunts, Jiang Xian's face turned pale with anger, and her chest heaved. She couldn't help herself and abruptly turned her head, about to retort, You! The words had barely left her mouth when her wrist was gently pulled. She turned around and saw Kazama shaking his head at her, his face still bearing that calm smile, even with a hint of amusement. Don't rush, Kazama said calmly. It's just barking. Just wait and see how I prove him wrong. His tone was calm and confident, and his eyes shone with a light that Jiang Xian had never seen before. Jiang Xian's anger dissipated considerably, replaced by a hint of curiosity and anticipation. She asked softly, Are you really sure? Kazama winked at her but didn't answer. This exchange of glances only added fuel to the fire in Zhao Xuani's eyes. His face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Let's see how you get out of this mess. He couldn't wait to see Kazama score in single digits. He will use all his knowledge to give this ignorant and arrogant poor wretch a proper welcome. Chapter 11, 4,000 points, far exceeding the special admission score. The middle-aged representative ignored the commotion below the stage and simply spoke again in a calm tone. Let's begin. All eyes immediately focused on Kazama. Kazama said no more. He didn't adopt the complex stances or project an impressive aura that others did during their tests. He simply took half a step back, his right arm hanging naturally at his sides, and then, one punch, equals it was so fast that it was beyond the sight of all the students. His right fist seemed to vanish into thin air, only to suddenly reappear in front of the black gold of the divination site in the next instant. The air was compressed rapidly, producing a short, sharp popping sound. Boom! It wasn't a dull impact, but a thunderous roar. The instant the fist made contact with the black gold, a visible shockwave seemed to spread outward from the point of contact, and those nearby even felt their hair being blown away. The black gold that had been as still as a rock suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly intense light. The soft test light was gone, replaced by a golden radiance like a miniature sun, so bright it was almost blinding. The numbers on the nearby digital display screen jumped rapidly. 100, 300, 800, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. The numbers surged past the special admission line with unstoppable momentum, without the slightest pause. 3,500, 3,800, 3,900. Finally, under the utterly astonished gaze of everyone, the numbers slowly to a stop. 4,000. A terrifying score that exceeds the direct admission standard by a full 1,000 points. Quiet. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, staring intently at the unbelievable numbers on the screen, their minds completely blank. Zhao Xuani's mocking smile and prepared sarcastic expression froze completely. The monkeys and other lackeys around him practically bulged their eyes out. Jiang Exine covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid that she would cry out. But those beautiful big eyes were filled with extreme shock, as well as a heartfelt joy and pride. Even the female teacher, who was just going through the motions, suddenly stood up, her face showing surprise for the first time. The other male teacher next to her also had a sharp gaze, fixed intently on Kazama. This isn't over yet. The commotion even startled the dais in front of the auditorium. The university representatives, who had been resting with their eyes closed or talking in hushed tones, were all taken aback. Several gazes, as if they were tangible, instantly fell upon Kazama. His gaze held surprise, and a burning desire as if he had discovered a treasure. Especially the old man from the Federation's #1 martial arts academy, whose aura was as deep as a bottomless pit, had a sharp glint in his eyes, and a barely perceptible smile seemed to appear on the corner of his mouth. Kazama slowly withdrew his fist. He glanced at the number 4,000 and shook his head slightly in his heart. It's even lower than the test value when I was leveling up. It seems that this thing has a higher weight on spiritual power. My spiritual power, which I just broke through to the martial artist realm, is indeed holding me back. However, that's enough. He turned to the female admissions representative who had already stood up, smiled, and asked calmly, "Teacher, what do you think of these grades? Are they all right?" His words completely ignited the atmosphere, and the entire auditorium instantly erupted in chaos. For 1,000 points? Am I seeing things? Is the testing equipment broken? How could that be? My God! He broke the special admission line by 1,000 points. What kind of monster is this? I heard that the top student who was specially recruited only scored 3,000 points. Kazama? Isn't he that legendary cultivation failure? How could he be? Playing dumb to fool others. Absolutely playing dumb to fool others. He's hiding it so well. Who just said someone got poisoned from eating mushrooms? Step forward. Doesn't your face hurt? Zhao Xuani thinks he's all that just because he got 850 points. But look at him. 850 is nothing compared to 4,000. What about the bet we made earlier? The one for 100 points or 150 points? Pay up, pay up. A cacophony of voices: astonishment, skepticism, disbelief, sudden realization, envy, and jealousy created a massive uproar that nearly lifted the roof off. Countless gazes were focused on Kazama, some filled with admiration, some with awe, some with curiosity, a complex mix of emotions. Zhao Xuani felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been repeatedly slapped across the face. The gazes and whispers around him, whether overt or covert, felt like needles pricking him. The blinding golden light gradually faded, but the noise inside the auditorium grew even louder. The two admissions representatives stared at the glaring scores on the screen for several seconds before snapping back to reality. The previously aloof female teacher's expression instantly changed, revealing an incredibly warm smile. She quickly approached Kazama and said in a friendly tone, "Of course, student, your grades perfectly meet our special admission standards." The male teacher next to him also stood up, his face beaming with smiles, nodding repeatedly. "Student, your name is Kazama, right? Kazama, congratulations. You have now been accepted into our school's special admission program. Our school's doors are always open for you. The female teacher couldn't wait to take out a metal tablet and quickly swipe her finger across it. Come on, Kazama-kun, we'll process your special admission pre-registration right now. You only need to enter your basic information and biometric data. Someone will contact you to complete the formal procedures and explain the benefits of being a special admission student in detail. Rest assured, it will be absolutely the highest standard. Their change in attitude was so swift, a stark contrast to their previous indifference. Clearly, these two representatives had only one thought in their minds at that moment: they had to capture this prodigy who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and they couldn't give any opportunity to other covetous universities. Special recruitment. It really is a special recruitment. A special admission from the Federation's #1 martial arts university. My God, our Rongqing #3 middle school is going to become famous. It's not just Rongqing #3 middle school, the entire Rongqing area probably hasn't seen a monster of this caliber in decades. A century. No, this is the first time in the school's 150-year history. In the past, at most, students were admitted through entrance exams. This is the first time they've been specially recruited. The gasps and whispers around them rose again, even more enthusiastic than before. Countless gazes were fixed on Kazama, filled with envy. Some school leaders also squeezed over upon hearing the news, their faces beaming like blooming chrysanthemums, exchanging excited glances with each other. This is excellent publicity material. The only alma mater in its century-long history to specially recruit geniuses. Just thinking about this reputation is enough to make Rongqing #3 middle school shine brightly in the enrollment seasons for the next few years, attracting countless high-quality students. Kazama seemed oblivious to the envy and jealousy around him, as well as the sudden bursts of flattery. He raised his hand and gently stopped the female teacher from handing him the registration tablet. This action caught the two enthusiastic recruitment representatives off guard. Teacher, don't rush. Chapter 12. Still trying to pull strings? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Xian beside him, whose face was flushed with excitement, before turning to the two representatives and asking in a calm tone. I have a friend who also longs to study at the Federation's first martial arts university. I wonder if it would be possible to have her join us as well. Just a side trip? Together. The smiles on the faces of the two admissions representatives froze instantly. They looked at each other, both seeing surprise and embarrassment in each other's eyes. Special recruitment qualifications can be obtained incidentally? This isn't like buying vegetables at the market where you can get free scallions with your meat purchase. This is the Federation's #1 martial arts university. The rules are strict, and the admission standards are outrageously demanding. Each special recruitment qualification has undergone rigorous review and corresponds to undisputed top talent or ability. Nepotism might be possible in other ordinary universities, but it's unheard of at Wuhan University. This, Kazama-kun, your request. The female teacher looked troubled and hesitated. Our first martial arts university's special admissions program has always only evaluated individuals based on their talent and ability. There has never been a precedent of including them in the admissions process. The male teacher quickly added, explaining tactfully, yes, student. The eligibility for special admission is a very serious matter, requiring specific standards and contributions. We don't have the authority to make such a decision. They were indeed in a dilemma. If I refuse, I'm afraid of offending this prodigy with unlimited potential. Keep in mind that the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Province at the time only scored 3,000 points. With Kazama's score, as long as he doesn't die young, the achievements he can attain are unimaginable. They should agree, but the school rules are too strict, and they can't bear this responsibility. Kazama's words instantly caused a strange shift in the direction of the surrounding discussion. Those students who were initially awestruck by Kazama's strength and filled with envy and jealousy suddenly found a reason to condemn him. What? You want to bring people in? That's incredibly arrogant. Exactly. Just because they were specially admitted doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. Nepotism. Clearly, he has questionable character. Does strength justify breaking the rules? The first Wuhan University isn't owned by them. Why should they get the credit? I thought he was a genius just now, but now I see he's just an arrogant and ignorant guy. Exactly. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to get the school to give them preferential treatment? I was starting to change my opinion of him, but I never expected him to be like this. morally corrupt. I even admired him before. Accusations and denigration arose one after another. Many people don't really care about the rules, they just don't want to see someone they once looked down on, a loser, not only surpass them but also try to get more of what they dream of. Of course, if the person Kazama was referring to was them, then that's a different story. That would make it seem like Kazama is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Since we can't surpass him in terms of strength, we condemn him on a moral level, as if this will give us psychological balance. Zhao Xuani's expression changed swiftly, his earlier embarrassment instantly transforming into excitement. He shouted loudly, "Kazama, don't get too cocky. First Martial Arts University is a place that values fairness and justice, not a tool for you to use to please girls. You have no shame." He didn't even need to think the spot Kazama mentioned was definitely for Jiang Xian. After all, Jiang Xian was his only good friend at school. Zhao Xuani's followers immediately echoed him, spewing out all sorts of nasty remarks. As Jiang Xian listened to the increasingly harsh comments and accusations around her, her face turned from red to white. She tugged at Kazama's sleeve and whispered, "Kazama, don't do this. It's okay. I'm already so happy for you that you were specially admitted. I don't need you to worry about me." Her voice was choked with emotion, both touched that Kazama had stood up for her and unwilling to see Kazama's reputation damaged because of her. Doesn't she want to go to Wuhan University? Of course she does. All students are proud to be admitted to Wuhan University, the #1 university. After all, it has the best resources, and everyone who comes out of there is a strong person. Kazama, however, seemed not to have heard the accusations at all. He didn't even bother to glance in Zhao Xuani's direction. His gaze remained calmly fixed on the faces of the two admissions representatives who looked troubled. "I'm just waiting for a definite answer." The male teacher felt a little awkward under Kazama's gaze, so he coughed lightly, trying to ease the tension. "Kazama-kun, this is indeed unprecedented. However, since she's your friend, could you please have the student tested as well? Let us see her specific situation. This is already the biggest concession they've made, considering Kazama's 4,000 points. Test first, then do the theory." Kazama nodded, released Jiang Xian's hand, and gave her an encouraging look. The female teacher sighed, picked up the black gold measuring material, and said to Jiang Xian, "According to the rules just now, attack it with your strongest power." Jiang Xian took a deep breath, knowing that this was an opportunity that Kazama had secured for her. She stepped forward, focused her mind, and pushed the advanced spiritual power of a second-tier martial artist within her body to its limit. With a delicate shout, she slapped her palm onto the yuan measurement black gold. The black and gold gleamed slightly, emitting a soft blue light. On the display screen next to me, the numbers started to jump and finally stopped slowly at 550. This achievement is quite good for an ordinary student, even surpassing most of her peers, and is enough to qualify her to apply for top-tier institutions such as Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. However, compared to the Federal First Martial Arts University, especially in the context of special admissions, it seems somewhat inadequate. As expected, a burst of laughter and murmurs immediately arose from the surrounding area. 550 points? Haha, I knew it. Trying to get admitted through special admission? Dream on. Kazama must be dumbfounded now, right? Did he really think the First Martial Arts University was his own private property? What good is strength if you don't know the rules? You're still shameful. They completely forgot that most people would probably struggle to even get 500 points if they went up there. Zhao Xuani was even more smug, as if he had won a battle. The two teachers glanced at the score, then looked at each other. Their faces, he was neither disappointed nor angry. He simply nodded slightly. "I understand," he said calmly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he reached out and grasped Jiang Xian's slightly cold little hand. "Let's go," he said casually. After saying that, he grabbed Jiang Xian, who was still not fully aware of what was happening, and turned to leave. Chapter 13. What are you doing? Letting a genius escape? Kazama left decisively. He didn't glance at the two admissions representatives again, nor did he pay attention to the surrounding gazes and discussions, and he didn't even acknowledge Zhao Xuani's face, which had turned ugly again. What's going on? He just left like that? Because he can't bring his friend along. He's even giving up his own special admission qualification. Everyone watched their departing figures, mouths agape, but no sound came out. The two admissions representatives were also stunned. They anticipated that Kazama might be disappointed and might use his special admission qualification as leverage. But what I didn't expect was that he would leave so calmly and decisively. It seems that the special admission qualification that drives everyone crazy is not that important to him. As the female teacher watched Kazama's retreating figure, devoid of any lingering attachment, a strange tightness gripped her heart, and she vaguely sensed that they might have missed something. As Kazama held Jiang Xian's soft hand, feeling the slight trembling in her small hand, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The top university. To be honest, Kazama didn't really care that much. After all, he has a cheat code now. All he lacks is time. Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather spend it building a relationship with my best friend and getting the first reward first. Kazama led Jiang Xian through the crowd and straight out of the auditorium. The eerie silence in the auditorium was broken only after their figures disappeared through the doorway, replaced by a murmur and commotion. On the stage, the admissions representatives from various universities looked at each other. Their expressions varied. The elderly man from the Federal First Martial Arts University, who had been sitting upright the whole time, now had a slight frown. His gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly landing on his two still somewhat dazed admissions representatives below the stage. The next instant, everyone saw a blur before their eyes, and the old man's figure vanished from his original spot, appearing in front of the two representatives as if by teleportation. What happened? The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an invisible pressure that instantly silenced the surrounding noise. Why did he leave? The female teacher's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly bowed, explaining somewhat nervously. Mr. Shun, it's like this. That student, Kazama, made a request, hoping that we could also admit his friend, the student Jiang Xian who just took the test. The male teacher quickly added, we conducted a test for Jiang Xian according to the rules, and his score was 550, which is indeed far below the standards for our school's special admissions or even the interview. After we informed him truthfully, Feng Jian, he just left. The old man listened to the two reports, but his expression did not soften. He waved his hand, a hint of barely perceptible annoyance in his voice. I heard that. I'm asking, why did he just leave like that? The two representatives were speechless when asked, and could only shake their heads awkwardly. We don't know either. After hearing the result, he just nodded, said he understood, and then took the girl and left. Looking at the two of them, who seemed bewildered and a little aggrieved, Old Shin felt his nameless anger flare up even more, yet he had nowhere to vent it. He certainly heard the whole thing, even more clearly than most people in the audience. Kazama, from making his request to being rejected and then leaving, the whole process was swift and decisive, as if he didn't care about the prestigious reputation of their academy at all. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Old Shin felt. This is probably a genius that only comes along once every few centuries, and he just slipped away right under my nose? Having been in charge of admissions at the top academy for so many years, what kind of geniuses hasn't he seen? But this is the first time someone like Kazama has ever done this. 550 points not up to standard, Old Shin repeated in a low voice, his brows furrowing even more. Why make an exception and admit a student with a score of 550? This is indeed a difficult problem. Today we made an exception for Kazama by accepting Jiang Xian. Will we accept Wang Xian and Zhao Xian for Zhang Jian and Li Jian tomorrow? The prestige built up over a long period of time will inevitably be impacted. What will other top universities and those hidden rivals think? How can we make a fuss about this? Face, rules, and long-term consequences are all things he must consider. But when he thought of Kazama's terrifying 4,000 points, Old Shin felt a tightness in his chest. This is difficult. Old Shin could only utter these three words in the end, his expression uncertain. His gaze once again falling on the now empty entrance of the auditorium, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The academic elites around them took in all of this, their expressions a fascinating mix of emotions. The refined middle-aged scholar from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy gently stroked his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. But on the surface, he appeared to feel sorry for his colleague, shaking his head and sighing, "What a pity! What a real pity! Such a fine talent wasted on such a trivial matter, alas." The officer from Tianbei Military Academy subtly pursed his lips, seemingly disapproving of the First Academy's conflicted stance of wanting both. But he didn't say anything, only his sharp eyes scanned the audience below, as if he were plotting something. Meanwhile, representatives from other universities that are ranked slightly lower but also eager for top students are much more proactive. Their gazes darted back and forth between Old Shin's gloomy face and the doorway, their minds racing. Did the top university itself push away its geniuses? He. Perfect. A prodigy with a score of 4,000. If we could bring him into our school, wouldn't that be a tremendous achievement? Resources, status, and influence would all be greatly enhanced. This is our opportunity. We need to find a way to make contact quickly. We absolutely cannot let him be beaten to it by other companies. Some people had already quietly retreated to a corner, taken out encrypted communicators, and started setting them up in a low and quick voice. The school leader's feelings at this moment were extremely complex and mixed. On the one hand, geniuses do indeed emerge from their school, which is beyond doubt and enough to be written into the school's history, becoming a golden brand for recruitment and publicity for many years to come. Look, the alma mater of a genius with a score of 4,000. Just thinking about it is exciting. On the other hand, whether this genius can enter the Federation's top university seems to be a big question mark. After all, even geniuses need a halo to shine, and the top university is precisely that prestigious brand. At least the reputation of genius has been established. The principal forced a smile and whispered to the vice principal beside him. The focus of the publicity can be on cultivating a peerless genius with a score of 4,000. As for where they go, well, we can keep it vague or emphasize that geniuses have their own choices and are not bound by conventions. The vice principal nodded repeatedly, but his smile looked somewhat forced. They would much rather see Kazama gladly accept the special admission offer from the top university, so that their school could use the banner of the top martial arts university in the Federation, the alma mater of specially recruited geniuses. That would be the real golden brand. Unfortunately, things in life are rarely perfect. Chapter 14. First gift pack received a personal space. Outside the auditorium, Kazama led Jiang Xian on a stroll along the tree-lined path of the campus, away from the noisy environment behind them. Jiang Xian followed closely behind. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xian's eyes, and he deliberately adjusted his expression to reveal an extremely affectionate look. If you're not in my future academic life, then I might as well not go to that top university. These words, coupled with the affectionate look in Kazama's handsome face, were absolutely devastating for Jiang Xian. A girl just beginning to experience love. Jiang Xian was suddenly stunned. She stared blankly at Kazama, at his seemingly magical eyes, his words, "It's fine if you don't go," echoing repeatedly in her ears. Not for himself, but for her. An indescribable surge of emotion welled up within her, instantly overwhelming all her defenses. My nose tingled, and my eyes instantly turned red. How could you be so good to me?" She choked, her voice trembling. Tears blurred her vision, but she still tried hard to see the boy's face clearly. Seeing her silently weeping, Kazama decided to add fuel to the fire. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face. His tone was gentler than ever before. "Silly girl. In this school, you are the most important person to me. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? The most important person." These 5 words seemed to have a magical power, making Jiang Xian's tears flow even more fiercely. Looking at the gentle young man before her, a series of images uncontrollably flashed through her mind. It was in order to muster the courage to make what seemed like an absurd request to the top university, even in the face of criticism and ridicule from the public. He was willing to give up his special admission to the top university, a place that would drive countless people crazy, without hesitation, all for his own sake. He wiped away his tears and spoke such gentle words. After this series of punches, Jiang Xian felt his heart was deeply moved. Ding! Jiang Xian's favorability plus 15, current favorability 85. Ding! Jiang Xian's favorability has exceeded 80 points. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a personal space. A system notification sounded in Kazama's mind. Kazama smiled silently, clearly very happy. He gently pulled the still sobbing Jiang Xian into his arms and patted her back. "Don't cry. You won't be pretty if you keep crying. he said with a smile, his tone returning to its previous relaxed state. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal. Order whatever you like. Jiang Xian buried her face in his shoulder, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter through her tears. She gently punched him, her voice muffled. Who asked you to treat me? You're so annoying. Despite saying that, the way she was tightly gripping the hem of clothes betrayed her true feelings. Kazama, holding Jiang Xian's hand, prepared to find a restaurant for a meal, his mind still preoccupied with the system reward he had just received. Portable space. It is bound to the host's soul, can be controlled by thought, and cannot be taken away. Capacity. 100 cubic meters expandable as the host's strength increases. Absolutely stealthy. Cannot be detected by any means of detection. Telepathic access. The host can access non-living objects within the range of their thoughts. Currently a radius of 10 meters. Time freeze. The stored item status is locked, and no time passes. Soul imprint. Only the host can control it. Upon death, the space automatically annihilates, and items are randomly scattered in unknown spatial turbulence. Kazama was overjoyed. This thing is simply a godsend. Unlike those items like spatial rings and storage bags, those things either have spatial fluctuations that are easily sensed by experts, or they have physical forms that are easily seized or deciphered. The story of a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, is only more real in this world. This personal space is directly bound to the soul, formless and intangible, and can be accessed at the slightest thought. What does that mean? This means maximum security. As long as he doesn't say anything, no one will know that he has a mobile warehouse. This means unparalleled convenience. No more worrying about carrying heavy bags or being slow to reach for something at a crucial moment. Of course, the thoughts of looting, thievery, and strategic resource transfer in Kazama's mind were only fleeting. Kazama is a respectable person. This space is mainly used to store cultivation resources, weapons, and living supplies. Yes, mainly for convenience and peace of mind. System, oh system, the small gift pack is already so generous. Once the favorability rating reaches 90, won't the big gift pack take off? Kazama secretly gave the system a thumbs up. The two had just stepped out of the school gate, preparing to find something to eat before starting their trial in the secret realm. Just then, a slightly hurried sound of footsteps came from behind, and a gentle female voice rang out.
Kasama Koen. Yang Chin Koen. Please fight.
Kazama and Jiang Xian turned around at the sound and saw the female teacher from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy's admissions office walking quickly toward them. Chapter 15 Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Mysterious Secret Realm? The female teacher approached the two of them, her gaze lingering on Kazama for a moment, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Then she turned to Jiang Xian with a gentle smile. You two students walked very fast. The female teacher said in a gentle tone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Qingqing, and I am a teacher in the admissions department of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. She looked at Jiang Xian and said directly, Jiang Xian, after our discussion just now, and considering your previous overall performance and potential assessment, our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is willing to offer you a special admission spot. Special recruitment? Jiang Xian was stunned, his big eyes filled with surprise. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is her dream school. She was told after the test that she needed to go through the normal procedures, which she has already accepted. Why all of a sudden? Lu Qingqing smiled and nodded. Yes, this means that you don't have to go through the subsequent procedures and will be directly admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy and enjoy some of the special admission benefits. She paused, looked at Kazama with a meaningful gaze, and smiled even more brightly. Of course, if you, Kazama-kun, are also willing to join our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, that would be even better. Our academy has always held the utmost sincerity towards true geniuses. That's quite a straightforward statement.
Yang Xin
Understood instantly. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy's sudden gesture of goodwill is probably largely aimed at Kazama. She subconsciously turned to look at Kazama, her eyes filled with a question and a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. In the past, when faced with such a major event, she might have struggled with it on her own or discussed it with her family. But now, the first thing she thought of was to hear Kazama's opinion. This subtle shift in mindset was something that even Jiang Xian himself hadn't fully realized. Kazama looked at Lu Qingqing's smiling face and understood. Clearly, his decision to decline the special admission offer from the top university has attracted the attention of other interested parties. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy reacted the fastest and was the first to act decisively. When you are good enough, you will always be surrounded by good people. Kazama smiled calmly to himself, not at all averse to these rules of the real world, but rather quite understanding of them. An exchange of benefits where each party gets what they want is sometimes more comfortable than insincere politeness. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy consistently ranks among the top 10 martial arts academies on Earth, and is the undisputed leader in Jiangnan province. It boasts a profound cultural heritage and abundant resources, and is particularly renowned for its comprehensive collection of auxiliary professional training methods and relatively inclusive and open academic atmosphere. Although it may not be the absolute top tier one, it is definitely a giant in its own right, a place that countless martial artists dream of studying in. Lu Qingqing saw that after listening to Feng Jian, he had a smile on his face but did not immediately express his opinion, as if he was thinking and weighing the options. A thought crossed her mind, and she decided to add fuel to the fire. She stepped forward and said, Kazama-kun, I know that in terms of rankings and overall strength, our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy may be slightly inferior to the Federation's top academy. But she changed the subject, a hint of mystery and pride flashing in her eyes. Our academy possesses a unique resource that even the top universities would covet. What resources? Kazama was genuinely curious. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly. A magical secret realm. A mysterious realm? Kazama raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A secret realm that can be described in this way and that even the top academy envies is definitely not an ordinary cultivation paradise or trial ground. How amazing is it? He asked curiously. Lu Qingqing smiled mysteriously and shook her head. I'm sorry I can't reveal too much about the specific details. This is one of the academy's top secrets. Seeing Kazama's increasingly curious gaze, she made a very tempting promise. But I can guarantee that the benefits of that secret realm for cultivation are beyond imagination, enough to allow those who enter to make rapid progress in their cultivation in a short period of time, and may even obtain some unexpected opportunities. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary resource accumulation. Lu Qingqing said solemnly, as long as you agree to join Jiangnan Martial Academy, I guarantee with the Academy's honor that you will definitely be among the first to enter that secret realm. You need to understand that this kind of spot is something that all elite students within the Academy fight tooth and nail for, and it's one of the ultimate rewards that can only be obtained by completing extremely difficult tasks. Lu Qingqing's words undoubtedly threw out a heavy bargaining chip. This demonstrates the determination and sincerity of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy in recruiting him. Kazama quickly calculated in his mind. The top universities have strict rules and high standards. You might not feel comfortable there. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy reacted quickly, had a good attitude, and its ranking and strength were not bad. They even offered the reward of mysterious realm. From this perspective, choosing the other person seems like a good idea. As for whether that secret realm is truly as magical as described, Kazama said it would be best if it were available, but it wouldn't matter if it weren't. With the system at his disposal, building up favorability and obtaining rewards is his main focus for the future. For him, the university was more of a platform, a place to access information and connect with more people, especially women who meet the system's standards. The most important thing in life is to be happy and agreeable. Kazama thought to himself, his mind at ease. Whoever comes first and has a good attitude will get my respect. Anyway, I'm not expecting to become a god through the secret techniques of the academy. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. He first looked at Jiang Xian and saw that she had expectations and a hint of nervousness in her eyes, so he winked at her. Then, he turned to Ms. Lu Qing, who had been smiling and waiting for a reply, and nodded, saying, Okay, Ms. Lu, Jiang Xian and I are happy to accept this invitation. A bright smile instantly bloomed on Jiang Xian's face. She was very happy that she would be in the same university as Kazama again in the future. Lu Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing genuine joy. She clapped her hands lightly. Great! Welcome to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy family. This is definitely our biggest gain in the recruitment department this year. She immediately took out a palm-sized, streamlined silver device from her elegant handbag. Now that it's settled, let's enter the pre-admission information into the system, Teacher Lu said as she skillfully started the equipment. Her movements were swift and professional, clearly indicating that she had come prepared. Seeing his teacher's somewhat anxious actions, Kazama couldn't help but smile. This preparation is really thorough. It seems that Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is determined to get things done before its competitors can react. Come on, Kazama, Jiang Xian. Please place your palms here and turn to collect and bind your information. Teacher Lu turned the device screen towards the two of them. Kazama was the first to extend his hand, his palm covering the designated area. A faint burst of energy swept across the screen, accompanied by a slight, buzzing sound. A series of complex data streams flashed across the screen, eventually settling on the green text, information entry successful. Jiang Xian followed the same procedure and completed it successfully. The whole process took less than 2 minutes, and was simple and efficient. Chapter 16 Demanding Benefits. Looking at the two newly released admission files on the screen, Lu Qingqing breathed a long sigh of relief, and her expression completely relaxed. Mission accomplished. All right, from now on, you two are students of our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Teacher Lu put away the equipment and announced with a smile. Teacher Lu, Kazama suddenly spoke, a pure smile on his face. Look, this counts as a special admission, right? We've secured our spots in advance, so we don't have to risk our lives in that damn secret realm trial anymore. Right? Of course, specially recruited students do not need to participate in the unified secret realm trial and directly obtain admission qualifications. Teacher Lu nodded in confirmation. Well, Kazama rubbed his hands together, his smile becoming even more naive. Since it's a special admission, does the school offer any benefits, like a settling in allowance, advanced scholarship payment, or other resources? Lu Qingqing was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. She has been teaching for many years, participated in numerous student admissions, and seen all sorts of students. Unlike this young man, who immediately started asking for benefits as soon as the formalities were completed. It's really hard not to laugh. But upon further reflection, Lu Qingqing understood. Given the terrifying potential Kazama just displayed, he certainly has the confidence to demand these things. Moreover, based on the bits and pieces of information she had gathered before, she could deduce that the boy's financial situation was probably not very good. Even geniuses need to eat and cultivate their talents. Kazama-kun is really straightforward. Teacher Lu shook her head with a smile, but there was no dislike in her eyes. On the contrary, she found the boy's honesty rather endearing. So what do you want? As long as it's within a reasonable range, I can try to help you apply. Kazama immediately waved his hand and said seriously, Teacher, you can't say that. We're just saying that meeting is fate, right? In the vast sea of knowledge, you found us, and we chose Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. This is an incredible destiny. We will be studying and living under the same roof for several more years, which deepens our bond. Fate is truly wondrous. As he spoke, he naturally extended his right hand, gently rubbing the tips of his thumb and forefinger together a few times, a knowing smile on his face. Lu Qingqing was taken aback when she saw his undisguised money-rubbing gesture. Then she realized what he meant and couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth and laughing softly. Okay, I understand. Teacher Lu nodded with a smile, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. She took out the silver device again, but this time switched it to communication mode. She walked aside and quickly began to communicate in a low voice with the leaders of the college. Kazama waited calmly, winking at Jiang Xian, who was staring in disbelief, and whispered, Learn from this. You have to fight for what you should fight for. We're a rare commodity right now. Jiang Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then felt that Kazama's words seemed to make some sense. She just felt a little embarrassed to ask for money so directly. Soon, Lu Qingqing ended the call and came back with a relaxed smile on her face. It's all done, she said to Kazama. Kazama-kun, do you have a Federal Bank crystal card? Yes. Kazama immediately pulled out the martial arts allowance card he had just received from his pocket. Teacher Lu took the crystal card, placed it in a specific groove on the silver device, and quickly manipulated the projected virtual screen with her fingers. The device emits a soft beep sound and flashes blue light. A few seconds later, she handed the crystal card back to Kazama. All right, a special recruitment bonus has been deposited into your account. The amount was specially approved by the Academy based on your situation, as a token of our appreciation for your choice of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Feng Jie handed over the crystal card and asked curiously, Teacher Lu, could you tell me exactly how much it costs? He wasn't greedy, he was simply curious about the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy's efforts. Teacher Lu smiled mysteriously and shook her head. Well, that's a secret for now. When you go back and check the accounts, take a look for yourself. It'll be a little surprise. She paused, then added, Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Kazama pursed his lips but didn't press the matter. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at Jiang Xian and said, Jiang Xian should have won too, right? We can't favor one over the other, teacher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian quickly waved her hand, her face turning bright red. No need. Kazama, how can I accept this? I'm already very grateful to the Academy for giving me this special admission opportunity. She comes from a well-off family and is not short of money. Moreover, she is shy and feels embarrassed to accept the bonus. Teacher Lu smiled gently and said, Jiang Xian, don't be so polite. This is one of the normal benefits that the Academy provides to specially recruited students. Although the amount may vary depending on the specific circumstances, everyone gets it. This is a recognition of your talent and potential, and it is also a hope that you can focus more on preparing for your admission without being distracted by mundane matters. Kazama chimed in, looking exasperated. Exactly, Jiang Xian. Your awareness needs improvement. This is the school's kind gesture, a sign of respect for talent. Let's accept it gracefully, and strive to improve ourselves and bring glory to the Academy. That's the best way to repay them. Quick! Hand over the card, don't let down Teacher Lu and the Academy's good intentions. In the end, Jiang Xian blushed and awkwardly took out his crystal card. Teacher Lu also processed the transfer for her, transferring the prize money. Seeing that Jiang Xian still looked a little embarrassed after putting away the card, Teacher Lu smiled to herself. All right, business is done. I won't bother you two any longer, Teacher Lu said with a smile as she packed up her equipment. I look forward to seeing you all again at Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Thank you, Teacher Lu, Kazama and Jiang Xian said in unison. After waving goodbye to Lu Qingqing, Kazama weighed the crystal card in his hand, feeling quite pleased with himself. He put his arm around Jiang Xian's shoulder, making the girl blush again, and said with great bravado, Let's go. We have to eat out and celebrate properly. It's on me. Order whatever you want. We're getting bonuses now. Jiang Xian couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at his smug, nouveau riche-like demeanor. Who asked you to treat me? But I know a newly opened restaurant called Ling Shanfang. I've heard the food is really good. She muttered to herself, her eyes sparkling. Spiritual cuisine restaurant? Let's go. Kazama waved his hand and led the girl towards that direction. Chapter 17. Kiss me and I'll tell you. That newly opened Ling Shanfang restaurant truly lives up to its reputation. Although the price was considered luxurious for Kazama in the past, now that he had money in his pocket, Kazama splurged for once and ordered several signature spiritual foods. The subtle spiritual energy contained in the ingredients, combined with exquisite cooking techniques, not only makes the food taste incredibly delicious, but also transforms into a warm current upon tasting, nourishing the body and making one feel completely comfortable. Jiang Xian's eyes curved into crescents as he ate, occasionally letting out a satisfied sigh. The two chatted as they ate, from funny stories at school to their aspirations for the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. After a satisfying meal, Kazama was about to pay the bill when his old cell phone vibrated slightly, notifying him of a new message. He casually clicked on it and saw that it was a notification from the Martial Arts Association. Dear Lord Kazama, your application for exclusive welfare housing at the martial spirit level has been approved. Address: Room 1802, Building 7, Kweju Residential Area, Rongqing District. Please bring your identification documents to the Community Property Service Center within 3 days to complete the check-in procedures and collect your keys. Wishing you a happy life and continued progress in your martial arts. Kazama raised an eyebrow, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. It's quite efficient. The testing and certification were just done yesterday, and the welfare housing was approved today. Moreover, judging from the address, Suiwei Residence is one of the more upscale martial arts communities, with a good environment and management. This benefit was even better than he had expected. What's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Jiang Xian put down her chopsticks, curiously leaned over, and asked with her big, blinking eyes. Kazama chuckled. It's nothing. I just got a free place to stay. I'll take you to see it later. Free lodging? Freebies.
Giang xin blinket, somewak suprit.
That's great. Where is it? It's not far. I'll take you to see the place after we finish eating. Kazama kept everyone in suspense and beckoned the waiter to pay the bill. Following the navigation, the two quickly arrived at the residential area. Just as the notice said, the community has a quiet environment, excellent greenery, and wide spacing between buildings. You can also vaguely feel a stronger spiritual energy than outside. There must be a spirit-gathering array here. The property service is located in an elegant two-story building at the entrance of the community. They were greeted by a pretty young lady in a uniform. After verifying Kazama's identity information, the young woman took out a key and an access card from her pocket and handed them over with both hands. Mr. Kazama, here are your house keys and access card. Wow! Jiang Xian followed behind him, looking around curiously, and couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and such a big balcony. Kazama, this apartment is really well equipped. Even if it's just renting, it would cost at least 2,000 credits a month, right? How did you manage to apply for it? Her tone was tinged with surprise and a touch of admiration. Kazama looked into Jiang Xian's bright, sparkling eyes, chuckled, and said mysteriously, well, that's a secret. He paused, looking at Jiang Xian's slightly pouting pink lips. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he said with a wicked smile, however, if you kiss me, I'll tell you. Jiang Xian was taken aback at first, then her face flushed red. She glared at Kazama, embarrassed and annoyed, and spat, Kazama, you've changed. You weren't like this before. How did you... So improper. Kazama was amused by her embarrassed and annoyed expression, and he shrugged, saying matter-of-factly, I was young and didn't know any better before. Now it's different. I'm all grown up, so I naturally understand more. You! Jiang Xian blushed even more at his twisted logic. Is the point of you growing up to become so lewd? But her charming and adorable appearance was incredibly alluring to Kazama. As someone who has been single for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Xian, a pure and lively girl, has an irresistible attraction for him. What's that saying again? Men will always love 18-year-olds. Adding to that the confusing encounter with Su Lingwei before, it was as if some kind of shackle had been broken, making him yearn for romantic love even more. To put it bluntly, after suppressing their feelings for so long, they've started to let loose. Most importantly, the 85-point favorability rating on the system panel told him that the time was ripe. At this moment, Jiang Xian's feelings for him have long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary friends. This ambiguity will not only not make her feel disgusted, but may even become the opportunity to break through that barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Kazama decided to take the initiative and push the atmosphere even higher. His wicked smile deepened, his gaze hardened, and he stared intently into Jiang Xian's somewhat flustered and evasive eyes as he approached step by step. It's just a small exchange, and you'll know the secret. What a bargain. Aren't you curious? Jiang Xian's heart pounded like a drum under his gaze. Her cheeks burned, and she wanted to back away, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot. I was just asking casually. She tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled involuntarily. You shouldn't overthink it. Kazama was indeed still smiling, his face almost right in front of hers. Jiang Xian felt a little uncomfortable under their gaze, and her face flushed slightly. After a moment of thought, as if she had made up her mind, she closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and quickly moved closer to Kazama's face. She planned to kiss him on the cheek to quickly end this heart-pounding situation. However, just as he was about to touch Kazama's face, a sly glint flashed in Kazama's eyes, and he turned his head slightly. The next second, Jiang Xian's lips pressed firmly onto Kazama's lips. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Jiang Xian felt a warm and unfamiliar touch on his lips, and his mind went blank for a moment. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, and right in front of her were Kazama's smiling eyes. They kissed on the lips. Ugh! Jiang Xian recoiled like a startled deer, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. His entire face instantly turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She stared blankly at Kazama, her eyes filled with shyness. Chapter 18 is complete. Rewards are being distributed. Kazama licked his lips, savoring the fleeting touch, and looking at Jiang Xian's adorable expression. He finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. You bastard! You did this on purpose. Jiang Xian was thin-skinned and was immediately filled with shame and indignation after being messed with by Kazama. He swung his little fist and punched Kazama in the chest, but the force was so light that it was like tickling. Kazama laughed as he dodged, enjoying the girl's shy and angry demeanor, feeling extremely pleased. The lingering warmth on his lips, and Jiang Xian's shy face, instantly ignited a flame in Kazama's heart. He subconsciously licked his lips, his eyes unconsciously becoming somewhat intense. They ran too fast, I haven't even tasted anything yet. Jiang Xian noticed that Kazama's expression was a bit strange, so he covered his face with his hands and took a few steps back, peeking at him through his fingers. Her large, watery eyes still held a hint of embarrassment. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly with nervousness, and her small mouth was slightly pouting, as if silently accusing him of his despicable behavior. The shy and timid demeanor unintentionally revealed by a pure young girl is incredibly alluring to a lecherous old man who has been single for decades. Kazama felt a dryness in his throat, as if he was starting to get restless. Jiang Xian, his voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of something inexplicable. Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about, Kazama was a little unfamiliar at first, but he quickly mastered the rhythm on his own. He greedily inhaled the sweet breath from the girl's mouth. The taste was 100 times more wonderful than he had imagined. The soft, warm body in his arms acted as a catalyst, making the nameless lust within him burn ever brighter. His hand involuntarily slid down from Jiang Xian's waist, supporting her pert buttocks, and with a slight effort, lifted the girl off the ground. Ah! Jiang Xian exclaimed instinctively as his body was suddenly suspended in mid-air, his arms instinctively wrapping around Kazama's neck, clinging to him like a frightened koala. Kazama picked her up, turned around, and strode towards the large bed in the bedroom. Jiang Xian was so dizzy from the kisses that she only realized what was happening when she was gently placed on the soft mattress. Kazama, wait a minute. Her voice was barely audible, trembling slightly. But at this moment, all Kazama could see were the flickering flames. He remained silent, simply continuing his work. The theoretical knowledge learned from the study materials is now being clumsily put into practice. The clothes slipped to the ground one by one, silently telling the story that was about to unfold. When the last barrier was removed, the air was slightly cool, and Jiang Xian trembled, instinctively curling up. Kazama lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his voice soothingly comforting the girl, until I felt Jiang Xian's tense body gradually relax. The faint sound of water echoed in the room, accompanied by the girl's suppressed voice and the man's heavy breathing. Night falls and the stars twinkle. In the bedroom, soft light outlines the figures embracing on the bed. Jiang Xian lay on her side in Kazama's arms, her little face still wet with tears, her face and eyes red, but her fair skin had an alluring glow. She was only loosely covered by a corner of a thin blanket, revealing her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone, where some ambiguous marks still remained. She would occasionally raise her head and lightly bite Kazama's chest, leaving shallow teeth marks, as if venting her minor dissatisfaction and embarrassment. Kazama couldn't actually feel any pain, but he still cooperated by gasping for breath and grimacing in pain. Seeing Jiang Xian reveal a slight smile of revenge. He then immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered various clumsy but sincere love words in a gentle voice. It's my fault. Our Jiang Xian is the bravest. I will treat you well from now on, I swear. You're so beautiful. These simple, even somewhat cliched, words were surprisingly effective at hurting a naive girl like Jiang Xian. Most importantly, she could also feel Kazama's sincerity and love. She tried to move, and hissed in shock. What's wrong? Does it still hurt? Kazama asked anxiously. Jiang Exine rolled her eyes at him, her voice still a little hoarse. What do you think? How am I supposed to go home like this? If I go back looking like this and my parents find out, I'm really doomed. Kazama realized the problem and scratched his head. Jiang Exine bit her lip, but still picked up the phone that had fallen beside the bed. She took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing and tone, and dialed her home phone. Hello, Mom. I'm having dinner out with my classmates today. Yes, it's Xiaoya and the others I mentioned to you before. They stayed out a bit late and said they were too tired, so they booked a room outside. The girls and I stayed together. It's safe. Oh, Mom, don't worry. It really is a female classmate. I promise. I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning. Okay, I got it. I'll be careful. Bye, she explained in a low and quick voice, trying to sound natural. When she said girls living together, her face still couldn't help but burn. She secretly glared at Kazama, who was listening intently with a mischievous grin on his face. Having finally managed to get away with it, Jiang Exine hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. It really wasn't easy. Jiang Exine's parents probably never imagined that their well-behaved and sensible daughter would not only not be with her female classmate tonight. She was also taken advantage of by a scheming old lecher, who caused her considerable harm. Kazama found her extremely cute, looking both relieved and slightly mischievous. His gaze lingered involuntarily on her exposed, snow-white shoulders and neck. After their lovemaking, her purity was enhanced by a touch of alluring charm, which held a fatal attraction for him. Sigh, isn't this inciting people to commit crimes? Jiang Exine, who was nestled in his arms, noticed the change immediately. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly pressed her hand against Kazama's chest, raised her watery eyes, and pleaded softly. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a lingering nasal tone and a hint of timidity, which softened Kazama's heart, causing him to forcibly suppress his desire. He tightened his arms around the girl, gently pulled her into his embrace, lowered his head to kiss the top of her head, and said softly, "Okay, you should rest well." Jiang Exine felt a surge of warmth in her heart when she saw that he had truly restrained himself. She snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on Kazama's chest. "Kazama, what are we now?" she asked in a muffled voice, tinged with uncertainty. Kazama smiled, looked down into her eyes, and said seriously, "What do you think, my girlfriend?" Jiang Exine's cheeks flushed again, but she didn't refute him. Instead, she buried her face deeper into his chest, her lips unconsciously curving upwards. The two embraced quietly, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat. The air was filled with the lingering sweetness of intimacy and a silent, steadily growing warmth. Ding! Jiang Exine's favorability +5. Current favorability 90. Ding! Character affinity level meets requirements. Reward being distributed.
Chapter 19 Accélérated Cultivation Technique.
The night was deep, and moonlight streamed into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Jiang Exine had already fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, her breathing even and long, curled up in Feng Jian's arms like a docile kitten. A faint blush lingered on her fair cheeks, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Kazama, however, was wide awake. He gently held the girl in his arms, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had ever truly eaten meat. Kazama's lips curled into a silent smile. He carefully adjusted his position to make Jiang Exine more comfortable, then calmed his mind and focused his attention into the depths of his brain. Ding! Character affinity level meets requirements. Reward being distributed. The system notification sounded again, accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden light that bloomed in the sea of consciousness. Kazama's spirits lifted, filled with anticipation. This was his first real gift package. The one Su Lingwei received when the system was first activated was a newbie bonus and didn't count. Strictly speaking, Jiang Exine's gift was the one officially issued by the system. As is usually the case, the first kill reward is usually quite generous. System, give it your all. Kazama silently prayed. The golden light gradually subsided, coalescing into a phantom image of an ancient book, suspended in the sea of consciousness. The book's cover was dark blue, with several large, flowing characters outlined in silver runes. The cultivation acceleration technique. When Kazama saw the name, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Why does this name sound so frivolous? It sounds like those scam manuals that promise 3-day crash courses or 7-day mastery. He was somewhat suspicious, but he still used his mind to open the book. The next instant, a massive amount of information flooded into my mind. The cultivation acceleration technique. Grade. Special growth type cultivation technique. Effect. For each female character with an aptitude rating of A or higher successfully bound to the host's cultivation speed will permanently increase by 1. Binding method. Complete the Great Harmony Ritual. Currently bound users. 1 Jiang Xin. Qualification A+. Current cultivation speed bonus. 1x. After Kazama processed all this information, his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the effects of this technique. For each female character with an A-level or higher qualification that you bind with, your cultivation speed will permanently increase by 1. What does that mean? This means that if he were to bind himself to 10 such women, his cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than before. 100 is 100 times more, although this binding method is a bit, well, at 1x speed up. The effect is immediate. Kazama thought to himself with delight. Although he is currently only at the martial artist realm, doubling his skill level doesn't seem too exaggerated. However, this is a permanent boost that will continue to increase in value as his realm improves. Once he reaches a higher level, while others might spend 10 years cultivating to break through a single level, he might only need 5, 3, or even less. This is the terrifying aspect of growth-oriented cultivation techniques. However, the binding method, Kazama stroked his chin, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Jiang Xin, who was fast asleep in his arms. This is practically forcing me to be an unserious person. I, Kazama, am known as the honest and reliable young man, a spotless and handsome boy, someone said with a rather shameless narcissism. Kazama had a sudden thought and brought up Jiang Xion's information panel. Name Jiang Xion. Age 18. Realm. 2nd tier martial artist advanced. Talent. Water spirit. Body unawakened. Favorability. 90. Charm value. 89. Number of people charging. 1. Qualification. A+. The number of people charging is 1. Kazama couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the system's functions were. Like a pair of discerning eyes, I immediately regained my composure and prepared to test the effect. Kazama gently moved Jiang Xion away from his arms, covered her with a blanket, then sat up cross-legged and began to circulate his internal energy. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be strongly attracted and surged towards him wildly. The speed at which he absorbed and refined the energy was astonishing, twice as fast as his previous fastest speed. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy within his dantian growing and solidifying at a visible rate. This is the effect of acceleration, Kazama thought in shock. The speed of cultivation was like going from walking to riding a bicycle, a completely different level. At this rate, he'll be able to break through to the 3rd-tier martial artist in just a few days. Kazama was so engrossed in the exhilarating feeling of his rapid improvement that he unknowingly trained for a full 2 hours. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was already beginning to lighten. His spiritual energy had increased considerably, bringing him one step closer to the bottleneck of becoming a martial artist. Ah! Kazama exhaled a long breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Xion, who was still fast asleep beside him. The girl's sleeping face was serene, with long eyelashes covering her eyelids and her pink lips slightly pouting, making her look exceptionally cute. A surge of tenderness welled up in Kazama's heart, and he gently leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. He lay back down, pulled Jiang Xion back into his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 20. Let's do some more morning exercise. Kazama then woke up with a tickling sensation. He groggily opened his eyes and found that Jiang Xion was already awake, lying beside him, twirling a strand of her hair in her hand and gently brushing it against his nose. Seeing Kazama wake up, Jiang Xion's eyes curved into crescents, and a sly smile played on his lips. Awake! Her voice still carried the lazy huskiness of early morning, making it sound especially alluring. Kazama reached out and pulled her into his arms, gently patting her smooth, perky bottom. Being mischievous so early in the morning. Looks like you slept well last night? Jiang Xian blushed at his intimate gesture, but she didn't struggle. She obediently nestled against his chest and nodded. Yeah, I feel much better after a good night's sleep, but my lower back is still a little sore. As she spoke, her face flushed again, clearly recalling the madness of the previous night. Kazama felt the warm, soft body in his arms, and his already strong desires from the morning were instantly ignited. He rolled over, placed his hands on either side of her head, and looked down at the girl's blushing cheeks and shy eyes. Now that we've rested well, shall we consolidate our recovery? He said with a wicked grin. Jiang Xian was taken aback. Morning exercise? What morning exercise? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately understood what was going on, and her face turned bright red. No, that's not a good idea. I haven't washed up yet, she said softly, but her voice didn't sound like a refusal, it sounded more like a shy excuse. Kazama wouldn't give her a chance to escape. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, silencing all her words. Jiang Xian gave him a token push, but quickly softened, wrapping her arms around his neck and awkwardly responding to his kiss. As Kazama kissed her, he mentally justified his actions, finding reasons for his actions with self-righteousness. I'm not just indulging in pleasure. This is to familiarize myself with the techniques and improve my strength. Yes, that's it. He successfully convinced himself. Jiang Xian was dizzy from his kisses, and her body gradually relaxed. This time, Kazama clearly sensed something was different. When he circulated his cultivation technique, the speed of spiritual energy circulation within his body increased significantly. Moreover, there seemed to be a gentle energy feedback from Jiang Xian's body, which merged with his spiritual energy to form a wonderful cycle. Is this also an effect of the technique? Kazama realized. Soon, sounds that made one blush and their heart race filled the bedroom. A long time has passed. Jiang Xian was exhausted and didn't have the strength to move a single finger. Her face was flushed and her eyes were glazed. You bad person, she said weakly. Kazama chuckled, kissed her on the lips again, then rolled over to lie down on one side and pulled her into his arms. I'm helping you consolidate your realm, he said matter-of-factly. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes at him, clearly not believing his nonsense, but too lazy to refute it. She simply buried her face in his chest and muttered, "Solidarity." Kazama smiled and stroked her hair. Just then, Jiang Xian's phone rang. She struggled to get up from Kazama's arms and reached for her phone on the bedside table. Kazama pulled her back into his arms, rested his chin on her shoulder, and watched her answer the phone. Hello? Mom, Jiang Xian tried to make her voice sound normal. Okay. I'm getting ready to go back now. Breakfast? I already ate with Xiaoya and the others. Okay. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xian let out a long sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at Kazama, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. I have to go back. If I don't, my mom will start to get suspicious. Kazama nodded, though he was reluctant, but he knew he couldn't put Jiang Xian in a difficult position. He got up from the bed, picked up Jiang Xian's scattered clothes from the floor, and handed them to her one by one. I send you. No need. I can go back by myself. Jiang Xian blushed as she took the clothes and said softly, It wouldn't look good if the neighbors saw you taking me home now. Kazama thought about it and agreed, so he didn't insist any further. He watched as Jiang Xian dressed neatly and finished washing up, and then carefully helped her tidy her hair and collar. Then be careful and text me when you get home. Jiang Xian nodded, tiptoed and quickly kissed him on the lips. Then I'm leaving. After seeing Jiang Xian off, Kazama began to train diligently, for strength is the foundation of everything. When Jiang Xian dragged his slightly sore body back to his doorstep, he took several deep breaths before trying to compose himself and take out his keys to open the door. I'm back, she said, trying to make her voice sound relaxed and natural. Oh my darling daughter is back. Mrs. Jiang poked her head out from the kitchen, a spatula in her hand. Did you have fun last night? You look so tired. Mr. Jiang put down his newspaper, adjusted his glasses, and carefully examined his daughter. Yes. Why does your face look a little pale? And you have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well? Jiang Xian's heart tightened, but she pretended to be nonchalant as she changed her shoes, responding with the prepared excuse, "Oh, Mom and Dad, don't make a fuss. I'm just so happy." Happy? Mrs. Jiang wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen. What's making you so happy? Jiang Xian put down his backpack, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense, and slowly said, "Guess." Mr. Jiang chuckled and said, "What are you guessing for? Tell me, my little rascal." "I've been specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy," Jiang Xian said, enunciating each word clearly, a bright smile spreading across his face. This laugh came from the heart. "What? Really?" Mrs. Jiang rushed over, grabbed her daughter's shoulders, and asked in surprise. "Special admission? Not regular admission." Mr. Jiang stood up excitedly, ignoring the newspaper in his hand. Jiang Xian nodded vigorously, pulled up the electronic admission notice and special admission letter sent to her by teacher Lu Qingxing on her phone, and handed them to her parents. "Look." Mrs. Jiang calmed down a bit, but her excitement was still palpable. "No, we must celebrate today. Old Jiang, go to the market. Buy some rare ingredients." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go right now." Without saying another word, Mr. Jiang grabbed his wallet and headed out. "Dad, there's no need to go to such lengths." Jiang Xian tried to dissuade him. "Mr. Jiang has already changed his shoes. Daughter, just you wait. Today, Dad will show you his skills and cook a Manchu Han imperial feast. No, a spiritual feast." Watching his father's excited figure disappear into the distance, Jiang Xian felt both warm and guilty. What if his parents knew how he got the special admission spot, and what he had done last night? She quickly shook her head, trying to banish those thoughts. "Mom, I'll go back to my room and rest for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night." Jiang Xian yawned, and this time it wasn't fake, he was genuinely still sleepy. Go on, get some rest. Mom will call you when dinner is ready." Jiang's mother was overjoyed and didn't bother to ask her daughter about the specific details of last night. Jiang Xian felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly slipped back to his room, quietly closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, she let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Finally, I got away with it." She walked to the full-length mirror and looked at herself. Her eyes looked a little tired, but otherwise. Jiang Xian unbuttoned the collar of his shirt and pulled it down a bit. In the mirror, several faint red marks were clearly visible around her fair neck and collarbone. Further down, in some more private areas, you can even see faint teeth marks. "That bastard!" Jiang Xian's cheeks flushed instantly, and he spat at the mirror. "Why are you eating so hard? Are you a dog?" Her mind involuntarily conjured up Kazama's mischievous face, along with the blush-inducing images from last night and this morning. Pa. I don't want to think about it anymore." Jiang Xian shook his head vigorously, quickly buttoned up his shirt, threw himself onto the soft bed, and buried his burning face in the pillow. Although she was cursing, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She pulled her phone from under her pillow, opened Kazama's chat window, hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message. "I'm home. My parents are excitedly preparing a big meal." A few seconds later, Kazama's reply came, "That's good. Get some rest and don't overwork yourself. Also, please give my thanks to your parents for being such a sweet and caring person." Jiang Xian looked at the message. Her face turned even redder, and she replied with a get lost emoji. She put down her phone, closed her eyes, and gradually felt the fatigue creeping over her, soon falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at Kazama's new residence, after seeing Jiang Xian off, Kazama didn't rest. He knew that in this world of high martial arts, strength was the only thing that mattered, and with the system cheat, he had to seize the time to improve himself. "My steel body gave me decent defense and basic strength, but my spiritual power cultivation is still a weakness." Kazama sat cross-legged on the living room floor, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body. "Although my cultivation speed is already very fast now, it's still not enough." He thought of the cultivation acceleration technique he had just acquired. "Binding with Jiang Xian, who has an A+ aptitude, doubles my cultivation speed." If I could bind with more women of high aptitude. A glint flashed in Kazama's eyes. However, he also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Feelings need to be nurtured, and relationships need to be managed. You can't just pounce on every beautiful woman you see even though the system seems to encourage him to do so. Let's focus on doing the things at hand well first. Kazama composed himself and began to circulate his energy. As he circulated the cultivation technique, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn in, rushing wildly into his body. With the enhancement of the accelerated cultivation technique, the refining efficiency was astonishingly high. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy within his dantian growing and solidifying at a visible rate. Cultivation makes one unaware of the passage of time. For the next few days, Kazama hardly left his house, spending all his time training except for necessary meals and rest. Occasionally, he would send, with the blessing of the cultivation acceleration technique, Kazama's cultivation speed can only be described as riding a rocket. In just a few days, his spiritual power cultivation level soared to the 3rd level martial artist. If word got out about the speed, it would definitely shock the entire Rongqing No, the entire Jiangnan province. An 18-year-old 3rd-tier martial artist is considered a genius, but not an absolute one. But if people knew that he had gone directly from intermediate martial artist to martial master in just a few days, that would be a completely different story. I'll seize the opportunity and break through to martial spirit by the start of the school year. Kazama felt the surging spiritual power within him, his heart filled with anticipation. The 4th-tier martial spirit is a watershed moment. Upon reaching the martial spirit realm, one can begin to project spiritual power and unleash some simple martial arts techniques, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat power. Moreover, in terms of social status, Wu Ling is far superior to Wu Shi. Just as Kazama was about to press on with his momentum, his phone rang. Kazama snapped out of his meditation, picked up his phone, and was somewhat surprised to see the name displayed on the screen: Lu Qingqing. Why would the admissions officer from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy want to talk to him at this time? Feng answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Lu. Kazama-kun, did I disturb your cultivation? Lu Qingqing's voice came through the receiver, still gentle. No, I just finished a round of training. Is there anything I can help you with, Teacher Lu? Lu Qingqing cut to the chase. Feng Jian, didn't you sign up for this secret realm trial? Kazama was taken aback. Secret realm trial? Haven't I already been specially recruited? Do I still need to participate in that? As is customary, specially recruited students can skip the secret realm trial, since that trial is somewhat dangerous and is mainly for screening ordinary candidates. Normally we don't need to, Lu Qingqing explained, but this time the situation is special. Chapter 22: Preparing to participate in the secret realm trial. What's so special about it? The secret realm used for this trial is a newly discovered realm that was discovered less than 3 months ago. Lu Qingqing's tone became serious. According to the advanced team's exploration report, this secret realm is very rich in resources and spiritual energy. Moreover, the level of the monsters inside is generally not high. So far, the highest level discovered is only the 4th rank, making it very suitable as a training ground. Kazama listened quietly without interrupting. But these are not the main points. Lu Qingqing paused. The key point is that the organizers of this trial are very powerful in addition to the official Martial Arts Association. Several top forces are also involved in co-organizing it. These major powers have jointly announced that they will prepare an unprecedented gift for the champion of this secret realm trial. Kazama raised an eyebrow. A grand gift? What grand gift? The specific details have not been made public. The level of confidentiality is very high, Lu Qingqing said. But according to people in our academy, the value of this reward is definitely among the top 3 in all previous secret realm trials. Kazama's heartbeat quickened slightly. If there are good things, why not want them? Teacher Lu, what do you mean? Kazama had already guessed Lu Qingqing's purpose. What I mean is, even though you are a special admission student, you are perfectly entitled to sign up for this trial, Lu Qingqing said bluntly. With your ability, you have a very good chance of winning the championship. Even if you don't win the championship, as long as you get a good ranking, you can still get a considerable reward. The various forces have set up very generous reward tiers to attract geniuses to participate this time. Lu Qingqing added, moreover, this trial itself is an excellent opportunity for training. The new secret realm means the unknown, but it also means opportunities, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Kazama remained silent for a few seconds, his mind racing as he weighed the options. Indeed, his original plan was to focus on his cultivation and then go directly to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy when school started. But the information provided by Lu Qingqing changed his mind. The trials in the secret realm are a mix of danger and opportunity. He has a body of steel to protect him and a survival ability far beyond that of ordinary people, so he can definitely take a gamble. More importantly, the mysterious gift did indeed pique his curiosity. A reward that can attract so many powerful forces to participate is definitely not simple. Teacher Lu, when is the registration deadline? Kazama asked. 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Lu Qingqing sensed that Feng Jian was interested, and her tone became lighter. If you decide to participate, I can help you register quickly through a special channel. Special admission students already have some privileges. When does the trial begin? 1 week later. We will meet at the temporary base in the northern suburbs of Rongqing and be teleported into the secret realm together. Kazama made a quick decision. Okay. Ms. Lu, please help me register. His tone was firm. I will participate. Okay. Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. I'll handle it for you right away. After your registration is successful, the relevant instructions and basic information about the secret realm will be sent to your email. Please remember to check your email. Also, Lu Qingqing hesitated for a moment before saying, although I have confidence in your abilities, I still have to remind you that the competition in this trial will be extremely fierce. Many talented individuals from prominent families and hidden talents who originally did not intend to participate in the secret realm trials have been drawn out by this grand prize. I've heard that several specially recruited geniuses have applied in our Jiangnan province alone. Geniuses from other provinces, and even other countries, may also participate. Therefore, we must not let our guard down. Kazama nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Ms. Lu. I will be prepared. After hanging up the phone, Kazama held his phone and looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky. Secret Realm Trial, Champion's Grand Prize. He muttered to himself, a flame igniting in his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was the eve of the start of the Secret Realm Trial. Inside an apartment in the Kweju residential complex, that pill not only... well, it probably also contained enormous energy, which is why I was able to go from not even being a martial artist to a martial spirit in just half a month. Now that the medicine's effects have worn off, my cultivation speed has naturally returned to normal. Kazama sighed. But it's good. Relying on external forces is not a long-term solution. Even so, he still somewhat missed the thrill of rapid advancement he had experienced before. I need to find a way to bind more high-quality women to me. Kazama stroked his chin, a glint in his eyes. Of course, this cannot be rushed. The most urgent task is tomorrow's Secret Realm Trial. Kazama picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 8:30 p.m. A smile appeared on his lips as he initiated a video call with Jiang Xian. The video call was finally connected after ringing 7 or 8 times. On the screen appeared Jiang Xian's slightly flushed face. She seemed to have just taken a shower, her hair still wet and draped over her shoulders. She was wearing cute pink pajamas, and the background was her familiar bedroom. Hey! Jiang Xian's voice was very low. His eyes were a little darting, and he kept glancing to the side, obviously wary of his parents finding out. What are you doing? You look like a thief. Kazama teased with a laugh. You're the one who's stealing. Jiang Xian glared at him, but her voice remained soft. I just finished showering, and my parents are watching TV in the living room. Did you miss me? Kazama asked with a mischievous grin. Jiang Xian's face turned even redder, and she whispered, Who misses you? You narcissist. Chapter 23. My dear daughter, are you in love? But her eyes betrayed her. Those big, watery eyes clearly showed longing. Kazama didn't expose him, but instead asked, How's your cultivation going? Have you broken through to martial spirit? Jiang Xian shook his head, somewhat dejected, and said, Not yet. I've been stuck at the advanced level 3 for several days, and I always feel like I'm just a little bit short. It was bound to happen sooner or later, and you're quite talented. Kazama comforted him. By the way, are you ready for the Secret Realm Trial tomorrow? It can't be that fast. It's still a little short, Jiang Xian said embarrassedly. No rush, take your time. Build up your potential gradually, Mrs. Jiang said with a smile, but her gaze kept drifting towards her daughter's phone on the bedside table. Jiang Xian noticed his mother's gaze and felt a slight pang in his heart. Just then, Mr. Jiang appeared at the door and winked at Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Xian looked at his mother with some doubt, feeling that something was off about the atmosphere tonight. Sure enough, Mrs. Jiang moved closer to her daughter, lowered her voice, and asked with a hint of curiosity, Xin, Mom has something to ask you, and you must answer honestly. What's wrong? Jiang Xian had a bad feeling. Have you started dating recently? Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her face flushed red, and she stammered, Mom! Why? Why did you suddenly ask this? How am I supposed to ask? Mrs. Jiang chuckled. I've been hearing you video chatting with a guy in your room a lot lately, and they always end up talking for ages. You've never done that before. She paused, observing her daughter's reaction. And also, these past few days you've sometimes blushed for no reason, and you've been looking at your phone and smiling like an idiot. My mom has been through this before. She can't hide these little thoughts from me. Jiang Xian was so ashamed that he covered his burning face with his hands and stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Seeing her daughter's expression, Jiang's mother already understood 7 or 8 parts of the situation. She didn't press for answers, but instead adopted a gentler tone. Mom isn't against you dating. You're all grown up now, it's normal to have your own feelings. Mom is just curious about what kind of boy he is. Jiang Xian peeked at his mother's expression through his fingers and, seeing that she didn't seem angry, felt a little relieved. She lowered her hand, head down, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her pajamas, the sound barely audible. He's my classmate. Classmate. Mrs. Jiang's eyes lit up. Classmate.
Jiang xin nốt đét.
Is he handsome? Mrs. Jiang asked gossipily, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's all right. Jiang Xian's face turned red again. Kazama's handsome face flashed in her mind, and she quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the image. How strong are they? Mrs. Jiang asked the most crucial question, her expression becoming more serious. As a mother, she doesn't object to her daughter dating, but she has to make sure the other person is a reliable person. In this world where strength reigns supreme, a man's strength largely determines how far he can go and what kind of protection he can provide for his family. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment. Of course she knew that Kazama was very strong, ridiculously strong. But should I directly tell mother that Kazama has already broken through to the martial spirit level? Isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? After all, Kazama used to be a notorious loser at school. It's complicated to explain why he's suddenly so strong. When Jiang's mother saw her daughter's silence, her heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. Is the opponent really that weak? Mrs. Jiang's expression turned serious. Xin, tell me honestly, has that boy reached the martial arts realm? In her view, if he wasn't even a martial artist, then she absolutely couldn't let her daughter be with him. It's not that she's materialistic, it's just the reality. My daughter is now a genius who has been specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, and her future path is destined to be extraordinary. If your partner is too weak, let alone protecting your daughter, they will likely have less and less in common and will eventually become a burden. She can accept that her daughter's crush comes from an ordinary family, but she cannot accept that he is a loser. Jiang Xian was amused by his mother's serious expression and questions. Mom, what are you thinking? She said, both amused and exasperated. He's very strong. Mrs. Jiang was taken aback. Very strong? How strong? Jiang Xian pursed his lips, deciding to reveal a little. Anyway, he's much better than me. Better than you? Mrs. Jiang was somewhat surprised. My daughter is already a 3rd-level advanced martial artist, and there aren't many people her age who can surpass her. Yes. Jiang Xian nodded vigorously, then added a sentence that would shock his mother. Moreover, he was specially recruited by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. What? Jiang's mother suddenly stood up, her expression showing some joy. Special recruitment by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy? Were you recruited in the same batch? I think so. Jiang Xian was startled by his mother's reaction. What's his name? How old is he? What does his family do? Mrs. Jiang asked in rapid succession. It was already a surprise that my daughter was admitted through special admission, but now her boyfriend is also admitted through special admission. Chapter 24. That kid is really good. What does that mean? This means that the other person's talent and potential are absolutely no less than the daughter's. His name is Kazama, and he has the same age as me, Jiang Xan answered softly. As for his family situation, she hesitated for a moment. He is an orphan. An orphan. Mother Jiang frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. While being an orphan means having no family support, it also means that the person has gotten to where they are today entirely on their own. To be specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy at the age of 18 on his own, his talent and temperament are absolutely top-notch. Kazama, Kazama, Mrs. Jiang murmured, repeating the name, when suddenly her eyes lit up. Isn't that Kazama from your school? The one who scored 4,000 points and rejected the top university in the Federation? Jiang Xen looked at his mother in surprise. Mom, how did you know? It really is him. Mrs. Jiang slapped her thigh, her face flushed with excitement. Oh dear, how could I not know that? These past few days, everyone at your dad's workplace has been talking about this. They're saying that a once-in-a-century genius has emerged in Rongqing, rejected the top university, and was ultimately snatched up by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. So this is the young man. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, took her daughter's hand, and said with excitement in her eyes, Xin, you are such a wonderful boy. Why didn't you tell your mother sooner? Jiang Xian was a little confused by her mother's complete 180-degree change in attitude. I was just afraid you'd say I was dating too early. What are you talking about? You're both adults. Mrs. Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Such a good boy, you should hold on to him. Mom supports you. She thought for a moment and then added, but right now, you should still focus on cultivation. You are all specially admitted students, and you have a long road ahead of you. Don't be greedy for comfort. Understand? I understand. Jiang Xian nodded, her face flushed. By the way, aren't we going to the secret realm trial tomorrow? Will he go? Mrs. Jiang asked. Yes, we will together, Jiang Xian said. That's good, that's good. Mrs. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. When you enter the secret realm, you must look after each other. That child is strong, so you should stay with him more often, but also be careful, understand? Yes, I will. Jiang's mother chatted with her daughter for a while longer, eager to find out everything about her future son-in-law. It wasn't until Mr. Jiang coughed outside the door, reminding her that it was getting late, that Mrs. Jiang reluctantly stood up. All right, I won't disturb your rest anymore. You have to get up early tomorrow. She helped her daughter tidy up the blankets. Go to bed early and get plenty of rest. Mom will make your favorite spirit rice porridge and spirit beast meat ribs tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mom, Jiang Xian said obediently. As Jiang's mother walked to the door, she turned back and winked at her daughters. Go for it. Mom believes in you. The door closed gently. Jiang Xian lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Her mother's approval made her very happy, but at the same time, it also increased the pressure on her. I wonder what Mom's reaction will be if she finds out that she and Kazama have gone that far. Moreover, can she and Kazama really stay together forever? She likes Kazama. She really likes him. But Kazama is so outstanding, there will be many more outstanding girls around him in the future. Will he still like me as much then? A young girl's mind is always sensitive and prone to worry. Jiang Xian turned over and buried her face in the pillow. Never mind. Let nature take its course. At least for now, he's my boyfriend. The thought of seeing Kazama tomorrow made her lips unconsciously curl into a smile again. Jiang Xian gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom next door, Mrs. Jiang was excitedly sharing the big news she had just learned with her husband. Old Jiang, do you know? Our daughter's boyfriend is Kazama, that genius with a score of 4,000. Mr. Jiang pushed up his glasses, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Really? What a coincidence. Absolutely true. Our daughter said it herself. Mrs. Jiang said, beaming. Now I can rest assured. That child has talent, ability, and good character. Otherwise he wouldn't have given up the top university for our daughter. Wait a minute, Mr. Jiang interrupted her. Did you give up the top university for our daughter? Zhang's mother combined what she had heard from her daughter with rumors she had heard from her colleagues, and embellished the story. In short, we also want our daughter to attend the top university, but her grades aren't good enough for special admission. That child gave up a special admission offer from the top university just so he could be with Xinxin, and chose to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy with her. What a wonderful child! Mr. Jiang was stunned. After a long while, he exclaimed, "If that's really the case, then this young man is truly remarkable. Rare is not just rare. It's 1 in a million," Mrs. Jiang said, becoming more and more excited. "No, I have to get up early tomorrow and make lots of delicious food so Xinxin can take some to that child to try." "Calm down, don't scare them," Mr. Jiang said, both amused and exasperated. "I'm just expressing goodwill," Mrs. Jiang said confidently. All right, time for bed. We have to get up early tomorrow." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Kazama woke up early. After a quick wash, he hastily ate breakfast. After getting dressed, Kazama locked the door and left the Kweju residential area. After paying and getting out of the car, Kazama stood at the entrance of the base, and the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Although it was only a little past 8 o'clock, the place was already bustling with activity and noise. The temporary base covers a vast area. It was originally a barren suburban vacant lot, but has now been temporarily transformed into a gathering center for trial participants. A perimeter wall was erected around the perimeter, and uniformed Martial Arts Association staff and soldiers were maintaining order. In the central area, dozens of assembly points were set up in several rows, serving as registration areas, supply points, medical stations, and information desks. But what's most eye-catching is the massive, 10-meter-high portal frame deep inside the base. The door frame was made of some kind of silvery white metal, and its surface was engraved with complex runes. At this moment, it was emitting a faint blue light, indicating that it was already in an active state. A long line had already formed in front of the portal, with hundreds of students participating in the trial waiting in an orderly fashion to enter. Chapter 25: Entering the Secret Realm. Kazama glanced around and noticed that the crowd was clearly divided into several categories. Most of them were ordinary students like him, dressed plainly, who came alone or in 2s and 3s. Their expressions varied. Some were nervous and anxious, constantly checking their equipment. Others were eager to try, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Others were pale, clearly fearful of the upcoming trial. Most of these people hoped to achieve good results in the Secret Realm trials, thereby being admitted to excellent martial arts academies and changing their own and their families' destinies. Other students clearly come from wealthy families. They were dressed smartly, well-equipped, and often accompanied by elders or bodyguards. Some even drove directly into the base in luxury rune cars. These people appeared calm and relaxed, chatting and laughing with each other, clearly confident about the trial. Besides the participants, there were also many parents who accompanied them to the event. They huddled together, discussing something with anxious expressions, their eyes frequently glancing worriedly at their children queuing up. Amidst the chaotic crowd, several figures stood out as particularly active. A thin man wearing a wrinkled Brazilian suit and with his hair slicked back was moving between the houses. Waving a small, palm-sized booklet with a flashy cover, he enthusiastically tried to sell it to parents. "This parent, you clearly have foresight. This complete survival guide to hidden realms is a top-secret guide that I compiled after spending a lot of time interviewing dozens of hidden realm explorers and combining the latest survey data." He opened the booklet and pointed to the rough hand-drawn illustrations and crooked handwriting. "Look, this page clearly marks the distribution points of spiritual herbs, the activity patterns of monsters, safe routes, and hidden shortcuts in each area of the secret realm. With this, your child is guaranteed to avoid danger and gain a lot." A haggard-looking middle-aged woman asked hesitantly, "Will it really work? My son just broke through to the martial artist level." "What's wrong with martial artists?" The man glared. "Precisely because they are weak. They need intelligence even more. Think about it. While others are wandering around aimlessly hoping for a lucky break, your son is following the map straight to the resource points. Can you really say that's the same efficiency?" He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "To be honest, in the last Secret Realm trial, There was a kid with average strength who bought my strategy guide and managed to collect 3 fourth-tier spiritual herbs. In the end, he was exceptionally admitted to the Jiangnan Martial Academy. Do you think that was worth it? The woman was tempted and gritted her teeth. How much? Originally priced at 998 credits. Today's grand opening special is only 598. Plus, a free survival guide for the dungeon. The man held up 5 fingers. The woman hesitated for a moment, then finally took out her wallet and pulled out a few crumpled banknotes. The man took the money, quickly stuffed the booklet into the woman's hand, and said with a big smile, "I wish your son great success in his exams." After the transaction was completed, he quickly turned around, disappeared into the crowd, and a few minutes later, he started the same performance in another location. Kazama watched this scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. How much genuine material can be found in those poorly made products? Besides, Lu Qingqing said that this is a newly discovered secret realm, so how could a guide be released so quickly? He ignored all of that, found a relatively quiet corner, leaned against a tree, and took out his phone. He had already read the email with the instructions sent by Lu Qingqing. Secret realm name, unnamed, temporarily referred to as Northern Suburbs Secret Realm. Danger level, Level 3, suitable for Martial Master to Martial Spirit level trial participants. Maximum capacity, 500 people. Trial duration, 72 hours. Important notes. 1. Malicious fighting between participants is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and held accountable. 2. If you encounter mortal danger, you can crush the token. Staff will arrive within 5 minutes, but this will be considered as automatically forfeiting the trial. 3. The exit from the secret realm will open at the initial teleportation point after 72 hours and will last for 2 hours. Those who fail to exit within this time will face additional risks. 4. Be careful of the people around you. The last point is quite insightful. Often in an unfamiliar environment, the threat posed by one's own kind is greater than that of a monster. Just as I was looking at it, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Xian. "I'm here. Where are you? Should we meet up and go in together?" Kazama thought for a moment and replied, "I'm near the portal. However, meeting up wouldn't be very meaningful, as everyone will be randomly teleported to different locations after entering the secret realm, and you won't bump into each other. Let's figure out a way to reunite once we're inside." A few seconds later, Jiang Xian replied with a frustrated emoji. "Okay. Then look for me quickly after you go in." "Yes, I will. Be careful too," Kazama replied. Putting away his phone, Kazama turned his attention back to the scene. Time passed by, and more students gathered, making the base bustling with noise. Staff began using loudspeakers to maintain order and guide people to line up in sequence. "Attention all trial participants. Please proceed to the verification area to confirm your identity. After successful verification, please wait in the waiting area to enter. To reiterate, please proceed to the verification area to confirm your identity." Kazama strode toward the verification area. The verification area was set up under a temporary metal shed, where 3 huge silver devices were placed, and there were lines of 20 or 30 people in front of each device. The device is cylindrical, about the height of a person, with a palm-shaped indentation on top. When it was Kazama's turn, he placed his right hand on the recessed part of the equipment. The device emitted a soft hum, blue light swept across his palm, and at the same time, his personal information flashed rapidly on the staff member's screen. Name, Kazama. Age 18. Student status, Rongqing 3rd Martial Arts High School. Martial Artist level, 4th tier Martial Spirit. Qualification verification. Past Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy Special Admission Trial Permission activated. The staff member in charge of verification was a man in his 30s. When he saw the information displayed on the screen, a 4th tier Martial Spirit, 18 years old, specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Academy. These keywords combine. The most obvious change is the concentration of spiritual energy. Even with normal breathing, Kazama could feel wisps of spiritual energy seeping into his body through his mouth, nose, and pores, nourishing his meridians and dantian. This is indeed a good place. Just staying here to cultivate will be much more effective than outside, Kazama thought to himself. He wasted no time, quickly regained his composure, and began to think about his next move. The scoring rules for the Secret Realm trial are simple. Collecting spiritual herbs and hunting monsters to obtain beast cores can both be exchanged for points. Regarding elixirs, first-tier elixirs do not count towards the score. Clearly, the organizers believed that such commonplace items were not worth recording. Second-tier elixirs, 1 point third tier, 10 points fourth tier, 50 points fifth tier, 200 points. The value of monster cores is even higher. Tier 2 cores are worth 5 points, Tier 3 cores are worth 50 points, Tier 4 cores are worth 300 points. The fifth tier wasn't mentioned because, theoretically, the highest tier of monsters in the Secret Realm is only the fourth tier. These are clearly encouraging the trial participants to hunt monsters. After all, the path of martial arts is not just about cultivation. Practical combat experience is equally important. Those who only gather herbs to level up but don't understand combat are ultimately just hothouse flowers. Kazama is confident in his abilities. With the initial stage of the fourth tier of Martial Spirit Realm, coupled with the terrifying defensive power granted by the steel body and considerable strength, he possessed a formidable strength. In this secret realm where the highest level of monsters is only fourth tier, he can roam freely. The goal is to hunt down demonic beasts. We'll rely on whatever elixirs we find. Kazama quickly devised a strategy. Valuable medicinal herbs are often guarded by powerful demonic beasts. While hunting these beasts, one can likely also collect the medicinal herbs, killing two birds with one stone. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses. After breaking through to the martial spirit realm, his perception range expanded considerably. Although it's only within a few dozen meters, it's always more useful than your eyes in this forest. About 30 meters to the left front, there is a faint but pure wood attribute spiritual energy. It should be a spiritual herb, at most a second tier one, judging from its strength. There was a slight commotion and a bloody smell directly ahead, as if a small Kazama neither dodged nor evaded, but simply turned slightly to the side and slowly clenched his right fist. Just as the red-horned boar charged at him, its single horn about to pierce him, Kazama moved. His figure slid half a step to the left like a ghost, avoiding a head-on impact. At the same time, his right fist shot out like a cannonball, hitting the red-horned boar's head squarely. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the forest. The red-horned boar's charge came to an abrupt halt, its massive body sent flying to the right by the punch. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The red-horned boar let out a shrill scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. Its limbs twitched a few times before it lay still. The battle lasted no more than 10 seconds from start to finish. Kazama landed, dusted off non-existent dust from his trousers, and walked to the boar carcass. He took out a dagger from the small space inside the token and slashed at his head for a long time. Never mind, just start cutting. Reaching in and fiddling around, a dark red, irregularly shaped crystal, about the size of a pigeon egg, fell into my palm. Tier 3 monster core, 50 points earned. Kazama stored the beast core in the personal space within the token and glanced at the boar's corpse. What a pity. This leather armor and unicorn horn should be worth some money, but it's inconvenient to carry around. He shook his head, gave up the idea of collecting materials, and intended to leave. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had his personal space, so they immediately added it to their collection. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. Kazama left happily, having made a small fortune. He determined the direction and headed deeper into the secret realm. Shortly after Kazama left, two figures slowly emerged from the bushes not far away. They stared at the carcass of the red-horned boar on the ground, their eyes flashing with surprise and uncertainty. There are no signs of a violent struggle around here. A mid-tier third-level red-horned boar, dealt with swiftly and decisively? One of them whispered. Who is this person, and how is he so strong? The other person frowned. Who cares who he is? He's not someone to mess with. Let's go. Stay away from him. The two quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest, clearly not wanting to have any dealings with a ruthless person like Kazama. Kazama was unaware that he had been secretly labeled as someone not to be messed with. At this moment, he had found the second-tier spiritual herb, a green heartgrass, with a bright green body and heart-shaped leaves. He carefully dug it out by the roots and put it into his personal storage space. 1 point is better than nothing. Kazama smiled and looked into the depths of the forest. There, even more challenges and opportunities await him. Is the booklet in Chapter 27 really useful? Deep in the forest, Kazima's figure darted swiftly through the trees. His target is a high-level demonic beast, preferably a 4th-level one. For ordinary martial artists or even novice martial spirits, 4th-tier demonic beasts pose a deadly threat. Because, at the same level, demonic beasts possess greater physical strength and defense. But Kazama is different. His steel body grants him near abnormal defensive capabilities, making him impervious to attacks from 4th-tier monsters. Given that he has already reached the strength of a 4th-tier martial spirit, hunting monsters of the same tier is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The core of a 4th-tier demon beast is worth 300 points, which is equivalent to 33rd-tier spiritual herbs or 6 3rd-tier demon beasts. It's much more efficient. Kazama pondered this in his mind. Unfortunately, he seems to still be wandering around the outer areas of the secret realm. Aside from the red-horned boar he encountered initially, he ran into 2nd-tier demonic beasts for the next 2 hours. Ironclaw lynx, carrion lizard, swift rabbit. There are quite a few types, but their strength is pitifully weak. Kazama, adhering to the principle of since we're already here, we can't waste this opportunity, casually dealt with these 2nd-tier monsters one by one. Although beast cores are not very valuable, they add up and are better than nothing. He had just shattered the heart of a 2nd-tier demonic wolf with his spiritual power and was about to extract the core when he suddenly frowned and turned to look at the bushes on his left. There is someone. Moreover, their strength is considerable. A few seconds later, the bushes were pushed aside by an invisible force, and a boy emerged. The boy looked to be about the same age as Kazama, around 18 or 19, but their demeanor was completely different. He had an effeminate face, fair skin, and features that were almost excessively delicate. If it weren't for his prominent Adam's apple, he would almost be mistaken for a woman. He was dressed in a well-made black outfit, the fabric gleaming with a subtle sheen under the dappled sunlight filtering through the tree canopy. Clearly not an ordinary garment. A slender silver sword hung at his waist, its hilt inlaid with a dark blue gem that emitted a faint energy fluctuation. What's most striking is his gaze. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes revealed undisguised arrogance and coldness, as if nothing in front of him was worthy of his attention. The boy sized up Kazama, his gaze sweeping over Kazama's simple clothes and the corpse of the demon wolf at his feet, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your strength seems decent, so why are you only killing these low-level trash on the outskirts? He said, his voice lazy and arrogant. Why don't you become my underling? I'll treat you to some soup. Kazama raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not respond. He simply squatted down calmly, skillfully cut open the demon wolf's head, and took out a blue beast core. The entire process was seamless, completely ignoring the boy's presence. Seeing that Kazama was completely ignoring him, the boy's expression darkened slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He sneered, hesitant and timid. Wasting all your strength, how boring. After saying that, he stopped looking at Kazama, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and floated up as if he had no weight. In a few leaps and bounds, they disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Kazama then raised his head and looked in the direction the boy had left, his eyes thoughtful. In his perception, the aura of this effeminate youth was similar to his own, and he should also be at the early stage of the 4th Order martial spirit realm. But the chilling aura and the obviously extraordinary sword indicated that the other party was no ordinary martial spirit. It must be the gene from another province or a prominent family that teacher Lu mentioned, Kazama concluded. However, these are not the main points. The key point is that this young man seemed to know where he could encounter high-level demonic beasts, and headed in a certain direction without hesitation. It seems he knows the way, or at least has a goal. Kazama put away the demon wolf beast core and dusted off his hands. That's good. Saves me the trouble of figuring it out myself. He noted down the direction the boy had gone northeast and then adjusted his route, heading in that direction as well. This time, he no longer tried to hide himself. He sped through the forest at full speed. Along the way, he encountered several more groups of students participating in the trials. Most of the students formed small groups of 3 or 5, and carefully searched the forest. Once they discovered the medicinal herb, they treated it like a treasure, and several people gathered together to carefully dig it up, afraid of damaging the roots and affecting its efficacy. Kazama even saw a small team struggle with a group of second-tier iron fang rats for more than 10 minutes over a single third-tier moonlight grass. Although they finally managed to gather the herbs, everyone was exhausted and panting, and 2 of them suffered minor injuries. At this rate, how many points can I accumulate in 3 days? Kazama shook his head, didn't stop, and continued on his way. He knew that most of these students were of average ability and dared not venture too deep, so they could only try their luck on the periphery and hope to accumulate points by sheer numbers. This method is safe but extremely inefficient. Unless you are incredibly lucky and find a densely populated area of medicinal herbs, it is difficult to achieve a good ranking. After walking for about half an hour, Kazama suddenly stopped. He squinted and looked toward a clearing in the woods not far away. There was a figure there, bent over, holding something in his hand. He excitedly ran over, squatted down, and began digging in the soil under the tree. After digging about half a foot deep, the soil turned a dark red color. "I've got it! I really have it!" Zhao Xuani's eyes lit up, and he dug even harder. After digging more than a foot deeper, he finally unearthed a finger-thick, blood-red vine-like plant root from the soil. Crimson blood vine. It really is crimson blood vine. Zhao Xuani's hands trembled with excitement. A third-tier spiritual herb is in hand. He carefully held the crimson vine in his hands and examined it. Whatever comes to mind, it is immediately sent to the token space. Kazama watched from a distance, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Could that strategy guide actually contain some genuine information? Chapter 28, Give it to me. Is it really useful? However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before being replaced by another emotion. Thinking about Zhao, the class monitor, and his past behavior at school, including his overt and covert targeting and mockery. Kazama's lips slowly curved into a smile, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Since you've run into this, consider it bad luck." He lowered his body slightly, exerted force with his feet, and shot out of the bushes like an arrow, drawing an arc in the air before landing steadily in front of Zhao Xuani. Zhao Xuani was immersed in the joy of obtaining the crimson blood vine when, unexpectedly, a figure appeared before his eyes. Startled, he took 3 steps back, instinctively gathering spiritual energy in his hands and adopting a defensive posture. Upon recognizing Kazama, his expression immediately darkened, and his tone turned unfriendly. "Kazama? What are you doing here?" Kazama crossed his arms and leisurely sized him up, the ambiguous smile on his face making Zhao Xuani feel inexplicably uneasy. "It's nothing," Kazama said slowly, pointing to the fancy little booklet in Zhao Xuani's hand. "It's the strategy guide you have. I've got my eye on it." Zhao Xuani was taken aback. Then anger surged on his face. "What do you mean? Are you trying to rob me?" Kazama nodded, saying without any hesitation, "Yes, I was stealing from you." Zhao Xuani was speechless for a moment, choked by this blatant robbery. He opened his mouth, about to launch into a righteous and stern condemnation. But Kazama had already moved. "I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you." Before he finished speaking, a shockwave exploded from the ground beneath Kazama's feet, and his figure vanished instantly. Zhao Xuani's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively tried to retreat, shouting at the same time, "Kazama, how dare you force me?" Before he could utter the last word, a hand had already appeared above his head. With a gust of wind, Zhao Xuani felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. "I saw stars and my ears were ringing." He staggered back a few steps, trying to steady himself, but his legs went weak and his vision quickly dimmed. "Calamity!" Zhao Xuani managed to utter half a word before everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep, infant-like sleep. Kazama bent down and pulled the strategy booklet from Zhao Xuani's loosened fingers. "What wouldn't I dare to do?" He glanced at Zhao Xuani, who was lying unconscious on the ground, his eyes expressionless. Kazama has no intention of killing him. Who knows if the token might have surveillance capabilities. If it happens, it could cause some trouble. However, the trials do not prohibit candidates from stealing from each other. This was stated from the beginning. They euphemistically call it letting students understand the dangers of society early on. Whether Zhao can leave this secret realm alive depends on his own fate. Kazama looked up at the deep forest around him, and in the distance, he could faintly hear the low roars of monsters. If some monster gets hungry and treats him like a snack delivered to its door, then he can only blame his bad luck. Who told you to always cause me trouble back then? Kazama muttered to himself, stuffing the strategy booklet into his pocket before turning and leaving. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Zhao Xuani's slumped figure on the ground, shook his head, and sighed softly. I guess I'm still too kind. After leaving the clearing in the woods, Kazama opened the strategy guide he had stolen. The booklet was thin, about 20 pages long, with rough paper and blurry printing. The text above is marked with crooked handwriting and simple hand-drawn illustrations, indicating some areas of the secret realm. Kazama flipped through the pages quickly, his brows furrowing and relaxing intermittently. To his surprise, although the booklet was crudely made, much of the information it contained was actually quite credible. For example, Zhao Xuani just found the location of the Crimson Blood Vine. For example, in the latter half of the booklet, several high-risk areas were marked in bold, one of which read, "In the deep valley of the northwest, there is a suspected nest of the 4th-tier demon beast Crimson Flame Tiger, accompanied by the rare fruit Crimson Spirit Vermilion Fruit. It ripens once every 300 years. Eating it can temper one's bones and greatly enhance one's affinity with fire attribute spiritual power." Kazama's gaze lingered on this section for a moment. 4th-tier demonic beast, Crimson Flame Tiger. Crimson Spirit Vermilion Fruit. Good stuff. He muttered to himself, a glint of light in his eyes. The Crimson Flame Tiger is a top-tier 4th-tier demonic beast, with fur that is impervious to blades and spears, and the ability to breathe crimson flames. Ordinary martial spirits who encounter such an encounter will most likely never return. The Crimson Spirit Fruit is an even rarer natural treasure, with remarkable effects on tempering the physical body and enhancing fire attribute spiritual power. Who would complain about having too much good stuff? It's you. Kazama closed the booklet, determined the direction, and sped off towards the deep valley in the northwest. Half an hour later, Kazama lay on a towering rock wall, suppressing his aura, and looked through the cracks in the rock at the scene in the valley below. The valley floor was a relatively open flat area with a large number of white bones piled up in the center, clearly the feeding ground of the Crimson Flame Tiger. At this moment, a colossal creature was lying beside the pile of bones, tearing at the corpse of an unknown monster beneath its claws. It was a giant tiger entirely crimson red, and the size of a small bus. Its muscles were bulging, and its fur gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight filtering through the trees. A deep purple line on his forehead resembled a third eye, radiating a chilling aura of power. What's most striking is its tail. The end isn't the usual tiger tail fur, but a cluster of leaping crimson flames. As it chewed, it swayed gently, scorching the surrounding air and causing it to distort slightly. It really is the Crimson Tiger. Kazama held his breath, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to a spot not far behind the Crimson Tiger. There, at the foot of the rock wall, grows a small tree that is no more than a foot tall. The trunk was dark red, the branches and leaves were sparse, and only at the top hung a fist-sized fruit that was as red as blood. The fruit has a subtle shimmering light on its surface and emits an enticing fragrance. Even from this distance, Kazama could feel the immense fire attribute energy contained within. Crimson Spirit Vermilion Fruit. Kazama's heartbeat quickened slightly, but soon his attention was drawn to something else. I've heard that tiger penis is very nourishing. I wonder if it's true. His gaze shifted downwards, lingering for a moment between the hind legs of the Crimson Flame Tiger, his eyes looking somewhat strange. Although with his current strength he doesn't need any supplements at all, it's always good to keep them as collectibles. Nobody would complain about becoming better at something, right? Ahem. I'm contributing to martial arts research. Kazama earnestly convinced himself, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Just as he was figuring out how to make his move, the Crimson Tiger below, which was eating, suddenly stopped. It seemed to sense the overwhelming malice. Someone is trying to harm me. It suddenly raised its head, its Crimson Tiger eyes scanning its surroundings warily, its nostrils twitching as if it had sensed something. The next instant, its gaze was precisely fixed on the rock wall where Kazama was hiding. Dozens of meters apart, the eyes of the man and the tiger collided in mid-air. Kazama's heart skipped a beat. We've been discovered. The Crimson Tiger let out a deep roar and slowly stood up, its 3-meter-tall body bringing a strong sense of oppression. The flames at its tail suddenly shot up, and a wave of intense heat spread outwards from it, instantly igniting the dead leaves on the ground. Roar! The deafening roar of the tiger echoed through the valley, startling countless birds into flight from the distant forest. Kazama stood up from behind the rock wall, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and instead of showing any fear, he flashed a bright smile. "Hey guys, let's talk about something." He leaped gracefully down the 10-meter-high cliff, landing steadily 30 meters in front of the crimson flame tiger, and pointed to the crimson spirit fruit behind it. "I'll take that fruit. And by the way..." His gaze swept over the crimson flame tiger, and his smile grew even more amiable. "I'll borrow a few things from you." The crimson tiger clearly understood the provocative words. Its crimson pupils suddenly contracted. Its fur stood on end, its fangs bared, and its forepaws dug deep furrows in the ground. The next moment, it transformed into a crimson afterimage, carrying raging flames, and pounced towards Feng Jian. Battle is imminent. Chapter 29. Number 80. 80. Kazama looked at the monster's menacing gaze and smiled contemptuously. He decided to hone his combat skills first, otherwise it wouldn't be right to use his steel body to bully monsters. How frustrating it must be for the opponent to attack for ages only to find they can't break through the defense at all. So he beckoned to the tiger with his finger and activated the skill, Lion's Roar. "Come here." Sensing provocation, the crimson tiger roared and pounced. The attack was as fast as lightning, bringing with it a wave of scorching heat. Kazama neither dodged nor avoided the attack. Only when the tiger claws, powerful enough to tear through steel, were about to touch his clothes did he slide half a step to the left like a ghost. Sizzle! The tiger's claws grazed Kazama's shoulder, the resulting gust of wind making the stray hairs on his forehead flutter. 3 scratch marks, each half a foot deep, were left on the ground, and the soil around the edges was scorched black by the high temperature. Kazama stood sideways, casually patting his shoulder with his right hand. The crimson tiger's attack missed its mark, and a hint of surprise flashed in its crimson pupils, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper rage. It let out a low growl, and its massive body displayed a flexibility that belied its size. With a twist of his waist, the long tail burning with flames swept across like a steel whip. Before the whip even arrived, the scorching heat wave had already ignited the surrounding vegetation. This time, Kazama didn't completely dodge, but instead channeled his spiritual energy into his legs. With a light touch of the toes on the ground, the whole person floated back 3 meters like a falling leaf, just in time for the tip of the tail to brush past the tip of the nose. Roar! The crimson tiger was completely enraged. As the overlord of this valley, it has never been so disrespected. It stomped its limbs on the ground and charged out again, this time with a sudden increase in the pace of its attack. It used its tiger claws, sharp teeth, and tail whip in turn, while crimson spiritual energy surged around its body. Each strike was enough to shatter stone tablets and crack rocks, leaving the surrounding ground pitted and trees snapped in half. Kazama, however, was like a small boat in a storm, weaving through the dense attacks. At first, his movements were a bit clumsy, and he was almost hit by the claw wind several times, barely managing to avoid it. But as time went on, his movements became more and more fluid. Sidestep, slide, lean back, dodge. Every movement is concise and efficient without a single superfluous action. At the same time, he was also trying to fight back with spiritual power. The condensation speed of spiritual energy is too slow. It needs to be compressed before being released. Kazama pointed his fingers like a sword, and a light blue beam of spiritual energy shot out from his fingertips, accurately hitting the crimson flame tiger's shoulder blade. Blood splattered. The crimson tiger roared in pain, but its attack became even more ferocious. Kazama's eyes brightened slightly. It's effective, but not powerful enough. We need to further refine the spiritual energy to increase its penetrating power. While dodging, he constantly adjusted the way he outputted and the trajectory of his spiritual energy. From initially being unfamiliar with releasing spiritual energy, to gradually being able to condense more lethal spiritual energy blades. Half an hour later, the crimson tiger had more than a dozen wounds of varying depths on its body, and its crimson fur was stained with blood. Aside from a few scorch marks on his clothes, Kazama was completely unharmed. More importantly, his control over his own spiritual power and his grasp of the rhythm of battle have improved by more than one level compared to before. That's about it. Kazama felt the spiritual energy flowing more smoothly and freely within his body, knowing that the purpose of this practical training had been achieved. At this point, the Crimson Tiger was also at its last gasp. It was breathing heavily, and its Crimson Tiger eyes, besides rage, showed even more fear and exhaustion. This human is so weird. Even though his aura wasn't particularly strong, he couldn't hit him no matter what he did, while his own attacks couldn't even break his skin. Roar! The Crimson Tiger abruptly stopped its attack, its entire body surging with crimson spiritual energy towards its tail. The burning long tail of flame swelled up, turning from crimson to incandescent white. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air, and the stones on the ground began to melt. This is its deadly move, Blazing Tail Whip. Oh, finally, you're unleashing your ultimate move. Kazama's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, he stopped all dodging movements and looked at the fiery white tail whip with great interest. He wanted to test the power of this attack. Come on, let me see your full strength. Kazama even spread his arms wide, adopting a completely unguarded posture. Although the Crimson Tiger did not understand human speech, it could read the contempt in that posture. Roar! It used all its strength, and its blazing white tail whip tore through the air, carrying the momentum to burn everything, and struck Kazama squarely in the chest. Bang! The deafening impact echoed through the valley. The blazing white flames instantly engulfed Kazama, and a charred crater 3 meters in diameter was blasted open in the ground, with debris flying everywhere and smoke billowing in. A cruel glint flashed in the Crimson Flame Tiger's eyes. However, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated the next second. Kazama stood there, looking down at his chest. His clothes had been burned through with a hole the size of a bowl, revealing the undamaged skin underneath. He looked up at the Crimson Flame Tiger and blinked. The Crimson Tiger blinked as well. Their eyes met, staring at each other intently. An eerie silence fell over the valley. Kazama raised his hand, patted the ash off his clothes, and commented with a sincere expression. The temperature is okay, the impact is average, but the flame effects are quite impressive. Crimson Tiger. Roar. Translation. This is not scientific. Its simple thinking was completely confused. That's impossible. This is its most powerful killing move. It once burned the protective aura of a peak 4th tier martial spirit, along with his physical body, into charcoal. How could this be? It didn't even break this human skin. Kazama grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. You're done? Then it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The Crimson Tiger's pupils contracted sharply. Its beastly instincts made it sense a deadly danger. It wanted to retreat, but the previous attack had exhausted most of its strength, and its movements were a beat slower. A fist enveloped in pale blue spiritual energy rapidly magnified in its vision. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the Crimson Flame Tiger's forehead. The Crimson Tiger felt as if its head had been hit by a mountain, and its skull made a cracking sound as it could not bear the weight. Suddenly everything went black, and the massive body was smashed backward, rolling 7 or 8 meters and carving a deep trench in the ground. It shook its head, struggling to stand up, but felt dizzy and its vision blurred. Kazama walked forward unhurriedly, raising his fist once more. The fist, imbued with spiritual power, landed precisely on the same spot on the Crimson Flame Tiger's head. At first, the Crimson Tiger could still let out a low growl like a whimper, but later, the sound became weaker and weaker, and blood began to seep from its 7 orifices. Kazama recalled a famous home renovation joke from his past life, and unconsciously muttered it while clenching his fist. 80. 80. 2 more punches to round it up. 400. With the final punch, the Crimson Flame Tiger's massive body convulsed violently before collapsing completely. Chapter 30 is settled finally. Jiang Xian is encountered. The Crimson Tiger's eyes gradually lost their luster. A very fruitful experience. He stood up and looked around. The valley was in a mess, with only some worthless scraps of flesh and entrails remaining beside the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse. In the distance, the faint, tentative growls of other demonic beasts could be heard, but sensing the lingering aura of the crimson flame tiger and the dangerous aura emanating from Kazama, none dared to approach. Kazama clapped his hands, preparing to leave. It's time to go. I still need to meet up with Jiang Exayan. He discerned the direction, and with a few leaps, disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Behind them, only the corpse of a domineering monster and a silent valley remained. Shortly after Kazama left, a figure quietly appeared on the rock wall on the other side of the valley. It was a young man dressed in black, with a delicate and effeminate face. It was Lang Chenyu, who had met Kazama once before. He gazed at the corpse of the crimson flame tiger below, then looked in the direction Kazama had left, a trace of solemnity flashing in his narrow phoenix eyes. The crimson tiger, he actually killed it single-handedly? And it seemed so easy for him. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Chenyu floated down the rock wall like a wisp of smoke and came to the side of the crimson flame tiger's corpse. He crouched down and carefully examined the wounds on the tiger's carcass, especially the several horrifying dents on its head. A fist imprint, pure physical impact. Without using any powerful martial arts techniques, he killed a peak 4th-tier crimson flame tiger with just physical strength and basic spiritual power. Lang Chenyu stood up and looked in the direction where Feng Jian had left, a look of fear appearing in her eyes for the first time. This person is more dangerous than I thought. He remained silent for a moment, then his figure flickered and disappeared into the mountains and forests. The valley returned to silence. Only the lingering smell of blood and burnt flesh in the air tells the story of the brief but one-sided battle that had just taken place. After leaving the Crimson Tiger Valley, Kazama headed deeper into the secret realm. He would occasionally pull out the stolen strategy booklet to compare it with his own, and found that although the booklet was simple, the points marked with spiritual medicine spots and monster activity areas were actually 70–80% accurate. It seems that slick-haired guy isn't a simple person either. At least the information in this booklet has a real source. Kazama muttered to himself as he picked a 3rd-tier starshine grass. He stored the starshine grass in his personal space. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. It would be good to sell it for money later if it's not recycled. Along the way, he encountered several groups of examinees who were also exploring the secret realm. Most people searched cautiously in the woods in small groups of 2 or 3. Seeing Kazama walking alone with composure, most people cast wary or curious glances at him, but no one went up to talk to him or provoke him. It seems that those hotheads who snatch things from everyone they see and pick fights everywhere are still a minority, Kazama thought to himself. Or perhaps Kazama was just lucky and didn't run into them. He prefers the former. After all, those who can participate in the secret realm trial are at least elite students from various schools. Most people value their own gains more than risking stealing what belongs to others unless they are absolutely certain of success. Just as Kazama had picked a 3rd-tier moonlight vine and was about to continue on his way, his ears twitched. About 200 meters to the left front, faint sounds of fighting and fluctuations of spiritual energy could be heard. Kazama paused slightly, his brow furrowing gently. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. The secret realm trials are inherently competitive, and conflicts between candidates are inevitable. As long as no one is killed, outsiders generally will not interfere. Besides, he needs to seize the time to hunt monsters and collect points, so he doesn't have time to be a messenger of justice. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, a familiar, delicate shout came on the wind. "Are you even being reasonable?" It's Jiang Exayan's voice. Kazama's eyes narrowed suddenly. His spiritual power surged instantly, and he shot towards the source of the sound like an arrow. The atmosphere was tense in a relatively open clearing in the woods. Jiang Exayan held a light blue longsword with water ripples flowing on its blade, clearly a magical artifact her parents had recently prepared for her. Her chest was rising and falling slightly, and fine beads of sweat were seeping from her forehead, clearly indicating that she had just gone through a battle. At her feet lay a large, silver-gray wolf-like monster, a high-level, 3rd-tier silverback wolf. He was now completely lifeless, with a charred hole in his forehead still emitting wisps of smoke. But Jiang Exayan's face showed no joy, only anger. 2 people stood opposite her, a man and a woman, both around her age. The man was tall and wore dark red martial arts attire. He had a somewhat arrogant look on his face and was standing with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Exayan. The woman was wearing a pale yellow dress and had a decent appearance, but her brows carried a harsh air. At this moment, she was standing with her hands on her hips, looking at Jiang Xian with disdain. What do we mean? The woman in the yellow dress scoffed. It means that this silver-backed wolf was our prey first. What right do you have to steal it? Chapter 31. Do you think I'm an idiot? You guys saw it first? Jiang Xian's cheeks flushed with anger. I've been fighting it here for a full quarter of an hour. Where are you? Why haven't you made a move? We were observing from not far away, just about to make our move when you beat us to it. The man in red said calmly, his tone quite assertive. According to the rules, whoever spots the prey first has priority. We had already locked onto this gray wolf, but we didn't expect you to suddenly appear. You! Jiang Xian was so angry at this blatant distortion of the truth that he was speechless. She had indeed been engaged in a fierce battle with the silverback wolf, expending nearly 50% of her spiritual power to kill it, and her spiritual power had not yet recovered. The two people in front of her were full of energy, clearly waiting for her to exhaust herself before showing up. I advise you to be sensible, the woman in the yellow dress said, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes as she saw Jiang Xian's face turn pale. Leave quickly, the wolf's core and materials are ours. After all, you're not in good shape now, and if we really fight, you'll be the one who suffers. She spoke words of advice, but her tone was full of threats. Jiang Xian bit his lower lip tightly, his hand holding the long sword trembling slightly. She knew she was indeed in poor condition and had little chance of winning against two other advanced level 3 martial artists. But she couldn't swallow the anger that someone else had stolen the fruit from the prey she had worked so hard to kill. Not to mention, Jiang Xian's gaze swept over the man in the red shirt. From the moment he started looking at her, the man's gaze kept wandering over her face and body. Although he tried to hide it well, the covetous look in his eyes made her extremely uncomfortable. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? A fierce glint rose in Jiang Xian's heart. She had already been specially recruited by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, so the results of this trial were not important to her, she was only there for the reward. But if she just lets herself be bullied and doesn't fight back, how will she ever walk the path of martial arts again? Trying to steal my things? Jiang Xian slowly raised his long sword, the azure spiritual energy on the blade surging once more. Then let's see what happens. The woman in the yellow dress frowned. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. The man in red frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being impolite. The two simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, one red and one yellow, which surged around them, clearly preparing to fight. Jiang Xian took a deep breath and channeled his remaining spiritual energy to its fullest extent, preparing for a desperate fight. She was determined that even if she couldn't win, she would make those two pay the price. At this critical moment, boom! A figure descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the open ground between Jiang Xian and the two men. The ground was smashed into a shallow crater, dust flew up, and the shock waves spread in all directions, making the surrounding grass and trees rustle. The three of them were startled at the same time, and took several steps back, looking warily at the unexpected intruder. As the dust slowly settled, Kazama's handsome face was fully revealed. The moment the woman in the yellow dress saw Kazama's face clearly, a hint of amazement flashed involuntarily in her eyes. So handsome. She's much better looking than all the so-called geniuses and outstanding students at her school. The man in the red shirt stared at Kazama with a serious expression. He felt a sense of pressure emanating from this suddenly appearing boy that far surpassed that of a third-tier martial artist. At least a fourth-tier martial spirit. Moreover, his aura was solid and condensed, definitely not the kind that comes from a recent breakthrough. This is troublesome. The moment Jiang Xian saw Kazama, the anger and tension on his face vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised joy. She jogged a few steps forward, grabbed Kazama's arm, tilted her head up, and said in a slightly aggrieved tone, "You're finally here. I've been bullied so badly." Kazama looked down at her and saw that although she had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, she was in good spirits and had not been injured, so he was relieved. He reached out and pinched Jiang Xian's soft cheek, and said with a smile, "Well, we're here now. Who would dare to bully our Xian?" The two's intimate interaction, oblivious to everyone else, made the man in the red shirt and the woman in the yellow dress opposite them feel a chill in their hearts. Oh no, this is clearly a relationship that's not simple. Moreover, judging from the boy's relaxed and composed demeanor, as he spoke, he stepped forward to collect the beast core. The woman in the yellow dress breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to follow. However, at that moment, a cold laugh rang out from Kazama. What I meant was, "Shut up, I don't want to listen." The two stopped in their tracks, their smiles freezing on their faces. Kazama looked at them like they were idiots. "Do you guys think I'm stupid?" The man in the red shirt's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is," Kazama cracked his knuckles, "that you've gone so far as to steal from my XN and then dare to twist the truth in front of me. You've got some nerve." Before he finished speaking, a shockwave erupted from the ground beneath his feet. The red-clad man's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively sensed a deadly threat. His crimson spiritual power erupted instantly, condensing into a fiery shield in front of him. Sun Shield. This is his best defensive martial skill, which once blocked a full-force attack from a peak third-tier demonic beast. However, in front of Kazama, this seemingly sturdy shield of fire was as fragile as a piece of paper. Smack! Kazama's slap landed squarely on the fire shield with a whistling sound as it tore through the air. The shield shattered instantly. The slap landed squarely on the red shirt man's left cheek. Puff! The man in the red shirt was spun around twice by the slap, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward like a wooden stake. Bang! His body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The man in the red shirt was fast asleep, like a baby, and looked very peaceful. Chapter 32. Let's act together. The woman in the yellow dress screamed in fright, her face turning ashen. She looked at the clear handprint on her companion's face, the rapidly swelling half of her cheek, and then at Kazama's terrifyingly calm expression. Her legs went weak. You. Her voice trembled, and she managed a weak smile. "Young man, there must have been a misunderstanding just now. We'll leave now, we don't want the prey. You can have it all with your girlfriend." As she spoke, she carefully backed away, her eyes fixed on Kazama, afraid that he might suddenly make a move. Kazama merely glanced at her indifferently. And then, an acceleration. Call out. Another slap. Before the woman in the yellow dress could even make a defensive move, she felt dizzy, her cheeks burned, and her vision went black. She followed in her companion's footsteps. Bang! She also fell to the ground, lying next to the man in red, sleeping peacefully. Kazama shook his hand and muttered, "He's got a thick skin. My hand hurts from hitting him." Of course, he was joking. Xian's eyes lit up as she watched, and she clung to his arm, shaking it even more vigorously. "Kazama, you're so amazing. One slap after another. So cool." Kazama let out an eh, then waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty. So, third in the world. But the barely suppressed smile on his lips completely betrayed his smug mood. "All right, hurry up and pack up your spoils and let's go. Staying in this place too long will bring bad luck." Kazama ruffled Xian's hair. The two of them got to work quickly. Kazama skillfully dissected the silverback wolf's head and extracted a silver gray beast core, a high-grade tier 3 core, worth 50 points. Xian was responsible for skinning the wolves and collecting their pelts and fangs. Although these materials were not as valuable as beast cores, they could still be exchanged for some points. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes, and the two of them had pocketed all the spoils. Before leaving, Kazama glanced at the two people sleeping soundly on the ground and shook his head. "I hope you're lucky and don't get mistaken for takeout by passing monsters." After saying that, he took Xian's hand, turned around, and disappeared into the dense forest. Half an hour later, they arrived at a relatively safe stream. Kazama and Xian took a short break and replenished their fluids and energy. Xian curiously pressed Kazama about why he had suddenly appeared, and Kazama took out the strategy booklet he had stolen and briefly explained the cause and effect. "So that's how it is." Xian took the booklet and flipped through it with a look of curiosity. "This booklet is really useful. The person who sold it is quite clever. It's useful, but it's too expensive. It costs a lot of money. Luckily I stole it, so I don't feel bad about it." Kazama pouted. Xian chuckled and lightly punched him. "You're so naughty. After the two had rested enough, Kazama took out a booklet and pointed to several marked areas. Let's work together. There should still be plenty of medicinal herbs and monsters in these places. If we divide the work, we'll be more efficient. Okay.
Jiang Xin nodded happily.
But Kazama, I've already been specially recruited, so it doesn't really matter whether I get a ranking or not. That one do. Kazama shook his head, speaking seriously. We're already here, we have to give it our all. Wouldn't it be even more impressive if you got second place? Second place.
Jiang Xin blinked.
Then who's first? Kazama pointed to himself and said matter-of-factly, Of course it's me. Jiang Xian chuckled, then nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll reluctantly take second place. The two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant. Following the instructions in the booklet, they began to systematically raid resource points in the secret realm. Kazama focuses on attacking monsters, while Jiang Xian is responsible for collecting spiritual herbs. Jiang Xian can handle monsters below the third rank independently, while Kazama takes over when encountering fourth rank monsters. The two worked together more and more seamlessly, and their achievements increased. Kazama's points quickly surpassed the 1,000 mark. Although Jiang Xian mainly collected spiritual herbs, he could occasionally kill some second or third tier monsters, and his points steadily increased to over 300. However, he didn't succeed every time. Some of the locations marked with medicinal herbs had already been claimed by others by the time they arrived, leaving only fresh A faint, fishy smell drifted on the wind, making one instinctively feel uncomfortable. Are the monsters here very strong? Jiang Xian asked softly, gripping his long sword tightly. Very strong, and a lot. Kazama flipped through the booklet, where warnings were marked in bold red. Core area, habitat of the fourth tier monster, Shadow Hyena. Led by a hyena queen likely at the peak of the fourth tier, the group numbers between 30 and 50, excelling in group combat, and is extremely dangerous. Shadow Hyena? Jiang Xian was unfamiliar with this name. Kazama looked at the booklet and explained, it's a kind of social fourth tier monster. Its individual combat strength is at the bottom among fourth tier monsters, but it has a fourth tier peak hyena queen. Under her command, the hyena pack was fearless, disciplined, and their team fighting ability was terrifying. Jiang Xian's face paled slightly upon hearing this. Then since we're already here, let's check the situation first. Kazama put away the booklet and gestured for Jiang Xian to walk quietly. The two stealthily made their way to the edge of the valley, hiding behind a towering rock wall, and cautiously peeked out to look at the scene inside the valley. With just one glance, the two of them simultaneously gasped. Chapter 33: The Hyena Pack in the center of the secret realm. In the center of the valley was a relatively flat open area, where dozens of gray-black figures were crawling the shadow hyenas. These hyenas are slightly larger than ordinary wolves, covered in short, dark gray fur, with a row of sharp-boned spurs along their backs. With thick limbs, protruding fangs, and pairs of eerie green eyes that gleamed with a cruel light in the dim light. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 30. Most striking was a gigantic beast, far larger than its kind, in the center of the hyena pack. It is over 5 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its dark gray fur has a metallic sheen, and a bright red vertical stripe on its forehead resembles a third eye. At this moment, it was lazily lying on a flat boulder, looking down on the entire tribe like a king. Hyena Queen Peak of the fourth tier, Kazama murmured, his gaze grave. Not far from the Hyena Queen, there grew a small tree less than a meter tall, its entire body a vibrant green like jade. The sapling has sparse branches and leaves, but each leaf is crystal clear, as if it were carved from jade. What's even more enviable is that there are 7 or 8 thumb-sized, emerald green fruits hanging on the tree. The surface of the fruit has a faint shimmering light, and its fragrance can be smelled even from this distance. Jade Spirit Fruit, a top-tier 4th-order spiritual medicine. One piece can help a 3rd-order martial artist break through their bottleneck, and it also has a remarkable body tempering effect on 4th-order martial spirits. A glint flashed in Kazama's eyes. There are 7 or 8 here. No wonder the hyena pack wants to take over this area. Jiang Xian stared wide-eyed, but she quickly noticed the composition of the hyena pack. Besides the hyena queen, there were nearly 10 smaller hyenas surrounding her, all of which, judging from their aura, were at the 4th level. Further out, there were 20 or 30 ordinary hyenas of the 2nd or 3rd tier, scattered throughout the valley like an army, forming a tight defensive formation. This setup is too luxurious, isn't it? Jiang Xian swallowed hard. Kazama clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder he was able to occupy the most central area of the secret realm. With this hyena queen in charge, plus dozens of fearless hyenas, even a 5th-tier general would have to think twice. Kazama, how about we change our target? Jiang Xian tugged at his sleeve with some concern. There are too many of them. What if we get surrounded? She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Although Kazama is powerful, facing more than 30 fearless hyenas, including a leader at the peak of the 4th tier and nearly 10 4th-tier elites, his chances of survival are slim. You should know that the physical bodies of monsters are naturally stronger than those of humans. She had never witnessed Kazama's true strength, and only thought that Kazama was an ordinary 4th-tier level. Kazama did not answer immediately, but instead carefully probed the hyena queen's aura. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, a confident smile curving his lips. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident. In his perception, the hyena queen's aura had indeed reached the peak of the 4th rank, and even faintly touched the threshold of the 5th rank, but ultimately she did not truly break through. It posed no threat to him who possessed a body of steel. It just takes a little more effort. Moreover, even a 5th-tier expert couldn't break through his defenses. At most, it's just that his strength isn't enough to kill a 5th-tier demon beast. After all, his attack power is a weakness, especially compared to his defense. Although these hyenas are numerous, their attack methods are limited, mainly relying on their claws and fangs. They can't break through my defenses. Kazama analyzed. As long as we proceed steadily, defeat them one by one, and finally deal with the hyena queen, we can devour them all. He turned to look at Jiang Xian, his eyes full of confidence. With this, our points will definitely secure a top 2 finish. Seeing that Kazama was so determined, Jiang Xian stopped trying to dissuade him and obediently nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. She believed that Kazama must have his reasons for saying that. Okay, let's get ready. Kazama was speaking when he suddenly frowned and abruptly turned to look at the dense forest on the other side of the valley. Almost simultaneously, subtle noises were also heard from several other directions. Someone's coming. Kazama lowered his voice and pulled Jiang Xian to shrink into the shadows of the rock wall. The next moment, several groups of people emerged almost simultaneously from the dense forests in all 4 directions of the valley. On the east side, a graceful figure dressed in black stepped out. First it was Lung Qianyu, who had met Kazama once before. Behind him followed a pretty girl in red, whose aura was not weak, reaching the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. However, he always lagged behind Lung Qianyu by half a step, making a respectful posture, clearly indicating that he was in charge. From the north side, 2 young people, a man and a woman, dressed in white martial arts uniforms, walked out. They had a cold and aloof demeanor. They all wore long swords at their waists, and there was a faint aura of sword energy flowing around them, clearly indicating that they were masters of swordsmanship. On the west side, there was a young boy and girl dressed in gorgeous brocade robes. They looked about 6 or 7 parts alike, like siblings. The spiritual energy around him resonated faintly, indicating that he had cultivated some kind of combined attack technique. The last person to emerge from the south side was a tall, solitary young man. He was shirtless, revealing strong, steel-like muscles, with a bronze complexion, and carried a massive sword as wide as a door on his back, exuding a wild aura. For groups of people totaling 7 trial participants. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from them, they're all 4th-tier martial spirits. It seems these are the top-tier individuals in this trial. Kazama's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Xian was also dumbfounded. How could they all be here at the same time? Just like us, Kazama whispered. They're all after the hyena pack and the jade spirit fruit. Nobody's a fool to get this far. Everyone knows how to maximize their profits. He carefully observed these groups of people. Lung Qianyu maintained her effeminate and arrogant demeanor, calmly surveying the pack of hyenas in the valley. Her gaze lingered on the jade spirit fruit for a moment, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. The young kendo practitioners, a man and a woman, had indifferent expressions, their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw them at any moment. The brother and sister in brocade robes were talking in hushed tones, their eyes occasionally glancing at the other groups, clearly weighing the situation. The lone, burly young man was the most direct. He stared at the hyena queen, licked his lips, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Kazama's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 34. Should we take them all at once? The atmosphere at the several hiding spots on the edge of the valley was as heavy as iron. Each of the geniuses was scheming how to profit from the impending chaos. The goal is to acquire the hyena queen and the jade spirit fruit while also guarding against other competitors, ideally gaining the greatest benefit at the lowest possible cost. Kazama crouched in the shadows of the rock wall, his gaze sweeping over Lung Chenyu, the swordsmen and women, the brocade-robed siblings, and the lone, burly man, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He was planning something. What would happen if we rushed out now and wiped out all these so-called geniuses? If Jiang Xian knew what Kazama was thinking right now, he would probably jump up in fright. This is too dangerous. They actually want to leave all these fourth-tier geniuses in the secret realm. You should know that they represent reclusive families or forces. They are not like ordinary people with no background who can compare to them. Unfortunately, she didn't know, and neither did the other geniuses. The only thing they noticed about Kazama was that this boy who had appeared alone seemed somewhat mysterious. Little did they realize that the handsome-looking guy in front of them was harboring the terrifying thought of wiping them all out. Never mind, Kazama thought to himself, shaking his head. After all, I'm a model student. As for indiscriminately killing innocent people, well, we'll see. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the pack of hyenas in the valley. However, at that moment, roar! A deafening roar suddenly rang out. The hyena queen suddenly stood up, the red vertical line on her forehead bursting with an eerie blood-red light, and her pair of eerie green beast eyes precisely scanned the direction where the humans were hiding around the valley. Monsters are extremely sensitive to auras. Given that this place is full of hyenas, the sudden appearance of a few strangers is all too obvious. Ultimately, they are still novices and don't know how to hide their presence. We've been discovered. Lung Chenyu's expression hardened. As soon as she finished speaking, the hyena queen let out a series of rapid and sharp howls, as if issuing some of command. In an instant, all the hyenas in the valley became agitated. The second and third-tier hyenas on the periphery quickly split into 4 groups and pounced on the human hiding places in 4 directions. Meanwhile, the nearly 10 elite 4th-tier hyenas in the center stood in formation in front of the queen, watching her intently. "Stop hiding!" Lung Chenyu shouted coldly, his figure shooting out from his hiding place and landing on the open ground at the edge of the valley. "The monsters have locked onto us. If we keep hiding, we'll only be picked off one by one." Swordsmen and women, siblings in brocade robes, and lone strong men also made their appearances. Seeing this, Kazama stopped hiding and pulled Jiang Xian out from behind the rock wall. Lung Chenyu glanced at Kazama, a strange light flashing in her eyes. He also recognized the boy he had met on the outskirts earlier. "I didn't expect you to make it this far," he said calmly, his tone still arrogant, but somewhat more restrained than before. Kazama didn't bother to respond, only glancing at the approaching pack of hyenas, and said indifferently, "Enough nonsense. The monsters are here." Lung Chenyu snorted coldly and said no more. The elder brother of the pair of siblings in brocade robes looked around at everyone and suddenly spoke. "Everyone, the hyena pack is huge now, and no one can win by fighting alone. I suggest we join forces for now to get rid of these hyenas first, and then resolve the issue of who owns the queen and the jade spirit fruit." "How exactly do you plan to join forces?" the swordswoman asked coldly. "It's very simple." The man in the brocade robe pointed to the hyena queen. "Whoever kills the queen first will have the priority to choose the jade spirit fruit. No one else may take it. As for the cores and materials of the outer hyenas, it all depends on one's own abilities." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered. This proposal seems fair, but it actually hides an ulterior motive. Everyone wants to vie for the queen, but no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out and be attacked by a pack of dogs. But the situation is urgent, and there's no time to think it through. Lung Chenyu nodded first. "Okay." The kendo practitioners exchanged a glance and nodded. The lone, burly man grinned. "I agree. Anyway, I'll definitely be the one to kill the hyena queen in the end. The brother and sister in brocade robes looked at Kazama. And you, brother? Kazama shrugged. I have no objection. He really had no objections. No matter how the score is divided, he will definitely be the winner in the end. Then it's settled, the elder brother in brocade robes announced loudly. Each of you will be responsible for one direction. Clear out the outer hyenas, and then regroup to deal with the queen. As soon as the words were spoken, the 5 groups quickly dispersed, each heading towards the oncoming pack of hyenas. The battle erupted instantly. The group rushing towards the east side consisted of Lung Chenyu and the girl in red. Lung Chenyu drew his slender silver sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, transforming into streaks of cunning and ruthless sword light that precisely pierced the hyena's eyes, nose, throat, and other vital parts. His swordsmanship was as fast as a ghost, and his angles were so tricky that they were impossible to defend against. In the blink of an eye, 2 third-tier hyenas screamed and fell to the ground. The girl in red wielded a crimson short sword and worked seamlessly with Lung Chenyu, taking the lead in restraining him and finishing him off. But the coordination of a pack of hyenas is equally terrifying. A 4th-tier elite hyena led 6 or 7 third-tier and 2nd-tier hyenas, directly confronting Lung Chenyu's swordlight. On both sides, 3rd-tier hyenas were poised to pounce and bite, while 2nd-tier hyenas constantly harassed them from behind. With a clear division of labor and well-defined procedures for advancing and retreating, they resembled a well-trained army. Although Lung Chenyu was a 4th-tier martial spirit, he had to be cautious in the face of this formation, constantly moving around, making it difficult to finish the battle quickly. After all, he was using a sword which is light and agile, not the kind of fierce stick or club. The brother and sister in brocade robes on the west side were also embroiled in a fierce battle. The two were clearly practicing some kind of combined attack technique. Their spiritual energy fluctuations resonated with each other. When defending, they joined forces to build a spiritual energy barrier, and when attacking, they attacked simultaneously from the left and right, cooperating perfectly. But the hyena pack's attack was also methodical. The 4th-tier elites held them off head-on, while the 3rd-tier hyenas seized the opportunity to attack from the flanks and rear, and the 2nd-tier hyenas constantly probed and bit them, depleting their spiritual energy. Damn it! These beasts are too troublesome. The woman in the brocade robe gritted her teeth. Stay calm. Don't rush, the elder brother shouted in a deep voice, his long sword dancing into a curtain of. The kendo practitioners on the north side have a different style. The 2 men were skilled swordsmen, their bodies radiating sword energy, and every time they attacked, a hyena was injured. But the hyena pack never gave them a chance to fight alone. If the 2 attempt to concentrate their attack, more hyenas will pounce from both sides, forcing them to retreat and defend. How do these beasts manage to coordinate so perfectly? The swordsman muttered, frowning. It's the queen who is in command. The swordswoman glanced solemnly at the hyena queen in the center of the valley. She has been giving commands with her calls. The lone, burly man on the south side was the most ferocious one in the entire arena. He was shirtless, his muscles bulging, and instead of retreating, he charged straight into the pack of hyenas that were rushing towards him. Come on, let me see how tough you really are. He wielded that massive sword, as wide as a door panel, and with each strike, a hyena was smashed to pieces, howling as it flew backward. Those 3rd and 2nd-tier hyenas were completely routed by him alone. But 4th-tier elite hyenas are not so easy to deal with. 2 4th-tier elites pounced together, attacking from the left and right, their sharp claws and fangs working in perfect harmony. Even with the strong man's powerful physique, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid their attacks and retreat while fighting. Damn it! These 2 beasts are pretty tough to deal with, the burly man cursed, his eyes filled with excited fighting spirit. Chapter 35: The Hyena Queen Makes Her Move. On Kazama's side, the situation was completely different. He faced off alone against a dozen or so hyenas that charged at him. This included 2 Tier 4 elites and 7 or 8 Tier 3 and Tier 2 ordinary hyenas. Jiang Xian wanted to help, but Kazama stopped him, saying, Stay in the back and don't interfere. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he was just worried that Jiang Xian would get hurt. Although the hyena pack's coordination was exquisite, to him, who possessed a body of steel, they were nothing more than ants. All he needs to do is control the pace and not act too outrageously. So, while the other geniuses were struggling to fight, Kazama was dealing with the pack of hyenas in front of him in a barely manageable manner. He would dodge and counterattack at times, keeping his spiritual energy fluctuations at a normal level for the early stage of the 4th rank, and each attack only something's not right with this kid, the burly man squinted. Kazama naturally noticed being watched by so many eyes at the same time. He sighed inwardly, realizing he still hadn't acted convincingly enough. On the surface, he simply raised his head, exchanged glances with the others, and gave them an innocent smile. "Why are you looking at me? Keep fighting. There are still many monsters." Everyone looked at Kazama. A knowing glint flashed in the swordswoman's eyes. Among the crowd, although everyone was locked in combat, it was clear to anyone with eyes that Kazama was facing the most monsters. 2 Tier 4 elites plus 7 or 8 ordinary hyenas. Yet he handled it with ease, even having to occasionally knock down a hyena with a single punch. This composure might fool others, but it couldn't fool the eyes of these 4th-tier geniuses present. They couldn't fool the monster's intuition. The hyena queen sensed a real threat from Kazama. Roar! With another roar, the hyena queen stomped her feet on the ground, and her massive body shot out like an arrow, at an astonishing speed. It smashed through several ordinary hyenas blocking its path, and charged straight at Kazama with overwhelming ferocity. "Kazama! Watch out!" Jiang Xian's sharp shout suddenly rang out. She had been following Kazama's instructions to stay in the back, but when she saw the 5-meter-long behemoth charging towards him, she could no longer hold back. Her long sword shone brightly with blue light, and she was about to rush forward. However, Kazama didn't turn around, but simply raised one hand and gestured behind him to, "Don't move." Jiang Xian paused, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with worry, but she abruptly stopped in her tracks. She believed him. Meanwhile, the reactions of the other geniuses were far more fascinating. Good. Lung Chenyu was secretly delighted, but his face remained calm. He even slowed down his attacks, allowing the 4th-tier hyena in front of him to catch its breath. The kendo practitioners exchanged a glance and, with remarkable tacit understanding, simultaneously took a half-step back, assuming a defensive stance. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Let that kid carry it first so we can save our energy. The siblings in brocade robes were even more decisive. The elder brother shouted "Guard!" and the two of them formed a spiritual energy barrier back-to-back, their eyes fixed on the direction where Kazama was, their eyes shining with anticipation. The burly man grinned, his great sword sweeping across the hyena in front of him, forcing it back. He then jumped out of the fray, arms crossed, to watch the spectacle. "Interesting. Let me see just how much you're made of." They are all waiting. Wait until Kazama and the hyena queen are both severely injured. By then, they will not only have one less major competitor, but they will also reap the benefits. Such is human nature, such is reality. Kazama took it all in and sneered inwardly. But he didn't have time to pay attention to these people's petty thoughts, because the hyena queen had already charged right in front of them. The gaping maw, large enough to swallow an entire cow whole, was right in front of me, and a stench assaulted my nostrils. Fragments of flesh from an unknown monster clung to its fangs, making it look ferocious and terrifying. Roar! The hyena queen opened her massive jaws and bit down on Feng Jian's head. If that bite lands firmly, even the protective aura of a 4th-tier martial spirit would be unable to withstand it. It's well known that hyenas have a notoriously strong bite force in nature. However, Kazama's reaction at this moment made everyone's eyes widen. He did not dodge. There was no retreat. He didn't even use any martial arts techniques. He simply raised his head, staring at the approaching, gaping maw, and muttered a curse. "You damn bastard! Why did you have to come after me of all those other people? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The words had barely left his mouth. Smack! A crisp sound. Kazama casually slapped a 4th-tier elite hyena that was lunging at him from the side, sending it flying. The 4th-tier demon beast, whose size was comparable to a tiger, was swatted like a fly, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the rock wall 7 or 8 meters away. With a muffled thud, it slid to the ground, convulsing and unable to get up again. The entire room fell silent. Chapter 36: The Hyena Queen has fallen. Lung Chenyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The swords in the hands of the male and female kendo practitioners almost slipped from their grasp. The siblings in brocade robes gaped open. The lone, burly man's eyes widened, his mocking expression freezing instantly. "Holy crap!" the burly man muttered. "That's a fourth-tier elite monster. Even geniuses like them have to take this seriously and put in a lot of effort to defeat a fourth-tier elite." He was sent flying with just one slap? A slap? But what happened next was even more shocking. As he swatted the spiritual energy barrier between the brocade-robed siblings had disappeared at some point, but the hyena queen's claws and fangs fell on Kazama time and time again. Then, time and time again, they returned empty-handed. Roar! Horror flashed in the hyena queen's eyes. How can this human body be so hard? Its claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, left only faint white marks on his body. Its fangs, strong enough to crush rocks, bit into his shoulder as if biting into steel, caused his teeth to ache. What's most terrifying is that this human seems completely unconcerned about its attacks, focusing solely on relentless assault. What kind of monster is this? For the first time, the hyena queen felt fear. But Kazama won't give it a chance to be afraid. "You were biting quite enthusiastically just now, weren't you? Bang! Now you know fear? Bang! Too late. Bang!" Kazama would throw a punch for every curse he uttered. Every punch landed with flesh. Every punch drew blood. The hyena queen was terrified. She felt that if things continued like this, she would be beaten to death by this human. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp howl. Roar! This is the sound of a summons. Hearing the queen's howl, the hyenas that were still fighting with Lung Chenyu and the others paused at the same time. Then their eyes turned red and they all turned around and rushed towards Fengjian, excluding those killed by several people. More than 20 hyenas, including 4th-tier elites, 3rd-tier main force members, and 2nd-tier cannon fodder, pounced on Kazama like madmen. They must obey the queen's orders and tear this human apart first. The pressure on Lung Chenyu and the others instantly lessened, but no one stepped forward to help them. Instead, they tacitly retreated further away. Standing on the edge of the battlefield, he leisurely watched the show. "He'll have a hard time now, won't he?" the girl in the brocade robe muttered softly. "More than 20 hyenas. Plus that queen. The pressure is immense." The swordsman shook his head, his expression grave. "It depends on his own fate," Lung Chenyu said calmly, but her eyes gleamed with anticipation. He wanted to see just how strong this mysterious young man really was. Kazama looked at the pack of hyenas surging in from all directions, but instead of panicking, he smiled. "Attack them all at once? Good. Saves me the trouble of chasing them down one by one." He moved his neck, and his bones made a slight crackling sound. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Bang! Before a 4th-tier elite hyena could react, it was slapped away, knocking down 3 2nd-tier companions behind it. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches sent the 2-tier 3 hyenas flying, crashing into rocks and breaking their bones. Kazama was like a human bulldozer, rampaging through the pack of hyenas. He held nothing back. Every punch and palm strike was imbued with explosive power. Those 2nd and 3rd-tier hyenas, if they were to come into contact with them, would either die or be maimed. 4th-tier elites can withstand a little more damage, but it's just a matter of taking a couple more hits. In an instant, screams of agony echoed through the valley, and hyenas flew about in all directions as if being swatted flies. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre of the weak. Chapter 37. You're awesome, we're leaving now. Jiang Xian stood at a distance, his hands tightly covering his mouth, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. That's her boyfriend. The way Lung Chenyu and the others looked at Kazama completely changed. It was a deep-seated fear. In less than 3 minutes, all 20-odd hyenas collapsed to the ground. Some died on the spot, some were seriously injured and dying, and some had their limbs broken and were screaming incessantly. Only Kazama and the hyena queen in the distance were left standing. Kazama stood amidst the carcasses of dogs scattered on the ground, not a single drop of blood on his body. He dusted off his hands, which weren't actually dust, looked up at the hyena queen, and gave her a bright smile. All right, now it's just the 2 of us. Now we can have a proper fight. The hyena queen's fur stood on end, and fear flickered in her eerie green eyes. The scene that followed was extremely brutal, interspersed with the pitiful cries of puppies. Lung Qinyu watched, the veins on her hand gripping the sword bulging. What kind of monster is this? The men and women practicing kendo held swords in their hands, yet they felt no sense of security whatsoever. The boy's figure, at this moment, was more terrifying than a monster in their eyes. The brocade-robed siblings remembered their wishful thinking, to wait for Kazama and the queen to both be severely injured. This is clearly a one-sided massacre. The burly man realized that his hand holding the sword was trembling. He was known as having an invincible physical body among his peers, and once fought 3 4th-tier demonic beasts alone without being defeated. But seeing Kazama's extremely ferocious fighting style, he suddenly felt that his proud physical body was a joke. Finally, bang! The final punch landed. The hyena queen's massive body crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. The ferocity in its eerie green eyes vanished completely, leaving only bewilderment. It never understood it until its death. Why is this human so tough? Why won't you get hurt? This prized bite force is completely ineffective. Kazama stood beside the queen's enormous head, shaking the blood and bone fragments off his fist. He glanced down at the behemoth that had completely lost its fighting ability. He raised his head and glanced around. A large number of hyena carcasses lay around. Aside from those killed by others earlier, Kazama alone wiped out 70% of the hyena pack. He saw Kazama's gaze fall upon him. Lung Qinyu took a step back. Both men and women in the kendo practice bowed their heads. The brother and sister in brocade robes remained silent, trembling with fear. The burly man swallowed hard. Kazama withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiang X. What are you standing there for? Come and help. There are so many beast cores. How long can I dig them all by myself? As if waking from a dream, Jiang Xian ran to Kazama's side, grabbed his arm, and looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Kazama, you're amazing. Kazama chuckled, but his gaze went past her shoulder to the other geniuses. That gaze was calm as still water, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. Lung Qinyu took a deep breath, sheathed her sword, and cupped her hands in a respectful gesture to Kazama. Your strength is astonishing. I admire you. This hyena queen is your spoils of war. We have no intention of touching her. The swordsman quickly replied, Don't worry, sir. We'll leave right away. The brother and sister in brocade robes nodded repeatedly. The jade spirit fruit also belongs to you, sir. Let's go now. The burly man scratched his head and grinned. I'm impressed. You're amazing. After saying that, he turned around decisively and strode away. Everyone left without hesitation. They knew very well that with Kazama around, they wouldn't get any of the jade spirit fruit or the beast core. Rather than staying and humiliating yourself, it's better to leave early and seek opportunities elsewhere. The champion of this secret realm trial is already a foregone conclusion. What they need to do now is not to fight this monster, but to avoid offending it. After all, they couldn't handle this humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex once it went berserk. They didn't want to participate in a trial only to end up in a miserable state. Soon, only Kazama and Jiang Xian remained in the valley. Kazama looked at the jade spirit fruit tree in the center of the valley, its emerald green fruits gleaming enticingly in the sunlight. A smile played on his lips as he picked the jade fruits one by one. There are 8 in total, each one plump and lustrous, gleaming with a warm sheen in the palm of your hand. He turned to look at Jiang Xian, picked out one from the pile, and handed it directly to her. Here, have a taste. Jiang Xian was taken aback, and subconsciously took the fruit, his big eyes full of confusion. For me. Otherwise, Kazama said matter-of-factly, I heard this thing can help people break through to the 4th rank. You're currently stuck at the peak of the 3rd rank, so give it a try. Jiang Xian held the jade spirit fruit, feeling its weight in his palm. It's not the weight of the fruit, but the weight of this sentiment. She bit her lower lip and whispered, But I didn't do anything. This is what you fought so hard for. Moreover, this fruit also has a body tempering effect on 4th-tier martial spirits, so eating it will also increase your strength. Of course, she wanted to eat it. Which martial artist doesn't want to break through to a higher level? But she cared more about Kazama's thoughts. Kazama couldn't help but laugh when he saw Jiang Xian's adorable expression. He reached out and pinched her soft cheek, his tone carrying a hint of domineering and teasing. Why do you sound so sassy? It's not like you at all. And what are you so worried about? You're all mine, so just eat whatever you're told. Jiang Xian's face flushed red. She held the fruit, her head down, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Then I'll eat it? Eat. Jiang Xian nodded vigorously and began to nibble on the jade spirit fruit in small bites. The fruit melted in her mouth, transforming into a warm energy that slid down her throat and into her stomach. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Sweet. Like a pear. Kazama chuckled. This isn't for you to savor the taste. Hurry up and refine the medicinal power.
Okay. Okay, Yang Xin replied sweetly.
He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, beginning to fully refine the enormous energy contained within the fruit. Ding! Jiang Xian's favorability +1, current favorability 91. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Kazama's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Very good, steady growth. He regained his composure and took it out from his personal storage space. Next comes the enjoyable harvest time. Kazama walked to the nearest 4th-tier elite hyena carcass and skillfully took out a fist-sized beast core that gleamed with a dark gray light. A 4th-tier elite, judging by its size, it's worth more than a regular 4th tier. 300 points in hand. He stored the beast core in his spatial storage, and his gaze fell on the hyena's intact fur and sharp fangs. The fur is intact and can be used to make 2 pieces of armor. The 4 fangs can be sharpened into daggers, or used to inlay weapons. The bone spurs on its back are also good materials. As Kazama muttered to himself, he skillfully dissected the corpse with a swift and precise motion. This technique was something he had practiced repeatedly in the secret realm over the past few days. Kazama doesn't waste anything that can be sold for money. A few minutes later, a complete Tier 4 elite hyena was transformed into a neat pile of materials, all of which were stored in his personal space. He moved on to the next corpse and repeated the process. 1. Both ends. 3 heads. Kazama was busy and having a great time, humming a little harvest tune. There was no other way. I was terrified of being poor. Although there is some money in the account now, who would complain about having too much money? What's more, these are materials from 4th-tier demonic beasts. If you sell them, you can easily get hundreds of thousands of credits. Just as he was busy working hard, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. He paused in his movements, his brow furrowing slightly. Just a moment ago, there seemed to be an extremely faint current of air emanating from the corpse beneath my feet. Kazama cautiously looked around, his senses spreading out at full speed. But there was nothing there. The valley remained quiet, and Jiang Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. In the distance, the faint roars of demonic beasts could be heard, and everything seemed normal. An illusion? Kazama. She looked down at her hands, feeling the surging spiritual energy within her. Her face filled with surprise. An 18-year-old at the 4th level is considered a genius even in the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Although she was just a byproduct of the special admissions process, she now deserves the title of a specially admitted student. Jiang Xian looked up and met Kazama's handsome face and smiling eyes. Kazama! Thank you! Jiang Xian cheered happily, then threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Caught off by the sudden attack, Kazama chuckled and ruffled her hair, saying, "Oh dear, you've already broken through. Why are you getting all sentimental?" Jiang Xian didn't speak, but buried her face in his chest, expressing her joy. After a while, Jiang Xian raised his head, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him fiercely. Kazama was taken aback at first, then a smile appeared in his eyes, and he responded to the kiss passionately. The girl's kiss was awkward yet passionate, carrying the unique sweetness and joy of a young girl. The two kissed for a long time until Jiang Xian was a little out of breath, and then they separated, blushing. She buried her face in Kazama's chest and whispered, "Thank you so much." Kazama laughed and leaned down to kiss the top of her head. "Silly girl. Don't be so polite with me." After cuddling for a while longer, Kazama gently patted her pert little bottom. "All right, get up. It's time to get down to business." Jiang Xian jerked away as if electrocuted. Her face flushed as she glared at him. What are you doing? This isn't allowed." After saying that, he looked around, as if afraid that someone was spying on him. "What are you thinking? I'm talking about dividing the spoils. Do you understand what dividing the spoils is?" Kazama chuckled. "With so many beast core materials, shouldn't we calculate how many points we can get?" Jiang Xian then realized what was happening, her face turning even redder, and she muttered softly, "Who's thinking the wrong thing? I didn't." Kazama didn't expose her, but pulled her to sit down on a flat boulder next to him, and then started taking things out. 1, 2, 3. Soon, a small mount of animal cores piled up in front of the two of them. Jiang Xian stared in disbelief. "So many?" "Of course," Kazama said smugly. 10 fourth tier elites, 23 third tiers, 15 second tiers, oh right, and the core of a crimson flame tiger, which is also at the peak of the 4th tier, worth a fortune. He began to calculate the integral. A second tier beast core is worth 5 points, so 15 cores would be worth 75 points. A third tier beast core is worth 50 points, so 23 of them would be worth 1150 points. A 4th tier ordinary beast core is worth 300 points, so 10 of them would be worth 3000 points. The Crimson Flame Tiger is at the peak of the 4th tier, and its value is higher than that of an ordinary 4th tier. Let's give it 400 points. Kazama did a flurry of calculations and finally arrived at the total. 5,155 points. No, wait. Let me recalculate. Jiang Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle as she watched him meticulously calculating the accounts. Kazama finally calculated a total and nodded in satisfaction. The two of us together have a total of 5,025 beast core points. With the elixir, it's 5,100. 5,100 points?
Giang xin gapet.
She knew she would gain a lot this time, but she didn't expect it to be this much. Last year's champion had 2,870 points. The runner-up had 2,100 points, and the third-place finisher had 1,850 points. Jiang Xian, recalling the homework he had done last time, happily said, "Then wouldn't we be?" "That's right." Kazama grinned. "The championship is mine, and the runner-up is yours. It's a sure thing." The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. After dividing the spoils, Kazama carefully collected all the beast cores. Once they left the secret realm, these would be exchanged for points, at which point there would be an official ranking. Of course, these beast cores also belong to the trial participants. "Let's go, it's time to head back." Kazama stood up and dusted himself off. "It's almost time. If we head back now, we should be able to reach the teleportation point just in time." Jiang Xian nodded and obediently followed beside him. The two had only taken a few steps when suddenly stopped and looked back at the valley. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xian asked curiously. "It's nothing." Kazama shook his head and looked away. That vague sense of unease returned, but he still couldn't detect anything unusual. "It might just be my imagination. Let's go." The two held hands and walked out of the valley. Behind them, the valley was completely silent. Only the cleanly stripped skeletons of the demonic beasts lay scattered on the ground, silently recounting the battle that had just taken place. A surge of immense energy exploded within him, violently washing over his limbs and internal organs. He could clearly feel that the energy was being frantically absorbed by his muscles and bones. Thick, sticky impurities slowly seeped out of the pores, carrying a faint fishy odor. "It's working," Kazama thought to himself with delight. For 4th tier cultivators, the jade spirit fruit is an excellent material for tempering the body, eliminating impurities, and strengthening muscles and bones. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Kazama opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Chapter 39. Preparing to leave, an unexpected event occurs. How was it? How was it? Jiang Xian leaned closer and asked curiously. Kazama clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Not bad. My physical strength has increased somewhat, probably around 30 tons per punch," he estimated. 30 tons? Jiang Xian gasped, looking at Kazama as if he were looking at a monster. It should be noted that a typical 4th tier martial spirit's full force attack is already considered quite powerful, reaching 10 tons of force. Kazama's punch weighed 30 tons. That's outrageous. "It's all right." Kazama waved his hand casually, looking like a lonely master. With a punching force of 30 tons, combined with the defensive power of his steel body, even without relying on spiritual power, he is enough to go toe-to-toe with a 5th tier demonic beast. Jiang Xian pursed his lips, about to speak, when he suddenly smelled a strange odor. She wrinkled her little nose, sniffed around, and finally her gaze landed on Kazama. "Kazama, why do you smell so bad?" Kazama was taken aback, then looked down and sniffed himself, his face immediately darkening. The medicinal power of those 7 jade spirit fruits not only tempered his physical body but also expelled some deep-seated impurities from his body. At this moment, the impurities mixed with sweat were emitting a certain indescribable odor. I'm going to wash up." Kazama stood up and looked around, soon spotting a clear pool of water not far away. He walked over quickly, took off his clothes in a few moments, and plunged into the water. Jiang Xian followed behind, intending to make a few more teasing remarks, but when her gaze fell on Kazama in the water, the words she was about to say suddenly caught in her throat. In the clear pool water, Kazama stood shirtless, water droplets sliding down his smooth muscle lines. He nodded in satisfaction, stood up from the water, and walked towards the shore. Water splashed everywhere, and sunlight shone on his body, outlining the perfect contours of his muscles. Jiang Xian was squatting on the shore waiting for him when he was caught off guard by the scene, and his face turned red instantly. Certain images involuntarily flashed through her mind. That night in the new house, he did the same thing. No, he was wearing clothes at that time. No, I didn't wear it later. What are you thinking about? Jiang Xian shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those embarrassing images, but his face grew hotter and hotter. Kazama walked ashore and, seeing her like this, grinned mischievously and leaned closer. "Oh, why is our Shinshin's face so red? What mischievous thing are you thinking about?"
No.
Jiang Xian denied it outright, but her eyes darted around, and she didn't dare to look at him. Kazama laughed heartily, reached out and ruffled her hair, then stopped teasing her and took out a set of clean clothes from his personal space to change. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Kazama took her hand. The two continued onward, heading towards the teleportation point. There are only a few hours left in the secret realm trial. If we go now, the time will be just right. However, less than 15 minutes later.
Boom!
The ground suddenly trembled slightly. Kazama paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Earthquake! Jiang Xian looked around in confusion. The tremors suddenly intensified as soon as the words were spoken. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if an earth dragon were turning over. The surrounding trees rustled, and several rocks rolled down from the cliff face. The two quickly regained their balance. Immediately afterwards, chirp! A sharp, piercing screech came from the depths of the secret realm. The sound was extremely penetrating, as if it could pierce directly into the soul, making one's scalp tingle. Kazama frowned. Jiang Xian instinctively covered his ears. This sound? It's so unpleasant. The next moment, the sky seemed to darken. The two looked up and saw a dark shadow spreading rapidly across the distant horizon, blocking out the sunlight. That's not a dark cloud. Those were countless bats. It was overwhelming, densely packed, like a moving black curtain, frantically fleeing in all directions. This Jiang Xian's eyes widened. Kazama's expression was grave, and a strong sense of unease welled up within him. Something's not right. Something's not right. Let's go. He made a quick decision, pulling Jiang Xian along as they sped towards the teleportation point. No matter what happened, let's get out of the secret realm first. The two traveled at full speed. Along the way, they saw more and more unusual things. The monsters were fleeing frantically, completely disregarding their ability to attack humans. Several huge cracks appeared in the ground, seemingly bottomless, and continued to spread. A faint, almost imperceptible, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Kazama's unease grew stronger. Finally, the teleportation point was right in front of us. But the sight before him made his pupils shrink. The open space in front of the teleportation point was packed with people. But they weren't queuing up for a transfer. Instead, they were screaming. They were running away. Get out of the way. Let me pass. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. It's here again. Chaos, panic, and screams filled the entire teleportation area. Even more horrifying, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in the middle of the open space. No, it wasn't an ordinary corpse. It's a mummified corpse. Each body had dry, wrinkled skin, as if all moisture had been drained from it, and their faces were frozen in terror, their eyes wide open in death. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian's face turned deathly pale, and he instinctively gripped Kazama's hand tightly. Kazama gripped her hand tightly, but his gaze remained fixed on a certain direction next to the mummified corpse. There, several figures were fighting against a huge black shadow. Lung Chenyu, the swordsman and women, and the burly man were all present at this moment. Their opponent was a giant bat. The bat was enormous, with a wingspan of 15 meters and a height of over 8 meters. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its pair of blood-red eyes, like two lanterns, shone with an eerie light. What's most terrifying is its aura. It's at the 5th rank. That was a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of the 4th rank, enveloping the entire area as if it were a tangible force, making it difficult for anyone who got close to breathe. A 5th-tier demonic beast. Kazama's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Lung Chenyu and the others were besieging the giant bat. It was described as a siege, but it was more like a desperate struggle to hold on. Lung Chenyu's silver sword transformed into countless sword lights, piercing the bats like a torrential rain. But when the sword light landed on its dark fur, it only left faint marks and could not cause any real damage. The male and female swordsmen joined forces to unleash a combined sword technique, with two sharp sword energies clashing and slashing at the bat's wings, but they were unable to inflict any effective damage. Instead, it provoked the bat to let out a sharp screech. The strongest man was the most valiant, wielding his giant sword to meet the attack head-on, each strike causing the air to explode. But the bat merely used its claws to lightly block him, sending him staggering back 7 or 8 steps, his tiger's mouth splitting open and bleeding profusely. The combined defense of the brocade-robed siblings was utterly ineffective against the bats. The spiritual, if possible, Kazama wouldn't mind lending a hand. More importantly, this 5th-tier giant bat is blocking the teleportation array, preventing him and Jiang. The bones of a 5th-tier demon beast are indeed much harder than those of a 4th-tier beast. This punch, if delivered to a 4th-tier demon beast, would at least shatter its skull, but on this bat's head, it only made it momentarily dizzy. The giant bat steadied itself in mid-air, shook its enormous head, and stared intently at Kazama with its blood-red eyes. A hint of human-like surprise flashed in its eyes. How can this human be so strong? But it was mostly anger. As a 5th-order demon beast, how could it ever be ambushed by a mere 4th-order human? Chirp! The giant bat was clearly enraged by the punch. It let out an even sharper screech, and at the same time, its blood-red eyes were fixed on Kazama, filled with savage killing intent. Kazama landed on the ground, facing off against the giant bat. He shook his wrists, loosened his muscles, and looked up at the enormous creature. Upon closer inspection, one can better feel that terrifying sense of oppression. Its 8-meter-tall body stands like a 3-story building. Beneath its dark red fur, muscles bulged, concealing explosive power. Those blood-red eyes were staring intently at him, filled with bloodthirsty madness. Just as Kazama was about to test whether he could kill the monster, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. After breaking through to the 4th level, Jiang Xian's body was full of spiritual energy, and he was eager to try his skills. Seeing Kazama facing that enormous creature alone, how could she possibly hold back? Kazama, I'm here to help you. With a sharp shout, Jiang Xian flashed to Feng Jian's side, her long sword gleaming with blue light, its tip pointing directly at the giant bat in the air. Kazama caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye, his brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed. Jiang Xian is now at the 4th level. Although he just broke through, he should be able to protect himself. Moreover, she is not the kind of flower that needs to be protected in a greenhouse. Letting her participate in the battle will also benefit her growth. Be careful. Don't stray too far from me, Kazama cautioned. Got it, Jiang Xian replied, his eyes fixed on the enormous object in the sky, his expression a mixture of tension and excitement. However, in stark contrast to the young couple's high spirits was the reaction of the 300 or 400 trial participants around the teleportation point. When they saw Kazama smash the bat away with a punch, and when Lung Chenyu and the others regrouped, a glimmer of hope welled up in their hearts. But then, when the bat took off again, it seemed to be perfectly fine. Looking down at everyone from their vantage point, that hope was instantly replaced by fear. Run! Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in chaos. 300 or 400 people rushed toward the teleportation array like a flock of frightened sheep. Get out of the way! Let me pass. Don't push. Someone's pushing me. Get out of my way. Anyone who blocks my path will die. Screams, curses, and cries mingled together, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Some people were pushed to the ground and, before they could get up, they were trampled by the crowd that surged from behind, screaming in agony. In their rush to get ahead, some even attacked those around them, causing bursts of spiritual energy to erupt in the crowd, injuring countless people. Some even pulled out weapons and, with bloodshot eyes, slashed at those blocking their way. In the face of life and death, morality and rules become a joke. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. However, when the first group of people finally squeezed to the teleportation array and stepped into the light curtain, nothing happened. They stood in the center of the teleportation array, waiting for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The light screen remained, but there was no sign of teleportation. What's going on? Why haven't we been teleported yet? Is it broken? Panic spread through the crowd. More people rushed onto the teleportation array, crowding it so much that it was impossible to move, but the teleportation array still did not respond.
Impossible.
Everything was fine just now. It must be broken. The teleportation array is broken. It's over, we can't get out. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed everyone. Some people slumped to the ground, their faces ashen. Some frantically pounded on the teleportation array's light screen, and some crouched on the ground, clutching their heads and emitting wild howls. They were just ordinary students who came to participate in the trial, with the highest level being only 3rd rank. Facing a 5th rank demon beast, they had no power to resist at all. Kazama glanced at the direction of the teleportation array and saw the chaotic scene, his heart sinking. Is the teleportation array broken? How will they get out? Please don't let it be something like a spatial blockade. That would be disastrous. Are we going to be trapped in this secret realm? Chapter 41, Emergency Rescue. He frowned, about to ask a question, when Lung Qinyu's voice rang out at the right moment. The teleportation array is not completely damaged, but it has been attacked and the array base is damaged, so it cannot be activated for the time being. His face was grave as he stared at the giant bat in the air. It was this beast who did it. When it appeared, it happened to collide with the teleportation array, and it may have instinctively attacked the array base. Upon hearing this, Kazama silently breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a spatial blockade, that's good. If it's just damage to the array base, the outside world should be able to detect it and send people to repair it or rebuild a temporary teleportation array. The problem now is that they have to hold out until rescue arrives. Kazama looked up at the giant bat hovering motionless in the air. Didn't they say that the highest level of monsters in this secret realm is only 4th tier? Where did this thing come from? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. The burly man scratched his head, looking equally bewildered. We don't know either, Lung Qinyu said in a deep voice. It seems to have suddenly emerged from the ground without any warning. They went on a killing spree as soon as they appeared, and those who were drained of their blood didn't have time to escape. Upon hearing this, Kazama's gaze fell upon the dozen or so mummified corpses, his eyes narrowing slightly. Blood-sucking, he suddenly recalled the faint, strange feeling he had when he harvested the hyena carcasses. Could it be that something was already active underground back then? Forget it. There's no use thinking about this now. Kazama pulled himself out of his thoughts and fixed his gaze back on the giant bat in the sky. It seems that the only way to leave is to take down this big boss. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. But the next moment, when they looked at the enormous creature in the sky, everyone fell silent. How do I fight? That thing is flying in the sky, but they can't fly. A giant bat hovered in mid-air, its blood-red eyes scanning the group of humans below, a hint of human-like mockery flashing in them. Figured it out. These humans cannot fly. As long as it stays in the sky, they can only watch helplessly. Chirp! The bat opened its enormous mouth and let out a sharp screech. This time, it's not an attack, it's a summoning. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny black shadows suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness. Those were bats the size of a palm. It was overwhelming, densely packed, like a black tide, surging in from all directions. Holy crap! The lone, burly man's expression changed drastically. It's its offspring or its kind, Lung Qinyue said through gritted teeth. There were at least 1,000 of those small bats, which swarmed towards the crowd. Ah! A scream rang out instantly. A second-tier martial artist was entangled by 7 or 8 small bats, which swarmed over him like a leech, their sharp fangs piercing his skin. In just a few seconds, the martial artist shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a dried corpse. No! Help! Get out! Get out! Ah! More and more people are being overwhelmed by swarms of bats. Some people frantically swung their weapons and cut down a few, but more immediately pounced on them. Someone tried to use spiritual energy to protect themselves, but the little bat's fangs were able to pierce through the weak protective aura. Someone took out a trial token and crushed it forcefully. A blue light shone in their hands, a distress signal. Outside, in the secret monitoring room. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm suddenly went off. The monitoring personnel turned pale instantly as they watched the frantically flashing distress signals on the screen. This is 1 distress signal, 2 distress signals, 10 distress signals. In the blink of an eye, the number of distress signals exceeded 50, and it was still increasing rapidly. Something terrible has happened. The monitoring personnel jumped up and rushed to the communicator. Emergency! Numerous distress signals have been detected inside the secret realm. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The news spread throughout the entire temporary base in an instant. Within 20 seconds, a rescue team composed of 5th-tier generals assembled and rushed towards the teleportation array. However, when they stepped into the teleportation array, the light screen flickered a few times but did not react at all. What's going on? The rescue team leader's expression changed. The teleportation array cannot be activated. The team members anxiously checked the equipment. Quickly, call the formation master. An elderly array master with gray hair and beard was hurriedly pulled over. He squatted down next to the teleportation array, pressed his fingers on the array base, and closed his eyes to sense it. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his face extremely solemn. The teleportation array at the other end is damaged and cannot receive teleportations. What? The rescue team leader was struck dumb. The damage to the other end of the teleportation array means they cannot enter the secret realm. There are 500 students in the secret realm. Wasn't it said that the formation could withstand the attacks of 4th-tier demonic beasts? How could such a situation occur? The rescue team leader was shocked and furious. The old man shook his head, puzzled. That's right. Unless attacked by a 5th-tier demonic beast, the formation will not be damaged. The rescue team leader immediately said, "Report to the commander-in-chief immediately. Request the intervention of a powerful expert to rebuild the temporary teleportation array." Soon, the temporary base's supreme command received the report. The commander-in-chief was an old man with white hair and beard, whose aura was as deep as a bottomless pit. He was a 7th-level martial emperor. After hearing the report, his face instantly turned ashen. A 5th-tier demonic beast? The teleportation array is damaged? The old man stood up, and his terrifying aura made the entire command center tremble. The students inside include scions of our great families, specially recruited geniuses, and future pillars of society. They cannot be allowed to get into trouble. He strode towards the teleportation array and personally inspected the damage to the array base. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Immediately gather all the array masters and set up a temporary teleportation array. Give them 1 hour, no, half an hour." Yes. The entire temporary base instantly went into a state of high alert. All array masters were urgently conscripted and began frantically inscribing array patterns and setting up temporary teleportation arrays. Everyone is praying that the children inside will hold on. The secret realm had become a battlefield of carnage. The bats' attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Screams rose and fell, and the number of mummies continued to increase. Lung Qianyu slashed down 3 small bats that pounced on him with a single sword strike, but more bats swarmed in from all directions, forcing him to fight and retreat simultaneously. The male and female swordsmen stood back to back, their sword energy crisscrossing, barely managing to hold onto their small territory. The siblings in brocade robes were constantly depleting their spiritual power, and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. The lone, burly man swung his great sword, but the little bats were too agile, and he could only hit a few at a time. Fortunately, his defenses were strong enough that he wasn't bitten all over. The worst off are the ordinary students. They lacked fourth-tier strength, superior equipment, and seamless teamwork. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of bats, they could only struggle desperately and then fall one by one. Jiang Exine pierced 3 bats with his sword and shouted anxiously, "Kazama! This won't do. There are too many of them." Kazama smashed more than a dozen bats that swarmed at him with a single punch, but his eyes remained fixed on the giant bat in the air. The giant bat never made a move, it simply hovered in mid-air, its blood-red eyes mockingly surveying the carnage below. It is enjoying the slaughter. Chapter 42. I'll take it down for you. Damn it, Kazama cursed through gritted teeth. He knew he had to deal with the big one, otherwise he would never be able to kill all the small bats. But how do we solve this? That thing is flying in the sky, but he can't fly. Just then, the giant bat seemed to tire of watching the show. It opened its huge mouth and emitted a sharp sound wave. Chirp! The sound waves spread outwards like invisible blades. Ah! Jiang Exine screamed, covered his ears, and his face turned deathly pale. She had just broken through to the 4th level, and her foundation was not yet stable. Faced with such a sound wave that directly attacked her soul, she was powerless to resist. Lung Qianyu and the others also showed signs of pain, desperately circulating their spiritual power to protect themselves. But they were still bleeding from their 7 orifices and teetering on the verge of collapse. And those students with weaker abilities fell down in droves. Someone was bleeding from all 7 orifices and collapsed, convulsing. Someone was clutching their head and wailing wildly. Some people rolled their eyes back and fainted. Sonic attacks are impossible to defend against. Kazama frowned as well. He could feel the stinging sensation of the sound waves impacting his soul. Although it was much better than for others, it was still unbearable. His steel body provided him with unparalleled physical defense, but his defense against sonic and mental attacks was greatly reduced. Just like Superman's low magic resistance, his basic version of the iron body is also not completely immune to this kind of attack. Ouch, that hurts a bit. Kazama rubbed his temples, his face not looking too good. The sound waves finally stopped. The giant bat looked down at the humans who were staggering and falling, its eyes filled with even more mockery. It slowly descended some altitude, seemingly wanting to get a closer look at the despair of the ants. As Kazama watched it descend, his eyes suddenly lit up. There's hope. He moved a few steps below the bat without making a sound, while giving Lung Qianyu and the others a wink. Lung Qianyu understood immediately, forced herself to stand up straight, and slowly raised the silver sword in her hand. The swordsman and the woman exchanged a glance, and the light on their swords shone brightly once more. The siblings in brocade robes took a deep breath and re-established their spiritual energy barrier. The lone, burly man gripped his great sword tightly, grinning to reveal a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Jiang Exine wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed his long sword at the sky. They understood what Kazama meant. Once the bats descend a little further, we'll unleash our full power. Even if it means getting injured, we must take it down. The giant bat seemed unaware of the intentions of the swarm of ants below. It descended slowly, its blood-red eyes scanning the dying humans, reveling in the fear of its prey before death. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Do it! With a loud shout, Kazama slammed his legs against the ground, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. Lung Qianyu followed closely behind, her silver sword transforming into a streak of cold light, piercing straight into the bat's left eye. The male and female swordsmen joined forces to unleash 2 sword energies, which clashed and slashed towards the bat's right eye. The siblings in brocade robes gathered their spiritual power, forming a long spear of spiritual energy, which they then thrust towards the bat's throat. The burly man roared and hurled his great sword like a javelin at the bat's belly with all his might. Jiang Exine released his long sword, its blade gleaming with a brilliant blue light, transforming into a streak of light that slashed towards the bat's wings. 6 attacks came from 6 directions, simultaneously striking the giant bat. The giant bat's pupils contracted slightly. It hadn't expected that these ants would dare to resist. But it was, after all, a 5th-tier demon beast, and its reaction speed was astonishing. With a sudden flap of its wings, its massive body rose rapidly into the air, and at the same time, its enormous mouth opened, unleashing another sonic wave. Chirp! The attacks from Lung Qianyu and the others were shattered by the sound waves. Only one figure pierced through the sound waves and continued to rise. It's Kazama. He gritted his teeth and withstood the impact of the sound waves. His upward momentum undiminished. Not enough. Just a little bit more. The giant bat looked at him, a hint of horror flashing in its eyes, but more so mockery. No matter how high you jump, can you jump 30 meters? However, the next second, Kazama did something that surprised everyone. He slammed his right foot down on the instep of his left foot. Although it doesn't make sense in principle, with the help of spiritual power, his body actually grew 3 meters taller again. Kazama had no other choice, but he had no other option but to try anything. Surprisingly, it actually worked. The ancients were right-left foot stepping on right foot, spiraling upwards to heaven. Within those 3 meters, Kazama's fist slammed solidly into the giant bat's crotch. Bang! The force of several tons struck the bat squarely in its weakest point. I don't know if this bat is male or female, but it looks like things are really bad. The giant bat let out a scream as its massive body was sent flying upwards by the punch, leaving a dent in its groin. But Kazama was also exhausted. His body began to fall. Below is a height of 15 meters. Jiang Xian's face turned pale. Kazama! However, Kazama, who was falling, had a smile on his face. He saw the giant bat lose its balance after being punched and was falling. Boom! The giant bat's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shallow crater. As Kazama was about to fall back to the ground, he rolled over to dissipate the force and stood up. He glanced at the giant bat struggling to get up in the distance and grinned. Are you fucking flying again? The giant bat raised its head, its blood-red eyes filled with shock and rage. It tried to flap its wings and fly, but the sharp pain in its groin made it stop moving. It was during this brief pause that the group's attack resumed. Lung Qianyu's sword arrived, its light piercing straight for its left eye. The giant bat suddenly tilted its head, the sword light grazing its eye and leaving a bloody mark on its face. It dodged the left eye but couldn't dodge the right eye. The sword energy from the male and female swordsman pierced its right eye solidly. Blood splattered everywhere. Chirp! The giant bat let out a shrill scream, its massive body struggling wildly. The burly man rushed forward, grabbed the fallen greatsword, and slashed it down hard at its other eye. Puff! My second eye is blind. The siblings in brocade robes followed closely behind with their spiritual spears, piercing into its wings. Jiang Xian's long sword also struck its wing, leaving a deep wound. Blood splattered. The bat's eyes were pierced, and it also had several wounds on its abdomen and other parts of its body. Chirp! A piercing scream echoed through the valley. However, it did not die. They didn't even lose their fighting ability. Those pierced, blood-red eyes were now bleeding, but they could still perceive everything around them, because bats never rely on their eyes to determine direction. Sound waves are its key tool for determining direction. Chapter 43. Favorability maxed out. A heavenly gift pack. Buzz! Despite the excruciating pain, the bat flapped its wings violently, and its massive body soared into the air once more. It hovered 20 meters in the air, its twisted left wing making its posture slightly skewed, but it still flew steadily. Blood streamed down his face, making his Dengning Zhengning, meaning ferocious or hideous beast-like face even more terrifying. Damn it, it's flying again! The burly man gritted his teeth. This beast is too cunning. Once we've been fooled, it won't give us a second chance. Lung Qianyu's expression was solemn. Kazama looked up at the bats in the sky, his brow furrowed. Although his punch just now caused considerable damage, given the beast's regenerative abilities, it will recover in no time. Moreover, this guy's aura doesn't seem like that of someone who has just entered the 5th rank. It should be a late-stage 5th-tier demonic beast. It won't be easy to deal with, Kazama thought to himself. Those advanced team exploration reports were absolutely disastrous. What happened to the promised maximum of 4th order? This is clearly a sleeping old monster. Chirp! The bat emitted a sonic shockwave again. This time it learned its lesson. While moving nimbly in the air, he released sound waves, giving Kazama and the others no chance to lock onto his target and attack. It's going to really mess with these people. Ah! The girl in red had just woken up when she was struck by the sound waves again, causing her to bleed from all 7 orifices and faint once more. Lung Qianyu knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her sword, her face as pale as paper. The kendo practitioners, a man and a woman, stood back to back, barely managing to stand, but blood kept flowing from the corners of their mouths. The burly man was covered in blood, some from his own enemies, and he barely managed to steady himself by planting his greatsword in the ground. The brother and sister in brocade robes supported each other, their breaths utterly exhausted. Jiang Xian held Kazama tightly, using his body to shield her from some of the sonic impact. But the girl's face was still frighteningly pale, and the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth were shocking. She leaned softly against him, her consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. Kazama Jiang Xian spoke weakly, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Don't talk. Save your energy," Kazama whispered, shattering several small bats that were swarming towards him with a single punch. Jiang Xian shook his head, raised his head with difficulty, and looked into his eyes. Those big, bright eyes were now filled with reluctance and determination. "Kazama, don't worry about me." Kazama frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's not nonsense." Jiang Xian gently grasped his hand. His palm was icy cold. "This beast is too powerful. We can't beat it. It's gotten smarter now. It won't come down, and we can't do anything about it." She took a breath and continued, "You can't escape with me. If you leave on your own, you'll still have a chance. Your future is far more important than mine. You can't die here." Kazama listened to these words with a strange expression. He didn't speak, but stared intently into Jiang Xian's eyes. Those eyes held fear, reluctance, and tears, but above all, a resolute determination. She was truly prepared to sacrifice herself so that he could escape alone. "Are you done talking?" Kazama asked, his voice utterly calm. Jiang Xian was taken aback. "Now that you've finished speaking, listen to what I have to say," Kazama said, emphasizing each word. "You are my girlfriend. How could I possibly abandon you and run away?" Jiang Xian's eyes instantly reddened. "But, no buts," Kazama interrupted her, his tone domineering and leaving no room for negotiation. He stared into Jiang Xian's eyes and said, "Word by word, I will take you away from here safely. Don't overthink it." There were no fancy words, no earth-shattering vows. It's just these 2 simple sentences. But as Jiang Xian listened, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She looked at the man in front of her, a man who had acted extremely ordinary for the 3 years she had known him. He has changed, become powerful, become confident, become thuggish, become domineering. But some things haven't changed. For example, how good he is to me. For example, at this critical moment of life and death, he said without hesitation, "I will not abandon you." Isn't this 100 times better than any sweet talk? Kazama Jiang Xian was in tears, her voice choked with sobs, barely able to speak. She nodded vigorously, gripping his hand tightly. "Yes, we'll face this together." Kazama looked at her, who seemed ready to live and die together, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl probably really thought the 2 of them were going to commit suicide together. She's so sentimental. He really couldn't kill that bat. The iron body is only abnormally strong in defense. Its attack power is not yet strong enough to kill a late-stage 5th-tier monster. But he had to protect Jiang Xian, and the bat couldn't do anything about it. Although the sound waves were uncomfortable, they weren't enough to kill him. Once the teleportation array is repaired, we'll rush in with Jiang Xian. The idea of sharing life and death is simply non-existent. However, seeing Jiang Xian's touched expression, Kazama couldn't bear to expose her feelings and simply patted her back gently. Just then, ding, detected a significant increase in Jiang Xian's favorability. Current favorability, +9, total 100 points. Your favorability rating has reached its maximum. Congratulations, host. You have received the Destiny Gift Pack. Start now. Kazama was taken aback. He was immediately overjoyed. What the hell? What a happy accident. He wasn't trying to gain favor with anyone when he said those words. They were just his honest thoughts. Just a few words and I've maxed out my favorability rating. Sure enough, the genuine emotions revealed in the face of life and death are incredibly powerful for a young girl. Although the plot is a bit cliché, as long as it works, that's fine. Activate. Activate immediately, Kazama commanded in his mind without hesitation. At times like these, no opportunity to improve one's strength should be missed. The Destiny gift pack is now available. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Rinnegan with Tomo. Should we merge immediately? Kazama's pupils contracted slightly. The Rinnegan with Tomo? Isn't that the one from that TV series Life is Pretty Good? Without time to think it through, he immediately chose to merge. Merge. A warm and mysterious power surged from the depths of my soul and rushed straight to my eyes. It was as if something had taken root and sprouted deep within his eyes, slowly opening them. The world changed in his eyes. He can see the flow of spiritual energy, the energy channels within each person's body, and even the trajectory of the bat's next attack. That feeling was mysterious and elusive. Kazama opened his eyes. His eyes, outwardly unchanged, remained the same deep black pupils. But if someone makes eye contact with him at this moment, they will feel an invisible sense of oppression. It was as if they were being watched by some ancient and mysterious being. The Rinnegan with Tomo. Kazama murmured the name to himself, a slow smile curving his lips. This is good stuff. This thing has so many skills. The most basic ability, insight. He can see the flow of all energy and predict the trajectory of the enemy's attack. Advanced ability control. Gravity and repulsion are both under his control. As for more advanced abilities, Kazama didn't have time to investigate further at the moment. He looked up at the giant bat circling in the air. The bat seemed to sense something, its blood-red eyes gazing at Kazama. Chapter 44 instantly kills a fifth-order monster. Even though the monster's eyes had been blinded, it could still lock onto everything through sound waves. Suddenly, it felt a strange unease. Kazama released Jiang Xian's hand and said softly, "Wait here." Jiang Xian was stunned. "You! It'll be quick." Kazama winked at her, his tone as casual as if he were just going to buy groceries. The next moment, he moved. There was no running start, no leverage. He simply raised his right hand, palm facing the bat in the air. Then, the guiding force of all things. A whisper. The bat's enormous body suddenly flew uncontrollably towards the wind. Chirp! It let out a terrified scream and desperately flapped its wings to try to break free. But the invisible force of gravity held it firmly in place, and it was impossible to resist. 20 meters is covered in the blink of an eye. The bat was forcibly dragged in front of Kazama, its hideous beastly face right in front of him. "You were having quite a bit of fun flying just now, weren't you?" Kazama grinned. The bat opened its enormous mouth in terror, as if trying to emit a sound wave. But Kazama's left hand was already pressed on its head. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying, invisible, repulsive force erupted from the palm. Bang! The bat's massive body was blasted away like a cannonball. It plowed a deep trench hundreds of meters long in the ground, smashing countless rocks along the way, and finally embedded itself into the mountain wall with a boom. The entire valley was completely silent. Jiang Xian covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes wide open. Everyone was shocked. What just happened? The boy simply raised his hand, and the bat flew over on its own, only to be blasted away. What kind of ability is this? Kazama withdrew his hand, looked at the bat embedded in the mountain wall, looking bewildered, and nodded in satisfaction. The effect is good. He walked toward the bat. The bat struggled to climb out of the cliff face, but the blow had damaged its internal organs, leaving it with difficulty even moving. It sensed the human getting closer and closer, and for the first time felt fear. Real fear. This human is not human. Kazama walked up to it, looked up at its hideous beastly face, and gave it a harmless smile. "You enjoyed bullying my girlfriend just now, didn't you?"
Bah?
It didn't understand human speech, but it understood the meaning behind the smile. That means something malicious. Kazama raised his right hand, palm facing its head. The bat struggled desperately, but could not move. This punch was for Shinshin. Bang! This punch is for those students you drained dry. Bang! This punch was delivered for my own magic resistance. It was fucking painful. Bang! After 3 punches, the bat screamed in pain. But it's not dead yet. The vitality of a 5th-tier demon beast is terrifyingly tenacious. Kazama wasn't in a hurry, he just kept punching him. He said a sentence with each punch. Let you use sonic attacks. Bang! Let you fly that high. Bang! Let you. Chirp! Kazama withdrew his blood-stained fist and looked down at the giant bat embedded in the mountain wall. The vitality of a late-stage fifth-order demon beast is indeed terrifyingly tenacious. Each of his punches just now was enough to shatter the skull of a fourth-tier demon beast. But when it hit this guy, it only left him dazed and confused, far from being dead. That's thick-skinned, Kazama muttered. If he relied solely on his fists, how long would it take him to finish? But now, Kazama's eyes narrowed slightly. A faint, purplish light flashed deep within his pupils. Rinnegan with Tomo, activated. In Jiang Xion's and the other's eyes, Kazama was just standing there quietly, without any change. But the bat embedded in the mountain wall suddenly began to tremble violently. It sensed it. An invisible force was spreading from that human, like the tentacles of death, slowly reaching into its soul. Chirp! The bat let out a terrified scream and struggled desperately to escape. But the body, embedded in the mountain wall, was unable to break free. The next moment, Kazama's right hand pressed down on the bat's enormous head. The way of humanity. A whisper. The bat's struggle came to an abrupt end. Those blood-red eyes instantly lost their luster, becoming empty and blank. From Kazama's perspective, a semi-transparent phantom is being forcibly pulled out of the bat's body that is its soul. The phantom struggled desperately, letting out a silent roar, but it was utterly powerless against the force emanating from the Rinnegan. It was slowly pulled out of its body. Then an even larger phantom appeared behind Kazama. It was the image of death with a ferocious face. It opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the bat's soul whole. The phantom image vanished. The bat's body had completely lost its vitality. From the outside, it appeared that Kazama was simply pressing down on the bat's head, and a few seconds later, the bat suddenly died. He died without any struggle or external injury. Lung Qianyu's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of tactic is this? Kazama withdrew his hand, looked at the bat corpse in front of him, and curled his lip. That's it? I haven't even tried my best yet. He really didn't use any force. The Rinnegan with its Tomo has too many and too powerful abilities. He had just casually tried the most basic human way soul extraction. As a result, this fifth-tier demonic beast didn't even have the right to resist. There are still many functions that haven't been used yet. Kazama temporarily pulled himself out of his thoughts and glanced at the small bats scattering and fleeing around him. Once the giant bat died, the smaller bats lost control and fled frantically like headless flies, trying to get away from this terrifying place. Kazama looked at them and spoke softly. Did I let you escape? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, palm facing the sky. An invisible force of attraction erupted from his palm. Thousands upon thousands of small bats simultaneously felt an irresistible force pulling them. They screamed and flapped their wings desperately, but they couldn't break free at all. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless small bats were forcibly pulled by that gravitational force and gathered above Feng Jian's palm. They gathered together in greater numbers and became denser and denser, eventually forming a huge black sphere. It was a terrifying creation formed by the bodies of countless bats squeezed together. The bats were still screaming, but their cries were growing fainter and fainter. Jiang Xian stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Lung Qianyu and the others were completely speechless. The surviving students stood frozen in place like statues. Kazama glanced at the giant sphere made of bats and nodded slightly. That's about it. Boom! The ground shook. Countless stones and rocks flew in from all directions, as if summoned, and covered the black sphere. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, soil, rocks, and gravel layered upon layer, completely encasing the bodies of countless bats within. Finally, a huge stone sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters was suspended in the air several meters above the ground. The surface of the stone sphere was uneven, and the outline of a bat could be vaguely seen, but it was completely sealed inside the rock. Kazama withdrew his hands, looked up at the enormous stone sphere, and softly uttered 4 words. Earth explosion star. Boom! A deep, resounding thud came from inside the stone sphere. That was the sound of countless bats being crushed into dust. Immediately afterwards, the The surface of the stone ball began to crack, and countless cracks spread out. Bang! The stone ball shattered. Countless pebbles poured down like a torrential rain, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. And those bats have completely disappeared. Kazama dusted off his hands, his expression calm. The entire venue was deathly silent. Chapter 45. Where is my child? The surviving students stared blankly at the boy in the center of the field, as if gazing up at a god. Suddenly, someone let out a cheer. We're saved! This cheer was like a fuse being lit, instantly igniting the entire stadium. We survived! We survived! That genius saved us! That's too strong! That's too strong! Some people wept with joy, burying their faces in their hands and sobbing. Some people collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Someone waved frantically at Kazama, shouting words of gratitude. The despair, fear, and helplessness I felt just now were completely released at this moment. They really thought they were going to die here today, but they survived. Because of that boy. Kazama ignored the cheers and simply turned to walk towards Jiang Exan. The girl stood there, covering her mouth with her hands, her big eyes filled with shock and curiosity. As she watched Kazama approach step by step, seeing that familiar wicked smile on his face, she suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Is this boy really the Kazama she knows? Kazama, the quiet and reserved boy in the classroom who was often mocked by Zhao Xuani? Kazama, who was her desk mate for 3 years and occasionally borrowed her notes? Kazama, the one who whispered sweet nothings in her ear? What are you daydreaming about? Kazama walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Jiang Exan snapped out of her daze, grabbed his hand, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Kazama, how did you become so amazing? Kazama couldn't help but laugh at her surprised and curious expression. He reached out and gently stroked the tip of her small nose, saying in a serious tone, I'm risking my life. For my little darling, I went all in, risked everything, defied death, charged forward, and unleashed the primal power hidden within me. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Exan was so overwhelmed by his string of idioms that he blushed. Where did you learn so many words? From the bottom of my heart, a genuine expression of emotion, Kazama said with a serious expression. Jiang Exan chuckled and lightly spat at him. You're so unserious. But she couldn't help herself and buried her face in Kazama's arms, hugging him tightly. Kazama put his arm around her, resting his chin on the top of her head, a smile playing on his lips. Those geniuses? He couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Since I'm not dead, I can go heal myself. All he wants to do right now is hold his little darling and have a good talk with her. This is the first girl I've ever really liked. Simply put, it means that they have reached the stage of sharing life and death, and being interdependent in life and death. How could he not love her? The two of them hugged each other and whispered secrets to each other. Occasionally, Jiang Exan would blush and punch him lightly, and sometimes Kazama would whisper something in her ear, making the girl blush. Time passed slowly. The surviving students around them gradually calmed down from their euphoria of surviving the disaster. Some people began to clean up their companions' bodies, some silently gathered up the scattered belongings, and some gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering about the thrilling scene that had just unfolded. Lung Chenyu and the others also healed their injuries, occasionally glancing up in the direction of Kazama, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Just who is this boy? That incredible ability was simply unheard of. If he were to do something to harm them, thinking of this, the group shuddered in unison and quickly looked away. I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. Kazama didn't care what they thought. He held Jiang Exan in his arms, waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired. As for the giant bat corpse at his feet, since there were too many people around, he couldn't very well put it into his personal space, so he just left it on the ground. The corpse of a 5th-tier demon beast is a treasure trove. I'll definitely have to argue with the authorities when we get out. It doesn't matter, he killed the person who would dare to take it from him. Time passed second by second. Finally, a bright blue light suddenly appeared in the direction of the teleportation array not far away. The light grew brighter and stronger, eventually forming a huge pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Within the pillar of light, figures began to emerge. They're from outside. They're coming in. Kazama squinted as he looked at the gradually becoming clearer figures. Leading the group was an elderly man whose aura was unfathomable, followed by a team of fully armed rescue workers. There were also several middle-aged men and women dressed in fine clothes, who clearly came from prominent families. The old man's gaze swept across the entire scene, and his expression darkened slightly when he saw the corpses and bloodstains scattered on the ground. But soon his gaze fell on Kazama. To be precise, it landed on the giant bat carcass at Kazama's feet. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted. Fifth-tier monster. Moreover, judging from the residual aura, it was at least the mid-stage of the 5th rank. He was killed? Was it this boy? He gave Kazama a deep look, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he waved his hand behind him. Rescue workers quickly dispersed to treat the injured and clear the scene. Kazama withdrew his gaze and glanced down at Jiang Exian in his arms. Let's go. It's time to get out. Jiang Exian nodded and took his hand. The two walked together toward the teleportation array. The teleportation array lit up again, and batches of surviving students were sent out. The temporary open space outside was now filled with people. Anxious parents waiting, busy staff, and medical personnel on high alert. And then there are those important figures with profound presences and clearly distinguished status. They're out. They're out. As another burst of light flashed, cheers erupted from the crowd. Several students covered in blood staggered out of the teleportation array and were immediately surrounded by their waiting parents, who hugged them and cried and laughed. Xiao Jun, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Let mom take a look. Dad, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Similar scenes keep playing out. But not everyone is so lucky. The teleportation array lit up again, and more students emerged. However, among the crowd, some parents' eyes grew increasingly anxious and panicked. They are looking for their child. But after searching for a very long time, it still didn't appear. Why isn't he out yet? Why isn't Xiao Hao out yet? A middle-aged woman was gripping her husband's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh, and her voice was trembling. The husband, equally pale, could only manage a forced attempt to comfort her. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. Maybe the next batch will come out soon.
Chapter 46 Mike Xuan R.
Next batch. The next batch. The next batch after that. The light from the teleportation array gradually thinned, and fewer students emerged. The middle-aged woman finally couldn't take it anymore and shook off her husband's hand. He stumbled and rushed toward the staff member next to the teleportation array, grabbing the staff member's sleeve. Where's my son? Why hasn't my son come out yet? The staff member was a young man in his 20s, looking at the haggard-looking mother with fear in her eyes. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He knew the inside story. He knew what had happened in the secret realm. He knew that there were some people who might never get out, but he couldn't bear to say it. Madam, please calm down. Calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? The woman's sharp and piercing voice drew many stares from those around her. Xiao Hao is only 18 years old. He's my only child. If anything happens to him, I won't live anymore. As she spoke, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she almost collapsed. The staff quickly helped her up, their hearts filled with sorrow. But what could he say? He's just an ordinary staff member, he can't change anything. More and more parents who hadn't received their children gathered around. Where's my daughter? Her name is Lin Yusin, a mid-level tier 3 cultivator, and she's incredibly beautiful. Have you seen her? My son's name is Zhang Kai. He's a level 2 advanced. Did you miss him? Check again. Check again. How could this happen? Wasn't this secret realm supposed to be very safe? Wasn't it said that the highest level of demonic beasts was only 4th tier? My son is only 2nd tier, and he wouldn't dare to go any deeper into it? How could this have happened? Questions, cries, and pleas mingled together, creating a chaotic scene. A middle-aged woman, dressed in luxurious clothes and clearly from a wealthy family, now with her makeup ruined, was clutching a staff member's collar tightly. Her voice so shrill it almost pierced eardrums. Are you mistaken? My son, Zhao Xuani, is at the peak of the 3rd rank, just 1 step away from the 4th rank. How could something happen to him in this broken secret realm? He's so outstanding. So outstanding. The staff member was gripped so tightly she could barely breathe, but dared not resist, and could only struggle to explain. "Madam, please calm down. There has indeed been an unexpected incident in the secret realm. There is a fifth-tier demonic beast." The noblewoman's eyes widened, her face contorted with rage. "Fifth rank? Wasn't the highest rank supposed to be fourth rank? Your exploration report is fake. You're committing murder. Murder!" She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, waving her hands wildly. Her husband rushed forward to hold her, but she struggled desperately, screaming all the while. "Shwani! My Shwani! You can't be hurt!" The heart-wrenching cries sent chills down the spines of everyone around. The light from the teleportation array finally went out completely. The last batch of students has been released. There will never be another batch. The parents who didn't get to see their children stared blankly at the now dimmed teleportation array, their eyes gradually losing their light. Some people collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. Clinging to a last glimmer of hope, some rushed forward to check each student who came out, frantically scrutinizing their faces, before retreating in disappointment. Someone finally broke down, wailing and crying hysterically. The cries were filled with the endless grief of a middle-aged man who had lost his son. The staff stood there, silently watching everything, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. They wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to begin. I wanted to explain, but found that any explanation would be pale and powerless. Silence was the only option. Among the crowd, Jiang Xian's parents were also anxiously searching for their daughter. Mr. Jiang was tall, so he stood on tiptoe to look around, and beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. Mrs. Jiang gripped his arm tightly, her knuckles turning white, and kept muttering, "Where's Xinshin? Why hasn't Xinshin come out yet? Is something wrong with her?" "No, nothing's wrong." Mr. Jiang comforted his wife, and also himself. Don't worry. That girl is clever. She'll be fine." No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang's mother's eyes suddenly lit up, and she tugged hard at her husband's arm. There, isn't that Xinshin?" Mr. Jiang looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the crowd. It was their daughter. Mrs. Jiang breathed a long sigh of relief, almost collapsing, but her husband caught her. "I knew it. That girl has a lucky life," Mr. Jiang said, but his voice trembled slightly. But soon, the expressions on their faces turned strange, because they saw that their daughter was tightly hugging a boy's arm, almost pressed against him. She also had that, well, how should I put it, that happy smile that's unique to young girls on her face. Jiang's mother narrowed her eyes. Mr. Jiang raised an eyebrow. The two exchanged a glance, and a meaningful expression appeared on their faces simultaneously. "Is that boy the Kazama she mentioned?" Mrs. Jiang asked in a low voice. "Definitely." Mr. Jiang nodded. The two watched as their daughter and the boy walked over, chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to the heartbroken parents nearby, and to the complicated look in their own parents' eyes. As Jiang Xian approached, he finally saw his parents, and his smile widened. He let go of Kazama's arm and ran towards them. "Dad! Mom!" Jiang's mother hugged her daughter tightly, looked her up and down, and saw that although her clothes were stained with a lot of blood, she was in good spirits. His aura was even stronger than before, and only then did I feel completely relieved. "You little rascal! You scared your mother to death," Mrs. Jiang complained, but her eyes were red. "I heard something happened in the secret realm. Your dad and I are so worried," Jiang Xian said with a grin. "I'm fine. Kazama is protecting me." As she spoke, she turned back and waved to Kazama. Kazama stepped forward, smiled at Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, and said politely, "Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt." Mrs. Jiang's eyes lit up. "Wow, this young man is really handsome. It looks even better than in the photos. Moreover, his demeanor clearly indicates that he is no ordinary person." Mr. Jiang, on the other hand, was more focused on practical matters. His gaze swept over Kazama, sensing the subtle pressure emanating from him, and he nodded inwardly. This young man is indeed very strong. No wonder his daughter thinks so highly of him. Mrs. Jiang beamed from ear to ear. Good. Xiaofeng, right? It's all thanks to you for taking care of our Xian. This girl is usually so impulsive and clumsy, She must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? Auntie, don't mention it. Shin is very well behaved. We take care of each other, Kazama said with a smile. Jiang Xian, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Good? I wonder who it was. Ugh. She quickly shook off those chaotic thoughts, but her face involuntarily flushed slightly. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Jiang's mother became even more certain of something, and her smile grew even more kind. Chapter 47 begins calculating points. Come here. Don't stand there. Let Mom see if you're hurt. She pulled her daughter to the side. Mom, I'm really fine, Jiang Xian said, but still obediently followed his mother away. Before leaving, she turned back and winked at Kazama, mouthing, I'll look for you later. Kazama smiled and nodded. Just then, an aged voice, amplified through some means, clearly reached everyone's ears. Please be quiet, everyone. Everyone looked up and saw an old man with an unfathomable aura standing on the highest platform. The old man had white hair and beard, a dignified face, and deep, unfathomable eyes. Just by standing there, he exuded a sense of awe and reverence. 7th tier Martial King. The noise in the room gradually subsided, with only a few sobs still echoing. The old man's gaze swept across the entire room, lingering briefly on the weeping parents, but he quickly regained his composure. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. I am Shun Wanshan, the person in charge of this secret realm trial. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the families of all the victims regarding the accident that occurred in this secret place. In the audience, the parents who had lost their children wept uncontrollably once again. Shin Wanshan continued, the cause of this accident has been preliminarily determined due to the negligence of the exploration personnel. They failed to discover a fifth-order demonic beast slumbering deep within the secret realm. During the trial, the monster was awakened, resulting in numerous student casualties. This is our dereliction of duty, and I hereby sincerely apologize to all the families of the victims. The crying from the audience grew even louder. Shun Wanshan straightened up, his voice becoming solemn. Next, the organizers will take the following measures. First, all the families of the deceased students will receive a compensation of 3 million credits, as well as a second-tier welfare housing unit provided by the Martial Arts Association. Secondly, the organizers will establish a special investigation team to thoroughly investigate those responsible for this accident and hold them accountable in accordance with the law. Third, Shun Wanshan announced the compensation measures one by one, his voice steady. But how many of those parents who have lost their children in the audience can truly listen to what they've heard? For them, could any amount of money or the best house bring their child back to life? A photo of a middle-aged man with gray hair holding a child. That was his only son, who had just turned 18 this year, and was the hope of the whole family. At that moment, he just sat blankly on the ground, his eyes empty, devoid of tears. Beside him, his wife had fainted from crying and was carried away by medical staff. When she woke up, she still had to face the fact that her son was gone. On the other side, the wealthy woman who had been screaming at the staff earlier was now completely exhausted. She slumped in her husband's arms, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself, Shwani, my Shwani mom is so sorry I shouldn't have let you participate in this trial, it's all Mama's fault. Her husband held her tightly. This usually powerful and successful businessman was now in tears and unable to utter a single word. Many more parents wept silently and broke down in silence. After saying his last words, Shun Wanshan looked at the heartbroken faces below the stage and sighed deeply. He has lived for over 100 years and has witnessed too much life and death. But the responsibility this time truly lies with them. He turned around and whispered a few instructions to his assistant beside him. The assistant nodded and quickly left. Shun Wanshan looked down at the audience again, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He saw someone. That boy. The boy who single-handedly killed a fifth-tier demon beast in the secret realm. At that moment, the boy stood in the crowd, calmly watching everything unfold. A glint of light flashed in Shun Wanshan's eyes. This boy. Not simple. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was being bombarded with questions by her mother. Looking at his mother's enthusiastic manner, Jiang Xian said helplessly, Mom, Anyone who didn't know better would think Kazama was your long-lost son. He cares about you more than he does about me. What are you saying, child? Zhang's mother playfully slapped her, then lowered her voice and asked, Is he good to you? Zhang Exan blushed and whispered, It's fine. That's good, that's good. Mrs. Zhang nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly asked, How far have things progressed in your relationship? Mom! Zhang Exan's face turned bright red instantly, and she stomped her feet in embarrassment. Zhang's mother laughed heartily. Mr. Zhang shook his head helplessly beside her, but his eyes were full of smiles as he looked at the happy mother and daughter. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're safe. Everything else is unimportant. Not far away, Kazama stood quietly, watching the scene, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Even after Shen Wanshan's voice faded, the somber atmosphere in the room did not dissipate, and the parents who had lost their children remained immersed in endless grief. But for this 7th-level martial king, the fact that he personally came forward to apologize and announce compensation measures was already a huge favor. He didn't look at the weeping parents anymore, but instead announced in a deep voice, Next, we will tally the results of this secret realm trial. All survivors, hand over the beast cores obtained in the secret realm. The staff will count and register them on site. The rankings will be announced on the spot after the statistics are completed, and corresponding awards will be presented. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room finally changed slightly. The surviving students sprang into action, taking out the beast cores they had collected in the secret realm and lining up to hand them over to the staff. The staff had already prepared specialized testing equipment. Each animal core placed on the equipment would be automatically identified in terms of its grade, and its score would be recorded. The whole process was efficient and transparent. Second-tier beast core, 5 points. Third-tier beast core, 50 points. Still third tier? Next. A 4th-tier beast core, 300 points. Not bad, young man. The calls to count rose and fell, accompanied by occasional gasps of surprise and discussion. The parents who lost their children were still immersed in grief and were helped by staff to rest aside. Many more people have turned their attention to this ranking. After all, those who survived still have to live their lives. The rewards for this ranking are crucial to their children's future education. Jiang Exan took Feng Jian's arm and asked softly, When are we going to hand it in? No rush. Let them hand it over first, Kazama said calmly. Once we take out our beast cores, they'll probably scare a few to death. Jiang Exan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just keep showing off. But she also knew in her heart that Kazama was telling the truth. The combined beast cores of those 4th-tier elite hyenas, along with that 5th-tier giant bat, would absolutely crush everyone else in terms of points. The two of them stood leisurely to the side, watching the others line up to hand in their documents. Chapter 48, The Crushing First. Lung Qianyu and the other geniuses did not rush forward either, clearly sharing the same idea as Kazama to be the last to appear. However, their gazes would occasionally drift towards Kazama, their eyes filled with complex emotions. How many secrets is this boy still hiding? Jiang Exan's parents did not leave either. They stood not far away watching their daughter and Kazama. The more Mrs. Jiang looked at them, the more satisfied she became. She whispered to her husband, Old Jiang, look at those two. How well they match. Mr. Jiang shook his head helplessly. Are you in such a hurry to marry off your daughter? What do you know? Mrs. Jiang rolled her eyes at him. Such a good young man. If you don't hurry up and grab him, are you waiting for someone else to snatch him away? Didn't you see how bright-eyed those people from the big families were? Following his wife's gaze, Mr. Jiang indeed saw many well-dressed people in the crowd looking, intentionally or unintentionally, in the direction where Kazama was. He nodded to himself. The wife is right, we really need to make the most of this son-in-law. Just then, a gentle female voice rang in Kazama's ear.
Kasama Kowen.
Kazama turned his head and saw Teacher Lu Qingqing walking quickly towards him with a look of concern on her face. Teacher Lu. Kazama nodded slightly. Lu Qingqing approached and asked in a low voice, How are you? Are you all right? I just heard that something big happened in the secret realm. A 5th-tier demonic beast? Are you all okay? She looked Kazama up and down and saw that although there was some blood on his clothes, he was in good spirits and his aura was even stronger than before he entered the secret realm, which reassured her a little. Kazama smiled and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, teacher. There won't be any problems. That's good. Lu Qingqing patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked the most crucial question. How are your points? Are you confident? Kazama flashed a confident smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up. What place can we get? First. Kazama's tone was calm, but extremely confident. Lu Qingqing was taken aback for a moment. Then a bright smile appeared on her face. Okay. She paused, then looked at Jiang Xen. Where is Jiang Xen? Jiang Xen said somewhat embarrassedly, I think I can get second place, right? Lu Qingqing was completely shocked. First and second place were both swept by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy? Is this immense wealth and fortune finally going to fall to her? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but she couldn't suppress the joy in her eyes. She had no doubts, after all, they must have also witnessed the of those reclusive families. The fact that he can say this now shows that he is confident. Soon, most of the students had completed the registration of their beast cores. Staff began compiling rankings with data updating in real time on a large screen. Lung Qianyu and the others then stepped forward one after another to hand over their spoils. Lung Qianyu's points quickly soared to 2,100, temporarily placing her in first place. The male and female kendo players followed closely behind, with one scoring 1850 points and the other 1720 points. The siblings in brocade robes scored 1680 and 1550 points respectively. The lone strongman was the most powerful, directly handing over a bunch of third and fourth tier beast cores, reaching 1950 points and jumping to second place. Holy crap, how come there are so many of these? Someone exclaimed. How many monsters did he kill all by himself? I heard he specifically targets fourth tier opponents. He's physically strong and can just tough it out and kill them. Hearing the discussion, the burly man grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, but his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Kazama. He knew very well that his points were simply not enough in front of that monster. As expected, Lung Qianyu and the others were not smug. They simply watched Kazama quietly. The room gradually quieted down. All eyes were on the boy who had been standing to the side without stepping forward. Sensing these gazes, Kazama shrugged and pulled Jiang Xen forward. Exchange beast cores, he said calmly. The staff member, a middle-aged man, glanced up at him, then at the girl behind him and asked routinely, Whose is it? Did you hand it in first or hers? I'll go first, Kazama said, opening the beast core stored in the token. 1, 2, 3, 4. The staff members' eyes widened. The students who hadn't yet dispersed opened their mouths in disbelief. Although Lung Qianyu and the others had expected it, they still couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw the pile of fourth-order beast cores with their own eyes. This is a fourth-tier beast core? Someone exclaimed. So many. There must be at least 10 of them. There are also dozens of tier 3 ones. My God. Did he wipe out the monster's lair? After Kazama had taken out all the beast cores, he finally took out the largest one from his pocket. It was a beast core that was completely black, with a faint glow of blood. The moment it was taken out, a faint fragrance wafted out. That was the residual aura of a 5th-tier demonic beast. The room fell silent instantly. Even the important figures who were talking in hushed tones stopped talking and turned their eyes to the side. The staff member stared at the beast core, his Adam's apple bobbing, and managed to utter with difficulty, This is 5th tier, Kazama said calmly. The one in the secret realm. The entire audience erupted in uproar. He's the one who killed that 5th-tier demonic beast? So young? He looks only 18 or 19.
Impossible.
A 4th-tier enemy killing a 5th-tier enemy? A whole major tier difference. But the beast core in his hand is real. That aura doesn't lie. A murmur arose as they stared intently at the beast core in Kazama's hand. With trembling hands, the staff member placed the beast core onto the testing instrument. The instrument emitted a buzzing sound, and a line of large text appeared on the screen. Tier 5 Monster Core. Initial score, 1,200 points. 1,200 points? Someone exclaimed. Doesn't that mean he completely crushes everyone? If we include those 4th and 3rd tier players, what would his total score be? The staff quickly compiled the statistics. 8 4th tier beast cores, each worth 300 points. for a total of 2,400 points. Third-tier beast cores, 23 pieces, 50 points each, totaling 1150 points. 15 second-tier beast cores, 5 points each, for a total of 75 points. Fifth-tier beast core, tentatively set at 1,200 points. Total points, 4,825. The moment the number appeared on the big screen, the entire venue fell silent. 4,825 points. The second-place winner, Lang Chenyu, only scored 2,100 points. More than double. Chapter 49, do you want to cultivate with me? Before they could even be shocked, Jiang Xian began handing over the beast cores. Although the amount she took out was not as much as Kazama's, it was still quite considerable. A dozen or so Tier 3 beast cores, plus a few Tier 4 beast cores. After the staff tallied the scores, the total points were fixed at 2850. He ranked second only to Kazama. He scored 750 points higher than Lang Chenyu. The audience erupted in uproar once again. They got second place together too? That girl looks like she just broke through to the fourth tier, right? How did she get so many points? Is there even a question? It must have been that boy who helped. Wah, this isn't fair. Why isn't I the woman next to that handsome guy? I'm so envious I could cry. Lang Chenyu looked at her 2,100 points being pushed down to third place, her expression somewhat complicated. But he quickly came to terms with it. Losing to that monster is not shameful. The burly man was even more direct, grinning and saying, I knew it. This kid was bound to be number one. I didn't expect his woman to be so fierce too. The swordsman and the brother and sister in brocade robes exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. It's not that I'm not capable enough, it's that the other party is being unreasonable. Meanwhile, the gazes of those from reclusive families toward Kazama had begun to grow incredibly fervent. Lang Chenyu walked up to a middle-aged man with a deep and profound aura and whispered something to him. The more the middle-aged man listened, the more solemn his expression became, and the more complicated his gaze became as he looked at Kazama. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said in a low voice, This boy is indeed a prodigy. The swordsman and the siblings in brocade robes whispered in the ears of their respective family elders. After hearing this, all the elders turned their gazes toward Kazama without exception. The meaning in that gaze was very clear. It meant wanting. They wanted to recruit this young man into their ranks. A fourth tier kills a fifth tier, a leap of an entire major tier. What does that mean? This means that this child's talent and combat strength far surpass those of his peers. It could even be said that he is a once-in-a-century genius. If such a genius could be brought into one's family, the future is promising. Immediately, various factions began to scheme about how to contact Kazama. Shen Wanshan stood on the high platform, taking in the entire scene. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, The appearance of a fifth-tier demonic beast in this secret realm is an unexpected situation. There was no previous point standard for fifth-tier demonic beasts. After discussion among the organizers, it has been decided to set the base score for a fifth-tier monster core at 1,200 points. Does anyone have any objections? The room was completely silent. Who dares to object? He is a 7th-level martial king, the person in charge of this trial, and the strongest person here. Whatever he says, that's what it is. Shun Wanshan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on Kazama again, his eyes filled with admiration. The final rankings for this secret realm trial are as follows. First place, Kazama, 5,625 points. Second place, Jiang Xian, 2,850 points. Third place, Lang Chenyu, 2,100 points. Fourth place, Sherpatian a strong man, 1950 points. Fifth place. The rankings were announced in turn, and the final list on the big screen was displayed. Sparse applause rang out in the arena, but most people's eyes remained fixed on the name ranked first, Kazama. From today onward, this name is destined to be remembered by many. Lu Qingqing stood in the crowd, her face flushed with excitement. First, second, they were all recruited by her. This performance is enough to make her swagger around the college. But she quickly calmed down, her gaze sweeping over the menacing representatives of those forces, a sense of vigilance rising within her. These old guys are probably already making plans. She quietly took out her communicator, quickly edited a message, and sent it to the leaders of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. After sending the message, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her gaze remained fixed on the direction where Kazama was. At that moment, Jiang Xian was being pulled by his mother, who was whispering something to him. Xin, look at those people, they're all eyeing Xiaofeng. You'd better hurry, Jiang's mother said in a low voice.
Yang Xin Bluesec? Mom?
What are you saying? You know perfectly well what I'm saying. Mrs. Jiang glared at her. Such an outstanding boy. If you don't hurry, someone else will snatch him away. Didn't you see how the young ladies from those wealthy families were drooling? Jiang Xian couldn't stand his mother's blunt words, so he quickly mumbled a few words and ran away. She couldn't possibly tell her mother. Your daughter has been completely taken advantage of by him. After Jiang Xian returned to Kazama's side, he subconsciously looked into the crowd and saw several elegantly dressed and beautiful young women looking at Kazama intentionally or unintentionally. She felt a sudden tightness in her chest and instinctively hugged Kazama's arm. Kazama noticed her movement, looked down at her, and smiled. What's wrong? It's nothing, Jiang Xian said softly, but hugged him even tighter. Kazama chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. This young lady seems to have a strong sense of crisis. After announcing the rankings, Shun Wanshan's gaze fell on Kazama again, and he slowly spoke. Kazama. Kazama looked up and met the gaze of the 7th-tier martial king. You're quite good, Shun Wanshan said calmly. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned. A 7th-tier martial king personally accepting a disciple. What does this mean? This means that if Kazama agrees, he can directly become a disciple of the martial king and obtain cultivation resources and guidance that are unimaginable to ordinary people. It's important to understand that the master-disciple relationship in this world is not so simple. A strong person doesn't easily take on disciples. Having a disciple means you have to be responsible for them. You need to patiently impart knowledge, help him collect resources, and assist him in breaking through bottlenecks. Your future apprentices will also be a source of pride for you. If you don't teach well, you'll be ridiculed. Therefore, a strong person will not accept a disciple unless they are truly moved. The expressions of those from reclusive families changed. With Shin Wanshan personally involved, how can they possibly compete? Lu Qingqing was even more worried, and her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Oh no, the king of Wu has spoken personally. Will Kazama be tempted? However, Kazama only paused for a moment before calmly shaking his head. Thank you for your kind words, senior. He spoke humbly, yet with neither servility nor arrogance. But I've already promised Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy and joined them. One must keep one's word. Everyone found Kazama's words somewhat unbelievable. He refused the personal invitation from a 7th-level martial king. A hint of surprise flashed in Shun Wanshan's eyes. Then he burst into laughter. Good. What a trustworthy person. He gave Kazama a deep look, full of admiration. Since that's the case, I won't force you. But if you change your mind in the future, you can come to me any time. Kazama bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. The people from those reclusive families in the arena had complex expressions. This kid even refused King Wu's invitation? But precisely because of this, their opinion of Kazama was even higher. This child is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses an exceptionally rare temperament. If we could win them over, their gazes burned even brighter. Lu Qingqing breathed a long sigh of relief and patted her big rabbit. She glanced at Kazama and secretly vowed to report to the academy when she got back, demanding the best treatment for Kazama. Jiang Xian held Kazama's arm tightly, his heart filled with pride. This is her man. Jiang's mother watched from the side, nodding repeatedly with satisfaction. Old Jiang, do you see this? This is our son-in-law. Mr. Jiang shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. The rankings were finalized, and the list on the big screen remained unchanged. The noise in the arena gradually subsided, replaced by anticipation. Everyone knew that the harvest season was approaching. That was the awards ceremony. Chapter 50 Barrier Breaking Pill. Lu Qingqing had somehow squeezed next to Kazama and Jiang Xian, her face beaming with barely suppressed excitement, and whispered to them. Did you know? I asked around, and the rewards for this trial are said to be among the top 3 in all previous Secret Realm trials. Top 3. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. That's right. Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously. And I heard that it's a collection brought together by many top-tier forces, the kind that you can't usually see. Kazama seemed rather calm. After all, Lu Qingqing had told him about it before. Even so, he secretly harbored some anticipation. What could this mysterious reward be? Soon, staff began clearing the area. The parents who lost their children have been helped to rest in a distance. Bystanders were also evacuated to outside the cordon. In the center of the arena, only the top 3 challengers and representatives from various factions remained. Kazama, Jiang Xian, and Leng Qinyu stood side by side. Jiang Xian subconsciously moved closer to Kazama, her small hand quietly tugging at the hem of his clothes. Kazama turned his head to look at her, smiled, and took her hand in his. Leng Qinyu stood on the other side, her eyes fixed straight ahead, but she couldn't help but glance over in their direction out of the corner of her eye. Damn it, I have to be fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection just to receive an award. On the high platform, Shen Wanshan spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Although we suffered losses due to unforeseen circumstances during this trial in the Secret Realm, the performance of the survivors deserves recognition, especially the top 3. His gaze swept over the 3 Kazama members. Your ability to survive and achieve excellent results under the threat of 5th-tier demonic beasts is enough to prove your strength and potential. According to the rules, the top 3 will receive a prize jointly provided by the organizers. He paused for a moment, then nodded slightly to his assistant beside him. The assistant understood and quickly walked down from the platform to the center of the arena. He held 3 exquisite trays in his hands, each covered with a dark red velvet cloth, obscuring what lay beneath. All eyes were focused on the tray. As the red cloth was lifted, a small jade bottle came into view. The jade bottle was entirely emerald green, about the size of a palm, and its mouth was sealed with a rune. The 3rd prize is the assistant opened the rune on the bottle and poured out a pill. The pill was the size of a longan, golden in color, with faint patterns of cinnabar flowing across its surface, and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The aroma of medicine filled the air, and the people around felt refreshed and their spiritual energy flowed more smoothly. A 5th-tier barrier-breaking pill, the assistant explained. As the name suggests, it is used when breaking through to the 5th rank of general. It can increase the success rate of the breakthrough to 100% and has no side effects. For a martial artist at the peak of the 4th rank, this pill can save them at least 3 years of arduous training. 3 years of arduous training. The temptation is undeniably great. But Leng Qinyu took the pill without showing any expression on her face. He casually put the jade bottle into his pocket and said indifferently, "Thank you." The assistant was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered and bowed slightly before stepping back. Those from the hidden families in the arena understood what was going on when they saw Leng Qinyu's reaction. A 5th-tier breakthrough pill is indeed a treasure for ordinary people. But for the core members of these reclusive families, it really is nothing. While the family may not have mountains of such things, they certainly don't lack them. Leng Qinyu could only say that this reward was better than nothing. However, that's the rule and he had nothing to say about it. The awards ceremony continued. As another tray of red cloth was lifted, the assistant turned to Jiang Xian and took an exquisite wooden box from another staff member behind him. The wooden box was entirely black, its surface covered with intricate runes, and it faintly emitted energy fluctuations. The 2nd prize, the assistant opened the wooden box. A palm-sized humanoid puppet lay quietly inside the box. The puppet was made entirely of an unknown silver-white metal, and its exquisite craftsmanship was breathtaking. Every inch of the surface is engraved with tiny runes so precise that they are invisible to the naked eye. Densely packed, layer upon layer, they gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the sunlight. The puppet's eyes were closed, its arms hanging naturally at its sides, maintaining a sleeping posture. The most amazing thing is that, despite being only the size of a palm, it gives people a heavy and substantial feeling. It was as if it were not a puppet, but a sleeping giant. On the back of the inner lid of the wooden box, there is a yellowed piece of paper covered with neat handwriting. It's obviously the user manual. The assistant explained, "This puppet is named Silver Moon. Its origin is unknown, but according to the appraisal of several array masters, its grade is at least the late stage of the 5th rank. Once activated, the puppet can transform into a normal human body size and possess the combat power of an early-stage military general. It can fight independently or carry out missions according to the master's instructions. It can handle guarding, reconnaissance, containment, and harassment. Each activation lasts for 30 minutes of continuous combat, after which it needs to be recharged. The recharging method is flexible, including absorbing spirit stones, drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, or having the master infuse spiritual power into it. He paused, then added, "The higher the quality of the energy used for charging, the stronger the puppet will be. In theory, if enough top-grade spirit stones are provided, it can even unleash the combat power of the late stage of the 5th rank. Of course, the energy expenditure is not something that ordinary people can withstand," he said with a smile. Jiang Xian's eyes grew brighter as he listened. The initial combat strength of a military commander. That's a whole higher level. Although it only lasts 30 minutes, it can be enough to change the course of the battle at crucial moments. Moreover, it can fight autonomously and perform various missions. Isn't that just like a personal bodyguard? She looked at Kazama excitedly, her little face full of surprise. "Kazama, did you hear that? A late-stage 5th-tier puppet." Kazama smiled and nodded. "I heard that. It's good stuff. It's definitely a good product. Although it's an expensive item, it's an absolute lifesaver for someone like Jiang Xian who has just broken through to the 4th rank. When in danger, she can release her puppet, and for 30 minutes, she will be invincible against anyone below the 6th rank. Although this invincibility may come with a sharp decline in wealth. But then again, life is more important than money." The assistant handed the wooden box to Jiang Xian. "Mr. Jiang Xian, please keep this safe. The instruction manual is also inside. You can study it carefully when you get back." Jiang Xian accepted the wooden box with both hands and nodded solemnly. "Thank you." She held the wooden box, feeling its heavy weight, and her heart was filled with joy. Seeing her so happy, Kazama couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Jiang Xian looked up and gave him a sweet smile. Lung Chenyu watched from the side, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Others receive awards with joy and happiness. He receives awards but is all alone. TSK. Chapter 51 Ninth Order Demonic Beast Essence Blood Evil Fire Phoenix. With the rewards for 3rd and 2nd place revealed, everyone is curious about what the reward for Kazama, the champion, will be. The assistant walked up to Kazama and bowed slightly. "Lord Kazama, please accept your reward." As he spoke, he uncovered the velvet cloth. On the tray, a palm-sized transparent test tube lay quietly. The test tube was crystal clear, and its material did not seem to be ordinary glass, but a special energy crystal, with runes faintly flowing on its surface. The test tube contained a liquid. The liquid was deep red, almost black, yet it faintly shone with an eerie luster. Most amazingly, it seems to flow on its own, like a living thing. Sometimes they clump together, and sometimes they disperse into wisps, drifting along the inner wall of the test tube. With each flow, a faint reddish halo spreads out, casting patterns on the test tube wall. Kazama stared at the vial of liquid, his brows slightly raised. He could sense that the liquid contained extremely terrifying energy. The energy was violent and intense, as if it would break free of the test tube at any moment and incinerate everything. "This is," he asked softly. On the high platform, Shun Wanshan's voice rang out. "A drop of life essence blood from a 9th-tier demonic beast, the evil fire phoenix." These words caused an uproar in the audience. A 9th-tier demonic beast? The fiery phoenix. Isn't that a legendary being? A drop of one's life essence blood. That's an incredibly generous offer. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened, and she almost lost her balance. She guessed the reward would be generous, but she didn't expect it to be this generous. The life essence of a 9th-tier demon beast. That is a priceless treasure that countless martial artists dream of but can never see in their entire lives. Lung Chenyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Born into a reclusive family, he possessed exceptional knowledge and naturally understood the value of this drop of essence blood. 9th-tier demonic beasts are terrifying beings that stand at the top of the entire food chain on Earth. Each one of them possesses earth-shattering power. The evil fire phoenix is a top-tier existence among the 9th-tier beings. Even a single drop of its vital essence contains unimaginable richness. If it could be refined and absorbed. He looked at Kazama, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Jiang Exine gripped Kazama's hand tightly, his little face full of surprise. Kazama, did you hear that? It's the essence blood of a 9th-tier demon beast. Kazama nodded, his gaze falling on the vial of blood essence, his eyes gleaming. Shun Wanshan smiled slightly and continued. The evil fire phoenix is born from the ancient fiery veins, reborn from fire. Its flames are called evil flames, which have extremely strong adhesion and burning power. Once you get involved, it's like a malignant tumor that's stuck to the bone. It won't be extinguished until the target is completely burned away. Legend has it that at its peak, the fiery phoenix could burn a city of 1 million people to ashes with a single blast of its evil flames. And this drop of its life essence contains a portion of its bloodline power. If it can be successfully refined. He paused, his gaze falling on Kazama. Not only can one obtain some of the power of the evil flames, but one can also greatly strengthen one's physical body, and may even awaken a trace of the phoenix bloodline. He then changed the subject. Of course, the premise is that you can withstand the burning pain during the refining process. The essence blood of the fiery phoenix contains its violent will from its lifetime. Refining it is equivalent to confronting the remaining will of a 9th-tier demonic beast. If one cannot withstand it, he didn't finish speaking, but his meaning was already very clear. If one cannot withstand it, at best one's vital essence will be wasted, and at worst one's meridians will be burned, rendering one a cripple. The room fell silent for a moment. Those who were initially envious are now feeling apprehensive. The essence blood of a 9th-tier demon beast is valuable, but you have to be alive to get it. Lu Qingqing looked at Feng Jian nervously, hesitant to speak. She wanted to advise him to be cautious, but she swallowed the words back. This was Kazama's own choice, and she had no right to interfere. Jiang Exine gripped Kazama's hand tightly and whispered, Kazama, if you feel it's dangerous, perhaps.
Danger.
Kazama laughed, took her hand in return, and said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Danger?
With a body of steel protecting him and the Rinnegan with its tomo, why would he fear a single drop of dead demon blood? He might not have dared to speak so confidently with his steel body alone, but things are different now. Illusion is this contact lens brand's forte. He wasn't particularly concerned about flames or anything like that. However, what he values most is its extremely strong amplifying effect on the physical body. A real man fights with brutal force. While his current steel body is abnormal, his attack power is indeed a weakness. Dealing with 4th-tier monsters was a piece of cake, but he found it difficult when facing 5th-tier monsters. If he hadn't just fused with the Rinnegan with the Tomo, he might not have been able to kill that beast with just his fists. And if this drop of essence blood could strengthen his physical body. A glint of light flashed in Kazama's eyes. Then next time he encounters a 5th-tier demon beast, he can use his fists to smash it to death. He stepped forward and took the vial of blood essence. The moment I touched it, a burning sensation came from the test tube. He held the test tube up to his eyes and looked through the crystal-clear tube at the drop of blood that seemed to be alive. The essence blood seemed to sense something and suddenly surged violently. A violent will passed through the test tube and directly impacted his mind. It seems to be saying, How dare you, a mere human, covet my power, court death. A fleeting, eerie purple light flashed in Kazama's eyes. That violent will vanished without a trace in an instant. The sperm and blood calmed down and stayed obediently in the test tube, no longer daring to cause trouble. A smile appeared on Kazama's lips. She's got quite a temper, isn't she? No problem, I'll deal with you in a bit. He put the test tube into his pocket, actually sending it into his personal space. A hint of surprise flashed in Shin Wanshan's eyes. He vaguely sensed that shock of will just now. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to show that this drop of essence was not restless. And this young man accepted it without changing his expression? That's interesting. After the prizes were awarded, Shin Wanshan spoke again. The prizes have been awarded. This trial in the secret realm has officially ended. Everyone, please disperse. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Kazama, seemingly unintentionally. I hope to see you all on a bigger stage in the future. After saying that, he turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing from the high platform. Lung Chenyu walked up to Feng Jian, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "You are very strong." Kazama raised an eyebrow. "So?" Lung Chenyu looked at him and said seriously, "Next time we meet, I won't lose to you." After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Kazama's reply. The girl in red quickly followed, glancing back at Kazama before leaving with a complicated expression. The burly man Sherpatian strode over and slapped Feng Jian on the shoulder, but missed. Kazama dodged to the side and laughed. "What?" Sherpatian laughed heartily. "Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink." After saying that, he strode away. The crowd began to disperse. Those reclusive families, however, have yet to leave. They huddled together in twos and threes, talking in hushed tones, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the direction where Kazama was. Clearly, everyone was scheming about how to get in touch with this suddenly emerging genius. Chapter 52. Join us. Real men fight with fist. The geniuses nodded to each other as a greeting, and then returned to their families. Soon, only Kazama, Jiang Xian, and Lu Qingqing and Jiang Xian's parents were left in the center of the venue. Jiang's mother walked over quickly, took her daughter's hand, looked her up and down, and smiled happily. Jiang Xian was holding the wooden box containing the puppet when his mother pulled him aside and asked him all sorts of questions. "Is this thing really that powerful? Late stage of 5th rank? Isn't that a whole realm higher than you?" "Mom, keep your voice down," Jiang Xian said in a low voice, her face flushed. "The staff said it needs to be charged, it can't just be used casually." "That's amazing." Mrs. Jiang's eyes lit up. "My daughter is so impressive. She got 2nd place on her first trial. That's all thanks to Kazama." Jiang Xian muttered softly, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Kazama. Kazama was standing there waiting for them. The sunlight shone on him, outlining his tall and straight figure. Jiang Xian felt a sweet warmth in his heart as he watched. Mrs. Jiang then turned to Kazama, her face beaming with joy. "Little Kazama, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to our Shinshin." Kazama said modestly, "Auntie, you're too kind. We're just looking out for each other." "Oh, so modest." Mrs. Jiang was increasingly pleased with her daughter. "Come on, let's go home for dinner. I must thank you properly today." Mr. Jiang thought his wife's behavior was too exaggerated and shook his head helplessly, but he didn't object. Jiang Xian blushed and whispered, "Mom, don't scare him. What are you so scared of?" Mrs. Jiang glared at her. "Xiao Feng isn't an outsider." Seeing this, Jiang Xian went along with her mother, since she couldn't control the situation anyway. Just then, she noticed several figures walking towards Kazama. Those were Lung Chenyu, Sherpatian, the sword-wielding men and women, the brocade-robed siblings, and several elders with profound auras following behind them. Jiang Xian's heart tightened, and he subconsciously wanted to go over, but was stopped by his mother. "Don't worry, they're obviously looking for Xiao Feng, so we just need to wait," Mrs. Jiang said in a low voice. Kazama looked at the group of people walking towards him and had a premonition that he roughly knew their purpose. Leading the way were 4 middle-aged men and women with a deep and profound presence. They appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old, but their actual ages were certainly older. Judging from the pressure emanating from them, peak of the 6th rank. He was just 1 step away from becoming a 7th-tier martial emperor. 1st-level apprentice. 2nd-tier martial artist. 3rd-tier martial artist. 4th-tier martial spirit. 5th-tier general. 6th-order martial king. 7th-tier martial emperor. 8th-tier martial saint. 9th-order martial god. These are the official hierarchy levels currently displayed on Earth. As for whether there are any stronger ones, Kazama believes there definitely are. However, he didn't dwell on it, since he would find out in due time. Behind them, Lung Chenyu and his group of juniors followed obediently, their expressions respectful. Only Sherpatian remained as carefree as ever. The group walked up to Kazama and stopped. The middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke first, his voice gentle. "Young friend Kazama, I apologize for disturbing you." Kazama returned the greeting with a respectful yet humble attitude. "Senior, you are too kind. May I ask what advice you may have?" The middle-aged man smiled and got straight to the point. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Lung Qingshan, an elder of the Lung family. He turned to the side and gestured to Lung Chenyu behind him. This is my son, Chenyu. I am deeply grateful for your help in the secret realm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I have come here to express my gratitude. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Kazama. Secondly, I'd like to ask you, young friend, if you would be interested in visiting my Lung family? Although my Lung family would not dare to say that we have a deep foundation, we do have some cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. If you are willing, young friend, the Lung family will treat you with the highest honors. This was said euphemistically, but the meaning was clear to Recruit. Before Kazama could answer, a kind-faced old woman beside him spoke up. Old man Lang, you certainly know how to interrupt. She smiled and looked at Kazama. Young friend, I am an elder of Tianjian Mountain, surname Qin. These two good-for-nothings behind me are disciples of Tianjian Mountain. She pointed to the men and women practicing kendo. The two quickly nodded to Kazama, their attitude much more respectful than before. Elder Qin continued, I have heard about your performance in the secret realm, young friend. To be able to kill a 5th-tier demon beast with only a 4th-tier body, this level of combat power is something I have never seen before in all my years of life. Although Tianjian Mountain is founded on the way of the sword, it has always been open to all kinds of true geniuses. If you are willing to come to my heavenly sword mountain, I can arrange for you to enter the sword pavilion for 3 days to study. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingshan raised an eyebrow slightly. 3 days of comprehension at Jiangu? Tianjian Mountain has really gone all out. Sword Pavilion is the core forbidden area of Heavenly Sword Mountain. It is said to contain the sword intent inheritance of past sword masters. Ordinary disciples can't even get close to the gate, let alone enter to comprehend it. The elder of the siblings in brocade robes beside them, a graceful middle-aged woman, couldn't sit still any longer and coughed lightly as she spoke. Sister Qin, you've really gone all out. She turned to Kazama, her smile gentle. Young friend, I am from the Yun family of Yunmengs. Although the Yun family is not as famous as the Lung family or Tianjian Mountain, they still have some expertise in alchemy and talisman making. If you are willing to come to my Yun family, I dare not say anything else, but you will have plenty of cultivation resources. In addition, the Yun family has several secret body refining techniques that may be useful to you, young friend. Body refining techniques. Kazama's heart stirred. He seemed to be fascinated by the visceral feeling of each punch, and was somewhat tempted by body refining techniques. If we could learn from some advanced body refining techniques, we might be able to develop even more applications for them. Of course, it was just a little bit of attraction. He didn't show it on his face, but simply nodded slightly to express his gratitude. The last to speak was the middle-aged man with a slightly rough demeanor standing next to Sherpatian. The man was burly and muscular, standing there like an iron tower, exuding a wild aura. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Ha ha, you old foxes, you speak in such roundabout ways. It's hard for me, old Sher, to understand you. He strode forward and slapped Kazama on the shoulder. This time, Kazama didn't dodge. Smack! A large, fan-like hand slapped his shoulder with a dull thud. The eyelids of the people around them twitched. If that slap had been delivered to an ordinary 4th-tier fighter, they would have been rendered spineless. But Kazama remained unmoved, merely raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the wild, burly man. The burly man's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Good! You're really tough. I, old Sher, didn't misjudge you. He withdrew his hand and patted his chest. I am Sher Potion's father, Sher Gondang, an elder of the Patian sect. We, the Breaking Heaven Gate, specialize in body cultivation. We may not have much else, but we're tough as bones and fists. I heard you're pretty tough, huh? He said nonchalantly. Kid, come to our potionman. I can't say for sure about anything else, but when it comes to body refining techniques, we're second to none on earth. Those fancy sword techniques and spells are for women. Real men fight with fists and punches. Sherpatian covered his face, looking like he didn't know this person. Kazama couldn't help but laugh. This elder Sher is quite interesting. Chapter 53. Let's have dinner at our house. He waited until they finished speaking before slowly saying, Thank you all for your kind words. But then he changed the subject and said, However, I have already promised Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, and the enrollment procedures have been completed. One must keep one's word, so please forgive me for this." Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, all seeing regret in each other's eyes, but no surprise. Before coming, Kazama refused Qin Wanshan's offer to recruit him, saying that he had promised to join the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this with my own ears now further confirms the boy's character. He keeps his promises and is unmoved by external things. Such people are more worthy of being courted. Lung Qingshan was the first to speak, his tone gentle. "Young friend, it's a good thing that you keep your promises. I admire you." He took out an exquisite jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Kazama. "This is a token of my Lung family. If you change your mind in the future or need help, you can come to the Lung family at any time with this token. The Lung family's doors will always be open to you." Elder Qin also took out a small, sword-shaped jade talisman and handed it to Feng Jian. "This is a token of my heavenly sword mountain. If you wish to comprehend the Tao of sword in the future, or if you encounter any trouble, just come to Heavenly Sword Mountain." The beautiful woman from the Yun family also took out a jade pendant with cloud patterns and handed it over with a smile. "The Yun family welcomes you to visit any time, young friend. If you need any pills or talismans, please feel free to ask. The Yun family may not have much else, but we do have some of these things." Shi Gondang was the most direct. He pulled a dark, grimy token from his robes and shoved it into Kazama's hand. "Take this token from the Breaking Heaven Gate. From now on, when you come to our Breaking Heaven Gate, there will be plenty of wine and meat. If you want to cultivate your body, I will personally treat you to a meal." As the wind carried the tokens from several people, a sense of emotion welled up within me. These things represent not only goodwill but also an investment. Invest in his future. He carefully put away the token, bowed to the group and said, "Thank you all, seniors. I will remember this." The group nodded, knowing that they had achieved their goal for the day, and did not linger any longer. Lung Qingshan turned and left with Lung Qinyu. Before leaving, Lung Qinyu glanced back at Kazama, her lips barely moving. "Next time we meet, I won't lose to you." Kazama smiled and nodded at him. Elder Qin led the swordsman and his companion away, and the two nodded to Kazama in farewell. The beautiful woman from the Yun family left with the brother and sister in brocade robes, and the two siblings waved to the wind. In the end, only Shi Gondang and his son remained. Shi Patian leaned closer and said in a low voice, "Brother, that's just how my dad is. Don't mind him. But he's right, our Poshaman's body refining techniques are really amazing. You must come if you have time." Kazama smiled and nodded. "Okay, definitely." Shi Patian grinned and turned to leave with his father. After taking a few steps, he turned back and called out, "Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. You promised." Kazama chuckled and waved at him. The group finally dispersed. Kazama looked down at the tokens in his hand, pondering something. The Lung family, Tianjian Mountain, the Yun family, Poshaman, they are all major powers that rank highly on Earth. If it weren't for the fact that Kazama needed to go to the academy to pick up girls, he would have been quite tempted. He carefully put away the token and turned to walk towards Jiang Xian. When Jiang Xian saw him coming, she quickly went up to him and asked in a low voice, "What did they all say to you?" "Nothing. I just wanted to poach someone from another company." Kazama smiled. Jiang Xian asked nervously, "Then you?" "I refused." Kazama ruffled her hair. "If you promised Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, you have to keep your word." Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, and a bright smile spread across his face. Jiang's mother watched from the side and nodded in satisfaction. "This little breeze is reliable." She stepped forward and said with a smile, "Xiaofeng, now that you're done here, why don't you come home with Auntie and sit for a while? Your uncle bought a lot of good things today. Auntie will cook you something delicious." Mr. Jiang pushed up his glasses and added, "Yes, yes, the house may not be big, but it's lively." Kazama looked at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian blushed and said softly, "If you're busy, then forget it." "I'm not busy." Kazama smiled. "Then I'll have to bother you, uncle and aunt." "No, no, not at all," Mrs. Jiang said with a beaming smile. Come on, get in the car." Mr. Jiang's car was an old model civilian Rune car. The car body had some paint chips, and the interior decoration was simple and plain, but it was very clean. A faded safe driving sign was pasted on the car window, and a cartoon pendant hung next to the dashboard, clearly Jiang Xian's handiwork. Kazama sat in the back seat and looked around the car. The most basic speed-up runes and simple defensive formations. It is indeed a very ordinary configuration. But for ordinary families, such a car is already a considerable expense. Mr. Jiang got into the driver's seat and started the car. The rune engine emitted a soft hum. The car body shuddered slightly and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang's mother turned to the two of them and said, "Sit tight. We might need to buy something on the way. Let's go to the market first." "Okay." Kazama nodded. The car entered the main road and merged into the traffic. Mr. Jiang drives very steadily and calmly, occasionally chatting with his wife. Old Jiang, buy more spirit beast meat later. Xiao Feng has been working hard in his cultivation, so he needs to be nourished. I know. I've already thought it through. Buy some more fresh spiritual vegetables. That jade cabbage from last time was quite good. Okay, whatever you say. The two were discussing the menu in front of them. In the back row, Kazama and Jiang Xian sat side by side. Jiang Xian quietly reached out and grasped Feng Jian's hand. Kazama turned his head to look at her. The girl lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, but a smile played on her lips. He took her hand in his own, his fingers gently stroking the back of her hand. Jiang Xian's hand trembled slightly, but instead of pulling it back, he gripped it even tighter. The two held hands quietly, listening to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang chatting in front of them, occasionally exchanging glances, everything understood without words. The car stopped in front of a large spiritual food market. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang got out of the car to shop, leaving the two of them to wait in the car. "Don't wander off, we'll be right back," Mrs. Jiang instructed, before pulling her husband into the market. The car door closed, leaving only Kazama and Jiang Xian inside. Chapter 54. Go away, don't cause trouble. On the bus, Jiang Xian suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Weren't you even a little bit tempted by those people's offers just now?" Kazama looked at her and laughed. "What? Afraid I'll be poached? No way," Jiang Xian retorted stubbornly, but his eyes darted around. She was indeed a little worried, because if Kazama really joined those reclusive families, then she wouldn't have much of a chance to stay by Kazama's side. Kazama reached out and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, I promised Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, and I won't go back on my word." And he paused, leaned close to her ear, and lowered his voice. "With you here, how could I bear to leave?" Jiang Xian's ears instantly turned bright red, and she lightly punched him. "You're always so unserious." But the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. The two of them cuddled together, occasionally whispering a few words to each other, and sometimes exchanging silly smiles. Time flies. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang returned carrying large and small bags, filling the trunk to the brim. "You bought so many?" Jiang Xian asked in surprise. "Of course," Mrs. Jiang said proudly. "Today we're entertaining Xiao Feng, so it has to be a feast." Mr. Jiang started the car and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, today I'll let you try Auntie's cooking. Your auntie is an expert cook." "Thank you for your trouble, uncle and aunt," Kazama said politely. "Don't bother, we're family," Mrs. Jiang blurted out. She paused for a moment after saying that, then laughed even harder. Jiang Xian covered his face, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Kazama pretended to be a fool and knew nothing. Mr. Jiang laughed and stepped on the gas. The car drove away from the market and headed home. The street scene outside the window rushed past, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone into the car, gilding it with a warm gold. Jiang Xian leaned on Kazama's shoulder, a happy smile on her face. Kazama held her hand and looked out the window. With a thought, the test tube containing his semen appeared in his palm. Even through the test tube, he could feel the violent and intense energy. "Once we get back, we'll refine it." What kind of enhancement would the essence blood of a 9th-tier demon beast bring him? He was really looking forward to it. The car slowly drove into an ordinary residential area and stopped in front of a residential building. "We're here," Mrs. Jiang greeted warmly. "Xiao Feng, get off the bus, we're here." Kazama put away the test tubes and got out of the car with Jiang Xian. Looking up, it was an ordinary residential building with some mottled exterior walls, but it was very clean. There were a few elderly people playing chess and chatting downstairs. When they saw them, they greeted them warmly. "Old Chang, you're back? And who is this?" "Oh, this is my son Xin's classmate. He's come over for dinner," Mr. Jiang replied with a smile. "Good, good, good. It's good for young people to get out and about." Kazama followed Jiang Xian's family into the building. Not far from the residential area, a black luxury car was parked quietly on a street corner. The car window slowly rolled down a crack. A pair of cool, clear eyes peered through the crack at the ordinary residential building. A moment later, the car window rolled up. The car silently glided into the night and disappeared from sight. Once home, Jiang Xian immediately felt relaxed and lay down on his beloved sofa. Mrs. Jiang busied herself preparing the meal, and Kazama felt that as a guest, he should also help out. So he decided to lend a hand, and Jiang Xian, seeing this, felt embarrassed to shirk his responsibility and followed along. The result was, "You two, get out. Don't cause trouble here." Wearing an apron, Mrs. Jiang held a spatula in one hand and pushed Kazama and Jiang Xian out of the kitchen with the other. "Auntie, let me help you wash the vegetables." "No need, no need. You young people wouldn't know how to do this. Just go outside and wait to eat." "Mom, can I help you chop the vegetables? I'm pretty good with a knife." "What do you mean, can?" Mrs. Jiang glared at her daughter. "You cut your hand while chopping a potato last time, and you still have the nerve to talk about knife skills? Get out! Get out!" Jiang Xian was speechless after being confronted and could only obediently be pushed out of the kitchen. Jiang's mother leaned out halfway, winked at her daughter, and wore a meaningful smile. "Let's cultivate our relationship in the living room." After saying that, he slammed the kitchen door shut. Jiang Xian stood outside the door, her face flushing red. She turned her head to look at Kazama and found that he was looking at her with a half-smile. Jiang Xian punched him in embarrassment and annoyance. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault. Blame me? I didn't do anything, and I even wanted to help, but your mom wouldn't let me." Kazama looked completely innocent. "Then don't laugh like that." "Like that? What do you mean? So indecent." Kazama laughed heartily and pulled her to sit down on the sofa. The living room wasn't big, but it was very clean. The sofa is an old-fashioned fabric sofa, and some parts are worn white, but it is very comfortable to sit on. Fruit and snacks were laid out on the coffee table, and various DVDs were neatly stacked in the TV cabinet. This is a small collection that Jiang Xian likes. A family photo of the three of them hangs on the wall. Jiang Xian was just a little girl back then, with 2 pigtails and a smile that revealed her 2 missing front teeth. Kazama looked at the photo and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Is that you in the photo?" Jiang Xian blushed and lunged forward to block him, shouting, "Don't look!" Kazama grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. "Don't block it. She's so cute. It's just those teeth." "Don't say it." Jiang Xian covered his mouth. Kazama kissed her hand. Jiang Xian withdrew his hand, his face turning even redder. In the kitchen, Mrs. Jiang quietly opened the door a crack and peeked out. On the sofa, the daughter was nestled in the arms of the handsome young man, the two chatting and laughing. The atmosphere, the scene. She nodded in satisfaction, gently closed the door, and turned to her husband, saying, "Old Jiang, look at those two, aren't they wonderful?" Mr. Jiang was busy chopping vegetables and didn't even turn his head. "I saw it. I saw it. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you." "So what if they hear?" Mrs. Jiang said matter-of-factly. "I'd love for them to hear." She walked to the stove, and while stirring the vegetables in the pan, she said with a satisfied smile, "You know, Xiaofeng is handsome, capable, and good to our daughter. A son-in-law like him is hard to find even with a lantern." Mr. Jiang nodded. "It's really good. Just now outside, people from those big families were vying to recruit him, but he didn't agree. He said that if he promised Jiangnan Martial Academy, he had to keep his word. This kind of character is rare." "Of course," Mrs. Jiang exclaimed even more proudly. "Our daughter has such good taste." She paused, then lowered her voice. "Old Jiang, how far have things progressed between them?" Mr. Jiang paused, looking at his wife helplessly. "Why are you worrying about this?" "I was just curious," Mrs. Jiang said matter-of-factly. "Look at the way our daughter looks at Xiaofeng. Her eyes are practically sparkling. And just now in the car, the two of them were sitting in the back seat. Their hands were so close. All right, Mr. Jiang interrupted her. Let the young people develop on their own. We, as elders, shouldn't interfere. Mrs. Jiang retorted, I wasn't meddling. I was just creating an opportunity for them. Look, it's much better to kick them all out and let them be alone. Mr. Jiang chuckled. Yes, my wife is wise. Mrs. Jiang rolled her eyes at him and continued cooking, humming a little tune. Chapter 55 ordered to pick up girls. Preparing to refine essence blood. In the living room, Kazama and Jiang Xian leaned against each other, talking quietly. Kazama put his arm around Jiang Xian's waist, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Xin, do you think this counts as me being ordered to pick up girls? Jiang Xian was taken aback. What do you mean by imperial decree to pick up girls? What your mom just said. She told us to cultivate our relationship in the living room. Isn't that following orders? Kazama said, suppressing a laugh. Jiang Xian realized what was happening. Her face turned red again, and she reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. They really misjudged people, she scolded. They even pushed their daughter away. Ouch! Kazama exclaimed dramatically. He then grinned and said, No, uncle and aunt have a discerning eye. They recognized my exceptional talent at a glance, which is why they went all in. You know, going all in is a form of wisdom. All in. Jiang Xian was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think you're a stock? Kazama said in a serious tone. Of course, I'm the epitome of a promising talent. Jiang Xian was amused by him and kept laughing, snuggling in his arms and shaking with laughter. You're so vain. I call this confidence, Kazama said with great self-assurance. Think about it, someone as outstanding as me was chosen by your parents at first glance. What does that mean? It means they have good taste. Jiang Xian nodded with a smile. Yes, they have good taste, but you're even more vain. The two chatted and laughed, creating a very warm atmosphere. In the kitchen, Jiang's mother peeked out again before quickly retreating back inside. Old Jiang, she said excitedly in a low voice. Look at them, how happy they are. Mr. Jiang peeked over and smiled. It really is quite good. Of course, Mrs. Jiang said happily. Luckily we were clever enough to give them some alone time. Otherwise we would have been huge third wheels. Mr. Jiang nodded and continued with his work. The food in the pot sizzled, and the aroma gradually filled the air. As dusk fell, the city lights began to illuminate the night. Mrs. Jiang carried the last dish out of the kitchen and announced loudly, Dinner's ready. Kazama and Jiang Xian quickly got up to help set the table. Soon, the small dining table was filled with dishes. Braised spirit beast meat, steamed spirit fish, stir-fried spirit vegetables, spirit mushroom and chicken soup, a whole table full of food, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Looking at the table of dishes, Kazama exclaimed sincerely, Auntie, your cooking skills are amazing. It looks so tempting. Mrs. Jiang beamed from ear to ear. Oh, Xiaofeng, you have such a sweet tongue. Come, sit down and try Auntie's cooking. The four people sat down. Kazama picked up a piece of braised spirit beast meat and put it in his mouth. The meat is tender, the sauce is rich, and it melts in your mouth. Most importantly, the essence contained in the meat is perfectly preserved, and eating it makes you feel warm all over. His eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Delicious! So delicious! Auntie, your cooking is much better than those chefs outside. Mrs. Jiang smiled so much her eyes narrowed into slits. If it's delicious, eat more. Come on, try this fish again. As she spoke, she picked up a large piece of fish and put it into Kazama's bowl. Kazama took a bite and then showered him with praise. Jiang's mother was even happier. Her chopsticks never stopped, picking up this and that, and soon Kazama's bowl was piled high with food. Auntie, that's enough. That's enough. I can't eat this much. It's all right. Eat more. You young people work hard in your cultivation. You need to replenish your energy. Watching from the side, Jiang Xian couldn't help but say sourly, Mom, you're being so unfair. There's nothing in my bowl. Mrs. Jiang glanced at her and said, Don't you have hands? Pick it up yourself.
Yi Ang Sin.
She looked at her father, Mr. Jiang, beside her, and said with a pitiful expression, Dad, look at my mom. Mr. Jiang pushed up his glasses and slowly picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and put it into her bowl. Jiang Xian looked down at the lone green vegetable, feeling like crying but having no tears. Kazama couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Xian glared at him. You're still laughing. Kazama quickly suppressed his smile and put a large piece of meat into her bowl. Here, I'll share half with you. Jiang Xian then gave a satisfied hum. Jiang's mother watched the interaction between the two with a smile in her eyes. She raised her glass to Kazama and said, Kazama, let me toast you. We owe you so much today. Without you, who knows what would have happened to Xin. Kazama quickly raised his glass. Auntie, you're too kind. Xin is my girlfriend. It's only right that I protect her. Jiang Xian blushed again as soon as the word girlfriend was uttered. Mrs. Jiang laughed even more heartily. Good. That's how it should be. Cheers. The four clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Jiang also spoke up, his tone gentle but earnest. Xiaofeng, let me also toast you. Although this is our first meeting, I can tell you're a good kid. Xin has been spoiled by us since she was little. Sometimes she is willful, so please bear with her. Kazama said seriously, Uncle, don't worry. I will take good care of Xin. The elderly couple seemed quite pleased with what Kazama said. Jiang Xian pouted, feeling that her parents were being unfair to her. If I marry Kazama, won't my status be lower than that of a pet? No, I have to get it back from Kazama, make him the bottom. She'll be the female knight. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. The others looked at Jiang Xian, who was grinning foolishly, with strange expressions, and Jiang Xian immediately blushed. Seeing this, Jiang's mother felt utterly disgusted. Laughing so happily? Is something good happening? And nothing. She waved her hands repeatedly, lowering her head guiltily. Mrs. Jiang looked at her suspiciously. Really? Real? Kazama, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. This girl is definitely not thinking anything good. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. After the meal, Mrs. Jiang brought out fruit and refreshments, and the four of them sat in the living room chatting. Jiang's mother pulled Kazama aside and asked him all sorts of questions, from cultivation to life, from family to ideals, as if she wanted to know everything about his ancestors. Kazama's silver tongue charmed and delighted Jiang's mother. Jiang Xian listened from the side, feeling both sweet and a little jealous. My mom has never been this enthusiastic towards me. Humph. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that Kazama got up to say goodbye. Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry to bother you today. Thank you for your hospitality. Don't say it's bothering me, Mrs. Jiang said, taking his hand. Come often. Make yourself at home. Mr. Jiang nodded in agreement. Yes, come whenever you have time, and Uncle will cook you something delicious. Kazama smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll definitely come often. Jiang Xian escorted him downstairs. In the darkness of night, the two stood hand in hand at the entrance of the building. Then I'll go back, Kazama said. Jiang Xian nodded, but held onto his hand tightly. Kazama smiled and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Let's go back. Jiang Xian blushed, stood on tiptoe, and quickly pecked him on the lips. Then he turned and ran into the stairwell. Halfway through the run, she turned back and waved to him. Kazama smiled and waved, watching her figure disappear into the corridor. He turned and walked out of the residential area. The night was deep, and the streetlights stretched his shadow long. He touched his lips, still feeling the soft touch of the girl's lips. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. He hadn't felt this kind of warmth at home for a long time. He was an orphan in both his previous lives. He is no longer alone. He looked up at the night sky. The stars twinkled, sparkling like diamonds. That's great. He quickened his pace, preparing to refine the essence blood as soon as he got back. Chapter 56, Refining the Essence Blood. A mere remnant will is easily dealt with. The night was deep. Kazama returned to his residence at Kwaiju, and the moment he closed the door, he felt completely relaxed. Today was a busy day. The battles in the secret realm, the troublesome 5th-tier bats, Jiang Xian's favorability rating at its maximum, the awakening of the Tomo Rinnegan, the vying recruitment of various forces, and Jiang Xian's heartwarming family dinner. But Kazama had no time to savor the moment. He went into the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and a thought struck him. The test tube containing the essence blood of the fiery phoenix appeared in his palm. Inside the test tube, the deep red blood flowed silently. But Kazama knew it wasn't quiet. Even through the test tube, he could feel the violent and intense energy, like a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. On the surface of the blood, tiny flame patterns could be faintly seen flowing, and with each flow, a faint reddish-gold halo would spread out. Just by looking at it, you can feel the terrifying power it contains. The life essence of a 9th-tier demonic beast. Kazama murmured softly, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. 9th-tier demonic beasts are terrifying beings that stand at the top of the entire food chain on Earth, of course. This is the strongest known one as described in textbooks. The evil fire phoenix is a top-tier existence among the 9th-tier beings, a legendary beast born from fire and possessing the power of rebirth. If its life essence can be successfully refined, I wonder if I can gain this ability. Of course, Kazama wasn't greedy, he just wanted to gain some self-healing power. Take a deep breath and stop hesitating. He unscrewed the seal on the test tube. Instantly, a wave of intense heat swept over us. The temperature in the bedroom suddenly rose, the curtains moved automatically without any wind, and the decorative paintings hanging on the wall trembled slightly. The drop of blood essence seemed to sense something, surging violently, and the light it emitted grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. It was as if it were a warning to the human who dared to covet it. Step back.
Otherwise, die.
A smile appeared on Kazama's lips. She has quite a temper. He tilted his head back and drank the blood and semen in the test tube in one gulp. Boom! The moment the essence entered his throat, Kazama felt as if he had swallowed a burning flame. The flame traveled down the throat, and wherever it passed, it felt as if magma was surging in the veins, with an astonishingly high temperature. Kazama's skin instantly turned bright red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked as if he had just come out of a steamer, his whole body steaming. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his brows furrowed. Although the steel body has low magic resistance, its defense against physical damage is truly solid. He didn't feel much pain. For Kazama, this temperature was equivalent to taking a hot bath. That's it. Kazama chuckled inwardly. He took a deep breath and began to circulate his cultivation technique, focusing all his efforts on refining the drop of essence blood. The moment the technique was activated, the violent energy seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into his meridians. Pure and intense energy flowed through his meridians, greedily absorbed and refined by his body. The muscles were trembling, the bones were buzzing, and every cell was cheering. They are frantically consuming this energy and then using it to strengthen themselves. Kazama could clearly feel that his physical strength was slowly increasing. The feeling was like a body that was originally made of steel being forged and refined, evolving towards a higher level. Cool. Kazama felt a secret sense of satisfaction. But he did not let his guard down, because he knew that the real test was yet to come. The life essence of a 9th-tier demon beast contains more than just energy. There are also remnants of the evil fire phoenix's will from its previous life. Sure enough, just as he reached the crucial moment in his refinement, a violent will suddenly surged from his body. It seems to be saying, "You mere human dare to devour my life essence. You're courting death." That will swept in like a tsunami, rushing straight into Kazama's mind. In Kazama's sea of consciousness, a gigantic phoenix phantom is taking shape. The phoenix was engulfed in dark red flames. Its wings spread wide enough to blot out the sky, and its golden eyes were filled with savagery and killing intent. It opened its huge beak and let out a sharp cry. The scream pierced the soul, enough to instantly shatter the mind of an ordinary martial artist. However, Kazama merely gave a disdainful smile, to show off one's limited skills before an expert. Before obtaining the Rinnegan with Tomo, he might have had some trouble facing this kind of mental attack. The magic resistance of a body made of steel is indeed a major weakness. But now, his mind stirred. In the sea of consciousness, countless purple rays of light appeared out of thin air. The intertwined lights instantly coalesced into a massive prison, trapping the Phoenix Phantom within. The Phoenix Phantom was taken aback, then struggled even more violently. It rammed into the prison with all its might, the black flames scorching the purple pillar of light, emitting sharp screeches. But the prison cell remained completely still. "This is impossible." The phantom of the phoenix let out an unbelievable roar. How could lowly humans possess such spiritual power? Kazama did not answer. He simply watched the futile struggle of the phantom, as if watching a caged bird. A moment later, his mind stirred again. Suddenly, a layer of purple flames ignited on the surface of the purple prison. That flame was different from the phoenix's black, malevolent flames. It was more mysterious and had a greater charm. The flames spread, instantly engulfing the phoenix phantom. Chirp! The phantom phoenix let out a shrill scream. It struggled desperately in the purple flames, but to no avail. The purple flames were frantically burning and refining it. Its body grew fainter and fainter, and its screams grew weaker and weaker. A few seconds later, bang! The phoenix phantom completely dissipated, transforming into countless tiny specks of light. Those specks of light are the pure spiritual energy left behind after it was refined. With a thought, Kazama felt those points of light surge into the depths of his consciousness, as if summoned. A cool and refreshing feeling spread through my mind. Kazama closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy being absorbed and integrated into his soul. His mind felt as refreshed as if he'd eaten a popsicle on a sweltering summer day, pure bliss. A moment later, he opened his eyes and thoughtfully touched his chin. It seems to have gotten a little stronger. It was indeed just a tiny bit. Although the phoenix's will is strong, it is only a tiny fraction remaining in a drop of essence blood. This improvement is already quite good. Kazama didn't hesitate and continued to focus all his efforts on refining the remaining energy in the blood essence. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Kazama slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a wisp of crimson gold flame seemed to flash and disappear. He looked down at his hands. On the surface of the skin, faint reddish gold patterns could be seen flowing, which were the traces left after the phoenix blood essence was refined. With a thought, those lines disappeared into the depths of his skin. He clenched his fist. Click-clack, the knuckles made a crisp popping sound. He could clearly feel an explosive power emanating from within him. That power was much stronger than before. Chapter 57, Heavenly Power, Teleportation Portal. Kazama got up and went to the lawn downstairs. He stretched his muscles and did a few simple movements. Twist your waist, expand your chest, kick your legs, and punch. Every movement stirred up a gust of wind. Finally, he stood still, took a deep breath, and threw out his right fist. Boom! The force of the punch was explosive. The air was hit by the punch, producing a muffled sonic boom. Wherever the fist passed, the surrounding trees were uprooted. Kazama withdrew his fist, feeling a slight pang of remorse for damaging the flowers and plants. Looking at his hands, a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. That punch! He made his own calculations. Previously, his punching power was about 30 tons, which was enough to crush 4th-order monsters and pose a threat to 5th-order monsters. And now it's at least 70 tons. What does a punch with 70 tons of force mean? This means that with a single punch, he could kill even a mid-stage 5th-tier demonic beast. It doesn't require the Rinnegan or any special skills, it's pure brute force. Awesome! Kazama couldn't help but grin. He moved his shoulders and could feel every part of his body brimming with power. The muscles are firmer, the bones are stronger, and there seems to be explosive energy beneath the skin. Defense? With a body of steel as its foundation, it was already abnormal, but now it's even stronger. He's even starting to look forward to encountering another 5th-tier demonic beast and testing the power of his fists. As for spiritual power, Kazama sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body and found that there wasn't much change. It's still a bit short of the late stage of the 4th tier. Most of the energy in the essence blood has been absorbed by the physical body to strengthen it, so it's already quite good that the spiritual power has been raised to this level. Moreover, what he truly cared about was never spiritual power. A real man should fight with his fists. Kazama recalled Shur Gondong's words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although Elder Shur was rough and unrefined, his words resonated deeply with him. Kazama withdrew his gaze and focused his mind on the system. Host. Kazama. Realm. 4th Order Martial Spirit Mid-Stage. Physique. Body of steel under enhancement. Further improved after fusing with Phoenix Blood Essence. Ability. Rinnegan with Tomo Sasuke version. Female character already bound. Jiang Xian affection level 100. Kazama looked at the words, Sasuke version, and a smile appeared on his lips. The greatest gain from this secret realm was not that drop of essence blood, nor those beast core materials. It's these eyes, Rinnegan with Tomo, and it's the Sasuke version he wanted the most. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the power these eyes possessed. He already knew the basic abilities of the Rinnegan. To be honest, I don't use it very often. Gravity and repulsion are more useful, as are the more magical abilities like the human path. Earth Explosion Star feels incredibly satisfying for clearing out mobs. What Kazama really coveted was the unique ability of Sasuke's version of the Rinnegan Ameno Tajikura. It can instantly exchange positions with objects within its line of sight within a certain range. This is real spatial capability. I don't know if it has been nerfed. Before it was weakened, this ability was extremely overpowered, and it could even swap the user's location with the surrounding space. To put it simply, it can both teleport and ambush people. How wonderful! As for the complete Susanoo, it seems perfect for showing off. At that time, 5th and 6th tiers will be nothing one punch and they'll be dead. Kazama grew more and more excited, wishing he could find an opponent to test his skills right now. It's a pity it's late at night. I can't just go out on the street and beat people up. Can I? He suppressed the agitation in his heart and brought his thoughts back to the present. Take your time, there's no rush. He returned to his bedroom and sat down cross-legged again. Although I refined the essence blood tonight, I still need to stabilize my realm. He closed his eyes, circulated his internal energy, and began to regulate his breathing. What Kazama didn't know was, just as he was immersed in cultivation, a familiar black rune-marked car was quietly parked on the street corner outside the Tsueiwei residence community. Inside the car, a pair of cool, clear eyes looked through the car window at the building where Kazama was. There seemed to be complex emotions surging in those eyes. For a long time, the car window slowly rolled up. The car silently glided into the night and disappeared from sight. For the next 2 days, Kazama stayed almost entirely indoors, thoroughly familiarizing himself with all the abilities within the Rinnegan. He stood in the center of the living room, his gaze fixed on a water glass on the coffee table. A thought arises. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly, and at the same time, the water glass reappeared where he had just been standing. He himself was already standing steadily next to the coffee table, holding, well, air in his hand. Bang! The water glass fell freely from a height of more than 1 meter, crashed onto the floor, and shattered. Kazama! He looked down at the shards of glass and water stains on the floor, and his lips twitched. The skill is good, but it uses up a lot of cups. He resignedly grabbed a broom and mop and cleaned the living room. Then continue practicing. This time he was smarter and changed his target to a plastic bottle. Whoosh! The exchange was successful. The plastic bottle landed steadily where he had just been standing, and he appeared beside the coffee table. Perfect. Kazama nodded in satisfaction, then tried several different targets: pillows, remote controls, sofa cushions. Every exchange was successful, with the positions perfectly aligned. Kazama felt a secret sense of satisfaction. The skill Amaterasu is practically tailor-made for him. With his terrifying 70-ton punching power, he instantly appeared beside his target, and then, one punch, a punch with 70 tons of force, delivered without warning, would knock any 5th-order demon beast or 5th-order martial artist to their knees on the spot. As for escaping, Amaterasu can also be used to escape as long as there is a target to exchange with within sight. One can instantly leave the battlefield. But a real man doesn't run away. We'll see when we need it, but that's not enough. Kazama's thoughts stirred again. A black spatial rift appeared out of thin air in front of him. The crack expanded rapidly, forming a circular portal about 1.5 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Through the portal, you can see that his bedroom is right across from it. Kazama stepped into the portal. In a flash, he was already standing in the bedroom. Looking back, the portal in the living room was slowly closing and disappeared completely a few seconds later. Cool. Kazama couldn't help but grin. This portal is even more monstrous than the heavenly hand power. Ameno Tajikura requires a target within the line of sight to be exchanged, while portals do not. He can open doors wherever he's been, or wherever his coordinates are known essential for escaping. Cough cough. Although no one has yet forced him to the point of needing to flee, it's always better to be prepared. It can also be used for traveling. Just open the door directly. How convenient. It allows you to subtly show off, which is simply brilliant. Kazama tried the teleportation portal a few more times, shuttling back and forth between the living room, bedroom, and balcony, having a great time. As for the complete Susanoo, he hasn't tried it yet. That thing is too conspicuous. Once released, the entire city of Rongqing will be able to see that enormous purple giant. Let's wait until we're in a secluded place before we talk about it. The morning of the third day, Kazama had just finished a round of training when suddenly, click, the sound of the door lock turning. Kazama paused, then looked towards the doorway. The door was pushed open, and a familiar figure flashed in.
Yi Ang-sin.
Today she was wearing a light blue knitted cardigan over a white camisole and skinny jeans that perfectly accentuated her long, straight legs. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers, revealing her fair ankles. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. She looks fresh and energetic, radiating youthful vibes. Kazama's eyes lit up. Jiang Xian closed the door, turned around, and met Kazama's staring eyes. Chapter 58 Jiang Xian's 1,000-mile delivery. Jiang Xian felt a little shy under Kazama's gaze, her face flushing slightly, and she whispered, "What are you looking at?" "It's up to you," Kazama said with a matter-of-fact expression. "My girlfriend is really beautiful." Jiang Xian's face turned even redder, and he spat lightly. "Smooth talker." Ignoring Kazama's antics, she lightly kicked her shoes, bent down, and found her slippers in the shoe cabinet. Many daily necessities were also purchased by the couple themselves, somewhat like decorating their own cozy little home. Kazama's attention was unconsciously drawn to it. Those peach-like, perky curves were stretched taut by the jeans, and those fair, jade-like feet, with their toes slightly curled up when they were pulled out of the shoes, were incredibly cute. Kazama felt a bit hot. He stated that he is definitely not a pervert, but simply loves his girlfriend, so everything looks good to him. Yes, that's right, that's exactly it. Kazama found a good excuse for his peculiar hobby. Jiang Xian changed into slippers, walked to the sofa, and sat down next to Kazama. Kazama put his arm around her waist and asked curiously, "Why did you come all of a sudden? Is something the matter?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian blushed even more and lowered his head, whispering, "School starts in a couple of days, and Mom asked me to come and ask if you've prepared everything." Kazama was taken aback. "Thing? What does he need to prepare? The portable space has everything: change of clothes, cultivation resources, and daily necessities. As for the monster materials obtained from the secret realm, they have long been converted into a large amount of credits and stored in my card. He is now quite wealthy and has no worries about money at all." "Is that all? Your mother should know that we all have spatial equipment, right? Why did she make a special trip just to ask about this?" Kazama looked at Jiang Xian suspiciously, feeling that something was off. Jiang Xian's eyes darted away, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. She muttered softly, "How would I know? Anyway, Mom told me to come." The truth is, she was deeply moved after telling her mother about Kazama's unwavering support during the crisis. They say you have to win over a man like Kazama as soon as possible, or you'll miss out on hundreds of millions. So, Mrs. Jiang came up with a terrible idea, to have her daughter deliver it 1,000 miles away. Remembering her mother's whispered words and some advice, Jiang Xian's face turned as red as if she had a fever. Kazama, observing her reaction, suddenly understood something. My mother-in-law deliberately sent her daughter to live with her. Long live my mother-in-law, Kazama shouted in his heart. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Xian instantly became meaningful. Jiang Xian felt uncomfortable under his gaze and whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kazama didn't say anything, but just looked her over with a smile. A light blue cardigan, a white tank top, and slim-fit jeans. Each piece was ordinary, but when worn by her, it perfectly highlighted her youthful energy and vitality. Kazama's gaze involuntarily fell on a certain spot. Yes, white rabbit candy. Although covered by a cardigan, her full figure was still faintly visible. Further down, her long, straight legs were brought together as she sat on the sofa, their line smooth and graceful. Kazama's gaze traveled downwards, finally settling on her feet. Excellent, excellent. The toes are slightly curled, and the arch of the foot is perfectly curved. The skin on the back of the foot is so white that you can see the pale blue veins. Jiang Xian felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, and finally couldn't help but reach out and cover his eyes. Stop looking. Kazama pulled her hand down and said with a wicked smile, Jiang Xian, tell me honestly, was this outfit you wore today intentional? What do you mean, intentionally? I just wore it casually. Jiang Xian's eyes widened as he began to protest his innocence. Kazama raised an eyebrow. You look this good even when you're just wearing whatever? If you wore something serious, wouldn't you be absolutely stunning? Jiang Xian was both embarrassed and pleased by the praise, muttering under her breath, You're so good at talking. As Kazama looked at her shy and bashful appearance, the fire in his heart burned even brighter. He suddenly leaned closer and whispered in Jiang Xian's ear, Xin, you'll be going to the academy in a couple of days. Then you won't have so much time alone with each other. Jiang Xian's ears turned bright red instantly, and his heart raced. So what? So, Kazama scooped her up in his arms. We have to make the most of today. Ah! Jiang Xian exclaimed. My shoe fell off. She was only wearing one slipper, with the other foot bare, her fair, jade-like foot dangling in the air. Kazama glanced down and laughed. Who cares? It's not necessary. It looks better this way. As he spoke, he picked up Jiang Xian and strode toward the bedroom. Jiang Xian buried her head in his chest, blushing, and said in a muffled voice, You're so mean. All you ever do is be lewd.
Sexy?
I call it cherishing time. You're the one who tempted me. Kazama retorted earnestly. I didn't tempt you at all. Jiang Xian raised her head, her face flushed, and protested. It's clearly you who's too horny. As she spoke, she opened her small mouth and gently bit Kazama's chest, pretending to be fierce as she said, I'll bite you. That amount of force wouldn't even be considered a tickle to Kazama. But he still hissed in agreement and laughed. So fierce. Humph.
Yang Xin snox muli.
Kazama walked into the bedroom and threw her onto the large bed. Jiang Xian bounced on the soft mattress, her hair disheveled, her clothes slightly ruffled, exuding a fatal allure. She looked at Kazama standing by the bed, her eyes filled with both shyness and anticipation. You're going too far, she whispered, her voice soft and not at all threatening. Kazama let out a strange laugh. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, he immediately launched a flying tackle to demonstrate his strength. Ah! Jiang Xian's exclamation was cut off. Soon, sounds that made one blush and their heart race filled the bedroom. Much later, Kazama lay on the headboard, with Jiang Xian curled up in his arms like a kitten, her face still flushed and her body completely exhausted. She traced circles on Kazama's chest with her finger and muttered softly, You bad person. You always do this. What? Kazama feigned ignorance. It's just. Jiang Xian couldn't say it, so she could only bite him again. Kazama smiled, ruffled her hair, and kissed her forehead. Oh, right? He suddenly remembered something. Your mom sent you to ask me if I've prepared everything. What did you say? Jiang Xian blushed and whispered, I'll tell you you're ready when I get back. Then your mom will definitely ask, Why did you take so long? I just said we chatted a little longer. Kazama couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your mother definitely knows what's going on. Jiang Xian buried her face in his chest, blushing with embarrassment. It's all your fault. Kazama laughed heartily and pulled her close. Chapter 59. The frenzy before departure preparing to report to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The two lay there quietly for a while. Then Jiang Xian suddenly raised her head and looked at him intently. Kazama, now that you're at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, will you look at other girls? Kazama was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Why are you suddenly asking that? Jiang Xian bit his lip. You're so outstanding. You must have a lot of girls who like you, while I'm just so ordinary. Kazama's heart softened when he saw her anxious and uncertain expression. He cupped her face in his hands and said earnestly, Xin, listen to me. You will always be my woman. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be the most special person in my heart. Whether others like me or not is their business. Who I like is my own business. Do you understand? Jiang Xian's eyes were a little red, and he nodded vigorously. She leaned in and kissed Kazama on the lips. Kazama laughed and hugged her even tighter. His system is quite obvious, so he will definitely not have only one partner in the future. But Kazama wasn't wrong either. Everyone who could be bound to Kazama was the most special to him. So Kazama can just spout these scumbag quotes off the cuff. That's how you coax a girl. They only want to hear nice things, so just go along with what they say. Let's talk about the future later. In any case, Jiang Xian's 100% favorability rating makes it impossible for her to leave Kazama. So he's very calm about being a scumbag. Over the next 2 days, Kazama truly experienced what it means for absence to make the heart grow fonder. No, we're not married yet, but the meaning is similar. Jiang Xian was persuaded to stay by Kazama, who used the excuse of his mother-in-law's earnest expectations. If you go back now, your mother will be unhappy. Kazama argued vehemently, trying to brainwash Jiang Xian. She sent you here so we could develop a relationship. Jiang Xian blushed, curled her toes, and muttered softly, "What do you mean by cultivating feelings? It's clearly just, what is it? It's because you bullied me." Kazama laughed heartily and pulled her into his arms. Then, another round of bullying ensued. To be honest, even Kazama himself was a little surprised by his own energy. For 2 days, I barely left my bedroom except for necessary meals. Jiang Xian was thoroughly exhausted by him, from her initial shy resistance to her later half-hearted acceptance, and finally to her active acquiescence. All I can say is that the girl's potential is limitless. You're a beast. Jiang Xian lay limp on the bed, Jingying's toes unconsciously curled up slightly. "It's nothing," Kazama said seriously. "I just think even your feet are so beautiful." Jiang Xian's face turned bright red instantly, and she buried her head in the pillow in embarrassment. "Abnormal!" Kazama burst into laughter. After arguing for a while, the two quieted down again. Jiang Xian leaned against him and suddenly asked, "Kazama, you said that once we go to the academy, will we be assigned to different dormitories?" Kazama thought for a moment and said, "Probably. Separating men and women is normal." Jiang Xian was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Then, we can't be together like this every day anymore." Kazama looked down at her and saw reluctance in her eyes. He pinched her cheek and chuckled, "What, you can't bear to part with me?" "No way," Jiang Xian retorted stubbornly, but her grip on his arm tightened. Kazama laughed, then flipped over and pinned her beneath him. "Since that's the case, let's cherish this time together before we break up." Jiang Xian's eyes widened. "Again? What? It's not okay. I haven't recovered yet." "It's okay. I'll be gentle. You always say that. This time it's for real." "Fraud." But her resistance was quickly drowned out. Inside the room, the sounds that made one blush and their heart race echoed once more. 2 days is neither a long nor a short time. But for Jiang Xian, the experience of these 2 days will be unforgettable for her for the rest of her life. That beast is really... Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more embarrassing it becomes. The day before school started, Jiang Xian was finally allowed to go home by Kazama. Before leaving, she glared at Kazama, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Kazama watched her leave, a smile playing on his lips. Then he went back inside and began his cultivation. Although he had been overworked these past 2 days, he was, after all, a man who had refined the essence of the phoenix, and his energy was frighteningly vigorous. After a night of cultivation, I feel refreshed and invigorated. The next morning, Kazama arrived at Jiang Xian's doorstep right on time. When Mrs. Jiang opened the door and saw him, her eyes lit up and a warm smile immediately spread across her face. "Little Feng is here." Come in, come in." "Hello, Auntie," Kazama greeted politely, then followed her into the house. Mr. Jiang was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. When he saw him come in, he smiled and nodded. "Xiaofeng is here. Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." "That's perfect. Let's eat together," Mrs. Jiang said warmly. "Auntie made so much food, just waiting for you to come." Kazama didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the dining table. Soon, Jiang Xian came out of the bedroom. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt with a light pink short jacket over it, slim fit light-colored jeans, and white sneakers. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, making her look fresh and pretty. Upon seeing Kazama, her face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and sat down next to him. Mrs. Jiang served breakfast. Kazama glanced at it and saw that it was too lavish for a breakfast. "Come on, eat more. We're going to report to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy today, so we need to eat our fill." Kazama and Jiang Xian were engrossed in their meal, occasionally exchanging glances with smiles in their eyes. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Xian took out a small silver ring from her room and put it on her hand. That was a storage ring specially prepared for her and Kazama by the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 60: Arrival in Jiangnan Province. The ring was from the last Secret Realm trial, where Kazama came in first place and Jiang Xian came in second. When the news reached Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, the academy was overjoyed and immediately sent Lu Qingqing with 2 congratulatory gifts. This includes the storage ring. Although it's just the most basic model with only a few cubic meters of space, it's already a rare treasure for Jiang Xian, an ordinary family. After all, storage rings are expensive, and ordinary families simply cannot afford them. So when Kazama said that both of them had storage devices, he was referring to this. As for Kazama, he has a personal space of 500 cubic meters, which is soul-bound and absolutely hidden. After he breaks through to the 5th level, he will expand again, which is estimated to be over 1,000 cubic meters. This ring is just for decoration, it's only pretty. But he put it on anyway. After all, it can serve as a cover, otherwise, it wouldn't be right to keep taking things out without giving anything in return. "Is everything ready?" Mr. Jiang asked. "Ready." The two nodded. "Let's go then." The family went downstairs and got into the old rune car. The car started and headed towards the location of the largest teleportation array in Rongqing. The Rongqing Interprovincial Teleportation Array is located in the Transportation Hub Center on the eastern outskirts of the city. This is a huge square with more than a dozen tall teleportation gates standing in the center, each connecting to different provinces and cities. The square was crowded with people, including families, couples who looked like they were going on vacation, and parents like them who were sending their children to study in other cities. After Mr. Jiang parked the car, the group arrived at the teleportation array leading to Linjiang City, the city where the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy was located. At the entrance to the teleportation array, there is a row of payment windows. After verifying their identities, the staff informed them of the transmission fee, 500 credits per person. Without saying a word, Mr. Jiang took out his crystal card and paid the money. Kazama tried to pay, but he stopped him. "Don't argue, your uncle can afford this amount of money," Mr. Jiang said with a smile. Kazama then stopped insisting. The family arrived at the entrance to the teleportation array. Looking back, the path I came from had disappeared into the crowd. Jiang Xian stood at the edge of the teleportation array, looking back at his parents. Jiang's mother's eyes were already red, and she held back her tears as she held her daughter's hand and gave her some advice. "Take good care of yourself when you get there. Eat on time, cultivate diligently, and don't overwork yourself. Call home if anything happens. Don't bear it all alone. Also, take care of each other with Xiaofeng and don't argue." "Mom," Jiang Xian couldn't help but interrupt, her voice choked with emotion. "I know." Mr. Jiang also came over, patted his daughter on the shoulder, and then looked at Kazama. "Xiaofeng, I'm entrusting Xian to you." Kazama nodded solemnly. "Uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of her." Finally, Mrs. Jiang couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged her daughter tightly, crying so hard she couldn't speak. Jiang Xian also cried, and the mother and daughter hugged each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Jiang sighed beside him, his eyes also reddening. Kazama stood silently to the side, not disturbing them. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. He had never experienced this kind of longing in either of his 2 lifetimes. But watching this scene, he could feel that deep love. To be honest, he was a little envious. After a while, the mother and daughter separated. Mrs. Jiang wiped away her tears and forced a smile. All right, stop crying. Go on your way, don't be late." Jiang Xian nodded, looking at her parents with teary eyes, then turned around and took Kazama's hand. The two walked together toward the teleportation array. Behind me came Zhang's mother's voice. Take care on your journey. Remember to call me when you arrive. Take good care of yourself. Zhang Xian turned around and waved vigorously. Kazama turned around and waved to the two elders. Then the two stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of light. The world before my eyes changed in an instant. The feeling of being teleported was similar to that time in the secret realm. The world spins and time and space intertwine. A few seconds later, everything returned to calm. Kazama opened his eyes and found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar place. This is a huge square, more than 10 times larger than the teleportation square in Rongqing. People came and went around, dressed in different clothes and with different auras. In the distance, skyscrapers stand tall, and the streets are bustling with traffic. The most striking feature is the towering giant tower in the center of the city. It was a massive martial arts tower, its body shimmering with dazzling light, piercing straight into the clouds. Is this Linjiang City? Zhang Xian murmured, his eyes full of curiosity. Kazama nodded, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. The air is much fresher than in Fuzhou, and the concentration of spiritual energy is also significantly higher. As expected of the core city of Jiangnan province, it is indeed different. Travel between major cities is mainly done via teleportation arrays, because there are quite a few ferocious monsters in the suburbs outside the cities. The League didn't spend too much money to clean it up. After all, there are strong individuals among the demonic beasts. Everyone reached a tacit understanding. Each would keep to their own business. You live in your town, and I'll live in my wilderness. Unless they are mercenaries or exploration teams, they generally don't go deep into the wilderness, as they are likely to encounter powerful monsters and become fertilizer. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, Kazama Kuin.
Yangqin Kowen.
The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw Teacher Lu Qingxing walking briskly towards them with a smile on her face. Teacher Lu, Zhang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Lu Qingxing walked closer, looked the two of them up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. You're both in great shape. Looks like you've had a good rest these past few days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian blushed slightly. Kazama remained unfazed and smiled. It's all right. Why did Teacher Lu come to pick me up personally? Of course I have to come in person, Lu Qingxing said with a smile. You are the precious darlings of our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. If we don't come to pick you up in person, what if you get kidnapped by someone else? The three chatted and laughed as they walked out of the square. After leaving the teleportation array plaza, Lu Qingxing led Kazama and Zhang Xian onto a rune-covered vehicle that had been waiting for a long time. The vehicle has a spacious interior and soft seats, clearly a dedicated vehicle prepared for transporting trainees. The car started smoothly and drove into the bustling streets of Linjiang City. Lu Qingxing sat in the front row, turned her head to the side, and began to introduce the basic information about the academy to the two of them. Although you two were specially admitted, you still need to understand some basic information about the academy. I sent you the materials, but I don't know if you've seen them. Let me reintroduce them to you now. Kazama and Zhang Xian nodded attentively, gesturing to listen. Chapter 61, The Giant Island in the Lake Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Lu Qingxing continued, the training model of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is actually similar to that of your high school, which also includes theoretical and practical courses. However, it offers more freedom and more choices. The theoretical courses mainly include rune formations, basic weapon crafting, introductory alchemy, and a monster encyclopedia. Each course has a dedicated teacher, and you can choose to study according to your interests and needs. She paused, looked at the two of them, and said, of course, if you are not interested in these, you don't have to choose them. The academy doesn't force you, after all. Everyone's path of martial arts is different. Zhang Xian asked curiously, so what do you do if you don't take theory classes? Cultivation, Lu Qingxing said matter-of-factly. The academy has a special martial arts tower, where the concentration of spiritual energy is stronger than outside, and it also has a gravity regulation function, which is very helpful for improving spiritual power and physical strength. Many students spend all their time in the martial arts tower, practicing all they do besides eating and sleeping, and they make rapid progress over the course of a year. She changed the subject, her tone becoming serious. However, I must remind you that a mere increase in spiritual power level does not represent true strength. The truly top students place more emphasis on practical experience and exquisite control over spiritual power and the body. They are invincible among their peers. You should have experienced this deeply in the secret realm. Even among the same fourth rank, the combat power can be worlds apart. Kazama nodded, deeply agreeing. That Lang Qinyu, also a fourth-tier student, possessed a strange and cunning swordsmanship, coupled with agile movements, making it easy for him to cut through ordinary fourth-tier students. And then there's Sherpadian, who relied solely on physical strength to withstand the attacks of a fourth-tier demonic beast. Each has its own advantages. These are the truly formidable opponents. As for himself, Kazama chuckled inwardly. Spiritual energy control? So-so. Body control? It's nothing special. Combat experience? I've only just started to accumulate a little. But that doesn't stop him from having cheat codes. He has a body of steel and the Rinnegan with Tomo. Basically, it has no weaknesses. It's like playing a game while others painstakingly practice their skills, positioning, and awareness. He just cheats. Invincible defense plus insane skills. Rampaging through the battlefield. Of course, this cannot be said aloud. Kazama asked, "What about martial arts? Does the academy teach martial arts?" Lu Qingqing nodded and replied, "Yes. The Academy's martial arts pavilion houses a collection of all kinds of martial arts techniques from the 1st to the 7th level, including movement techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, knife techniques, staff techniques, everything you could want. However, you need to use points to redeem them. Points can be obtained by completing academy tasks, participating in competitions, and breaking through realms." She looked at Kazama with admiration in her eyes. "Based on your performance in the Secret Realm trial, you should receive a substantial points reward after enrolling. You can go and check it out then." Kazama nodded, having made up his mind. Martial arts skills are something that's good to have, but it's not essential to have them. He can wait for the system to explode. After all, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. Once you've built up enough goodwill, good items will naturally drop. But if given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind learning more. Who would complain about being too capable? The car continued driving, passing through the bustling city center, and gradually heading towards the edge of the city. The view outside the window began to change. The tall buildings gradually thinned out, replaced by lush vegetation and open water. "We're almost there," Lu Qingqing reminded them. Kazama and Jiang Xian looked out the window and saw a huge lake in front of them. The lake water is clear and blue, shimmering in the sunlight, and stretches as far as the eye can see. In the middle of the lake, a huge island can be vaguely seen, standing alone in the water. The island is vast, and amidst the lush vegetation, one can vaguely see a cluster of buildings arranged in a staggered pattern. The most eye-catching feature is a towering giant tower in the center of the island, its body shimmering with a faint spiritual light, and even from this distance, one can feel its majestic aura. "That's the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy?" Jiang Xian exclaimed in surprise. "That's right." Lu Qingqing nodded with a smile. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy covers an area of about 30 square kilometers, and the entire island is the academy's area. Surrounded by lakes on all sides, and with a large spirit gathering array set up at the bottom of the lake, the concentration of spiritual energy on the island is more than 3 times higher than that outside. 3 times.
Jiang Xin gapet.
Although she was quite worldly wise in Fuzhou, this kind of grand gesture was something she had never seen before. Kazama also raised an eyebrow slightly. 3 times the concentration of spiritual energy is indeed a luxury. No wonder the scions of those powerful families and influential forces cultivate at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. The training environment alone is miles ahead of ordinary people. The car stopped by the lake. Ahead was a small dock with several boats of different styles moored there. The dock was bustling with people, mostly students, as well as some teachers and staff. "Let's get off the bus, we're changing boats now." Lu Qingqing got off the bus first. Kazama and Jiang Xian got off the car and went to the dock. Looking at the vast lake and the islands that were faintly visible in the distance, Jiang Xian asked curiously, "Teacher Lu, there's no road here? How are we going to get across?" Lu Qingqing smiled slightly, but instead of answering directly, she took something out of her storage ring. It was a small boat model, about the size of a palm, exquisitely crafted, with a faint glow throughout, and fine runes faintly visible on its hull. Watch closely. Lu Qingqing walked to the water's edge and gently tossed the small boat model into the water. She made a simple hand gesture, and the small boat model grew longer in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from the size of a palm into a small magical artifact boat that could accommodate more than a dozen people. The ship was entirely silver-white, with complex rune arrays engraved on the deck. There was also a row of oars on each side of the ship, but they were quietly retracted at the moment. Kazama's eyes lit up. This thing is interesting. Jiang Xian was even more surprised. That's amazing. Lu Qingqing smiled and greeted the two of them. Come on up. This is a common transportation device in the academy, specially designed for crossing lakes. It can be activated with spiritual power or spirit stones, and it's very fast. Kazama and Jiang Xian boarded the small boat. The boat dipped slightly before settling steadily on the water. Lu Qingqing stood at the bow of the boat, her hands forming a hand seal, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed into the rune array on the hull. In an instant, a faint spiritual light emanated from around the boat, and the lake water beneath the boat was pushed aside by an invisible force. The entire ship sped off like an arrow towards the island in the middle of the lake. It was extremely fast, yet remarkably smooth. Standing on the boat, you could barely feel any turbulence. Jiang Xian gripped the gunwale, watching the water rushing past on both sides, his eyes filled with wonder. So fast. Kazama nodded slightly. This speed is much faster than his full speed running, and it doesn't consume his own spiritual energy, which is indeed convenient. As Lu Qingqing maneuvered the small boat, she turned back to explain. This kind of magical boat is the most basic means of transportation in the academy. You can exchange it for one when you have enough points, which will make traveling much more convenient. Of course, if you want something even more impressive, there are more advanced options, such as spirit artifact flying boats that can fly in the sky, or spirit artifact submarines that can dive underwater. However, those require more points. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up as he listened, and he began to plan what he could exchange his points for. Kazama didn't seem to care much. He has a teleportation portal. He can go wherever he wants simply by opening the door, which is faster than any magical artifact. But I can't say that. The small boat sped forward, the lake became wider and wider, and the distant islands became clearer and clearer. About 15 minutes later, the small boat finally arrived at the dock at the edge of the island. Chapter 62 Enrollment Dormitory Roommates. More than a dozen ships of various styles were moored at the dock, including the small magical artifact boats we had just seen, as well as larger and more luxurious magical artifact flying boats. Several students in college uniforms were disembarking from a boat. Upon seeing Lu Qingqing, they all greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Lu Qingqing nodded and led Kazama and Jiang Xian off the ship, stepping onto the island's land. On the island, Kazama sensed something different. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is indeed much higher than outside. Such a strong spiritual energy! Jiang Xian exclaimed in surprise, having also sensed it. "This is nothing," Lu Qingqing said with a smile. "The concentration of spiritual energy varies in different areas of the island. You'll have to explore the specifics yourselves." Kazama nodded inwardly. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy truly possesses a profound foundation. No wonder it is ranked first among martial arts academies in Jiangnan province. Lu Qingqing led the two along the road paved with bluestone. The road is lined with lush ancient trees, all at least 100 years old, their canopies casting dappled shadows and blocking out the sun. Occasionally, you can see students practicing under the trees or sparring in the open space. In the distance, a cluster of buildings can be vaguely seen arranged in a staggered pattern. There are simple and elegant pavilions, magnificent halls, and modern training grounds. The most eye-catching feature remains the towering giant tower in the center of the island. The tower is at least 100 meters tall and is made entirely of some special material. Its surface shimmers with a dazzling aura, making it clearly visible even in daylight. "That's the martial arts tower," Lu Qingqing said, pointing to the giant tower. "Once you're settled in, you can try it out. The first entry for new students is free." Kazama nodded and looked away. Jiang Xian looked around curiously, filled with wonder at everything. The three walked through a tree-lined path and came to a group of buildings. "This is the registration area for new students." Several three-story buildings are scattered around, and in front of the buildings is a small square, where many new students and their accompanying parents have already gathered. Some people were queuing to complete the formalities, some were getting to know each other and chatting, and others were saying goodbye reluctantly under the urging of their parents. Lu Qingqing led the two to a small building and showed her identification to the staff at the door. The staff immediately and respectfully stepped aside, gesturing for them to go in directly. "You are special admission students, so you have a special channel and don't need to queue," Lu Qingqing explained. The three entered the small building and came to a separate window. A kind-faced, middle-aged woman sat inside the window. Upon seeing Lu Qingqing, she smiled and greeted her. "Teacher Lu, you've brought new students again?" Lu Qingqing smiled and pointed at Feng Jian and Jiang Exine. "Yes, these two are precious gems. They were the first and second place finishers in the Secret Realm trial." The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up, and her gaze towards the two immediately changed. "So it was them. We've been hearing about them for so long." She efficiently processed the paperwork, entered information, and distributed student IDs, dormitory keys, campus maps, and other items. The whole process took less than 10 minutes and was all done. The girls are in Lawn Garden, and the boys are in Zhu Garden. The dorms are all pretty good. They're marked on the map, so they're easy to find, the middle-aged woman said, handing over 2 keys and introducing the dorms to Kazama and his companion. Lu Qingqing took the key and handed it to the two of them. "Let's go. I'll take you to your dorms first. Then you can explore the campus and get familiar with the surroundings." The two nodded and followed Lu Qingqing out of the registration building. Stepping out of the small building, the sunlight warmed my skin. Jiang Exine held the campus map, studying it curiously, occasionally pointing to a place and asking Kazama what it was. As Kazama answered casually, he looked around at the campus that would be his home for the next few years. Following the direction Lu Qingqing pointed out, Feng Jian and Jiang Exine went to Lanyuan first. Lanyuan is a girls' dormitory area with a quiet environment, shady trees, and several exquisite dormitory buildings scattered among the flower beds. "I'll go up now. Message me when you're settled." Jiang Exine took his keys and waved to Feng Jian. Kazama nodded. "Okay. Contact me anytime if you need anything." Jiang Exine smiled sweetly and walked into the dormitory building. Kazama watched her go inside before turning and walking towards the bamboo garden. Bamboo garden is on the other side of the campus. You can get there by walking through a small bamboo grove. The architectural style here is similar to that of Lanyuan, but it is more elegant. Several 3-story buildings are nestled among the green bamboo, creating a very tranquil environment. Following the information on the key, Kazama quickly found his dormitory room 302, Building 7, Zhiyuan. He swiped his card on the access control. Drop! The door opened in response. Kazama pushed open the door and entered. Then he saw 3 enthusiastic faces. "Here she is. Our new roommate has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Come in quickly. Come in quickly." The 3 people got up almost simultaneously and surrounded them. "Kazama, this is quite a show of enthusiasm." He smiled and nodded to the 3 of them. "Hello, everyone. I'm Kazama." "Kazama? That's a nice name." A sturdy, slightly dark-skinned boy spoke first, his voice deep and resonant. "My name is Zhou Tai, and I come from Beishan Province. You can call me Lao Zhou or Brother Tai. It's fine." He had a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bright white smile that gave him a kind and reliable appearance. "Greetings, Brother Zhou Tai," Kazama replied politely. "Don't be so polite, we're all brothers." Zhou Tai waved his hand and patted Kazama's shoulder warmly. That slap was quite powerful. Kazama remained completely still. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Tai's eyes. Then he became even more enthusiastic. "Wow, your strength is not bad." A bespectacled, seemingly refined young man next to him adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. "Zhou Tai, don't scare them." He turned to Kazama and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Shin Moyan, from Donghai City. Please take care of me in the future." Shin Moyan was tall and slender with delicate features. He wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, looking very neat and tidy. Although she wears glasses, her eyes behind the lenses are very gentle, giving people a feeling of warmth and comfort. Feng Jie took his hand and shook it. "Brother Shun, you're too kind. Let's look after each other." Shin Moyin nodded and stepped aside. The last person to approach was a boy who seemed particularly enthusiastic. He wasn't tall, but he had sharp eyes, a constant smile on his face, and exuded a vibrant energy. Hee. My name is Lu Run. It's a homonym for passerby. Easy to remember, right? He introduced himself by putting his arm around Kazama's shoulder in a familiar manner. Kazama paused for a moment, then smiled. It is indeed easy to remember. Lu Run blinked and lowered his voice, saying, Let me tell you, I'm the most well-informed person in our dorm. If you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. Leave it to me. Zhou Tai, standing nearby, couldn't help but expose him. You think you're clever? I think you're the most unreliable one. Brother Tai, that's not right. It's very unethical to undermine your brother's station. Lu Run protested with wide eyes. Chapter 63. Holy crap. Boss, please carry me. The four of them laughed and joked for a while, then began to tidy up their beds. The dormitory is a standard 4-person room with bunk beds, desks underneath, private bathroom, and a small balcony. The place is quite spacious and not crowded at all. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was much better than the low-rent apartment Kazama had in Fuzhou before. After packing their things, the four of them sat down at their respective desks and began to formally get to know each other. Zhou Tai spoke first. Since we're all living together now, we're brothers from now on. Let's line up by age so it'll be easier to address each other that way. That's a good suggestion, Shin Moyin nodded. So the four of them began to state their ages. Zhou Tai is the oldest, 19.5 years old, and will soon be 20. Shin Mo said that he was 19 years and 3 months old. Lu Run is the third, exactly 19 years old. Kazama is the youngest, 18.5 years old. Lu Run slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Haha, I'm the third brother, and you're the fourth. Kazama smiled and nodded. Zhou Tai cleared his throat and said seriously, Since I'm the boss, I'll be responsible for protecting you from now on. Don't hesitate to speak up if you need anything. Shin Moyin pushed up his glasses. I'm the second oldest. You can talk to me about anything. I may not be able to solve it, but I can at least offer some suggestions. Lu Run patted his chest and said, I'm a know-it-all. Ask me any questions you have, and I guarantee they'll be helpful. Kazama looked at the three of them and smiled slightly. The atmosphere in the dormitory was much better than he had imagined. Next, the four of them talked about their respective situations. Zhou Tai comes from Beishan province and is a direct descendant of the local Zhou family. He cultivates the family's diamond body refining technique and follows the body refining route. His strength is at the peak of the 3rd tier. Shin Moyin comes from a scholarly family in Donghai City. His family has studied rune formations for generations, and he has been exposed to this since childhood. He is quite accomplished in this field and is currently at the peak of the 3rd rank. Lu Run is the most mysterious, only saying that he comes from an ordinary family, but he knows the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy very well, even knowing exactly which dishes are best in which cafeteria. His strength is also at the peak of the 3rd tier. As for Kazama, when he said he came from Rongqing and was a mid-stage 4th tier cultivator, all three of them showed expressions of surprise. Holy crap, a 4th tier expert. Wow, so you, who's always been so quiet, are actually the coolest guy in our dorm, Kazama said modestly. Not at all, you guys are almost at the 4th rank too. The group protested. We weren't specially admitted. We heard that specially admitted students get extra perks on their ID cards. Kazama was taken aback. Extra convenience? We'll study it carefully then. Lu Run looked at Kazama suspiciously. I heard that Jiangnan Martial Academy specially recruited a genius this time, and he even won 1st place in the South China 3 province's secret realm trial. Could it be you, kid? Kazama tossed his head, a smug smile on his face. I am none other than myself. The dormitory was immediately filled with wails, envious shouts, and angry curses. Everyone sighed that Kazama was a beast. 4th brother, you wouldn't happen to be from some reclusive family, would you? Tired of the family's rules and regulations, so you came out to school to experience life. Kazama waved his hand. No, I'm an orphan. An orphan. Lu Ren's eyes widened. Then how did you cultivate to the 4th level? And even get 1st place in the secret realm trial? Just lucky. Kazama smiled, offering no further explanation. The three of them didn't press the matter. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Zhou Tai patted Kazama on the shoulder. No matter what, getting first place is a skill. Fourth brother, from now on, your brothers will follow you. Lu Ren nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 fourth brother will carry us. Shen Moyan smiled and nodded. Kazama chuckled. Sure, I can take you flying, no problem. The four chatted for a while longer, and as it was almost noon, Zhou Tai suggested, let's go out for a meal. It's on me. A welcome back dinner for Lao Si, and also our first dorm get-together. Boss is awesome. Lu Ren was the first to respond. Shen Moyan smiled and nodded. Kazama naturally had no objections. The four of them tidied up and went out together. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory building, Lu Ren said, come with me. I know Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy very well. I know where to find good food. Zhou Tai looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure? Absolutely, absolutely, and without a doubt. You won't regret coming with me. Lu Ren said confidently, patting his chest, which was as thin as a spare rib. Led by Lu Ren, the four of them walked through the bamboo forest, through the teaching area, and through a small grove of trees. Then we arrived at the entrance of a rather luxurious-looking restaurant. The restaurant has 3 floors with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisite decoration, and 2 stone lions standing at the entrance, so it is obviously not an ordinary place. A plaque hangs at the entrance, bearing 3 large, gilded characters. Zuixianju Shenjir. Lu Ren introduced in a very serious manner. Zui Xianju, the most famous restaurant in Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The dishes are exquisite, the taste is superb, and the spiritual energy is abundant. Everyone who has eaten there raves about it. He lowered his voice. The most crucial thing is that the chefs here are all martial artists. They cook with spiritual energy, and the taste is absolutely amazing. Zhou Tai glanced at the restaurant's class, then at Lu Ren, and his lips twitched. Third brother, this place isn't cheap, is it? Lu Ren chuckled, leaned close to Zhou Tai's ear, and whispered, Boss, I heard that although this store is expensive, it's great value for money. You're from a prominent family, so this little bit of money shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Zhou Tai glared at him, but didn't refute him. He certainly wasn't short of money, but Lu Ren's actions made him feel like he'd been ripped off. Kazama watched from the side, finding it amusing. Lu Ren is truly a character. Just then, a slightly mocking voice came from the side. Hey, if you can't afford it, don't come here. What are you muttering about at the door? Just go to the cafeteria. Why are you pretending to be a rich guy? The 4 of them were taken aback and turned to look at each other. A young man dressed in fine clothes was standing not far away, accompanied by 2 students who looked like his followers. The man was about 18 or 19 years old. He was quite good-looking, with regular features and fair skin. He wore a well-tailored blue brocade robe and had an exquisite jade pendant hanging at his waist, which looked quite valuable. But at this moment, his face was filled with undisguised mockery, and his eyes swept over the 4 people with contempt. When he saw Zhou Tai and Lu Ren, the corners of his mouth curved up even more. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you guys. If you don't have money, don't come to a place like this and embarrass yourself. Just go eat in the cafeteria, it's much better. He raised his chin, full of disdain. Kazama was shocked. Could there really be such an idiot in this day and age? Rare. Zhou Tai's face darkened, and he was about to speak when Lu Ren jumped up first. Hey, who are you? What business is it of yours whether we eat or not? The man scoffed. What does it have to do with me? I just can't stand some people who clearly have no money but insist on putting on a show. Standing at the door muttering to themselves, they're affecting the shop owner's business. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 people before finally settling on Kazama. Kazama was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, which were clean and tidy, but they didn't look like designer brands. The man's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a disdainful smile curving his lips. Especially you, he said to Kazama. Daring to come to Zuixianju dressed like that? Do you know how much a meal costs here? Kazama raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. What's this? A cliched face-slapping scene that only appears in novels actually happened in real life? And they came specifically for him? He looked at this self-important guy like he was an idiot. Chapter 64. A fool came over to show off. Zhou Tai couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, do we know each other? What business is it of yours whether we can afford to eat or not?" The man glanced at him sideways. "It has nothing to do with me. I just can't stand it." "What, you disagree?" Shin Moyin adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Since it's all right, please step aside. We still need to go inside for dinner." The man laughed. "Go in? Do you think you can even get in? Do you know the rules of Zuixianju? Without a reservation, you can't even get in the door." He paused, then said smugly, "You guys? Hey, you can stand at the door." Lu Run was so angry that his face turned red. He was about to retort when Kazama stopped him. Kazama looked at the man and asked calmly, "What's your name?" The man was taken aback, then became even more smug. "What, you want to remember this and get revenge later? All right, I'll tell you. My name is Zhao Wushuang, a direct descendant of the Zhao family of Linjiang." "Got it. Zhao Wushuang, okay. I've got it." Kazama nodded. Zhao Wushuang was somewhat surprised by his calm reaction. He had expected the plainly dressed man to become enraged or slink away, but to his surprise, the man simply nodded calmly, as if he hadn't taken his mockery to heart at all. This made him feel like he had punched cotton. "Humph. Just remember that." He snorted coldly, turned around, and led his two henchmen into Zuixianju. Before leaving, he turned back and added, "If you don't have money, don't come here and embarrass yourself. Remember that." The three disappeared inside the gate. Lu Ren stomped his feet in anger. "Is this guy crazy? What did we do to offend him?" Zhou Tai's face darkened. "The Zhao family of Linjiang. I know them. They are a powerful local family in Linjiang City." Shin Moyin looked thoughtfully at Kazama. "Fourth brother, what you just did?" Kazama smiled and interrupted him. "Nothing. I just think this person is quite interesting." He did find it interesting. He encountered someone who willingly offered themselves up to be humiliated. Although the plot was as cliché as it gets, since he had encountered it, he didn't mind playing along. "Let us go," he said, walking toward the entrance of Zuixianju. "To go in and have a meal." Lu Run was taken aback. "But he said I can't get in without an appointment." "He says you can't get in, so you can't?" Kazama said without turning his head. "He's not the boss." As he spoke, he had already reached the door. Two waiters stood at the entrance to greet guests. Upon seeing Kazama approach, they politely bowed. "Welcome to Zuixianju. Do you have a reservation?" Kazama shook his head. "No." The waiter smiled apologetically. "Sorry, we require reservations in advance." Kazama didn't say much, but simply took out a card from his pocket and handed it over. That was a student ID from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, but unlike ordinary student IDs, his was gold with a dark pattern around the edge. "This is a special document for students admitted through special admissions." The waiter took the student ID, glanced at it, and his pupils contracted slightly. Immediately, his attitude became respectful. "So you're a distinguished guest. My apologies for not acknowledging your presence. Please come in." He handed back the student ID with both hands, personally pushed open the door, and gestured for the student to enter. Kazama nodded and stepped into Zuixianju. Behind them, Zhou Tai and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. Are the benefits for specially admitted students really this good?
Lu Ren murmured.
What are you standing there for? Let's go in. Zhou Tai realized what was happening and quickly followed. The three filed in. The lobby on the first floor of Zuixianju was decorated in a magnificent and opulent style, and it was already filled with many guests. Led by a waiter, the four of them sat down at a window seat. I had just sat down when I heard a surprised voice from next to me. How did you get in? The four turned to look and saw Zhao Wushuang sitting at a table not far away, with a somewhat displeased expression on his face. They just said they couldn't get in, but they ran into them a few minutes later. Isn't that a slap in the face? Does he also have an appointment? No, it doesn't seem like it. I was wondering at the door before if the food here would be too expensive. Kazama glanced at him and smiled faintly. You came in. After saying that, he looked away, picked up the menu and prepared to order. Zhao Wushuang's face turned pale and then red, and the two followers beside him didn't dare to say a word. Zhou Tai and the other two couldn't help but laugh as they watched this scene. The four of them had just sat down by the window and hadn't even had a chance to open the menu when the mocking voices from the next table drifted over again. TSK, I really don't know how long you guys will tighten your belts for this meal. Zhao Wushuang sat not far away, legs crossed, holding a cup of tea, watching them with amusement. His two henchmen, one on each side, wore the obsequious smiles typical of lackeys. Young Master Zhao is right. This kind of place is not for ordinary people. Exactly. I bet they gritted their teeth and saved up their living expenses for several months, wanting to splurge a little, right? Zhao Wushuang took a sip of tea and continued slowly. Actually, I understand this mentality best. The poorer they are, the more they want to pretend to be rich. It's a pity that the extravagance they put on can't hide the poverty in their bones. He deliberately raised his voice so that guests at the surrounding tables could hear him. If you ask me, if you don't have money, you should just eat at the school cafeteria instead of coming to such fancy places and making a fool of yourself. Otherwise, people will feel sorry for you. The two lackeys quickly chimed in. Young Master Zhao is absolutely right. That's real vision. Young Master Zhao's vision is something most people can't match. Kazama. He paused in flipping through the menu, then looked up and gazed in that direction. When Zhao Wushuang met his gaze, she not only didn't look away, but instead provocatively raised her chin. That expression clearly said, "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you." Zhou Tai's face darkened, and he was about to get up. Lu Ren also rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight. Shin Moyan held the two of them down, shook his head slightly, and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. If we fight here, it will." Before he could finish speaking, Kazama had already stood up. He put down the menu and walked towards Zhao Wushuang's table. Zhou Tai and the other two exchanged a glance and quickly followed. When Zhao Wushuang saw Kazama approaching, she was not flustered at all. Instead, she became even more smug. He swung his crossed legs and said to his two henchmen, "See, they're getting anxious. That's all the people are capable of. They can't stand being told what to do and have to come over and argue." He looked at Kazama approaching, a smug smile on his face. "What, you're not convinced? Want to fight? Come on, I'm ready. But let me warn you, although the academy doesn't forbid sparring outside the school, if you get injured or crippled, don't come crying to the teachers to complain." Kazama stopped a short distance in front of him, looking down at this guy who was sitting with his legs crossed, his face practically screaming, "I want to punch him." After carefully observing this rather peculiar species, I really can't imagine how such a person has survived to this day. Chapter 65. Still dare to talk nonsense? I'll slap him away. He sighed. Some people just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Why waste so much breath? He couldn't be bothered to listen to this jerk's endless taunts. Reach out. The 5 fingers are loosely clenched. The guiding force of all things. An invisible gravitational force suddenly erupted. Zhao Wushuang felt an irresistible force suddenly envelop her entire body, and she was uncontrollably lifted off the chair, flying straight towards Feng Jian. What? He stared in horror, trying to struggle, but found that his spiritual power was completely suppressed and he couldn't mobilize it at all. The next instant, Kazama's hand was firmly gripping his neck. Zhao Wushuang's feet were off the ground, and she was lifted into the air by one hand, like a chicken with its neck being squeezed. Well, he desperately tried to pry Kazama's fingers apart with both hands, but the hand was as solid as cast steel and wouldn't budge. Soon, his face turned bright red, his eyes bulged, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat. The two henchmen then realized what was happening, were shocked, and rushed forward. "Stop! Release young Master Zhao." Kazama didn't turn his head, but just turned his head to glance at them. In that instant, the two henchmen froze on the spot. Those eyes looked no different from ordinary people's, but the moment they met those eyes, an indescribable sense of terror swept over them. It felt as if I was being watched by some ancient ferocious beast, and my soul was trembling. The two henchmen were deathly pale and stiff-chested. They didn't even have the courage to move, let alone step forward to help. One of them swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. You mustn't do anything rash. Young Master Zhao's identity is not simple. He is a direct descendant of the Zhao family of Linjiang." Kazama raised an eyebrow but did not let go. Another follower quickly added, The Zhao family is one of the 3 major local families in Linjiang. If you hurt young Master Zhao, the Zhao family will not let you off. And young Master Zhao has an older sister. She's a senior at Jiangnan Martial Academy, and she's almost at the 7th level Martial Emperor. If you dare to touch him, his sister will definitely not let it go. 7th tier Martial Emperor? Kazama's heart stirred slightly. This level certainly carries some weight. But he looked at the guy in his hand whose eyes had rolled back in his head from being pinched. Then at the 2 trembling henchmen, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Sister? She's very pretty. The 2 henchmen were taken aback, not understanding why he suddenly asked this question. But one of them still subconsciously answered, Beautiful? Young Master Zhao's sister is a well-known beauty in our martial arts academy. What's his personality like? His spleen, his temper, is rather fierce. He's not someone to mess with. Kazama nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Lu Run leaned closer and whispered, 4th brother, what the 3rd brother said is right. The Zhao family is indeed powerful in Linjiang, one of the 3 major local families. Zhao Wushuang's older sister, Zhao Wuyue, is one of the 4 beauties recognized by the Martial Academy. Her strength is almost at the 7th level. She has a really bad temper. The men who pursue her can line up from here to the school gate, but none of them have succeeded. He paused, then added, But you don't need to worry too much. As long as no one dies, these family powers in the academy won't dare to act recklessly. After all, the rules of the Martial Academy are there. Kazama nodded after listening. My mind automatically filters out useless information, leaving only one keyword. His sister is very beautiful. He captured this crucial information. My grip loosened slightly without my noticing. Zhao Wushuang felt the clamp on her neck loosen slightly, and she was finally able to catch her breath. He gasped for breath, his face still showing fear and lingering apprehension. But soon, his innate sense of superiority took over. He thought Kazama was scared. After all, he had just mentioned the Zhao family's name and his sister's cultivation level. How could this poor student, dressed in plain clothes, not be afraid? He steadied himself, forcing a haughty air, and said in a hoarse voice, Cough, cough. Kid, scared now? Now you know my background? Now you know what happens if you offend me. Let go quickly, then kneel down and kowtow a few times. Call me Grandpa 3 times. If I'm in a good mood, I might even get my sister to go easy on me. Otherwise, he grinned maliciously. Although the academy forbids infighting, having my sister do it would be a piece of cake to keep you in bed for months. After listening, Kazama looked down at the guy he was holding in his hand, whose face was still red and who had finger marks on his neck. How dare he threaten me? They even made him kneel down and kowtow? Kazama couldn't help but laugh. He really laughed. He laughed at himself for actually listening to this idiot ramble on about so much nonsense. What are you laughing at? Zhao Wushuang frowned. Kazama did not answer. He simply raised his other hand. Then, smack! A solid slap. Zhao Wushuang was spun around 3 times by the slap before crashing to the ground with a bang. Several glittering objects, streaked with blood, seemed to fly through the air before landing on the ground and rolling a few times. Zhao Wushuang lay on the ground, half of her face swelling up at a visible speed. She made incoherent ooh sounds, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger. The 2 henchmen were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Zhao Wushuang on the ground, then at Kazama, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Kazama withdrew his hand, shook it off and spoke calmly. You talk too much nonsense. He turned around, walked back to his table, sat down again, and picked up the menu. Waiter, I'd like to order. The whole process was smooth and effortless, feeling like casually swatting away an annoying fly. The 2 henchmen then realized what was happening and rushed forward in a flurry to help the unconscious Zhao Wushuang up. Young Master Zhao! Young Master Zhao! Quick! Get him to the hospital! The 2 men helped Zhao Wushuang up and stumbled towards the door. As they ran to the door, one of the henchmen turned back for a glance, his eyes filled with disbelief. That guy, he really dares to hit me, and they hit so hard. Without thinking twice, he carried Zhao Wushuang and fled quickly. The guests at the surrounding tables witnessed the entire conflict. At this moment, everyone looked at Kazama with a complex expression. There was surprise, admiration, schadenfreude, and concern for him. After all, the Zhao family's reputation is indeed quite significant in Linjiang City. Zhou Tai paused for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Fourth brother. You're fucking awesome. Lu Run was also flushed with excitement. Holy crap! Fourth brother, what kind of martial arts technique was that? You stretched out your hand and that idiot just flew over by himself. That was so cool. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses, and although he didn't say anything, there was a smile on his lips. Kazama handed the menu to the waiter and casually said, "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Chapter 66. I wonder if that girl meets the system's requirements. Zhou Tai gave a thumbs up. Not worth mentioning? You're too modest. That idiot's face turned purple when he was being choked. But you didn't even flinch. Just for that composure, I admire you.
Lu Rei nodded repeatedly. I'm convinced.
From now on, you're my brother. Kazama chuckled. Get lost. The waiter quickly served the food. As expected of Zuixianju, the dishes are indeed exquisite, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Moreover, each dish contains a rich spiritual energy, making you feel warm all over after eating it. The four of them ate and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. Kazama picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, secretly thinking about what Lu Run had just said. Zhao Wue, one of the four beauties of the martial arts academy, almost at level 7, has a fiery temper? That's interesting. I don't know if it will meet the system requirements, but I hope it will. Kazama felt like a terrible person. He had just broken up with Zhang Xian and was already thinking about other women. But then I thought this is the system's fault, not Kazama's. He's a law-abiding citizen. But the system forced him into this situation. He snapped out of his thoughts and focused on the food in front of him. He picked up a piece of spirit beast meat with his chopsticks. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth. The rich spiritual energy exploded in his mouth and flowed into his body through his throat, nourishing his limbs and bones. Delicious, he exclaimed sincerely. Zhou Tai ate with gusto, nodding repeatedly. It's really good. This time, the third brother finally proved to be reliable. Lu Ren proudly raised his chin. Of course. When have I ever been unreliable? When have you ever been reliable? Shin Moyan added sarcastically.
Lu Rein.
The four of them laughed and joked, eating with great enthusiasm. But Zhou Tai was still thinking about what had just happened. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Kazama, and asked with some concern. Fourth brother, that idiot sister from earlier, third brother said she's a senior about to graduate, and her strength is almost at the 7th level martial emperor. Aren't you worried? Kazama chewed on his food and shrugged indifferently. What are you worried about? I didn't kill him, I just slapped him. Zhou Tai frowned. That's true, but what if they come knocking on our door? So what if they come knocking on our door? Kazama swallowed his food, took a sip of tea, and spoke in a relaxed tone. The college has rules against students killing each other. She's not going to beat me to death in front of the teachers, is she? Lu Ren interjected. Fourth brother, you can't say that. Although the academy forbids killing, it's still possible to be beaten half to death and bedridden for months. Besides, we only have 4 years' time as money. He paused, then said seriously, think about it, after 4 years, no matter what level you reach, you will be forced to graduate. Everyone wants to take advantage of this time to improve themselves as much as possible. If they get beaten so badly that they have to stay in bed for a few months, it's easy for others to overtake them. Zhou Tai and Shin Moyan both nodded in agreement. Indeed, the path of martial arts is all about seizing every minute. Especially at top-tier institutions like Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, 4 years pass in the blink of an eye, and every minute and second is incredibly precious. If you were to be bedridden for months due to retaliation, the loss would be enormous. Kazama knew they meant well, but he couldn't very well say, don't worry, I have a body of steel, and no one below the 8th rank can break my defenses. I also have the Rinnegan with Tomo. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will be the one lying in bed. When he said that, not only did they not believe him, but even he himself felt it was too pretentious. So he could only smile mysteriously. Don't worry, I have a way. The three exchanged glances, and seeing his confident demeanor, they decided not to press him further. After all, everyone has secrets, and even the closest relationships need to have limits. Zhou Tai patted him on the shoulder. All right, as long as you know what's going on, the brothers won't stand idly by if anything happens. Exactly. Lu Ren patted his chest. We're all in this dorm. We'll stand together through thick and thin. Shen Moyan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side of Linjiang City, two henchmen carried Zhao Wushuang, stumbling and falling all the way, until they finally returned to the academy. Zhao Wushuang's face was swollen like a pig's head, and she was missing several teeth, making her speech slurred. But those eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. That bastard dared to hit me. I'll make him wish he were dead. He mumbled curses incoherently as he struggled to move forward. The two henchmen exchanged a glance, neither daring to utter a sound. They knew Zhao Xiao's character very well. He was vengeful and held a grudge, especially after being publicly humiliated. How could he possibly let it go? To the martial arts tower, Zhao Wushuang said through gritted teeth. The two men were taken aback. Young Master Zhao, you're still going to cultivate in this state? Cultivation, my ass. Zhao Wushuang glared at them. Go find my sister. The two henchmen then realized what was happening and quickly helped him walk towards the martial arts tower. The martial arts tower of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is located in the center of the island and is the tallest building in the entire academy. The tower is 19 stories high and is constructed entirely of special spiritual materials, with its surface shimmering with dazzling runic light. Each layer has different gravity and spiritual energy concentration, making it suitable for students at different cultivation levels. The first to third floors are suitable for second-tier martial artists. Floors 4 through 6 are suitable for third-tier martial artists. Floors 7 through 9 are suitable for fourth-tier martial spirits. Floors 10 to 12 are suitable for Tier 5 generals. Floors 13 to 15 are suitable for a 6th-tier martial king. Floors 16 through 18 are suitable for 7th-tier martial emperors. As for the 19th floor, that's the legendary cultivation room exclusively for the dean. Zhao Wushuang had only recently broken through to the 4th rank, so theoretically she should only be able to operate on the 7th to 9th floors. But his sister, Zhao Wushuangyu, is on the 16th floor, supposedly because she applied for the breakthrough. The three arrived at the entrance of the martial arts tower and swiped their cards to enter. The tower was bustling with people, all of them students coming to cultivate. Zhao Wushuang covered her face and lowered her head, afraid of being recognized. But his swollen and deformed face still attracted a lot of strange looks. What's wrong with that face? I don't know, were you beaten up? Serves him right. He's obviously no good. Hearing the whispers, Zhao Wushuang's face darkened further, and he quickened his pace. They climbed upwards until they reached the teleportation array leading to the higher levels. The formation requires a card to activate before it can be used, and cards with different permissions can access different floors. Zhao Wushuang took out his student card and swiped it in the sensor area. Beep, insufficient permissions to proceed to the target floor. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. Zhao Wushuang's face turned ashen. He forgot that he could only go down to the 12th floor and below. He doesn't have permission for the 16th floor. Damn it! He slammed his fist into the stone wall beside him. The two henchmen shrank back in fear, not daring to utter a sound. Zhao Wushuang took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. He took out his phone and started frantically sending messages to his sister. Cease. I got beaten up. He was beaten horribly. His face is all swollen. He even lost a tooth. You absolutely must help me get revenge. That bastard's name is Kazama, and he's a freshman. He's in the Martial Arts Academy. Sis, please reply to this message. Sister? After sending the message, he stared at his phone screen for a few minutes. No reply. I waited a few more minutes. Still no. Zhao Wushuang's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 67 Goal Arena. He knew his sister was cultivating, but no matter how busy he was, he would at least reply with I know when he saw the message. Today is, damn it, I'm not going back. I'll just wait here. She'll have to come out eventually. He shoved his phone back into his pocket and prepared to wait outside the martial arts tower. The two henchmen exchanged a glance, neither daring to speak, and could only stand with him. Martial arts tower, 16th floor, a certain training room. The cultivation room was small, only a dozen square meters, but it was decorated with exquisite detail. The walls were covered with intricate rune arrays. The floor was paved with warm, lustrous spirit jade, and the air was filled with rich spiritual energy. A woman sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, closing her eyes and concentrating. She wore a form-fitting training outfit that accentuated her near-perfect figure. A long, slender neck, a delicate waist, full breasts, and long, straight legs. The proportions were astonishing. Even when sitting cross-legged, there is not a trace of excess fat on her lower abdomen. Only a smooth six-pack is faintly visible. Her face was exquisitely beautiful and flawless. She had willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a high and straight nose, and thin, naturally red lips. Her long, jet black hair was tied up high, which made her look even more dashing and spirited. But at this moment, his phoenix eyes were tightly closed, and his body was surrounded by strong spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that he was at a critical moment in his cultivation. Next to me, the phone screen lit up briefly. It lit up again. It lit up again. She frowned slightly, but did not open her eyes. That good-for-nothing younger brother. All he does is cause trouble all day long. 2 years younger than her, yet her strength was ridiculously weaker, a fourth-tier martial spirit, achieved only through sheer resources. They're both from the Zhao family, so why is there such a huge difference? If it weren't for their blood relation, she wouldn't even bother to glance at this piece of trash. As for standing up for him, she is currently at a crucial stage in breaking through to the 7th-tier martial emperor, and every minute and every second is extremely precious. I don't have time to bother with such trivial matters. Let's talk about it after we've made the breakthrough. She composed herself and continued to immerse herself in cultivation. The phone screen was still lit, but she was too lazy to care anymore. Zuixianju drunken immortal abode. After the 4 of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhou Tai readily paid the bill. Come on. Let me show you around the campus. I know it well.
Lu Reiten volontiert.
So, led by Lu Ren, the 4 of them began to wander around the campus. This is the teaching building, and all the theoretical classes are held here. Rune formations, weapon crafting, alchemy, monster encyclopedias, and so on are all in different classrooms. This is a training ground where you can spar and fight. It has a special protective formation that makes it indestructible. However, you need to make a reservation and exchange points for time. This is the cafeteria. There are 8 in total. Each one has its own specialty dishes. I highly recommend the Spirit Beast Barbecue in the 3rd cafeteria and the Medicinal Soup in the 5th cafeteria. They're amazing. This is a library with a rich collection of books, ranging from martial arts manuals to historical biographies. However, you need points to borrow books. This is the mission hall where you can accept various missions to earn points. There are daily missions from the academy, as well as missions commissioned from outside. There are many kinds. This is the exchange area, where you can redeem items using your points. Cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, spiritual weapons, pills, materials. You name it. Lu Ren spoke fluently and at length, as if reciting a familiar story. The 3 of them, including Kazama, learned a lot from following him. After wandering around for a while, it was getting late. The 4 returned to their dormitory, where they washed up and rested. Tomorrow is the official start of the school year. Kazama lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, silently complaining to himself. Opening ceremony is the same routine everywhere. I hate rituals the most, but there's no way around it. The procedures have to be followed. He turned over and closed his eyes. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the dormitory through the window. Kazama was woken up by Riku Ren's loud voice. Get up! Get up! Everyone! We're going to be late for the opening ceremony. Zhou Tai sat up in bed, rubbed his eyes, and said helplessly, "Third brother, can you please stop being so loud?" Lu Ren was already dressed neatly and looking very energetic. Today is a big day. It's the opening ceremony. We must treat it with great solemnity. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and slowly got up to wash up. Kazama stretched and got out of bed. After the 4 finished packing, they walked together toward the academy auditorium. The auditorium, located in the center of the campus, is a magnificent classical building that can accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, the square in front of the auditorium was already full of people. Most of them were freshmen, but there were also some teachers among them. The 4 followed the flow of people into the auditorium and found their seats. The interior of the auditorium was even more magnificent, with a high dome, exquisite murals, rows of neat seats, and a huge stage at the front. A row of tables and chairs were set up on the stage, where several elderly men with profound presences sat, clearly high-ranking members of the academy. Kazama sat there listlessly, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Lu Ren excitedly looked around, pointing in a certain direction every now and then and saying, "That's teacher so-and-so," or "That's senior so-and-so." Zhou Tai and Shin Moyan, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, chatting casually. Finally, the ceremony began. First, the dean gave a speech. An elderly man with white hair and beard, full of vigor, stepped onto the stage and welcomed the new students in a loud voice, recounting the history and glory of the college. Then the vice principal gave a speech, explaining the college's rules and regulations. Next, a teacher representative delivered a speech, encouraging the new students to work hard and cultivate themselves. Next, a senior student representative gave a speech and shared their experience. Finally, a representative of the new students delivered a speech, expressing their determination. The entire process took a full half hour. Kazama was half asleep, only remembering one sentence. "You are the future of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. I hope you will thrive here and become true powerhouses." Other information goes in one ear and out the other. However, looking at the freshmen around him, their eyes were shining and their faces were full of excitement, clearly moved by the speech. Kazama chuckled inwardly. Newcomers are newcomers, they can get excited for ages over such polite words. But thinking about it, it's normal. After all, those who can enter Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy are all elites from various places, and they are at the peak of their ambition. After a while, once you've been beaten down by reality a few times, you'll realize how pointless this kind of ritual is. All right, the ceremony is over. Lu Ren stood up and stretched. "Guys, what's next?" "Off to class." "Classes are so boring." Kazama shook his head. "There will be plenty of time for theory classes later. Let us go check out other places first." Zhou Tai nodded. "Fourth brother is right. It's only the first day here, so we need to get familiar with the environment first." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses. "Where do you want to go?" Lu Ren's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer to say, "I suggest we go to the arena." "The arena?" Kazama's interest was piqued. Chapter 68, the goal is a 100-win streak. Lu Ren said excitedly, "That's right. I heard from my seniors that the arena is the most exciting place in our academy. Students can freely spar and fight each other, and winning earns points and improves their combat experience." He lowered his voice. "The best part is that if you can achieve 100 consecutive wins, you can get a huge points reward." Zhou Tai couldn't help but slap him in the face. 100 consecutive wins? You're dreaming. With our strength, we just get crushed." Lu Ren didn't care at all. "Let's go take a look. Let's understand the rules so we'll have a goal to strive for in the future. What if we become big shots someday?" Kazama was somewhat tempted by what he said. Arena, battles, points, rewards. It is indeed a good place. Earning more points and exchanging them for better items like experience pills is much better than the arduous task of cultivation. "I think we should go and take a look," Kazama said. Shin Moyan nodded in agreement. "I agree as well. The purpose of the academy setting up the arena is to encourage students to fight. Whether it's taking on missions or engaging in battles, the essence is to encourage everyone to grow through combat, rather than spending all their time in the martial arts tower improving their spiritual power. True strength is forged in real combat." These words resonated with everyone. "Let's go then." Zhou Tai waved his hand. "Let's check out the arena first." The four changed direction and headed towards the arena. Meanwhile, at the martial arts tower, Zhao Wushuang stood at the entrance of the tower with a swollen and asymmetrical face. His expression so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. "He waited here all night. I waited from yesterday afternoon until this morning. My sister never came out. I sent dozens of messages on my phone, but they all went unanswered, with not a single reply. Damn it!" He cursed through gritted teeth. The two henchmen stood beside him, not daring to breathe. One of them said cautiously, "Young Master Zhao, why don't we go back first? Your face still needs some treatment." Zhao Wushuang touched her swollen cheek and gasped in pain. He glared at his henchman but didn't argue. Indeed, waiting any longer is not a solution. When my sister cultivates, she becomes ruthless and doesn't care about family or friends. At this crucial moment, She wouldn't care even if he got beaten up, let alone if the sky fell down. "Let's go," he said coldly. "Go back and get your tooth fixed first." His two henchmen, as if granted a pardon, quickly helped him away. The sunlight was blinding. Zhao Wushuang narrowed her eyes, a venomous glint flashing within them. "Kazama," he remembered that name. "Investigate for me," he said coldly. "Find out what that bastard named Kazama's background is, where he lives, what his strength is, and what his connections are." "Yes," the follower replied quickly. And Zhao Wushuang paused, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Find a way to contact a few top players in the arena, the kind who only care about money and not people, and spend some money to have them find an opportunity to teach that bastard a lesson." The henchman's eyes lit up. "Young Master Zhao means, it's normal to get injured in arena battles, right? Even if you're crippled, the academy can't say anything." Zhao Wushuang sneered, practically wearing the word "bad guy" on his face. "Young Master Zhao is wise," the two lackeys quickly flattered. Zhao Wushuang snorted coldly and strode away. As he walked, he touched his face again. Pain. That fucking hurts. He remembered that slap. That bastard must pay the price. Martial Arts Tower, 16th floor. The training room remained quiet. Zhao Wuyue sat cross-legged in the center, her spiritual energy fluctuations growing stronger and stronger, indicating that she had reached a critical moment for a breakthrough. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating that she was under considerable pressure. But her aura was steadily rising. He's just one step away from becoming a 7th-tier martial emperor. The phone was right next to me, its screen already dark. Dozens of unread messages lay there quietly, not disturbing their owner at all because they were muted. Breakthrough is the only goal. Arena. Kazama and his 3 companions stood in front of a massive building, looking up at the magnificent stadium. The arena is circular in shape and covers a vast area, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 spectators at the same time. The building's exterior walls are covered with complex rune arrays, with spiritual light flowing through them from time to time, clearly to prevent the aftershocks of the battle from leaking out. People came and went at the entrance, some students in training robes preparing to enter, and other students who had just finished fighting and were covered in sweat. Lu Ren said excitedly, "This is it, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy Arena? Isn't it impressive?" Kazama nodded, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He looked at the huge stone tablet at the entrance, which was covered with names and battle records. First place, Lin Qingxian, winning streak, 107 games. Second place, Xiao Huahua, winning streak, 96 games. Third place, Lin Dong, winning streak, 92 games. Fourth place, 107 consecutive wins. Zhou Tai gasped. "What kind of monster is this?" Lu Ren explained. "I heard that this Lin Qingxian is a senior, a peak 6th level expert, and is recognized as the #1 expert in our academy. It is said that countless powerful forces are vying to recruit him. As long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely become a 9th-tier powerhouse." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses. 107 consecutive wins. That's truly terrifying. It means he's practically invincible among players of the same rank. Kazama looked at the name and silently memorized it. Lin Qingxian. I really want to meet him if I have the chance. "Let's go in and take a look," Lu Ren called out. The 4 stepped into the arena. The inside is even more breathtaking than the outside. The huge central arena, surrounded by tiered stands, is currently filled with spectators. On the stage, 2 students were engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet clashing, their spiritual energy surging, and the fight was evenly matched. Cheers and shouts could be heard from the stands from time to time. Kazama found a seat and watched the battle on the arena with great interest. One used a sword, the other used fists. Both were around the 4th rank in strength. The swordsman's swordsmanship was sharp and his movements were agile, but his attacks were somewhat weak. The punch used was fierce and the defense was solid, but the speed was slightly slow. The 2 fought back and forth for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the one with the sword seized an opening and struck his opponent 3 inches from the throat, winning the victory. "Beautiful," Lu Ren clapped. Zhou Tai nodded in agreement. It was indeed spectacular. Their level of practical combat is much better than what we had in high school. Shin Moyan analyzed. The two are evenly matched, but the one who uses a sword is more flexible in tactics and knows how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. The one who uses fists is too rigid and only knows how to fight head-on, so it's normal that he gets caught out. This is the significance of the arena. Learn through real combat and grow through battle. Kazama looked at the arena, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Just then, a voice came from the side. "Are you all new students? Is this your first time in the arena?" The four turned around and saw a student in an arena staff uniform walking over with a professional smile on his face. Luren nodded quickly. Yes, we are freshmen, here to visit." The staff member smiled and said, Welcome. Would you like me to explain the rules?" Yes.
Luren nodded repeatedly.
The staff then began to explain. Chapter 69, A new girl appears. After the rules were explained, the four had a clear understanding of the arena. Simply put, the rules are clear: students can freely sign up to compete against each other, or the system can randomly select opponents. In battles between players of the same skill level, winning earns you 10 points, while losing deducts 10 points. One in and one out, fair and reasonable. Cross-level battles are much more exciting. A 5th-level player versus a 4th-level player. If you win, you don't get any points, since there's no good reward for a higher-level player bullying a lower-level player. But if you lose 5 times the points, 50 points. If you're 2 levels below each other, it's even more outrageous: you lose by a factor of 5,500 points. Zhou clicked his tongue. This rule clearly encourages lower-level players to challenge higher-level players, but it also prevents higher-level players from bullying lower-level players at will. The staff member smiled and nodded. That's right. Cross-level battles can only take place with the mutual consent of both parties to avoid situations where a higher-level player forcibly bullies a lower-level player. Of course, if a lower-level player takes the initiative to challenge a higher-level player, the fight can proceed as long as the higher-level player agrees. The four nodded in understanding. The staff member continued. Winning streaks also come with extra rewards. 10 consecutive wins earn an extra 100 points, 20 consecutive wins 200, and so on. The maximum is... He paused, his tone respectful. 100 consecutive wins will earn an extra 50,000 points. The staff member paused, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. If you achieve 100 consecutive wins, your name will be engraved on the arena's Hall of Fame. 50,000. Although Kazama didn't know the exact purchasing power of the points, he could tell from the third brother's exaggerated tone that it was definitely a huge sum of money. 100 consecutive wins. Luren exclaimed. Aren't all the players who could achieve that? Indeed. The staff member nodded. Since the school was founded, fewer than 30 people have achieved a 100-game winning streak. Kazama silently memorized the name. Lin Qingxian. If I have the chance, I must meet him. All right, the staff member said, taking out a portable testing device. Would you like to register for the competition? Let's test your spiritual power level and enter your information first. Yes, the four of them said in unison. The staff member smiled and gestured for the first person to step forward. Zhou was the first to place his palm on the testing instrument. The instrument emitted a buzzing sound, and a line of information quickly appeared on the screen. Name Zhou. Realm level. 3rd tier martial master peak. Remaining points. 100 initial points for new students. Record 0 wins, 0 losses. The staff member nodded. Okay. Next one. Lu Run was the second to step forward. Next. Shinmoyan stepped forward. The staff member looked at Kazama. It's your turn. Kazama stepped forward and placed his palm on the testing device. Name, Kazama. Realm. 4th Order Martial Spirit Late Stage. Remaining points, 2,000. Record 0 wins, 0 losses. The three of them crowded around, staring wide-eyed at the number 2,000 on the screen. Holy crap! Lu Run was the first to exclaim, 2,000! Fourth brother, your points are 20 times ours. Zhou Tai's eyes widened. Are the benefits for special admission students really this exaggerated? Shinmoyan pushed up his glasses, a rare look of envy on his face. 2,000 points can be exchanged for a lot of good things. The staff member glanced at Kazama again, becoming even more polite. So you're a special admission student. No wonder. Special admission students do indeed start with 2,000 points. That's the academy's rule. Kazama shrugged, looking calm. Basic stuff, don't be silly. The three of them rolled their eyes in unison. Show off. Lu Ren gritted his teeth. Zhou Tai punched him on the shoulder. You little rascal, you're so quiet. It's making everyone envious and jealous. Shin Moyan said quietly. Fourth brother, it's your treat. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Ren immediately chimed in. We have to treat. Zuik Xianju. Let's have another meal together. Kazama chuckled. All right. I'll treat you guys to a meal after this match. That's more like it. The three of them turned their gaze away with satisfaction. After the staff member finished recording the information, they said to the four people, Okay, the information has been entered into the system. You can now go to the rest area to wait for matchmaking. Since this is your first time participating, the system will prioritize matching you with opponents of the same skill level, so don't worry. The four nodded and walked towards the rest area. The rest area is located on one side of the arena. It is an open area with several rows of benches, and quite a few people are already sitting there. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were talking in hushed tones, and others were stretching their muscles nervously, clearly waiting to go on stage. The four of them found an empty seat and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Lu Ren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he lowered his voice and said urgently, Hey guys, look, at 10 o'clock, a beautiful woman is walking towards us. The three of them followed his gaze. Not far away, for girls were walking towards the rest area. Leading the way was a girl with a high ponytail, delicate features, a quiet demeanor, and wearing a light blue training robe, who looked gentle and lovely. Next to her was a short-haired girl with delicate features, a touch of heroism in her eyes, and a brisk gait. She was clearly a trained martial artist. There was a girl following behind, wearing a hood, so her face was a little hard to see, but her stunning figure was enough to get anyone's blood pumping. But the most eye-catching was the girl walking in the middle of the four. She wore a simple white t-shirt with a light pink short jacket over it, paired with slim-fit light-colored jeans and white sneakers. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing a delicate little face. Her eyes were curved into crescent moons as she smiled and looked this way. A smile appeared on Kazama's lips. Jiang Xian, what's this girl doing here? Lu Ren was completely oblivious to Kazama's changing expression, still winking and making faces at him. Hey guys, see that one in the middle? She's gorgeous. She's definitely here for me. He tossed his hair, striking a dashing pose, and remarked, Sai, being too handsome is a problem. It's only my first day here, and I'm already being targeted by beautiful women. Zhou Tai glanced at him sideways with a look of disgust. You're kidding me. Did you eat too many mushrooms and start hallucinating? Beautiful women definitely like muscular guys like me. They give them a strong sense of security. As he spoke, he raised his arm and showed off his well-developed biceps. Shin Moyan adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Stop arguing. A quiet, aloof handsome guy like me is the most popular type with girls. You loud and boisterous types have long been eliminated. Lu Ren retorted. You're so aloof, my foot. You're just a repressed pervert. Zhou Tai chimed in. Exactly. The second brother is a repressed pervert. Shin Moyan said expressionlessly. You're just jealous. As Kazama listened to the three clowns bickering, his smile grew wider and wider. He didn't say anything, just quietly watched Jiang Xian approach. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The three roommates were still arguing and didn't notice that the girls had stopped in front of them. Cough. A soft cough was heard. Chapter 70. Yun Yao with a baby face and huge breasts. The three of them looked up at the same time and then froze. For girls were standing in front of them, smiling at them. Especially the prettiest girl in the middle. Her gaze passed over them and landed on Kazama. Kazama! Jiang Xian called out sweetly, then walked directly past the three petrified people to Kazama and naturally took his arm. What are you doing here? Kazama chuckled and pinched her cheek. Come to the arena and see what it's like to play a few matches. What about you? I came here with my new roommates. Jiang Xian pointed to the three girls behind him. They said the arena is interesting, so we came to check it out. Kazama followed her gaze and nodded to the three girls. The three girls responded politely, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. At this very moment, the system, which had been dormant for a long time, resurfaced. Ding! A woman matching the criteria has been detected. Would you like to view details? Kazama was taken aback and immediately checked. Name Yun Yao, age 18. Realm level, 3rd tier martial master late stage. Talent, innate spiritual body not fully awakened. Possesses an extremely strong affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and cultivates at an extremely fast speed. Favorability, 20. Charm value, 92. Qualification, S rank. Number of users charging, 0. Kazama's eyes lit up. A top-tier student with a score of 92. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is a great place indeed. You still have to go to school. Zhou Tai, Lu Ren, and Shin Moyan remained motionless in their previous positions. Zhou Tai's arm was still raised, frozen in a pose of showing off his muscles. Lu Ren still wore that "I'm a handsome guy" playboy expression, but the corners of his mouth had started to twitch. Shin Moyan's glasses almost slipped down, but he forgot to reach out to steady them. 3 people, 6 eyes, stared intently at Jiang Xian, who was holding Kazama's arm, and then slowly moved their gaze to Kazama's face. Kazama met their gazes and blinked innocently. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lu Ren was the first to jump up. "Is this your girlfriend?" "Yes, that's right." Kazama nodded matter-of-factly. You, Lu Ren pointed at Kazama, then at Jiang Xian, his fingers trembling for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Zhou Tai lowered his arm, looking utterly dejected. "So all that arguing we did just now was about your girlfriend?" Shin Moyan silently adjusted his glasses and said quietly, "Fourth brother, you're not being fair." Kazama couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You guys didn't ask either." Lu Ren clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. "My young heart has been dealt a severe blow. I declare this to be the most socially deadliest day of my life." Zhou Tai patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. At least we didn't lose unjustly. It's normal for a beast like Lao Si to have a girlfriend." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and said quietly, "All I want to know now is how the fourth brother found such a beautiful girlfriend." Jiang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to their conversation. She leaned close to Kazama's ear and whispered, "Your roommate is really interesting." Kazama smiled and nodded. "It is quite interesting." 3 girls also came over. The quiet girl smiled at Jiang Xian and said, Xian, aren't you going to introduce me?" Jiang Xian realized what was happening and quickly introduced, "This is my boyfriend, Kazama." Then he pointed to 3 girls and introduced them. "These are my new roommates Lin Yue, Su Qianqian, and Yun Yao." Lin Yue was that quiet girl, smiling slightly in the morning breeze. Su Qianqian was the short-haired, spirited girl who looked Kazama up and down with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Yun Yao is that girl with an amazing figure. He looked a little timid and wasn't very tall. She wore a loose beige knit sweater and a simple long skirt, and her amazing curves were faintly visible beneath the loose sweater. Beneath her slightly lowered face were delicate features, and those eyes that were secretly raised, hiding a hint of curiosity and a hint of shyness. Kazama's heart stirred. "It's her." Lu Ren finally recovered from his social days, stepped forward, and said to the girls with a fawning expression,
"Hello, ladies. I'm Lu Ren.
"Please take care of me in the future." Zhou Tai recovered, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "I am Zhou Tai." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses. Shin Moyan. Kazama was still lost in his own thoughts. S rank. This was the highest level of qualification he had ever seen. Jiang Xian's A+ grade has already brought him considerable success. This Yun Yao is actually an S rank. If we can raise the favorability rating. Kazama's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. "Kazama? Kazama!" Jiang Xian's voice pulled him back to reality. Kazama snapped out of his daze and found Jiang Xian looking at him suspiciously. "What are you looking at?" Kazama, with his thick skin, said it was nothing and then greeted the girls. Yun Yao lowered her head nervously, her hands nervously twisting together, and whispered, Hello everyone, my name is Yun Yao." Her voice was soft and sweet, like a kitten's. Looking at her, Kazama felt a strange urge to protect her. "This girl is so soft." He greeted me with a smile. "Hello, my name is Kazama." Yun Yao secretly raised her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Hello. Ding. Yun Yao's favorability +5. Current favorability 25. A system notification sounded. Kazama chuckled inwardly. This girl is quite easily embarrassed. But soon, his attention was drawn to another detail. Beneath her shy exterior lay a slender waist and full. Kazama's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, the contrast is too great. Looking at that shy face yet with such a figure. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice and looked away. You can't stare at it, or you'll be seen as a pervert. But that moment's impression is deeply etched in my mind. The people around also noticed Yun Yao. Lu Ren's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. Hello, Sister Yun Yao. I'm Lu Ren, Feng Jian's third brother. If you need anything in the future, just ask me. I'll take care of it. Yun Yao was startled by his enthusiasm, took a step back, and whispered, Thank you. Zhou Tai joined in, flexing his muscles. I'm Zhou Tai, the boss of Kazama. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of it for you. Yun Yao became even more nervous and took another step back. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and said calmly, Don't scare them. He nodded to Yun Yao and said gently, Hello, I am Shin Moyan. Don't be nervous. They are all good people, just a little too enthusiastic. Yun Yao relaxed slightly and whispered, Thank you. Just then, a staff member from the arena came over. Kazama-kun, your opponent has been matched. Arena number 3, please prepare to enter the ring. Kazama's eyes lit up. We can finally play. He told Jiang Exine, Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Jiang Exine nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Go for it. Kazama then looked at Yun Yao and smiled slightly. See you later, Yun Yao. Yun Yao blushed and whispered, Go, go. Ding. Yun Yao's favorability +5. Current favorability 30. Kazama chuckled inwardly and strode toward the arena. Behind him, a group of people watched his retreating figure. Lu Ren leaned closer to Jiang Exine and asked in a low voice, Sister-in-law, how strong is the fourth brother really? Can you give us a sneak peek? Jiang Exine thought for a moment and said seriously, Very strong. How strong? Jiang Exine looked at Kazama on the stage, a smile playing on his lips. You'll see when you see it. Chapter 71 Wang Teng Who Am I? Where am I? Arena number 3. Kazama walked onto the stage, and there was already someone standing opposite him. He was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a dark blue cultivation robe, with a tall and straight figure and a stern face. Judging from the aura emanating from him, peak of the 4th tier. A staff member introduced, Kazama. This is Wang Teng, a sophomore, with a record of 37 wins and 8 losses. Wang Teng nodded to Kazama, his attitude calm. Hello, Junior. I heard you're a special admission student this year. I'll take this first competition seriously. Kazama nodded. You're too kind, Senior. Please give me your guidance. There was no mockery, no contempt, and no arrogant attitude of Senior lecturing Junior. They are just normal opponents and they respect each other. Kazama nodded to himself. This is the normal human reaction. Those idiots who mock and look down on others the moment they meet are ultimately a minority. The staff announced the rules, then asked, Are you ready? The two nodded. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Teng moved. His figure shot forward like an arrow, instantly closing the distance. His right fist, imbued with rich spiritual power, aimed straight for Kazama's chest. This punch was fast and ruthless, showing no sign of testing the waters. They are clearly prepared to go all out and achieve a winning start. Kazama's eyes lit up. This senior is quite direct. He shifted his feet slightly and moved his body half a step to the side, just in time to avoid the punch. The force of the punch grazed his clothes, creating a whooshing sound. Wang Teng missed his first strike, so he immediately changed tactics, sweeping his left leg horizontally to aim for Kazama's side. The offensive continued unabated without any pause. Kazama dodged again, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and floated back 2 meters as if weightless. Wang Teng pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained down like a storm. His attack rhythm was extremely fast, and his moves flowed smoothly, clearly showing that he was a veteran who had been through countless battles in the arena. But Kazama's movements were even more unpredictable. He was like a fallen leaf, swaying in the storm, barely dodging each attack, yet never leaving the fighting range. Wang Teng became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He had already used 80% of his strength, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. This junior is something else. He took a deep breath, and his offensive suddenly changed. Stone-splitting fist third form. He gathered power in his right fist, a dense, earthy yellow light condensing on it. He became as steady as a mountain, and then unleashed a powerful punch. This punch was powerful and the wind howled. This is one of his signature moves. He once defeated an opponent of the same level with a single punch. However, a hint of disappointment flashed in Kazama's eyes as he looked at the punch. It made quite a splash, but too slow. He didn't even bother to dodge. Lift your right leg. Then he kicked it out. There were no fancy moves, no spiritual energy fluctuations, just a simple kick. But the speed of that kick was faster than Wang Teng had imagined. He didn't even see Kazama's movements before he felt a tremendous force strike his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the ring. Wang Teng was sent flying backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc in the air, and then, bang! It slammed heavily onto the ground outside the ring, rolled twice more, and then came to a stop. He lay on the ground, eyes wide open, staring at the sky, his mind blank. Who I am? Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting? How did it fly out? The entire venue was deathly silent. The students who were watching were all stunned. What did they see? A senior student, a peak fourth-tier player with a record of 37 wins and 8 losses, used his ultimate move and was then kicked away by a freshman. A kick? He didn't even use spiritual power. The staff were stunned, and it took them several seconds to react before they quickly announced. Match over. Winner Kazama. On the stage, Kazama withdrew his leg, patted off non-existent dust from his trousers, and calmly walked off the stage. He walked up to Jiang Xian and the others, smiled at them and said, "Not bad, warm-up complete." Lu Run was the first to rush over and grab his shoulder. "Holy crap! Fourth brother. You're fucking amazing. You kicked him away with one kick. That was a peak fourth-tier guy." Zhou Tai was so excited his face turned red. "A beast! Absolutely a beast." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses, unusually losing his composure. "Fourth brother, your strength is too exaggerated." Jiang Xian, arm in arm with Kazama, said proudly, "See? Didn't I tell you he's amazing?" Several girls also gathered around. Lin Yue said with admiration, "Kazama-kun truly lives up to his reputation." Su Qianqian looked at Feng Jian with a more serious expression. "Impressive? How about we spar sometime?" Yun Yao stood at the very back, her face slightly flushed, secretly watching Kazama. When Kazama's gaze swept over her, she quickly lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and whispered, "Wow, that's amazing." Ding. Yun Yao's favorability plus 20, current favorability 50. A system notification sounded. Kazama chuckled inwardly. One kick, 20 favorability points. It was worth it. He looked at Yun Yao and smiled gently. "Thank you." Yun Yao's face turned even redder, and she almost shrank behind Qin Bingyun. Kazama withdrew his gaze, pondering to himself. 50 favorability points, 30 points away from 80. There are 40 points left to go to 90. No rush, take your time. Since we're all in the same college, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lu Ren leaned closer. "Fourth brother, do you want to keep playing?" Kazama thought for a moment and nodded. "Play more matches and earn more points. Ideally, you should make a name for yourself as quickly as possible. In this world that values strength, the stronger you are, the more respect you will earn. Moreover, there are many girls who admire strength, which makes it easier for Kazama to increase his favorability. Make the arrangements," he said to the staff. The staff member nodded and immediately went to make the arrangements. Yun Yao hid behind her roommate, secretly watching the spirited young man. A quiet stirring occurred in a corner of my heart. Chapter 72 Crushing Victory, Jiang Xian's boasting. In the following matches, Kazama completely demonstrated to everyone what absolute domination meant. In the second match, my opponent was a senior student at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, who was skilled in movement techniques and fast attacks. He launched a fierce and rapid offensive right from the start, his figure elusive, attempting to wear down Kazama with his speed. Kazama stood still, barely moving, until the moment Kazama approached. One punch. Simple and straightforward, without any frills. The senior student was hit as if by a speeding rune car, flying backward and crashing directly into the protective barrier outside the arena. He slid down while still in an attacking posture, his eyes blank. It is evident that Kazama's control over his power has reached a very high level. The winner of the second match is Kazama. In the third match, my opponent was a senior student who was at the late stage of the fourth tier and was good at defense and counterattack. She conjured a thick spiritual energy shield in front of her, adopting a defensive stance, intending to exhaust Kazama's spiritual energy before launching a counterattack when he was exhausted. Kazama walked up to her and looked at the spiritual energy shield. Then a kick. Bang! The shield shattered instantly. Before the senior could react, she felt a tremendous force, and she was lifted into the air before landing steadily outside the arena. He wasn't even injured when he landed, he just stood there, stunned, for a long time before he came to his senses. The winner of the third match is Kazama. The same thing happened for several of the following shows, making them extremely boring for viewers. I've never seen Kazama change his moves much, it's always the same routine. A punch, a kick, or at worst, a slap to end the fight. It's incredibly boring. The students who had been watching were now staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. All opponents were defeated in one move. Moreover, that new student barely used any spiritual power from beginning to end. It's purely physical strength. What kind of monster is this? Offstage, Zhou Tai and his two companions, having just finished their match, huddled together, looking disheveled and exhausted. Zhou Tai rubbed his sore arm, looking frustrated. I fought for a full 20 minutes and only managed to win by a move or two. Lu Ren said dejectedly, I lost. That senior on the other side was too cunning. He stunned me with a combo. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses, revealing a rare look of exhaustion. I lost too. I hadn't even finished setting up the rune array when the opponent got close to me. The three exchanged glances, then looked at the figure on the stage who had effortlessly defeated his opponent, and sighed in unison. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable, Lu Ren wailed. Zhou Tai patted him on the shoulder. Don't compare yourself to animals, we're normal people. Shin Moyan nodded. Agreed. At this moment, several girls from Jiang Xian's dormitory also came over. Lin Yue smiled gently. You guys got it too? Zhou Tai nodded. We played. 1 win and 2 losses. Su Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Not bad. All 4 of us lost. She pointed to herself and her roommates. We just went up and tried it too, and we all lost. This arena is really high level. Lin Yue sighed. It's really not easy to win in a place like this. The gazes of the group all turned to Kazama on the arena. Su Qianqian's eyes became more serious. Kazama is indeed amazing. I just watched a few of his matches, and those senior students had no chance against him at all. Lin Yue nodded. No wonder you got first place in the Secret Realm trial. A few girls huddled together, whispering among themselves. Jiang Xian stood to the side, listening to them praise their boyfriends, her face beaming with joy. Yun Yao stood beside her, her eyes fixed on the figure on the arena. That boy's punches and kicks were clean and crisp, without any unnecessary movements. Even though his opponents were all 4th-tier upperclassmen, he was able to defeat them easily. Felt like watching an art performance. Violent, yet full of beauty. Xin, Yun Yao said softly. Jiang Xian turned to look at her. Yun Yao blushed slightly, lowered her head, and said softly, Your boyfriend is amazing. Jiang Xian smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Of course! She had no idea what humility meant, and holding Yun Yao's hand, she began to vividly recount. You have no idea how handsome he was in the Secret Realm. We encountered a pack of 4th-tier elite hyenas and a 5th-tier giant bat. That bat was huge, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, and its roar could knock a person unconscious. I was terrified, I thought I was going to die there. But then Kazama. Yun Yao asked curiously, What happened to Kazama? Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, and he gestured excitedly. He rushed up and punched the bat away. Then he threw a few more punches, making the bat scream. And guess what happened in the end? Yun Yao listened intently and asked softly, What is it? His last cool grab killed the giant bat. It felt so cool. Jiang Xian said excitedly, while trying to hide Kazama's cool pose. The girls were stunned. A fifth-tier demonic beast? Dead. Su Chanqian asked incredulously. A fourth-tier fighter can win against a fifth-tier fighter? Lin Yue was also surprised. Jiang Xian nodded proudly. Of course. And he's not only strong, he's also a really good person. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously. The teleportation array was broken, and we were trapped in the secret realm. That bat kept attacking us, and everyone else was about to collapse. Kazama could have run away on his own, but he didn't. He kept protecting me. He also said to me, Jiang Xian mimicked Kazama's tone, speaking in a serious tone, "You're my girlfriend? How could I possibly abandon you and run away?" After hearing this, several girls' eyes shone with a strange light. Lin Yue sighed. A guy like that is really rare. Su Chanqian nodded. Strong ability and good character are indeed rare. Yun Yao listened with even greater fascination, and the image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That boy stood up in front of the monster to protect the girl he loved. That sense of security, her face turned even redder, and her legs unconsciously came together and twisted slightly. I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. Jiang Xian continued praising him, getting more and more excited as she spoke. And not only is he good at fighting, he's also really nice to me. He'll put food on my plate, make me happy, and he'll also. She suddenly lowered her voice, leaned close to the ears of several girls, and whispered something. He even gestured an exaggerated distance with his hand. The girls were stunned at first, then their eyes widened and their faces turned red. Really? Su Qianqian exclaimed. Shoo! Jiang Xian quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. Lin Yue blushed and asked softly, He really? Jiang Xian nodded. Her face flushed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. As Yun Yao listened from the side, her face turned even redder, and her heart inexplicably raced. Just then, cough cough, a soft cough came from behind. The girls were startled and quickly turned around. Kazama had somehow gotten off the stage and was standing behind them, his expression somewhat subtle. Jiang Xian blushed, but quickly recovered, grabbed his arm, and asked sweetly, Finished? Which match was it? Kazama glanced at her, then at the blushing girls, and his lips twitched. His hearing was so good that he accidentally overheard something. For example, 1 hour. For example, inhuman. For example, never mind, I won't say any more, lest I be accused of showing off. Chapter 73. You're going to suffer a lot. Kazama snapped out of his thoughts and calmly said, It's the 9th match. 9th match. Lu Ren leaned closer, his face filled with shock. You played 9 matches, and won them all. Zhou Tai's eyes widened. 9 consecutive wins? Kazama nodded. Yeah, just one more game and we'll have a 10-game winning streak. Holy crap. Lu Ren jumped up excitedly. A 10-game winning streak gets you an extra 100 points. Fourth brother, you're rich. Kazama smiled and looked at the staff. The staff rushed forward, their attitude now respectful. Kazama-kun, would you like to continue with the 10th challenge? Kazama nodded. Let's continue. We haven't used any energy anyway. No consumption. These 3 words silenced everyone around them. I played 9 matches and won all 9. All my opponents were 4th-tier senior students. Then he said there was no consumption? What kind of stamina is that? The staff member swallowed hard and hurried to make arrangements. Meanwhile, news from inside the arena had spread like wildfire. Have you heard? A freshman got 9 consecutive wins in the arena in just over half an hour. What kind of freshman? So amazing. It seems to be this year's special admission student, named Kazama. He's already defeated 9 upperclassmen, all with a single blow. One move? Really? I saw it with my own eyes. Those senior students couldn't even last a single round against him. Holy crap. Is this outrageous? Let's go check it out. More and more people flocked to the arena. Some were curious and wanted to see just how strong this new student really was. Some were indignant, feeling that a freshman had no right to be so arrogant, and wanted to teach him a lesson. There were also just onlookers, simply there to watch the spectacle. Among this group of people, a few reacted in a particularly different way. In a corner, a young man with a still somewhat swollen face listened to his followers' report, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Arena? 9 consecutive wins. Zhao Wushuang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Great! That's wonderful! He was still thinking about how to rightfully teach that bastard a lesson, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come knocking on his door so quickly. Isn't it normal to get injured in arena battles? Even if they are crippled, the academy can't say anything. He beckoned, and his 2 henchmen quickly came over. Go contact a few top players in the arena. They need to be strong and ruthless, preferably at least at the 5th rank, Zhao Wushuang said in a low voice. Tell them that if they can teach that Kazama a lesson in the arena, I'll give double the points. The 2 lackeys exchanged a glance and quickly nodded. Yes. Zhao Wushuang looked towards the arena, a venomous glint in her eyes. Kazama, just wait and see. I will definitely avenge this slap. Inside the arena, the 10th match is about to begin. Kazama stood on the ring, quietly waiting for his opponent to come up. Below the stage, Jiang Xian and the others watched him nervously. Yun Yao stood at the back of the crowd, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her eyes fixed on the figure on the stage. For some reason, she felt a little nervous. But I'm also a little excited. Will that boy win? Of course we'll win. A voice inside her said this. Ding. Yun Yao's favorability +5. Current favorability 55. Kazama on the stage smiled slightly. The 10th match, let's go. The staff member jogged over to Kazama, his face showing a hint of apology, but mostly excitement. Kazama-kun, there's something I need to explain to you. Kazama raised an eyebrow. Speak. It's like this. The staff member rubbed his hands together. At the 4th rank, there are no one willing to fight you right now. Nobody's here? Kazama was taken aback. The staff member smiled awkwardly. You just won 9 consecutive games, and you won 2 decisively. The 4th level students are all watching and waiting, and no one dares to sign up to challenge you for the time being. A burst of snickers erupted from the audience. Indeed, after watching those 9 matches, who would dare to go up and give away their life? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The staff member continued. However, a 5th-tier senior has volunteered to challenge you. What do you think? 5th order? Kazama's eyes lit up. He was just feeling bored playing at the 4th tier. Okay, let him come up. He nodded. The staff breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to make arrangements. The audience erupted in uproar. 5th tier. Freshmen have to fight 5th tier. Holy crap. This is so exciting. Who is that 5th tier one? I don't know, let me see. Soon, a figure walked out of the contestant tunnel and strode towards the arena. He was a young man of about 25 or 26 years old, with a burly build and a fierce face. He was wearing a tattered training robe, and his exposed arms were covered with hideous scars. His eyes are the most striking feature. Those eyes held a fierce and cold ruthlessness like a wild wolf, making everyone seem like prey. He stepped onto the ring, grinned at the wind, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Kid, it's you. Before he finished speaking, his aura suddenly exploded. Peak of the 5th tier. The oppressive aura spread outwards as if it were a tangible force, causing several students who were close by to change their expressions and instinctively take a few steps back. It's him? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Zhang Lai, a ruthless figure in the arena. Peak 5th rank, with a record of 87 wins and 23 losses. I've heard of him. This guy only cares about money. He'll do anything for points, and he's incredibly ruthless. A lot of people have been beaten up by him and have been bedridden for months. Why is he suddenly challenging a newcomer? Isn't it obvious? Someone must have paid him points to come. Whispers arose. The senior students exchanged glances, their faces showing understanding. It seems someone couldn't stand this newcomer's arrogance and wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson. Interesting. Jiang Xian and the others also heard the surrounding discussions, and their expressions immediately changed. Peak of the 5th tier? Lu Ren's eyes widened. Isn't this just bullying? Zhou Tai's expression turned grave. And I heard this guy is particularly ruthless. Could 4th brother be in danger? Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses, his brows furrowed. Although there are rules in the arena, serious injuries are allowed as long as they are not fatal. This is clearly someone targeting the 4th brother. Jiang Xian bit her lip and clenched her hands tightly together. She trusted Kazama, but her opponent was, after all, a peak 5th tier opponent and a ruthless one at that. Yunyao stood beside her, her face pale, clutching Jiang Xian's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Xian, that person's aura is so strong. Kazama, will he be all right? The pitiful little expression combined with the trembling white rabbit is simply irresistible. It can perfectly arouse a man's protective instincts. It's a pity Kazama didn't get to see this beautiful view. Jiang Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Even so, her palms were already sweating. On the arena, Kazama looked calmly at Zhang Lai, who was grinning maliciously across from him. Do we know each other? He asked. Zhang Lai grinned. I don't know him. Then why do I feel like you have a lot of malice towards me? Someone offered points. Zhang Lai explained his reason without hesitation. 3 times the price, let me teach you a lesson. Kid, it's not unjust that you lost to me. Below the 6th rank, I am invincible. He raised his chin, looking arrogant. Invincible below the 6th rank? Kazama couldn't help but laugh. He really laughed. He looked at Zhang Lai's arrogant face, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. What a pity. What's a pity? It's a pity you're going to suffer a lot, Kazama said earnestly. Chapter 74, I'm a weakling? I'll kill you in a second. Zhang Lai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Kid, are you out of your mind? You think I'd suffer? You think you can take that kind of toll? He stretched his limbs, making a series of cracking sounds, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. I hope you'll still be this stubborn when I beat you to a pulp later. Just then, a staff member's voice rang out. The competition begins. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Lai moved. His figure was like a cannonball, instantly covering a distance of more than 10 meters. His right claw, wrapped in rich spiritual power, went straight for Kazama's throat. The speed is astonishing. The audience felt a blur before their eyes, and Zhang Lai had already appeared in front of Kazama. This claw strike was ruthless and vicious, showing no mercy whatsoever. Kazama's pupils contracted slightly, and he pushed off with his feet, instantly shifting half a meter to the side. Sizzle! The wind whistled past his clothes, creating a sharp, piercing sound. Kazama glanced down at his clothes. Luckily, he almost wasted a whole outfit. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Lai, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. This guy is definitely something. He is faster than when he doesn't use his skills. Zhang Lai's attack missed, and his sneer widened. You dodged pretty fast. Let's try again. He pounced again, his claws flashing in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of sharp claw shadows like a storm. The offensive was relentless and flawless. Kazama dodged constantly, his figure elusive and unpredictable. But Zhang Lai was indeed faster than him, and he was almost hit several times. Down in the audience, Jiang Xian's heart was in his throat. Yunyao gripped her arm tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh, but she was completely unaware. Why are you dodging? Zhang Lai taunted as he attacked. Weren't you so tough just now? Now all you can do is dodge? You're a weakling. Only good at bullying 4th tier opponents with brute force. You really think 5th tier and 4th tier are on the same level? You're a frog in a well. He became increasingly arrogant as he spoke, and his attacks became more and more fierce. 5th order spiritual power tends to materialize, forming a solid on the body's surface, greatly increasing attack power. The older students in the audience shook their heads as they watched. What a pity. This freshman is indeed impressive, but he's still too green when he encounters a ruthless person like Zhang Lai. The difference between the 5th and 4th tiers is huge, and it cannot be made up for by brute force. I don't think they can hold out for much longer. However, Kazama suddenly stopped. He stood still, quietly watching Zhang Lai pounce on him again, a strange smile on his face. Weakling, he repeated softly. Zhang Lai was taken aback, but his attack did not diminish, and his right claw was already within reach. Just then, Kazama raised his right hand. The 5 fingers are loosely clenched. The guiding force of all things. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. Zhang Lai's forward momentum abruptly halted, and then he flew uncontrollably toward Kazama. What? He stared wide-eyed, desperately trying to steady himself, but the suction was like an invisible shackle that he couldn't resist at all. But he is indeed very experienced in combat. In a flash, he forcefully twisted his body, using the momentum of his forward charge to gather all the strength in his right fist, preparing to punch Kazama to pieces the moment he got close. "Go to hell!" he roared, and a dazzling light condensed on his fist. However, Kazama's lips curled into a cold smile. "Shinra Tensei, raise your left hand." A terrifying, repulsive force erupted from the palm. Bang! It was like being struck head-on by a massive hammer. Zhang Lai's body flew backward at an even faster speed than when he came. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, which arced through the air in an arc, and then, boom! His body slammed heavily against the protective shield outside the ring. The protective shield vibrated violently, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound. Zhang Lai slid off the protective shield, collapsed to the ground, motionless, his fate unknown. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, but no sound came out. What just happened? That Zhang Lai, a ruthless fifth-tier peak player with 87 wins and 23 losses, was blasted away by that freshman in one move? No, it's two moves. No one could see clearly what happened. All that was seen was that the freshman raised his hand, and Zhang Lai flew over to him, then flew back at an even faster speed. Then I lay down. What kind of martial arts technique is this? What kind of strength is this? The staff were stunned for several seconds before announcing, "The match is over. The winner is Kazama." A thunderous roar of surprise erupted from the audience. Holy crap! What the hell is this monster? Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai at the peak of the 5th rank. He was just killed like that. Am I seeing things? Jiang Xian covered his mouth and jumped up excitedly. She knew Kazama would be all right. Yun Yao was also stunned, staring blankly at the figure of the boy on the stage. The worry on her small face turned into shock, and then into some kind of indescribable emotion. Her face grew increasingly red, her heart beat faster and faster, and her legs unconsciously came together and twisted slightly. That boy is so handsome. Ding! Yun Yao's favorability plus 15, current favorability 70. On the arena, Kazama withdrew his hand, not even glancing at Zhang Lai, who was slumped on the ground. He turned around and walked off the ring. When he reached the corner where Zhao Wushuang's 2 henchmen were hiding, he paused, turned his head, and glanced at them indifferently. The 2 henchmen were deathly pale and trembling all over. "He found us?" one of them asked, his voice trembling slightly. "I don't think so," another follower said, trying to remain calm. Kazama withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. He smiled as he walked up to Jiang Xian and the others. Lu Run was the first to rush over and hug him tightly. "Fourth brother, you're my real dad. You're so fierce." Zhou Tai was so excited he was incoherent. "A beast. Absolutely a beast. A peak 5th-tier warrior, 1-hit kill. I'm impressed." Jiang Xian grabbed Kazama's arm, tilted her head back, and looked up at him with pride in her eyes. Yun Yao stood to the side, blushing, and whispered, "Congratulations." Kazama smiled at her and said, "Thank you." Yun Yao's face turned even redder. The entire arena erupted in cheers. "What's that freshman's name?" "Kazama. Call Kazama. I'll remember him. He's amazing. From now on, if you see him, go out of your way." The 2 lackeys crawled out from the corner and ran away as fast as they could. They stumbled and crawled to Zhao Wushuang, panting and pale-faced. "Young Master Zhao. Something terrible has happened." Zhao Wushuang was leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed when he saw their appearance and frowned. "What's the panic? Speak slowly. How did Zhang Lai teach that kid a lesson? Did he cripple him?" The 2 henchmen exchanged a glance, and one of them spoke with difficulty. "Young Master Zhao. Zhang Lai. He lost." Puff! Zhao Wushuang spat out a mouthful of tea. "What?" He stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. "He lost. Zhang Lai lost. He's a peak 5th-tier player. A ruthless fighter with 87 wins and 23 losses in the arena. How could he possibly lose to a 4th-tier freshman?" Another lackey shrank back and whispered, "We saw it with our own eyes. Zhang Lai went all out, but that Kazama killed him in one move." "One move." Zhao Wushuang's voice changed. Chapter 75, 30-game winning streak. Yes, I don't know what martial art he used, But he just raised his hand and Zhang Lai flew over by himself, and then flew back. And then he lay on the ground, and he's still not awake. Zhao Wushuang stood there, stunned. Zhang Lai, whom he hired at great expense, the one who was known as invincible below the 6th rank, was defeated by Kazama in one move. What the hell is that monster? Useless. He slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. What do you mean, invincible below the 6th rank? Invincible my ass. You're utterly useless. Utterly useless. The two henchmen were terrified and dared not utter a sound. Zhao Wushuang paced back and forth in the room, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. What to do? Should we continue searching? Looking for a 6th order one. But which of the 6th level seniors isn't proud and arrogant? Letting them bully a 4th tier freshman would make us a laughingstock if word got out. And even if someone were willing to take it, the price, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, why is Kazama so difficult to deal with? No, he can't swallow this. But he was also a little scared. Kazama, a 4th tier expert, had defeated a peak 5th tier expert. Such a genius would be highly sought after anywhere. If he continued to oppose him, would his father beat him to death? He thought about it and felt that it should be fine. After all, he hadn't used any underhanded tricks, and he immediately felt that he was still in the right. Although Zhao Wushuang was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid. He stopped, a look of helplessness flashing in his eyes. If all else fails, we'll just have to wait for my sister to come out of seclusion. My sister is almost a 7th level martial emperor. Teaching a 4th level freshman a lesson is a piece of cake for her. Moreover, it's only natural for an older sister to stand up for her younger brother, and no one can find fault with that. Humph, he sneered. Once my sister breaks through to the 7th rank, I'll see how I deal with you. The two lackeys nodded repeatedly. Young Master Zhao is wise. Young Master Zhao is wise. Zhao Wushuang waved his hand irritably. Get lost? Get lost? Don't bother me here. The two henchmen, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, quickly slipped away. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kazama stood on the ring, looking at his opponent with a calm expression. This is his 11th match. The opponent was a mid-stage 5th tier senior, slender with sharp eyes, clearly someone who followed an agility-based build. The senior looked at Kazama with a serious expression in his eyes. He saw the scene where Zhang Lai was instantly killed. But he also saw Kazama's weakness. His speed wasn't fast enough. Although Zhang Lai is strong, he focuses on power, and speed is not his forte. But he was different. His strength lies in speed. His movement skills are definitely among the top 10 in the 5th rank. As long as we suppress this newcomer with speed and don't give him a chance to make a move, we should be able to win. Begin, the staff member announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior student vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Kazama, his fingers forming a sword shape, wreathed in dense spiritual energy, and thrust straight at Kazama's back. The speed is astonishing. The audience only saw a blur before their eyes, and the finger had already pierced Kazama's back. Did they succeed? Someone exclaimed. However, a dull thud was heard, followed by a faint cracking sound. The sword pierced Kazama's back, yet it failed to harm him in the slightest. The senior student was stunned. He looked down at his fingers, then at Kazama's back, his eyes filled with disbelief. His finger is broken. That was his all-out attack. Let alone piercing through a 4th tier physical body, it could even pierce through steel. The needle pierced the freshman's back without even breaking the skin, yet it fractured his own bone. Finished. Kazama turned his head, looked at him, and asked calmly. The senior student froze. The next second, Kazama raised his leg. One kick. Bang! The senior student flew out of the ring like a cannonball, crashed into the protective shield, slid down, and sat there blankly with a dazed look in his eyes. Who I am? Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting? How did I get kicked out? The winner of the 11th match is Kazama. The staff member's voice brought him back to reality. He stared blankly at the boy on the stage. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. We lost. The loss was a foregone conclusion. If we can't even break through their defenses, what's the point of fighting? The 12th match. The opponent was still a 5th tier senior who excelled in speed. He learned from the previous man's mistake, and instead of launching a direct attack, he adopted a hit-and-run tactic, constantly changing positions in an attempt to find Kazama's weakness. Kazama just stood there, letting him circle around him. It spun for a full 3 minutes. The senior student spun around more than a dozen times but still couldn't find any flaws. It wasn't that Kazama's defenses were particularly tight, rather, he simply didn't know how to proceed. That person's all-out attack didn't even break the skin. Even if he finds a flaw, what can he do? Could his attack power be stronger than that person's? Finally, he stopped and looked at Kazama, his face filled with despair. I concede. Kazama raised an eyebrow. Not fighting anymore? The senior student shook his head and said with a wry smile, I can't break through your defenses. There's no point in dragging this out. Kazama nodded in understanding. Match 12, winner Kazama. The 13th match. The opponent was a 5th-tier senior who excelled in speed. After taking the stage, he did not rush to attack, but instead circled Kazama a few times to observe carefully. Then they made a tentative move. Then he stopped and looked at the staff. Can I request a change of opponent? Staff. The whole audience burst into laughter. The senior student blushed, but still forced a smile and said, There's no way to fight like this. I can't even move him if he's just standing there and letting me hit him. How can we fight like this? This isn't fair. The audience burst into laughter again. Match 13. Opponent forfeits. Winner Kazama. The 14th match. The 15th match. The 16th match. Every scene that followed was the same script. Those 5th-tier seniors who excelled in speed went up on stage full of confidence, and then left in despair. They discovered that their speed, which they were so proud of, was utterly meaningless in the face of this new student. Even if they hit, they can't break through the defense. What's the point of fighting then? Some people refused to believe it and fought for a few minutes, only to be exhausted while Kazama barely moved. In the end, they had no choice but to admit defeat. The 30th game. Kazama stood on the arena, facing a senior who was in the late stage of the 5th rank and also followed the agility route. But after taking the stage, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he first bowed to Kazama. Hello, Kazama-senpai. Kazama nodded. Hello, senior. The senior student gave a wry smile. To be honest, I originally wanted to give it a try, but now that I'm standing here, I suddenly regret it a little. Why? Because I realized I had no idea how to hit you. He frankly said, I watched those 20-odd matches just now. Your defense is so abnormal it's almost inhuman. Those of us who rely on agility have inherently weaker offensive capabilities, so we simply can't break through your defense. He paused, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. And your attack power is so strong that even someone like Zhang Lai could be instantly killed by you. If we were hit by you, we'd probably be dead. So I give up. He sighed. Kazama raised an eyebrow. Not fighting. I'm not fighting anymore. The senior shook his head. Knowing you can't win and still fighting, that's not brave, that's stupid. He bowed slightly to Fengjian, then turned and stepped off the stage. Match 30, winner Kazama. A staff member's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. Congratulations, Kazama-kun, on achieving a 30-game winning streak. According to the arena rules, a 30-win streak will earn an additional 1,000 points. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. 30 consecutive wins. 1,000 points. It's only the first day of school. Chapter 76 Yun Yao, head down and feet hidden. Kazama stepped off the stage and walked towards Jiang Xian and the others. Lu Run was the first to rush up and hug him tightly. Fourth brother, you're amazing. 30 consecutive wins. 1,000 points. You're rich. Zhou Tai was also so excited that his face turned red. A beast. Absolutely a beast. Now I believe you can kill a 6th-tier monster. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and smiled. A rare sight for him. Fourth brother, you have to treat us tonight. Jiang Xian linked arms with Kazama, looking proud. Yun Yao stood to the side, her face flushed, and whispered, Congratulations on your 30-game winning streak. Ding. Yun Yao's favorability +5. Current favorability 75. Kazama smiled at her and said, Thank you. Yun Yao's face turned even redder. The group chatted and laughed. Behind them, on the arena's monument of honor, a new name was rapidly rising. Kazama 30 consecutive wins. And this is just the beginning. Keep going, it's only this late. Kazama stood on the ring and waved to the staff. Match me a few more opponents. Strike while the iron is hot. The staff member smiled awkwardly and then looked down at the terminal to operate it a few times. Then, he looked up, his expression even more embarrassed.
Kasama Koen.
What's wrong? The staff member swallowed hard. For the fourth stage, no one is willing to take on the challenge for now. A murmur of laughter rippled through the audience. Indeed, after watching those 30 matches, who would dare to go up? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Kazama raised an eyebrow. I know. Then let's continue at level 5. What about the 5th rank? Kazama persisted. Surely there are people at the 5th rank. The staff member operated the terminal a few more times, then looked up with a subtle expression. There's no one here at level 5 either. That's it? The staff member explained. Those 21 matches just now eliminated all the willing tier 5 players. The remaining ones either didn't see the matches or… What is it? After seeing the competition, I proactively changed my mindset to be busy. Kazama! The audience erupted in even louder laughter. Luren laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha! 4th brother. You're so pitiful. You chased them all away. Zhoutai couldn't help but chuckle. This is the trouble of being too strong. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and said in a serious tone, the higher you climb, the colder it gets. The ancients were right. Jiang Exine covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Kazama clicked his tongue and walked off the stage with a hint of helplessness. Sigh. Being too strong isn't a good thing either, he sighed. Upon hearing this, everyone around rolled their eyes. This is Versailles, Lu Ren said with a look of disgust. Exactly, Zhoutai agreed. Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and said quietly, 4th brother, you're likely to get beaten up if you talk like that. Kazama shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. Jiang Exine playfully slapped him. All right, I know you're amazing. Kazama chuckled and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a burning gaze upon him. He turned his head and met Yun Yao's big, watery eyes. Those eyes were filled with admiration and adoration, and her little face practically screamed with respect. Especially when Kazama was showing off just now. The light in her eyes was practically overflowing. Ding! Yun Yao's favorability +5. Current favorability 80. Congratulations, host. You have received a small gift pack. Kazama was taken aback. His mouth immediately crooked from smiling. What the hell? This girl is so easy to seduce. Before we'd even exchanged a few words, my favorability rating skyrocketed, instantly reaching 80. That's awesome. He couldn't help but stare at Yun Yao. Upon closer inspection, I realized this girl is truly a treasure. Her face was so delicate, like a porcelain doll, with fair and radiant skin, small and cute features, and big watery eyes. She was the epitome of a soft and adorable little girl. But look down, and you'll see amazing curves beneath the loose knitwear. A slender waist and those full… A sentence suddenly popped into Kazama's mind. A woman whose head is bowed so low that her feet are invisible is the most beautiful woman in the world. The ancients were right. Yun Yao is the perfect example of someone who can't see her feet when she's looking down. She has a cute, childlike face but a mature, sophisticated body, creating a striking contrast. This is better than pretending you have to pretend. Yun Yao's face grew increasingly red under his gaze. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and whispered, What are you looking at? Her voice was soft and sweet, like a kitten's. Kazama snapped out of his reverie and smiled. It's nothing. I just think you're pretty cute. Yun Yao's face instantly turned bright red, and she almost curled up into a ball. Ding! Yun Yao's favorability +2. Current favorability 82. Kazama chuckled inwardly. This girl is so easily embarrassed. However, this shy look is really cute. Jiang Exine watched this scene from the side, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. She walked over, took Kazama's arm and said with a smile, All right, stop teasing Yao Yao. She's shy and easily embarrassed. Yun Yao glanced at Jiang Exine gratefully and whispered, Thank you, Exine Exine. Kazama withdrew his gaze, pondering to himself. 82 points of favorability. You're only 8 points away from the 90-point reward. At this rate, it should be able to max out very quickly. But we can't rush it, we have to take it slowly. After all, this girl is too shy, And if I'm too forward, I might scare her away. Oh right. He suddenly remembered something. Opened the system panel and checked his points. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Remaining points, 5,240. Kazama paused for a moment, then calculated carefully. Basic points, 2,000. 9 consecutive wins in the same tier at level 4. 9 times 10 is equal to 90. A 21-game winning streak across 5 ranks. 21 times 50 is equal to 1,050. 30-game winning streak bonus, 1,000. During the 30-game winning streak, the 10 or 50 points won in each game were also accumulated and added up. Wait, shouldn't the base points from the 30 games he just won have already been counted? He looked at the staff. The staff member quickly explained, Kazama-kun, your points have all been settled. Your base points are 2,000, plus the points from the 30-game winning streak and extra rewards, for a total of 5,240 points. This is your current balance, which has been entered into the system and can be used at any time. 5,240. Kazama's eyes were shining. How many good things can I exchange these points for? He looked toward the exchange counter, his eyes filled with anticipation. But there's no rush. Let's eat first. Let's go, he called to the group. No one's willing to fight anymore. Let's go eat. It's on me. Yay! Lu Run was the first to cheer. Drunken Immortal Abode. It has to be Drunken Immortal Abode, Zhou Tai immediately suggested. It seemed that he couldn't forget the meal he had before. Shin Moyan chimed in. Agreed. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. Several girls also expressed their agreement. The group chatted and laughed as they left the arena. Chapter 77 sparked heated discussion. Zhang Xian needs to catch up. Yun Yao walked at the very back, secretly watching the back of the boy in front of her. He was talking to Zhang Xian, and every now and then Zhang Xian would laugh out loud. The sunlight shone on him, outlining his tall and straight figure. Yun Yao blushed again as she looked at it. She lowered her head and muttered softly, That's really amazing. Kazama, who was walking at the front, paused for a moment, a smile playing on his lips. My ears are still too sensitive. I'm so shy. This girl's favorability rating is so easy to raise. Even peeking from behind can increase affection level. He was probably captivated by his own handsome back view. He glanced back. Yun Yao looked up and met his gaze. She froze, then quickly lowered her head, her face turning red to her ears. Kazama smiled and looked away. Interesting. The group walked further and further away, disappearing into the sunset. But what they didn't know was that the moment they stepped out of the arena, the entire campus network of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy exploded. Shocking. A freshman achieves a 30-game winning streak on his first day, but Zhang Lai, a peak 5th-tier player, is instantly killed in one move. Get lost. Clickbait. What do you mean by one-hit kill? It's clearly 2 moves. The first move pulls you in. The second knocks you away. Are you serious upstairs? You call that 2 moves? It's clearly the same combo. Regardless of how many moves it took, the important thing is Zhang Lai is down. Zhang Lai, the peak 5th-tier player with 87 wins and 23 losses, is down. I watched the live replay. That freshman was really amazing. He barely moved an inch from start to finish. He was just standing still and fighting. A 4th-tier player fighting a 5th-tier player, achieving a 21-game winning streak across ranks? What kind of monster is this? The key point isn't about being above his level. The key point is that those 5th-level seniors simply can't break through his defenses. Did you see that assassin senior? He was hit more than a dozen times, and he didn't even break a skin. I saw it too. That senior student was completely bewildered after finishing the game, asking, Are you a monster? It cracked me up. Ha ha ha. So, who exactly is this new student? I heard he's a special recruit this year, named Kazama, the one who got first place in the Secret Realm trial. First place in the Secret Realm trial? No wonder. No wonder my ass. Is this the level expected of the first place in the Secret Realm trial? Are those 5th-tier seniors just sitting around doing nothing? Are the people upstairs returning students? They're in a real hurry. Who's getting worked up? I just think that a freshman acting so arrogantly will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Get beaten up? You go and beat them up then. Can you even win? I'm at level 6. If I make a move, He definitely can't handle it. Then why don't you just do something? What's the point of all this talk? I'm too lazy to bully the freshman. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. He's obviously just too scared. Isn't he? On the campus network, various voices rose and fell. Some senior students, dissatisfied, made outrageous remarks on the forum. Anonymous user. That Kazama is just relying on his strong defense. Real battles aren't just about defense. He'll definitely be exposed when he encounters a true 6th-tier expert. Someone immediately replied below. Passerby A. You talk like you're a tier 6 player. Show me your stats. Anonymous user. So what if I'm rank 6? Being rank 6 gives me the right to say that. Passerby B. Why don't you go and take on the challenge? Go for it. We'll cheer you on. Anonymous user. I'm busy. Passerby C. Ha ha ha. Got scared. Some freshmen even idolize Kazama. Fresh out student. Kazama senpai is so handsome. I want to have his babies. Freshman number 2. Is the person upstairs a man or a woman? Fresh out newbie. What's wrong with guys? Can't guys admire others? New student number 3. You win. Freshman number 4. I've downloaded Kazama senpai's match videos, and I watch them and learn from them every day. Passerby ding. What are you imitating? Standing still like him? Freshman number 4. That seems true too. Some people are even seriously analyzing Kazama's strength. Tactical master. Based on the match video, Kazama's advantages mainly lie in 3 aspects. First, its defense is abnormal. Even a 5th-tier attack cannot break through its defense. Second, its attack power is terrifying. It can send a person flying with just one punch or kick. Third, that bizarre martial arts technique, the ability to pull people in with a simple raise of the hand and then send them flying with a push. What kind of martial arts technique is this? Does anyone know? I've never seen it before. It might be a family heirloom? Could it be an opportunity obtained within a secret realm? Whatever it is, this martial art combined with his physical strength is simply an unbeatable combination. So the conclusion is invincible among those of the same rank, but can't even beat a 5th-rank opponent. At least a 6th-rank opponent is needed to put up a fight. More or less. But whether he can beat a 6th-tier opponent is hard to say. After all, he hasn't fought a 6th-tier opponent before. Then let the 6th-tier one give it a try. Are you going? I'm not a 6th-tier player. Then what are you talking about? Some people are just there for the fun of it. Netizen number 1. I just want to know, how are those defeated upperclassmen feeling right now? Netizen number 2. I have a roommate who was one of the 21 5th-tier students. He's become withdrawn and locks himself in his dorm room. Netizen number 3. Ha ha ha. Is it really that bad? Netizen number 2. What's worse? His girlfriend just messaged him saying she thinks Kazama is more handsome than him and wants to break up. Netizen number 1. Holy crap, that's so tragic. Netizen number 3. I feel sorry for the senior for a second. Netizen number 2. 1 second is enough. I want to laugh the rest of the time. Ha ha ha. Some people have even started compiling Kazama's winning streak record. Data expert. Based on live replays and on site recordings, Kazama's winning streak today is as follows. Total, 30 consecutive wins. 9 wins in Tier 4 and 21 wins in Tier 5. Points earnings. Base 2,000 plus 90 for the same rank plus 1050 for higher ranks plus 1,000 for a 30-win streak equals 5,240. Conclusion. Kazama is terrifying. The audience gasped in amazement. 5,240 points. I couldn't accumulate that many points in a whole year. It's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. Is this the world of geniuses? No, this isn't a genius. This is a monster. Meanwhile, at Zuixianju, Kazama had no idea that he had become a sensation on the school's online community. He was busy serving food to Jiang Xian and Yunyao. Come on, Xin, eat more meat. You've been working hard in your cultivation lately. Come on, Yunyao, try this fish. It's very fresh. He used both hands simultaneously, and soon the bowls of the 2 girls were piled high with food. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Do you think we're little pigs? How could we possibly eat so much?" Kazama said in a serious tone, "You should eat more. You've lost a bit of weight." As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously swept over Jiang Xian's chest, then over Yun Yao's, Yes, the contrast is obvious. The gap is indeed quite large. It seems I should give Shinshin more massages in the future to help her recover. Chapter 78. This kid is a monster-level genius. Jiang Xian noticed his gaze and immediately felt a surge of anger. She secretly reached out and gave Kazama a sharp twist on the waist. Although she knew this guy was tough and wouldn't hurt at all from being pinched, she still couldn't stand it. This lecherous bastard actually complains that his isn't as big as Yun Yao's. While this is true, it can't be this obvious. Kazama remained expressionless, continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. Yun Yao was flustered by Kazama's actions of picking up food for her. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head to eat in small bites, not daring to look at him. But deep down, I felt a sweet warmth. Ding! Yun Yao's favorability +2, current favorability 85. Kazama chuckled inwardly. This girl is so easily satisfied. Even picking up a piece of food can increase your favorability rating. Beside them, Lu Ren, Zhou Tai, and Shin Moyan watched this scene with expressions of utter despair. Lu Ren muttered to himself, "I feel like I'm invisible." Zhou Tai nodded. "Me too." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses and said quietly, "Not only are they invisible, but they're also third wheels, and there are 3 of them." Lin Yue and Su Qianqian, who were listening nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yue whispered, "It's really strange. Yun Yao isn't usually like this." Su Qianqian nodded. "That's right, he usually hardly speaks at all. But today he didn't even flinch when someone put food in his bowl. It's obvious." She paused, not finishing her sentence, but her meaning was already clear. Lu Ren sighed. "The 4th brother's luck with women is truly enviable." Zhou Tai patted him on the shoulder. "Don't think about it. We're normal people, not like animals." Shin Moyan added, "Besides, we're invisible." The 3 of them exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. At that moment, Kazama looked up at them and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" Lu Ren said quietly, "I'm full from being fed dog food." "Kazama?" Jiang Xian blushed and lowered his head to eat. Yun Yao's face turned even redder. Lin Yue and Su Qianqian chuckled to themselves. The meal was a lively and enjoyable affair. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Kazama lay in bed, opened the campus network, and finally saw the lively discussions. He flipped through the pages one by one, a smile playing on his lips. Interesting. He came across a post titled, "Any level 6 pros want to teach that freshman a lesson? Let him know what he's gotta know." The following is a reply. Level 6 expert A. What? Bullying a freshman? I can't stand the embarrassment. Level 6 boss B. Exactly. Winning isn't honorable. Losing is even more shameful. Level 6 expert C. Let him achieve a 50-win streak first. He's not qualified yet. Level 6 pro D. +1. I'll consider it after he gets 50 consecutive wins. Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Core Area. This is a separate complex of buildings located at the deepest part of the island, shrouded in a rich spiritual atmosphere. Ordinary people cannot get close at all, because there is a restriction formation of level 8 or higher at the entrance. At this moment, inside the ancient pavilion at the very center of the core area, several people with powerful auras are sitting together. If there were students here, they would definitely feel the overwhelming sense of pressure. Everyone here is at least at the 9th level or higher. Seated in the main seat was an elderly man with white hair and beard and a kind face. He was wearing a faded gray robe and looked like an ordinary retired old man. But those eyes, deep and unfathomable, seemed to pierce through the void the moment they opened. He is Gu Chongqing, the Dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Above the 9th rank, there are legendary beings. Sitting below Gu Chongqing were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were core members of the Academy's senior leadership. "Chongqing, you called us here specifically just to see this?" The speaker was a burly middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, and he spoke in a very loud voice. He is Lei Zhen, the Vice Dean, a mid-stage 9th rank cultivator, in charge of the Academy's combat department. Gu Chongqing waved his hand with a smile. "Don't rush. Watch this video first." With a casual wave of his hand, a screen of light unfolded before everyone. On the screen was footage of Kazama's match in the arena that day. A highlight reel of the 30-game winning streak, capturing the key moments of each game from the first to the last, especially the scene in the 10th match against Zhang Lai. Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Guidance and Divine Luo Heavenly Conquest 2 moves to instantly kill a peak 5th tier opponent. The crowd watched silently, their expressions gradually changing. The video finished playing and the light screen disappeared. That's all. Lei Jin raised an eyebrow. This kid is indeed interesting. But is he worth all of us watching together? A refined-looking middle-aged man next to him pushed up his glasses and slowly said, "Old Lei, didn't you notice? His name is Qin Wenyuan, a 9th-level early-stage cultivator, in charge of the Academy's academic affairs. Although he was the weakest among them, he was the most meticulous and served as the dean's strategist." Lei Jun was taken aback. "What did you see?" Qin Wenyuan pointed to the spot where the light screen had disappeared. "That kid named Kazama is only at the late stage of the 4th rank." "I know, so what if it's late stage 4th tier?" "But he defeated Zhang Lai, who was at the peak of the 5th rank," Qin Wenyuan said slowly, "and it was an instant kill." Lei Jun scratched his head. "Isn't that because of his weird martial arts technique? He can pull people in with a wave of his hand, and then send them flying with a push. What kind of martial arts technique is that? I've never seen it before." Qin Wenyuan shook his head. "I don't know him either. And it's not just his martial arts skills. His physical body is also exaggerated." He looked at Dean Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Qin Wenyuan continued, "Did you notice that he hardly used any spiritual power throughout the entire 30 matches? From beginning to end, he just stood there and fought with pure physical strength. Those 5th tier attacks landed on him, but they didn't even break his skin." He paused, then looked at everyone. "What does this mean?" "It means that his physical strength has at least reached the peak of the 5th rank, or even higher. And with a late-stage 4th order cultivation level, one possesses the physical strength of a peak 5th order or even a 6th order cultivator. You should understand what this means." Everyone fell silent. Physical strength and spiritual power are two different things. Generally speaking, body-refining martial artists have stronger physical bodies than ordinary martial artists of the same level, but the difference is not too great. Because body refinement requires long-term tempering, only by using rare and precious materials can one's physical body far surpass that of other experts of the same level. It's not something that can be accomplished overnight. For someone like Kazama, whose cultivation level is only at the late stage of the 4th rank, yet whose physical body can already withstand attacks from the peak of the 5th rank, this is beyond the normal range. "Could it be some kind of special constitution?" the only woman asked. Her name is Yun Nishang, a mid-stage 9th rank cultivator, in charge of the Academy's elixirs and medical care. She looks to be in her early 30s and still has a charming appearance, but her actual age is well over 100. Qin Wenyuan nodded. "It's possible, but whatever the reason, this student's potential deserves our attention." Yun Nishang rolled her eyes at him and said, "You guys really don't care about the Academy's affairs. Didn't our school's teacher Lu say before that this kid actually got a higher score than Li Qingyi back then? If it weren't for the First Martial Academy holding back and refusing to give this kid any favors, we wouldn't have had a chance." Everyone suddenly realized that Li Qingyi's name was indeed well known. That's the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Province, a super-strong expert on par with the dean. Chapter 79. When working, you should refer to your job title. The men looked at each other, somewhat ashamed. They hadn't really paid much attention to Kazama's situation. They only knew that he was a special recruit and the top scorer in this secret realm trial. "I never expected there to be such detailed information." The dean coughed twice, wiping the awkwardness from his face, and changed the subject. "This kid is talented. We should give him some benefits." Lei Jin understood now. "So you mean, this kid is a genius?" "Not just a genius," Qin Wenyuan corrected. "He has a monstrous genius." Lei Jin grinned. "That's great. Our academy hasn't produced a talent like this in a long time. We've finally struck gold this year." The 4th person, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. His name is Li Qingfeng, a 9th tier early-stage cultivator, in charge of the Academy's competition and mission systems. As his name suggests, he was as sturdy as a pine tree, with a cold and aloof expression, and spoke very little. At that moment, he only said one sentence. How many consecutive wins can he achieve? Qin Wenyuan thought for a moment. Based on his current performance, he's invincible below the 5th rank. But it's hard to say about the 6th rank. He shook his head. We still don't know where his physical limits are. Lei Jun interjected. The 6th rank is not the same as the 5th rank. The 5th rank is still mortal, but the 6th rank and above can begin to use momentum. Their attack power is on a completely different level. Qin Wenyuan nodded. Exactly. So we need to know just how much his physical body can withstand. The dean spoke again, his voice gentle. Then let him continue fighting. Everyone looked at him. Gu Chongqing said with a smile. We'll fight until a 6th level student comes out to fight, until we see his limits. He paused, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I'm very curious to see just how far this little guy can go. Lei Jun scratched his head. Boss, you think so highly of him? Gu Chongqing glanced at him. How many times have I told you? When you're at work, you should use your job title. What kind of behavior is this? Always calling me boss all the time. Lei Jun quickly corrected himself. Dean. Slip of the tongue. Qin Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and smiled to defuse the situation. Dean, have you thought of something? Gu Chongqing nodded, his smile becoming meaningful. Do you all remember what date is in a few months? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. The Academy Grand Competition. Lei Jun slapped his thigh. Qin Wenyuan's eyes lit up. The dean wants to. Gu Chongqing slowly said, the Federation's #1 martial arts university, relying on its #1 title, snatches up the best students every year. Although our Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is firmly in the top 10, it is always overshadowed by them. Every time they recruit students, don't you feel resentful watching those top geniuses get recruited by them? Everyone fell silent. Of course, it's frustrating. But what can we do? Their overall strength is indeed strong, with 2 experts above the 9th rank in charge, and their mid to high-end combat power also surpasses that of other academies. Although their Jiangnan Martial Academy also has a dean who is above the 9th rank, there is only one. The gap is an objective fact. Gu Chongqing changed the subject, but this time is different. He looked at the spot where the light screen had been, his eyes flashing with anticipation. That kid Lin Qingxian is at the peak of the 6th rank. He should be able to break through to the 7th rank this year. That girl Zhao Wuyue is about to break through to the 7th level. Her talent and temperament are both top-notch. Now there's Kazama too. He paused, a smile playing on his lips. Perhaps we can give the first martial academy a surprise in this year's academy competition. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lei Jun rubbed his hands excitedly. That's right. Our young talents this year might actually be able to challenge for first place. Qin Wenyuan nodded. Lin Qingxian is a veteran powerhouse. Zhao Wuyue is a rising star, and Kazama is a dark horse. With this combination, there is indeed hope. Yun Nishang also laughed. Moreover, this kid Kazama achieved a 30-game winning streak on his very first day here. With this momentum, he might really be able to fight his way up. Li Qingfeng rarely spoke up. I'll have the arena coordinate to arrange a suitable opponent for him. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. No need to arrange it deliberately, just let it happen naturally. Only by letting him improve on his own can we truly see his potential. Everyone nodded. Qin Wenyuan suddenly remembered something and looked at the dean. By the way, Dean, you just said that Zhao Wuyue is about to break through to the 7th level, and about her brother. Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow. Her younger brother? That Zhao Wushuang. Qin Wenyuan nodded. Today in the arena, Zhao Wushuang hired someone to teach Kazama a lesson, but ended up being killed instead. He briefly explained the situation. After listening, Lei Jun sneered. That Wanku spoiled brat from the Zhao family? His sister is quite something, but his brother is a good-for-nothing. Qin Wenyuan frowned. Will this affect the relationship between Kazama and Zhao Wuyue? Gu Chongqing waved his hand. It's all right. Zhao Wuyue is a smart girl. She knows her brother better than anyone else. He paused, then chuckled. Besides, if she really comes looking for trouble with Kazama because of that good-for-nothing brother, it'll be a good opportunity to see Kazama's limits a 7th-tier martial emperor. That should force him to reveal his true strength, right? The group exchanged glances and then laughed. Qin Wenyuan pushed up his glasses and said meaningfully, Then we'll wait and see. Yun Nishang coughed twice, speechless. Why are you all talking about little kids? Shouldn't our focus be on breaking through to the next level and taking down the #1 martial arts academy with the students? The men exchanged glances, not daring to argue with their favorite, and with a quick thought, said seriously, "It seems that the magical secret realm is about to open." Meanwhile, at the martial arts tower, inside the cultivation room, Zhao Wuiyue remained seated cross-legged. But at this moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her had reached their limit. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into her body, and her aura was rising steadily. Finally, boom! A powerful aura erupted from her body. The aura spread outwards as if it were a tangible entity, causing the entire training room to tremble slightly. Seventh-tier martial emperor. She opened her eyes. Those phoenix eyes were sparkling with a dazzling light, as if stars were flowing within them. She slowly stood up and stretched her limbs. Her perfect figure was even more alluring under the protective clothing. But those eyes remained as cold and aloof as frost. She glanced down at the phone next to her. Dozens of unread messages, all from Zhao Wushuang. She randomly clicked on a few articles, and after reading them, a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "You were beaten up? Looking for revenge?" She put away her phone and looked out the window. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the stars twinkled. "Kazama," she murmured the name. "That's interesting, but there's no rush now. She has just broken through and needs to consolidate her realm. As for that good-for-nothing younger brother, let him wait a little longer." Zhao Wuiyue withdrew her gaze and sat down cross-legged again. Silence fell once again in the meditation room. But the aura belonging to a seventh-tier martial emperor had already quietly awakened. Chapter 80. A wingman? Dream on. Meanwhile, in a girl's dormitory, Yun Yao was nestled in bed, holding her phone, her face flushed as she stared at the screen. On the screen was a video of Kazama's match. She watched the boy stand on the ring, sending his opponent flying with each punch and kick, her eyes filled with admiration. "That's really amazing," she murmured softly. Beside her, Lin Yue leaned over and asked, "Yao Yao, what are you looking at?" Yun Yao was startled and quickly hid her phone, her face turning even redder. "And nothing." Lin Yue looked at her with a smile. "Are you watching Kazama's videos?" Yun Yao's face instantly turned bright red, and she whispered, I was just looking around." Lin Yue smiled and didn't ask any further questions, but her eyes said it all. This girl is probably smitten. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the dormitory through the gaps in the curtains. Kazama opened his eyes and stretched. "Cool. I slept exceptionally well last night." Maybe it was because he had too much fun playing during the day, or maybe it was because Yun Yao's affection level rose too quickly. In any case, he felt relaxed and comfortable. He got out of bed, washed up, and was about to leave. "Fourth brother, wait for us." Lu Ren's voice came from behind. Kazama turned around and saw his 3 roommates hurriedly getting dressed and washing up, looking as if they were afraid of being left behind. "What are you doing?" Kazama raised an eyebrow. "I'll go to the arena with you," Lu Ren mumbled between brushing his teeth. Zhou Tai, fastening his belt, nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's go together." Shin Moyan pushed up his glasses, unusually quick in his movements. "Wait a minute, almost done." Kazama, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, watching the 3 clowns' flustered movements, a look of disdain playing on his lips. "What are you going there for? To be cheerleaders?" Lu Ren spat out the toothpaste foam, his face full of flattery. "Fourth brother, we just wanted to witness your great power." Zhou Tai fastened his belt and puffed out his chest. "That's right. We have to be there for our brother's moment of glory." Shin Moyan straightened his clothes and pushed up his glasses. "Besides, we can also cheer you on." Kazama glanced at them sideways, his face full of disbelief. "Come on, you 3 lazybones, you're being so enthusiastic today. There's definitely something fishy going on." The 3 of them paused. Lu Ren chuckled, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. "Fourth brother, you're being too polite, aren't you? We're brothers. It's only natural for us to go and cheer you on." Kazama looked at him expressionlessly. Feeling guilty under his gaze, Lu Ren said awkwardly, Okay. Actually, I have a tiny little request." "Explain." Lu Ren rubbed his hands together, a lewd look on his face. Doesn't your girlfriend have a few roommates?"
Lin Jubei, Sukyangkian.
Kazama raised an eyebrow. "What? Which one have you taken a fancy to?" Lu Ren quickly waved his hands. No, no, how could we dare? It's just, he. He winked at Zhou and Shinmoyan. Zhou cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, Hey, you're the only one in our dorm who's found a boyfriend. The rest of us are still single. How about you put in a good word for us? Shinmoyan pushed up his glasses, a rare look of anticipation on his face. No need to be too deliberate, just occasionally mention our strengths, such as being steady and reliable, lively and cheerful, or quiet and aloof. Luren added, Right. Let them know that our dorm isn't just full of you beast, but also full of other excellent young men like us. After hearing this, Kazama crossed his arms and looked at them with disdain. Wingman? You want me to be your wingman? The three nodded repeatedly. Kazama scoffed. Needing help to pick up girls? What a waste. The three men's faces fell. Lu Run said pitifully, Fourth brother, you can't do this. We're brothers. We share the good times and the bad. Zhou nodded vigorously. That's right. Even if you eat meat, you have to let the brothers have some soup too. Shinmoyan pushed up his glasses and said quietly, Fourth brother, if you help me, you'll be my godfather from now on. Kazama raised an eyebrow. Really? Shinmoyan gritted her teeth. Really? Kazama then looked at Zhou Tai. Zhou quickly declared, It's my treat, Zuixianju. 3 times. Kazama looked at Rikurin. Lu Run was on the verge of tears. I'll wash your socks? For a month. Kazama nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. The three were as if they had been granted a pardon. Lu Run quickly asked, So you agreed? Kazama gave them a disdainful look. I'll put in a good word for you if I get the chance. But, he changed the subject, looked at the three of them and said seriously, You can forget about Yunyao. The three of them were taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Lu Ren gave him an, I understand, look. Got it. Even a fool could see the way that girl was looking at you. Zhou Tai nodded in agreement. Exactly, we're not blind. Why would we go over there? Are we looking for trouble? Shinmoyan, unusually humorous, said, We still have some self-awareness. Kazama nodded, saying nothing more. He was determined to have Yunyao. As for the other two, Lin Yue is gentle and intellectual, and Su Qianqian is heroic and spirited. Both are above average in appearance, but he is not interested in them. Having a treasure like Yunyao is enough. However, he was also curious. These three didn't seem like such thirsty people. So why were they so eager to find girls as soon as they arrived? Have you been holding it in for too long? Kazama was too lazy to think about it. He'd just casually mention it anyway. Let's go, he called to the three of them. To the arena. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xian was packing his things, humming a song, and seemed to be in a good mood. Yunyao sat beside her, her face slightly flushed, occasionally stealing a glance at her. Xin. Jiang Xian turned to look at her. Yunyao lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and whispered, Today, I also want to go to the arena. Is that okay? Jiang Xian laughed. Of course, let's go together. Yunyao's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Jiang Xian walked over and took her hand. It'll keep me company. So I won't be there watching them fight and kill each other alone. Yunyao nodded happily, then asked softly, Will Kazama play again today? Jiang Xian looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, Probably. He said he wants to go for 100 consecutive wins. 100 consecutive wins. Yunyao murmured, her eyes filled with admiration. So amazing. Looking at her adoring expression, Jiang Xian felt a pang of emotion. This girl is probably smitten. That's normal, though. Which girl wouldn't be attracted to a beast like Kazama? Isn't she herself completely smitten? Moreover, in this world, it is normal for the strong to have more members of the opposite sex. There is no such thing as monogamy, only the difference in strength. Although she felt a little jealous, she also understood that with Kazama's excellence, there would definitely be more outstanding girls around him in the future. Rather than passively accepting it later, it's better to actively adapt now. Moreover, Yunyao is indeed a cute girl. She's soft and sweet, and speaks in a low voice, making you want to protect her. If things really work out in the future, we should get along well.